Chapter 1: The Young Lattice, Thousand Faces. Ah, is it you, Itachi? It has indeed been quite a while since we last met, and I must say, your casual attire without the umbu uniform suits you well. Uchiha Yoshino, having already classified this individual as an enemy in her mind because of his gaunt cheeks and the distinctive nasolabial folds reminiscent of the manga she had seen in her previous life, greeted him with a smile that was both elegant and noble, as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze, yet the true thoughts swirling within her mind were known only to us, the travelers from another world. Upon hearing her words, the figure before Itachi stiffened, slowly casting a glance in her direction. Despite having recognized the newcomer's identity through his exceptional skill, he feigned ignorance, reluctant to attract trouble, until she initiated the conversation. The girl standing before Itachi was of a similar age when he had joined the Umbu, yet she was adorned in the attire befitting a young lady from a prestigious family, her hair elegantly styled into an updo. Itachi recognized her instantly. This young lady was also of the Uchiha clan, having awakened her Threedomo Sharingan at a tender age, earning her the title of the Uchiha family's third prodigy. Furthermore, she was the only daughter of the clan elder, Uchiha Moriyuki, a serious figure who often opposed Itachi's father, Uchiha Fugaku. Though both families belonged to the same clan, their relationship was far from harmonious, and considering his own concerns, Itachi was not inclined to engage with her nevertheless. Faced with the situation, he managed to muster a smile and replied, "Ah, it's Yoshino. The demands of the Umbu keep me exceedingly busy. Today is a rare day off, and I thought I might enjoy a stroll around the village, but it's unusual to see you away from home." Yoshino's dark, bright eyes flickered as she feigned curiosity, glancing past Itachi. "Where is Sasuke? Why haven't you brought him out to play?" Itachi wore a look of exasperation. "Not everyone is as special as you were in your youth. With a private tutor and only occasionally attending the ninja academy, my brother is still in school. Ah, by the way, I've suddenly grown a bit hungry. Isn't Ichiraku ramen just ahead? Would you accompany me to sample this commoner delicacy? I rarely get the chance to enjoy it at home." At last, the two settled into a booth at Ichiraku ramen. Seizing the opportunity to get closer to Itachi, Yoshino left some subtle traces on him. Intending to implement her plans later that night, this was her true motive for initiating the conversation. She was certainly not merely looking for idle chatter. Noticing the Uchiha clan's redand white fan emblem on the two customers, the owner of Ichiraku ramen displayed a momentary look of surprise before quickly adopting a warm demeanor. "Welcome. What can I get for you two today?" With a plethora of ramen varieties available, tonkatsu, miso, soy sauce, Yoshino carelessly ordered 2 servings. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were placed before them. Yoshino inhaled the enticing aroma, clasped her hands together, and declared, "I shall begin." She picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Itachi, sitting beside her, also took his chopsticks, bowing his head in silence, seemingly uninterested in conversing with the young lady. Even while enjoying ramen by the roadside, Yoshino maintained an upright posture, exuding an air of refinement. As for the taste of the ramen, to be honest, the richness of the tonkatsu broth made Yoshino yearn for the tea-flavored rice she often had at home. To think she found tea rice more delectable than ramen, one could hardly say it was surprising, given her upbringing as a young lady. At this hour, when the dinner crowd was bustling, no one dared to sit next to them. Upon seeing the Uchiha family crest instead, patrons squeezed into the adjacent long table, eating while stealing glances at the pair, whispering among themselves, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Since the Nine Tails incident in the 51st year of Konoha, a series of ominous events had loomed over the hidden leaf village: the departure of the Sannin, the mysterious demise of Uchiha Shursui, and the Hyuga incident all contributed to the growing tension between the Uchiha clan's police force and other ninja factions. In such an environment, it seemed that even the slightest spark could ignite a great conflagration. The third Hokage, who should have served as a mediator, appeared to turn a blind eye to it all, remaining silent, a sentiment shared by ordinary ninjas. As a traveler from another world, Yoshino was acutely aware that the third Hokage's supposed inaction was, in reality, a deliberate effort to isolate and marginalize the Uchiha clan. Whether it was the suspected use of Uchiha Jinjutsu during the Nine Tails attack or the assault on Uchiha Shursui 4 years prior, Both incidents served as tinder within the haystack that was Konoha a mere spark could set ablaze. Indeed, Uchiha Shursui had been attacked 4 years ago. This year marked the 60th year of Konoha. 9 years had passed since the Nine Tails incident, which was believed to have been orchestrated by someone from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's planned extermination, which was supposed to have occurred 2 years ago, had been delayed due to the ripple effects brought about by her arrival. As for the means by which the coup's timeline had been postponed, our traveler had drawn upon the political experiences of Western parliamentary systems from her past life with her influence. Uchiha Moriyuki had consistently opposed the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, during internal meetings. Consequently, a considerable faction of discontented clan members had rallied behind her father, coupled with Fugaku's indecisive nature. Many decisions had been stalled in endless squabbling. However, the young lady, being a time traveler, understood deeply that merely postponing conflicts would not eliminate them. Rather, it would intensify their eventual eruption. All it would take was a catalyst. The young lady entered a grand estate, walking directly into the inner chambers amidst the greetings of the surrounding servants. "Where's father?" she inquired casually. "The head of the household is in the main hall, young lady," the servant replied cautiously. Yoshino nodded, proceeding into the family's main hall, where she found a middle-aged man clad in a black kimono, his countenance grim as he sat cross-legged on a tatami mat, deep in thought, one hand resting on the floor while the other stroked his knee. Years of upbringing and etiquette instilled in Yoshino a sense of decorum, prompting her to remove her shoes at the entrance before approaching her father to pay her respects. "Ah, Yoshino, you have returned." Her father, the clan elder, seemed to notice her presence for the first time, forcing a smile. "It's rare for you to leave home and visit the village. Where did you go today?" However, Yoshino remained silent, taking a few steps closer, leaning forward slightly to ask, "Father, have you given further thought to that matter?" "Not yet. It is not the right time. Their plans are far too radical. And, as the leader of the conservative faction within the clan, I cannot agree to this." Uchiha Moriyuki's brow furrowed in concern. "This is a matter of great importance. Allow me to consider it for a few more days. There are hardly any days left. If we do not act soon, we will." Yoshino, his voice rose slightly, though still maintaining a gentle tone. "This matter concerns the very survival of our clan. Let it be decided by your father." "Yes, Father." Yoshino bowed once more, then quietly retreated a few steps on her knees before turning to leave. The situation had become so clear that her father remained indecisive. If that were the case, then there was nothing left to do but. As dusk fell, the full moon hung high in the sky, its light flickering alongside the candle flames. In the mirror, a beautiful visage was reflected, a true beauty in her prime. Dressed in a black and red floral kimono that accentuated her graceful figure, she held a katana in her arms, creating an oddly harmonious scene. This katana was a famed blade gifted to the Uchiha clan in recognition of their merits, a relic from an era long past the Yamabuka Jirei. It had been in the possession of the young lady since childhood. A maid, accustomed to her mistress' demeanor, moved delicately, assisting Yoshino with the preparations. "Have you heard of Asagao?" the maid inquired. "Miss, what is it? Is it a flower name?" The maid chuckled lightly. "It is a name." She sensed the maid's movements pause momentarily. "A flower's name? Your name? My name? Your name?" In the umbu. The hand that had been arranging her hair seemed to falter for an instant. In the next moment, a glint of cold light flashed like a swift blade. Uchiha Moriyuki nearly instantaneously appeared at Yoshino's door, his keen senses as one of the Uchiha clan's strongest warriors alerting him to an anomaly within the household. His previously steady hands trembled slightly as he opened the door. Before him lay the body of a fallen maid and a young lady with blood smeared across her face. The exquisitely beautiful girl, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, seemed to awaken abruptly from her reverie, placing aside the half-cleaned katana, her hands clasped before her, bowing slightly with meticulous grace. "Father, the umbu placed by the third Hokage beside you has been eliminated by my hand. Matters are urgent. I implore you to make a swift decision." In the dead of night, at the edge of Konoha village, within an abandoned shrine, Yoshino stood facing a figure adorned with an orange mask featuring black patterns. The corners of the young girl's lips curled gently upwards, revealing two charming dimples as she slowly spoke amidst the astonished gaze of the masked man. She declared, "I shall assist you in your revenge against Konoha, but under one condition. You must not lay a hand on the Uchiha clan." Chapter 2. The Uchiha amidst historical turmoil. At the South Shrine, as recalled by Uchiha Yanai, the air had never felt so oppressive. A brooding heaviness hinted at an impending storm, yet there lingered an undercurrent of restlessness illuminated by the flickering torches dancing along the walls. Countless silhouettes emerged, their pairs of crimson eyes aglow with tension and excitement. "Let's do it, clan leader. We have no path of retreat left. Indeed, we have endured much over the years. Today is the time for retribution. Let's act. This very night, this very moment. What are you still hesitating for? Even Elder Shikuyuki from the Conservatives has consented, has he not? Clan leader, please, clan leader, give the order." Amidst the fervent and impassioned voices urging him on, the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table slowly lifted his somber gaze. He glanced toward a familiar adversary, who had long stood in opposition to him, but now seemed swayed by the influence of his daughter to support his plans. At last, the entire Uchiha clan could unite as one, except for he suddenly furrowed his brow. Where is Itachi? Why hasn't he arrived? A moment of silence enveloped the crowd before an uncertain voice ventured. Perhaps he is preoccupied with matters in the Umbu. That rascal! Uchiha Fugaku scoffed through his nostrils, yet he refrained from displaying excessive anger, conscious of not wanting to appear incapable of managing even his own son before his clansmen. "Do not question. Everything is arranged. He will assist us in his own way when the time comes." Even though Konoha's ranks had thinned, at least one shadow-level force remained stationed, and should the coup succeed, they might still face retaliation from one of the legendary Sannin. However, fortunately, I still have that, and I have made my decision, he suddenly exclaimed, and the hall fell into an immediate hush as Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, rose and declared, "As the Konoha police force entrusted with great responsibility by the late second Hokage, and as the Uchiha clan of love, our clansmen are remarkably innocent. Whoever treats us well, we shall offer our utmost dedication, but should anyone target us, we shall ensure their blood stains the ground." Since 4 years ago, when our young genius Uchiha Shursui fell victim to an attack by Shimura Danzo and his root organization, even longer, since the passing of the fourth Hokage. Even since the late second Hokage entrusted the Konoha police force's authority to our Uchiha clan, the overt and covert suppression against us has never ceased. The cause lies with this cabal of treacherous individuals led by Shimura Danzo, who have slandered us before the third Hokage. Given the current circumstances, which have deteriorated beyond the point of salvage due to numerous misunderstandings, despite this not being our intention, I have resolutely decided to transform past injustices into thunderous action. As the great clan leader of the Uchiha, I hereby command all combat-capable clansmen of the Uchiha, regardless of gender, shall unite and rise tonight. Execute Operation Absolute. Annihilate the entire root organization led by Shimura Danzo, and ensure the safety of the third Hokage. Now, according to our previously laid plans, commence the operation. May you all become the purple lightning that sweeps through the dust of Konoha. Disperse. In the subterranean chambers of the South Shrine, figures soared into action, watching them vanish as they executed the plan. Racing towards the four corners of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku approached Uchiha Yanai and her father. Clan leader, her father, Shikuyuki, spoke first, nodding slightly to Uchiha Fugaku. "I am pleased that, at long last, you stand beside me. Let us erase the divisions of the past. Rest assured, we are guaranteed victory in this battle." Uchiha Fugaku replied, then turned his gaze to Yanai, a hint of gentle warmth in his demeanor, whether intentional or not. "What is the meaning behind your attire today?" He referred, of course, to the blackened floral kimono that stood in stark contrast to her surroundings, speckled with traces of blood. Upon hearing this, Yanai removed a lacquered black fox mask from her waistband and donned it. The mask was modest in size, barely covering half of her delicate face. "This marks the end of an era, does it not?" clan leader? At such a moment, how could one not adorn themselves appropriately? Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Indeed, Yanai, you are correct. After tonight, Konoha will return to its rightful path and the reign of that Fae. Understood. The young girl nodded slightly. You do not mind my arrangements, do you? Fugaku's gaze shifted to the silent Masayuki Uchiha. The young girl was also a member of the Uchiha clan, naturally following the orders of the clan leader. Masayuki Uchiha replied calmly. That's good. Fugaku Uchiha patted his shoulder and said, Rest assured, everything will proceed according to plan tonight, with your daughter possessing the second strongest prowess among the youth of the Uchiha clan. She is more than capable of participating in this war that will determine whether we are kings or thieves. As for you, my old friend, I require your experience to assist me in strategizing. Upon hearing this, Masayuki Uchiha bowed his head and ceased to respond, as silhouettes darted swiftly across the rooftops. The night breeze brushed against the lower half of Uchiha Yano's face, which was not concealed by her mask, bringing a long-lost sense of reality after many years. The full moon shone brightly tonight, casting an enchanting glow that stirred the blood. The personnel stationed in the village had commenced their operations. The Uchiha clan had prepared for this night for far too long, with countless prior arrangements modified and delayed time and again. However, fortuitously, it was finally being executed as planned this evening. Flames and shadows flickered everywhere. The sounds of battle, the clash of ninja tools, and the explosions of ninjutsu echoed continuously. Each Uchiha member dispatched to disrupt Konoha village was endeavoring to create chaos. They either employed genjutsu to manipulate certain ninja, sending them running in confusion, or shouted predetermined slogans, by the orders of the third Hokage, eliminate the traitor Danzo Shimura. Cleanse the root organization. Long live the third Hokage. Divine retribution upon the traitor Danzo. Danzo, leading the root organization, has rebelled. The Konoha police force, acting under the orders of the Hokage, has come to suppress this. Anyone unrelated must remain indoors. Those who disobey will be deemed accomplices of Danzo and will be executed. With a sharp sound, Uchiha Yano's wooden clogs tapped lightly on the tiles of a house in Konoha village. Through her mask, the young girl gazed into the distance towards the root organization's headquarters, faintly obscured by flames. Around her, more than a dozen Uchiha clan members were ready under the command of Uchiha Munin, poised to launch an attack on that location. This was the epicenter of chaos, yet it felt eerily quiet. What is happening here? Suddenly, two ninjas clad in Konoha's standard green attire leaped out from the roadside. Yano squinted to observe, noticing one was the Chunin she encountered earlier at the Ichiraka ramen shop. Their home had been engulfed in flames, and they were hastily fleeing, wearing expressions of confusion and terror. The girl's black eyes shimmered with a crimson glow, within which three tomos spun. In the next moment, the tiles made a soft sound as her figure silently departed the rooftop where she had been standing, and with an astonishing speed, she appeared before the two. With her left hand raised in harmony with her right, she swiftly drew her katana from its scabbard, as fluid as mercury. Her crimson lips parted, uttering, illusory sword style. Third form, Snowfall Cherry Blossom. As the katana was drawn, its gleaming blade reflected the enchanting flames beneath the night sky. Suddenly, countless cherry blossoms, akin to snowflakes, danced before the eyes of the two ninjas, blurring the line between reality and illusion, just as they struggled to discern the tragic beauty of the swirling petals. Their lives came to an abrupt end. A cold glimmer accompanied the girl's graceful form as she swept through the tempest of cherry blossoms and snow, and in an instant, bright crimson blood gushed forth from their severed necks. Yano's toes, wrapped in white foot bags and clogs, lightly touched the wall of a house, dissipating her forward momentum. With a swift motion, she flicked the blood from her blade against the wall and executed a seamless sheathing maneuver, clearly indicating that this technique had been honed through countless trials. This was not ninjutsu, but rather a culmination of the dynamic vision granted by her three-tomo Sharingan combined with body flicker technique and her self-created genjutsu, Sakura Snowfall, which cleverly concealed the contours of herself and her weapon amidst the swirling petals and snowflakes. Thus, she delivered a lethal strike from an unexpected angle, capable of instantaneously eliminating her target. It was not until the crisp sound of her sheathing the blade resonated that the bodies of the two Konoha ninjas collapsed behind her. Her melodious voice turned icy as she uttered the merciless words, "Anyone venturing outside without cause is deemed an accomplice of Danzo and must be executed." Just like any coup throughout history, their slogan bore no novelty. However, as the clan leader Fugaku Uchiha had explicitly stated, as long as they could eliminate Danzo Shimura in this battle, they would have succeeded at least halfway. The remaining half would be left to him, the clan leader. The young girl certainly did not believe that this coup would proceed so smoothly. According to the original storyline, After awakening the Manjiki Sharingan and familiarizing himself with it for 2 years, Uchiha Itachi, alongside Uchiha Obito, had nearly annihilated the entire Uchiha clan with the strength of 2 individuals at the level of a Kage. Yet, the events unfolding now had already been altered significantly by her presence. Everything was uncertain. Hokage-sama, this is bad. What is happening? In the Hokage building of Konoha village, a weary Sarutobi Hiruzen had just been roused from his slumber. What has transpired? Hokage-sama, Uchiha Itachi requests an audience. He brings news from the village. For your safety, we advise against your departure until the situation is clarified. Go find the advisors. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, he summoned Uchiha Itachi. With a swish, Uchiha Itachi, clad in dark attire and protective gear, wearing the Konoha forehead protector and carrying a ninja blade on his back, appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. Reporting to Hokage-sama. Speak. What is the latest situation outside? Have the Uchiha clan members I instructed you to monitor begun to revolt? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, rubbing his forehead, which bore the marks of age. No. Uchiha Itachi slowly uttered that single word. Under the astonished gazes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the recently arrived advisors, Koharu and Mito, Itachi gradually raised his head, a peculiar glint flashing briefly in the depths of his dark eyes. Hokage-sama, Danzo Shimura has rebelled. Chapter 3, Itachi is indeed a mere pawn. Half an hour earlier, outside the Nanja shrine, beneath the moonlight, a solitary shadow moved, while birds soared high above in the forest. Uchiha Yano raced towards the northwest, steadfastly pursuing a certain figure ahead. Under the tranquil night sky, only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the sounds of their swift footsteps could be heard. Yano activated her Sharingan, enhancing her dynamic vision to the utmost, allowing the figure before her to remain firmly in her gaze. In this race between the two, she had to remain wholly focused. Suddenly, the girl perceived something in her line of sight. She tilted her head to the right and, in an astonishing maneuver, altered her body midair. She noticed a fine thread with a detonating tag brushing past her mask, narrowly avoiding triggering an explosion. Yet, the girl showed no hesitation beneath her feet, maintaining her high-speed pursuit of the figure ahead. More shuriken were hurled from ahead, and Yano deftly used the hilt of her katana to deflect several incoming projectiles. Just as she was on the verge of losing patience with the chase, the figure before her finally halted. The person crouched atop a tall tree, glancing back towards her. Beneath the wooden forehead protector adorning the individual's brow, a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan gleamed strikingly. Young Nai, too, came to a halt, bringing the high-speed chase to an abrupt pause. The corners of the girl's mouth, concealed by her mask, suddenly curled into a peculiar arc. With a delicate, alabaster finger, she traced the black mole at the edge of her lips, speaking in a tone that was both eerie and deliberately measured. Oh, is that you, Itachi-kun? How delightful it is to see you after such a long time. Under the focused gaze of Young Nai's Sharingan, the person before her momentarily fell into an almost imperceptible daze upon hearing those words. The sentence served as a greeting exchanged between Hinata and Itachi during the daylight, marking the initial words spoken by the two. Even the tone was meticulously crafted by the girl, reminiscent of a chance encounter on a sunlit street, rather than the current pursuit beneath the moonlight. Instinctively, Itachi's mind conjured a recollection of this phrase in an instant. Yet, in his memories of the day, the enchanting young lady who greeted him on the village street appeared somewhat different. Indeed, upon that delicate visage, there resided a pair of extraordinary crimson eyes that were not mere Sharingan, but rather something else entirely. Suddenly, he grasped a significant realization. Their daytime interaction was not merely a coincidence. It had been ensnared in a trap meticulously laid by Hinata. He reacted swiftly. Yet it was already too late. Hinata's movements surpassed his own. In an instant, her 3-tomo Sharingan transformed, and her entire demeanor shifted to one of chilling profundity. The original 3-tomo spiraled in her gaze, forming a new configuration. Threads of black, akin to the facets of a diamond, partitioned her eyes, while the remaining spaces were filled with a vivid scarlet, reflecting the moonlight like stars scattered across the night sky. In the heart of those jewel-like black-red irises, patterns reminiscent of cherry blossom petals twirled. Itachi sensed impending peril. However, as he attempted to act, his body remained immobile, his chakra in disarray, leaving him to plummet from the tree like a raven struck by lightning. It had been some time since he wielded this power, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Hinata leaped from the treetop, rubbing her eyes as she gradually approached Uchiha Itachi, halting at a distance she considered secure. Unlike the original narrative, where witnessing a friend perish before his eyes led to the early awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan, the present Itachi despite having 2 additional years to hone his ninjutsu, remained merely a fish out of water as long as he had yet to awaken his eyes. Indeed, in this altered timeline brought forth by the girl's journey, it was the Uchiha clan leader, fortuitously away from the village, who saved Uchiha Shisui after he was ambushed by Danzo. Subsequently, Fugaku restrained Shisui until the family disseminated the news of Uchiha Shisui's death at the hands of a foreign ninja village. Itachi never had the chance to see Shisui one last time, harboring doubts about the veracity of that grim tidings in his heart, despite countless marvels at the girl's abilities, which had surpassed many illustrious figures in the history of the Uchiha clan. None could fathom that her potential extended far beyond the ordinary Sharingan, having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. This is also one of her benefits from traversing, for during her transition, she retained the faint memories and thoughts of her past life, which endowed her with a mental strength several times greater than that of her peers. As she aged, her abilities continued to grow exponentially. On the summer night festival of her 10th year, she recalled all of her memories, and while awakening her Kaleidoscope Sharingan, she also acquired a unique boon. This mysterious golden finger does not assign her tasks or direct her to perform various actions. It possesses no consciousness, thought, or emotion. Rather than being a true golden finger, it seems to function as a form of feedback from her own mind, seemingly linked to the mood of the young lady. The more joyful she feels, the more positive effects it seems to yield. Could it be that this golden finger transforms certain substances secreted by her brain during moments of happiness into energy? To this day, she has not fully comprehended this golden finger, only able to make some vague conjectures. Through her interactions with this world, she can also acquire certain energy points. Initially, through the practice of ninjutsu, perhaps due to the novelty of it, she could earn dozens to hundreds of energy points each day through her diligent training. However, the energy points she could acquire soon began to decline exponentially, and now she gains nothing from her training. Then there were greetings. Each elegant yet dignified salutation to the villagers would bring her a modest influx of energy points. It was during this time that she established her reputation as the young lady of the Uchiha clan within the village. Yet now, she finds herself unable to derive any benefits from it. Of course, there are many other avenues for gaining energy points, such as studying floral arrangements, etiquette, and culinary arts. But as her familiarity with these areas increased, the energy she harvested diminished. To this day, she has only accumulated over 6,000 energy points for Hinata. The only source from which her energy points have never waned is from one particular experience, beginning with the taste of the first drop of blood from the edge of a young girl's blade. These energies, once accumulated to a certain extent, can be harnessed through stimulation of her mind and body, thereby inducing beneficial mutations or enhancing her physical capabilities. With the aid of her extraordinary talent and through her daily practices, Yang Nai has developed her lightning release body flicker technique to a level far surpassing that of her peers. These energy points can also bear the burdens imposed by her eyes on her body, mind, and chakra. This includes the immense fatigue and suffering brought on by the Manjiki Sharingan, as well as the considerable consumption of chakra it entails. It is noteworthy that, like Kakashi Hatake in the original work, who often faced dire circumstances due to the overwhelming burden of Obito's Sharingan, Uchiha Yano, who awakened the Manjiki Sharingan prematurely, faces unimaginable strains on her body, mind, and chakra. However, she is now able to mitigate these burdens through the use of her unique abilities. Yet, the massive depletion of energy points has made her acutely aware that she cannot maintain the Manjiki state indefinitely, even merely activating the Manjiki Sharingan without employing any techniques. The energy points accumulated over the past 2 years allow her to sustain it for only a few hours. Once her energy points are exhausted, she will have to endure the formidable yet burdensome power of the Manjiki. Ayano has also discovered that by expending 5 energy points, she can conduct a comprehensive assessment of her physical condition. Although this ability may seem somewhat superfluous, tonight is a special case, prompting her to check her status as she leaves the Minami shrine. A line of text, focused through the power of her Sharingan, materializes before her eyes. Name: Uchiha Ayano. Title: Young Lady of the Uchiha Clan. Age: 12. Bloodline limit: Manjiki Sharingan. Special ability of Manjiki Sharingan: Mukha Hanabi. Chakra attributes: Lightning, Fire, Wind. Skills in Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Taijutsu, Swordsmanship, etc. Abbreviated ability ratings, using a scale of S, A, B, C, D. E as general indicators: Physical, C. Mental, A. Chakra, B. Ninjutsu, D. Genjutsu, A. Taijutsu, D. Dojutsu, S. Requires energy points to maintain the Manjiki Sharingan. Otherwise, it is challenging to sustain. Bloodline limit: S. Highest displayed is S. Swordsmanship, B. This shadow rank corresponds to the level of Konoha's White Fang, body flicker technique. Chapter 4. The Mightiest Genjutsu? The special ability of the Mangeki. From this, it is evident that our young lady Yano is severely skewed in her skill set, particularly in the realm of ninjutsu, where she ranks at the lower end among ni. In truth, she has had no extra time for training, even with the assistance of her unique ability. She can only focus her limited energy on swordsmanship, genjutsu, and dojutsu. Thus, the question arises, if we disregard the Mangeki Sharingan, can Yano be considered an exceptional ninja? The answer is that at her age, she is indeed a rare prodigy. However, in the world of Naruto, such geniuses, while greatly surpassing their peers, often face untimely demise. Therefore, our Yano is quite averse to being labeled a genius. Moreover, this genius has serious weaknesses, if we exclude the power of the Mangeki Sharingan. At the age of 11, she possesses combat capabilities that could rival a Jonin, especially considering her female physique, even against elite Jonin. If her opponent does not fortuitously belong to a type that counters her, she can hold her own with her troublesome genjutsu and rare swordsmanship. Yet, her inadequacy in ninjutsu remains her most significant shortcoming, making her vulnerable against certain non-genjutsu-based barrier techniques. In terms of overall capability, without activating the Mangeki Sharingan, she falls into the lower tier among Jonin. After all, she has concentrated all her talents on her killing techniques, which center around genjutsu, dojutsu, and swordsmanship. As for ninjutsu, those seemingly mighty techniques like Fire Dragon, Waterfall, and Sandstorm appear rather lackluster to her when weighing chakra consumption against lethality. With a Mangeki at her disposal, she would rather not invest time learning such grandiose yet ineffective ninjutsu, which fail to eliminate formidable foes, and would prefer to wield Susanoo instead. Well, there are numerous reasons. In practical combat conditions, her only reliably executable techniques are Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, and the still-developing Lightning Release Body Flicker Technique. Of course, if she activates the Mangeki Sharingan, bolstered by her unique abilities, and you ask her whether she is confident in battling shadow-level adversaries, our young lady Yano would most likely respond, "I believe I can." Returning to the main topic, why was Uchiha Itachi, reputed to be the strongest of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, defeated by Yano in a single encounter? While the absolute dominance of the Mangeki Sharingan over the ordinary Sharingan played a significant role, Yano has never underestimated this genius, who is a few years her senior. In that brief moment of confrontation, she unleashed her strongest genjutsu. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Yano understands well that genjutsu, regardless of the medium through which it is triggered, be it the conventional direct gaze or more unconventional methods such as sound or even the transmission of a specific gas through the air, ultimately serves one purpose: to assault the opponent's brain through their senses. In other words, if the target is completely oblivious to the external world, akin to a vegetative state, they possess the utmost resistance to genjutsu. Uchiha Itachi, also of the Uchiha clan, is naturally well-versed in these nuances and remains highly vigilant against Yano. Unfortunately, he did not anticipate that Yano would wield the Mangeki Sharingan. And this oversight, coupled with the aforementioned formidable genjutsu, contributed to his downfall. It is known that the activation of genjutsu requires an assault on the external senses to influence the target's brain, and the target is likely to mount significant defenses, such as avoiding eye contact with the caster. Thus, what method could bypass these defenses and launch a direct attack on the brain? Uchiha Yano has provided the answer by manipulating the memory stored within the opponent's mind to launch a counteroffensive against their cerebral domain. This astonishing illusion resides within the unique power of her left eye's kaleidoscope, which not only demands the formidable ocular prowess of the kaleidoscope itself, but also necessitates the mental fortitude and logical reasoning that can only be cultivated through the experience of traversing 2 lifetimes. It is known as Muko Hanakai. Like other special abilities of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, its name is derived from a deity in mythology. Upon closer inspection, the mechanism appears deceptively simple. Based on her past experiences, it entails implanting a Trojan virus before the opponent's defenses are fully activated, allowing for a timely trigger through a specific incantation. To this end, she deliberately initiated her strategy during daylight, a period when Itachi's vigilance is at its nadir. Each seemingly casual utterance crafted by her is a meticulously arranged psychological prompt and guide. At last, just moments ago, she unleashed the full power of her kaleidoscope, ostensibly attempting to forcefully activate the illusion, just as Itachi concentrated all his energy upon the girl's eyes. Little did he realize that the image of the girl stored in his memory was the true weapon, leading him to wholly succumb to the illusion. plunging his consciousness into a state of temporary disarray. Yayoi sauntered to Itachi Uchiha's side, simultaneously manipulating the thoughts of the now defenseless Itachi while softly whispering. I am Itachi Uchiha. I must inform the third Hokage of Danzo's treachery. I am Itachi Uchiha. I must inform the third Hokage of Danzo's treachery. I am Itachi Uchiha. I must inform the third Hokage of Danzo's treachery. This is the voice of Itachi. With his words, his previously unfocused gaze began to sharpen. Ayin vanished from the location using the body flicker technique, racing towards the village. Why not seize the opportunity to eliminate this unstable factor? The answer is simple. A formidable opponent like Itachi possesses exceptional genjutsu abilities, and the life and death crisis he faces would instinctively awaken him. In the original work, there are numerous instances where characters, having been ensnared in genjutsu, do not approach for the finishing blow, but instead continue to employ illusions to assail the opponent's mental fortitude. In other words, temporarily disturbing a person's thoughts with genjutsu is far easier than eradicating the survival instincts honed through countless brushes with death. One need only reference how Kaku managed to awaken from genjutsu and evade the Black Blade. As the eldest daughter of the Uchiha clan, who meticulously considers every move, she certainly does not expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to take Itachi's word at face value. No matter how much trust he has garnered from the Hokage, he is still of Uchiha blood, particularly when it comes to fabricating such information. However, if the scheme of misinformation succeeds, even if it only yields a modicum of effect, momentarily clouding the third Hokage's judgment and preventing him from immediately dispatching forces to rescue the root, this would suffice on a night so critical during a coup. Conversely, should the deception be uncovered, our Uchiha Itachi would face suspicion and even the prospect of imprisonment, regardless of whether the genjutsu is detected. Until the illusion capable of ensnaring a genius like Itachi is fully confirmed as dispelled, no one would dare release him. Thus, an uncertain factor was eliminated under the guise of the Hokage's hand. Furthermore, she harbored another conjecture, or perhaps a plan. Chapter 5. How could one engage in politics amidst such vermin? Within the Hokage's office, as Uchiha Itachi's words fell, almost simultaneously, Mito and T. Karai Kabuto shouted, "Intruder! Seize this traitorous spy!" Suddenly, four masked figures appeared as if conjured from thin air. They were the direct umbu of the Hokage, swiftly encircling Uchiha Itachi and casting glances at the Hokage seated behind the desk. In such matters, their role was merely to obstruct the escape of this suspicious colleague under the orders of the advisors. The precise course of action would await the directives of the third Hokage himself. At that moment, the third Hokage was massaging his temples behind the desk. After a considerable pause, he wearily raised his head, gazing at the young man from the Uchiha clan still kneeling on one knee. Then glanced at the two advisors before inquiring in a deep voice, "Where is Danzo Shimura?" "Lord Danzo is currently unaccounted for. We have dispatched personnel to locate him," replied one of the umbu. "What is the situation outside?" The Hokage continued solemnly. "It appears that members of the Uchiha clan are setting fires and creating chaos, attacking the ninja from our village who are abroad. My subordinates have also heard them claim to be acting on your orders, Lord Hokage, to capture Danzo and his associates." "Humph." The third Hokage emitted a heavy scoff. "What utter nonsense! When have I ever issued such a command?" His gaze wandered through the smoky office before locking onto Uchiha Itachi once more. "Speak. What does the Uchiha clan's police force intend to accomplish?" Surrounded by four umbu, Uchiha Itachi bowed his head and responded solemnly, "Only to eliminate Danzo and his faction who attacked Uchiha Shursui. Nothing else is sought." A flicker of suspicion and disappointment flashed across the elderly Hokage's murky eyes. Weary, he waved his hand, instructing the umbu, "First, detain Uchiha Itachi. He must not be allowed to escape." "Understood." In the face of his former colleagues, Itachi offered no fierce resistance, instead allowing himself to be taken away. Observing this scene, the Hokage's gaze softened slightly. Beside him, T. Karai Kabuto quietly remarked to the Hokage as he watched Itachi's departing figure, "Third Hokage, this situation feels awry." He may have concluded his indecision and betrayed us to align with the Uchiha clan. Before the third could respond, Mito raised an objection. "No, I disagree. If he truly aligned with the Uchiha, as one of their most crucial combatants, why would he come to the Hokage's office? Wouldn't that be akin to leading a sheep into the tiger's den?" Unless his eyes reflected a complex emotion. Sara Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was well aware of what the two advisors were suggesting. Unless this young prodigy from the Uchiha possessed the strength to enter the den of tigers alone and emerge unscathed, even capable of countering them. This was a little-known secret within the Uchiha clan. Yet, as a disciple of the second Hokage, he happened to be privy to such abilities. Unless that young man had awakened such power, ready to coordinate with the external police force at a moment's notice, no, you should not be that kind of person. The third Hokage murmured softly. This statement, however, was overheard by the two advisors beside him. Turning to the Hokage with a reproachful glance, Tsunade remarked, "Third Hokage, given the current perilous situation, we cannot afford to act solely on sentiment. If he truly possesses such power and remains resolute in siding with the Uchiha, it would be prudent to strike first." Just as the third was about to refute his advisor's words, Mitarashi Anko interjected. "Is it possible that he is under the influence of a genjutsu?" Yet, he quickly shook his head in amusement. "What am I saying? He is a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. In terms of ocular prowess, only the former Uchiha Shursui surpasses him. Even the current Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku, would likely find it impossible to cast genjutsu upon him." Having spoken, he shook his head, but Tsunade seized the moment to suggest, "Perhaps we should summon members of the Hyuga clan for confirmation." At this juncture, the captain of the Umbu squad spoke up. "Lord Hokage, the Umbu directly under your command has not included any members of the Hyuga clan on duty today. It seems only members of Danzo's root organization may include them. The other Hyuga clan members are likely either on patrol or within the confines of their estate." Upon hearing this, Tsunade let out a cold snort. It has been over half an hour since the disturbance arose in the southeast of Konoha. The Hyuga clan, despite being nearby, remains secluded behind closed doors. Under the direct authority of the Hokage, not a single member from Konoha's two principal clans has come forth to heed the call. This is. Upon concluding her statement, she cast a seemingly casual glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose expression had darkened increasingly. Beside him, Mito came and spoke ominously, suggesting that the members of the Hyuga clan would likely only engage once the situation clarified. For a prominent family, such a strategy of self-preservation could indeed be deemed prudent. Yet for the village as a whole, this might not bode well. There was an implicit suggestion in his words, hinting at a potential assault on the Hyuga clan during this critical juncture. The captain of the Hokage's direct Umbu squad, who stood by awaiting orders, felt an overwhelming urge to render himself deaf, wishing to shield himself from the incendiary and targeted rhetoric emanating from these esteemed figures. The core combat strength of Konohagakure had dwindled significantly amid the relentless strife and power struggles, with the Uchiha clan, the foremost family of Konoha, now in open rebellion. And Shimura Danzo yet to make an appearance, rumors of his treachery circulated throughout the village. Now, this advisor to the Hokage was audaciously directing his ire towards the remaining dutiful members of the Hyuga clan, who, in the wake of their clan leader's demise, chose to endure in silence. What had become of the once wise and sagacious Hokage? How could he navigate the intricacies of politics alongside such vermin? It was no wonder that the state of Konoha continued to deteriorate. Third Hokage, the time has come for you to make a decisive move. Should you not swiftly dispatch someone to quell this Uchiha rebellion? Yet a flicker of hesitation crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged visage. The only certainty he possessed was the unmistakable intent of the Uchiha clan. And even the double agent he had long placed within their ranks had now become unreliable. Years have passed, and he must assign another task to Itachi to investigate the suspected mastermind behind the Ninetales incident linked to the Uchiha clan, yet there has been no progress. One wonders if Itachi has completely forsaken his allegiance to the Uchiha clan, casting aside the spirit of the will of fire, and instead choosing to succumb to his bloodline, deliberately concealing the truth regarding the powerful ocular abilities of the Uchiha members. Currently, the Hokage is only aware that the Uchiha clan has rebelled, but remains oblivious to the extent of their capabilities that embolden such insurrection. As for Danzo and his root organization, although he had sensed some of Danzo's maneuvers even before he became Hokage, his awareness has only intensified since assuming the role. While some of Danzo's actions were indeed carried out with his tacit approval, one must question whether such methods were excessively ruthless. Moreover, even without his consent, would Danzo have refrained from taking action? In this timeline, under the Hokage's acquiescence, following the failure of Danzo's attack on Shursui, Danzo insisted on a thorough search of the Uchiha clan's stronghold, even proposing preemptive measures against them. Ultimately, their differing opinions led to a significant rift, culminating in the dismissal of Danzo from his advisory position, thereby publicizing their discord. Chapter 6. The Path of the Great Clans. Furthermore, the third Hokage recalled that once again, it was under his tacit approval that Danzo had orchestrated the demise of not just the Uchiha clan, but also the young prodigy of Konoha, Shursui Uchiha. However, the reports from Root revealed neither the discovery of Shursui's body nor his eyes. It was only when the Uchiha clan publicly announced his death that questions arose. Where are those Manjiki Sharingan? How many members of the Uchiha clan have awakened its power? This evening presents the greatest uncertainty. It would be prudent to observe the developments here and ascertain the extent of the unfaithful Danzo's hidden cards. With this thought, the Hokage made up his mind and commanded, amidst the astonished gazes of the two advisors, relay orders to all directly affiliated guard units to resolutely hold the Hokage building. Additionally, inform the various clans of the ninja village that the Uchiha clan's reckless actions today were undertaken without the Hokage's authorization and constitute an act of rebellion. They must swiftly dispatch combat forces to gather at the Hokage building. What about Danzo's side? And the route? Shall we abandon them to their fate? Questioned Shikamaru. Rashly providing support could easily fall into the rebels' traps. If they dare to attack, they likely have already set their plans in motion. Let us not forget the Ninetales incident. At this moment, he seemed to have an epiphany. I almost lost my senses. We cannot afford to lose the Jinchuriki. Dispatch elite forces to bring Naruto as well. Disperse. Several figures scattered in all directions. The scattered flames within the village painted the clouds above in hues of orange and red, while those clouds reflected the light back down, illuminating the night even further. In the elegantly adorned courtyard of the Hyuga clan, complete with exquisite rocks and flowing water, the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, stood silently, arms folded, gazing at the flock of crows startled into flight by the raging flames overhead. Behind him, awakened members of the Hyuga clan arrived in succession, gathering behind their leader, awaiting his orders, hoping he would guide them through this crisis. Clan leader, one of the clan members spoke. The Hokage requests that all Hyuga clan members affiliated with the Umbu return immediately for deployment. Silence lingered in response, as Hyuga Hayashi continued to stare at the clouded sky filled with crows, remaining uncommunicative. Clan leader. The forehead of the clan member began to bead with cold sweat. Yet he pressed on. Hyuga Hayashi, however, seemed oblivious, as veins began to surface around his eyes, channeling his Byakugan to its fullest potential. At this moment, he discerned the Uchiha clan's ninjas racing through the village, creating chaos to the best of their abilities. Yet, Hinata Hizashi had yet to witness any forces loyal to the Hokage intervening to thwart their actions. All he encountered were sporadic resistances from other leaf ninjas. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze, his eyes returning to normal, and turned to glance indifferently at the clansmen behind him, inquiring, "Is the Hokage's envoy still present?" One of the clansmen replied, "Yes, he is still waiting in the hall." "Should we?" Hinata Hizashi, however, averted his gaze and began to pace in the courtyard. There was no rush. Let him wait for the time being. Upon hearing this, many clansmen displayed expressions of astonishment, while some astute individuals seemed to grasp the underlying implications, their eyes becoming erratic. Despite their lack of pupils, a flicker of insatiable ambition shone within them. Some even began to whisper among themselves, unable to contain their impatience. As the second largest family grounded in the Leaf Village for many years, the Hyuga clan, much like small creatures sensing an impending disaster before an earthquake, could feel the ominous clouds gathering over the village. For several days, the Hyuga clan members had found various excuses to evade the shifts of the Hokage's direct Umbu forces, leaving only highly independent root members and the patrols stationed at the village's borders. However, even he, who had long prepared for any eventuality, could not help but be taken aback by the audacity and madness of the Uchiha clan. He pondered what had emboldened them to attempt to challenge the strength of an entire village, a feat even the mightiest Uchiha could not achieve. He closed his wide eyes, which reflected the flickering flames, and inadvertently, a figure almost identical to himself, save for the glaring caged bird mark on his forehead, materialized before him. It was his twin brother, Hinata Hizashi. Since that incident, memories of their childhood together, those cherished moments, the guilt stemming from his brother being designated as a branch family member merely because he was born a few minutes later, and the helplessness and self-reproach he felt when punishing his brother had lingered in his heart. Had it not been for that event, he might have unhesitatingly urged his clansmen to suppress this mad family that sought to challenge an entire village. Yet now, in a village where even his own kin could not find protection, what was the worth of shedding blood? He seemed to murmur absent-mindedly, only to be jolted awake by the implications of his own words. Turning to look, he found his clansmen, some dazed, others fidgeting, had indeed heard him. He hastily rectified. "From this night onward, our Hyuga clan shall become the foremost clan in the Leaf Village. The Uchiha clan will cease to exist. Therefore, as the strongest in the village, all of you must exercise utmost caution in your words and actions, lest you err. Adhere strictly to the clan leader's orders." He addressed a nearby clansman. "Go inform the Hokage's envoy that the clansmen should return to their posts in the Umbu, stating that distinguishing friend from foe has taken too long." With that he sighed, his silhouette gradually disappearing behind the rockery of the courtyard. never to mention the matter of sending additional troops to the Hokage's building. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded among the various clans within the Leaf Village, with the exception of those fiercely loyal to the Hokage and steadfast in the will of fire. Everyone sought to preserve their own safety before the situation became clearer. This was a choice inevitably made by any prominent family in any realm or timeline, seeking to ensure their continued existence amidst potential turmoil. If years ago, when the Cloud Village attempted to infiltrate the Leaf to kidnap Hinata Hanabi, they had failed, resulting in the head of the Hyuga family being compelled, under internal pressure, to surrender his twin brother's corpse, masquerading it as a suicide to atone. The major clans of the Leaf could not escape a sense of shared grief. The Uchiha clan's rationale for instigating conflict was perfectly timed, as they were a family largely rejected and despised by the village. They directed their aggression towards another entity equally loathed by the majority, the hidden figure of Danzo Shimura. At this moment, many clans secretly hoped for the mutual destruction of the two parties. Thus, a peculiar state arose where few gathered around the Hokage, with most clans merely watching from afar, retreating into their own domains, leaving the village in disarray. Chapter 7. Which Leaf Village? Boom. A heat wave and a burst of flames erupted beside the girl, causing the sleeves of her clothing and the hem of her skirt to billow. In the illumination of the flames, her small face, with hair flying wildly, bore no expression. Second form of the greatsword technique, waterfall slash. She cried, her blade cutting through the air with a force capable of severing water and splitting currents. A root member, hands poised to perform a jutsu, suddenly halted, and immediately. A masked head, along with several fingers still forming seals, soared into the sky. The offense and defense at the root headquarters had been ongoing for some time. If the leaf were likened to a towering tree, then the root, led by Danzo, represented the deep roots embedded in the soil. Over the years, as the leaves flourished, the roots delved ever deeper. They stood now at the entrance of the root, where the surrounding structures had been reduced to rubble by ninjutsu and explosive tags, revealing a dark, gaping hole amidst the debris. The previous incident had already seen the 11th root member encircled and eliminated by the Uchiha, and now, that ominous void remained eerily silent. Indeed, Danzo had begun to conceal the bodies here, likely intending for us to clash head-on with the third Hokage, hoping to see both sides suffer and thereby enhance his own power. Fortunately, the clan leader had long been prepared. The leading Uchiha, a man with graying hair tied in a ponytail, shouted, "Execute the contingency plan immediately." With his command, several Uchiha members retrieved dark, red-threaded scrolls from behind them. These scrolls, marked with the Uchiha clan's emblem, bore a bold red forbidden symbol, signifying their extraordinary provenance. As the Uchiha members sprang into action, they unfurled the scrolls and swiftly hurled them towards the dark entrance, akin to discarding hand grenades set to explode. What is this? The girl's Sharingan narrowed slightly, already discerning the nature of the items. Those were the Uchiha clan's ancestral treasures, sealed with the fire sealing technique, containing the black flames of Amaterasu. With a wailing, ghostly sound, the ominous black flames erupted, spreading forth within the cavern. Yuna even felt the surrounding light dim momentarily in the presence of the black flames. Suddenly, at the very entrance about to be engulfed by Amaterasu's flames, a figure of a root member emerged, completely enveloped in black flames, save for his mask. Yet, he still flew out unnaturally. Beside him, Uchiha Munin, acting as their temporary commander, seemed to sense something amiss and shouted, "Attack!" The Uchiha clan members around showcased their abilities, some utilizing wind-enhanced shurikens, while others, under the high-speed dynamic vision afforded by their varying tomo in the Sharingan, hurled kunai bound with explosive tags. Some even resorted to direct fire techniques to launch a collective assault. Boom! A burst of flames erupted at the entrance of the tunnel. Wind release, vacuum wave. The flames and smoke were swept away by the raging winds. These assaults evidently failed to inflict harm upon the individual from the root organization. The man, possessing a head of short black hair, was ensconced in bandages that enveloped his entire body and half of his face, all enclosed within a gray robe, none other than Shimura Danzo himself. To my astonishment, the Uchiha clan harbors such arcane techniques within their ranks. I have indeed underestimated you. Danzo discarded the nearly incinerated body of the root member, which he had employed as a shield, casting it aside into the distance. With his remaining left eye, he surveyed the dozens of Uchiha surrounding him and coldly remarked. Behind him, a shadowy contingent of 10 or more Umbu members seized the opportunity to escape, as the Amaterasu flames had not yet completely sealed the entrance. Observing this, Uchiha Sono turned to a companion behind him and nodded. The individual, understanding the cue, retrieved a specially crafted firework from his back. Exhaling a plume of flame, he ignited it. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, the firework ascended into the illuminated night sky before erupting in a dazzling display, a vivid red character resembling, signifying that the operation had transitioned into its second phase. Do they possess any further contingencies? Danzo made no effort to impede this development. Instead, he cast a final glance at the Uchiha and struck his staff firmly against the ground, softly murmuring, "I have long desired to inquire about a particular matter concerning your Uchiha clan." Uchiha Susanoo replied, "What is it that you wish to know?" As death approaches, Danzo's gaze, sharp as a blade, responded coldly, "What I have never comprehended is the audacity of your Uchiha clan to challenge the entirety of Konoha with the strength of your clan." Before Susanoo could respond, a girl at his side, appearing no older than 11 or 12 and adorned in an exquisite kimono, could not contain her laughter. She bent over in mirth, maintaining this posture for a considerable time before straightening up amidst the collective gaze of the assembly, delicately pointing her slender finger towards all directions of the village. "I, too, have a question for you, Lord Danzo. Which Konoha are you referring to?" The surrounding individuals were taken aback by her words, bewildered by the notion of multiple Konoha ninja villages. Stepping forward, the girl spoke eloquently, her voice amplified by the effects of ninjutsu. "As far as I am aware, there exist two Konoha. One Konoha ninja village was established through the collaboration of the Senju and Uchiha clans, led by two ambitious and visionary leaders whose genius surpassed that of their predecessors, wielding unparalleled strength. Upon her inception, the world, which had endured a millennia of stability, underwent a cataclysmic transformation due to her will. Every venerable clan, steeped in tradition for centuries, sought to join this collective in pursuit of safety and protection. This ninja village occupies the most fertile and splendid land in the world. It thrives upon this land, which she has named the Land of Fire, like the newly risen sun. She has instituted all new rules within this realm, bringing an end to the dark history of vendettas that have plagued the great clans for millennia. This village boasts the most formidable tailed beasts as its backing. When she speaks, none dare to sit idly and listen. Under the might of the Uchiha and Senju clans, even the shadows of other ninja villages, mere imitators of the rules we have established, can only cower on the ground, beseeching us for a share of the power of the tailed beasts. For they are acutely aware that their existence, along with that of their ninja villages, is solely due to our shadow's desire for them to endure. Thus, as we, the people, grow accustomed to the most opulent life on earth, we can still derive affirmation from our neighbors. This ninja village is the one my ancestors spoke of, the one your ancestors recounted to you, and it is the very path of thorns destined for turbulence that our Uchiha clan treads upon, leading to the village hidden in the leaves. However, her gaze swept across the surroundings, astutely discerning the multitude of eyes lurking in the shadows behind the flames. Observing this very scene, she understood well that a significant portion of the ninja village was attuned to her words. Confronted by the alternating hues of embarrassment on Danzo's face and the astonishment of the gathered crowd, the young girl continued her verbal onslaught. "Yet, I am aware that, regrettably, another Konoha exists in this world. The ninja village attempts to disguise itself as a mouse, or rather, it yearns to be a mouse, so it can survive in the dark corners. This village directs all the violence meant for external threats onto its own kin. It shamelessly bows to the enemy ninjas who infiltrate to steal the bloodline limits, even sacrificing the life of its own clan leader's brother, offering his disguised corpse to quell a war that should have been a righteous defense, merely out of fear that the interests of a few individuals might be jeopardized. Yet, amidst all this, some among us still proclaim, 'Look how powerful we are.' It takes the combined might of other villages to confront us. Indeed, strong as the Leaf's White Fang, the four great ninja villages, with their hundreds of thousands of ninja, have been unable to achieve what some of our own accomplished in a single night. In this village, dignity has never existed, not even for a day. The monuments forged by the blood of our ancestors are pretended to be honored, yet they dare not even glance at them, for they know such an act would bring them shame. Yet it is this very village that callously plots against its own heroes returning from war, greedily seizing the power of the bloodline limit from Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui, the pride of the Leaf, the heir of the Will of Fire within the Uchiha clan, was murdered 4 years ago in broad daylight, by those he vowed to protect with his life and cherished with all his youth, sacrifice, and courage, murdered by you, and the unseen hands behind you, Shimura Danzo. It was you 4 years ago who, with bloodied hands, attempted to gouge out his bright eyes. Do you remember the boy's gaze? Can you deny it before the spirits of past Hokage? What you desired was not merely his bloodline limit, but his power. I know that this power is what you, like a hungry mouse lurking in shadows, covet. But I also understand that it is not just that. You fear him. You fear the brilliance that emanates from him, You fear the pure white flames that ignite in his eyes as he defends the so-called will of fire, which compelled you to hastily extract his eyes. You are terrified of the ugly reflection that appears in his gaze. This is a ninja village that is unwilling to shed even a single drop of blood in a foreign war for dignity or to protect the lives of its clan members. Yet it cruelly sacrifices the very flesh and blood that has grown beneath the shade of its own parents, the strongest power, the Uchiha clan. Offering its flesh and blood upon the altar, even though too many innocent infants, naive children, expectant mothers, and elders who have devoted their lives to safeguarding this village are among them. Still, this village would proclaim, I am willing. Yes, it is willing to sacrifice all that is pure and beautiful, merely to sustain the existence of this vile ninja village for even one more day, without hesitation. But at this very moment, we declare, there will be no new day. After tonight, when the sun rises in the east, this ugly ninja village will vanish like phantoms hiding in the dark, dissipating in the morning light. This is the Uchiha clan's resolute repudiation of this ninja village through the most violent of actions. And when all is said and done, future history will record the Leaf Village, a village of the despicable, a village where the personal dignity and familial honor of all are rendered worthless. Yet it imposes its notion of the supreme will of fire upon them, a village where the wise, like the legendary Sannin, are discarded without a second thought, while the vile, like Danzo, ascend through treachery, a village where the elderly cling to life and power, while the youth recklessly sacrifice themselves in battle, a village where everyone repays kindness with malice, speaks sweetly while harboring venomous intent, envies the talented, and bullies the weak. A village where every individual calculates in silence, yet never voices their thoughts. A village that, when it says, for my sake, please sacrifice, as it offers up an individual or a family, the remaining populace secretly rejoices. At least it wasn't me. This is a village that one day you will realize has abandoned you all, and ultimately, it is a village destined to be forsaken by everyone. Chapter 8. Shock. The figures that once stirred in the darkness seem to have fallen silent at this moment. The burning Leaf Village can only hear the crackling of flames consuming wood and the cawing of crows in the sky. Danzo remains standing, but half of his face, exposed beyond the bandages, flickers between shades of blue and white in the firelight, his expression grim as though he has lost a crucial relative, though in truth, he may have none of any significance left. Beside Uchiha Yano, the captain chosen to lead tonight as first wave of assault, Uchiha Munio wears a baffled expression. Despite having heard of his clan's lady's eloquence and sharp tongue, he never anticipated she could deliver such a lengthy and cogent speech. He was unaware of the depths of evil that resided in the Leaf Village, nor did he grasp the righteous role his family played this night. Had he truly lived in a false Leaf Village for nearly 50 years? As self-doubt crept into Munio's mind, other Uchiha clan members experienced a strange, indescribable emotion swelling within them. Were we not to stage a coup tonight? Why does it seem, upon Ayano's words, that we are embarking on the greatest endeavor in the history of the ninja world? At a distance, Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, who had been observing from afar, also heard the young lady's impromptu speech. His face was as stoic as water, but the veins in his clenched fist betrayed his agitation. Clearly moved by many of the speech's points, struggling to contain his emotions. In the Hokage building, the captain of the Umbu team, hidden behind his mask, twisted his face in response to the girl's words. He mused that had she used her oratory skills to run for the next Hokage, he might have been compelled to vote for her arguments were utterly irrefutable, logical, and convincing. With this thought, he discreetly glanced at the third Hokage and the two advisors beside him. Their expressions were as dark as could be, were it not for the certainty that these three elders lacked any bloodline limits. He might have suspected they were contemplating some ocular technique to eliminate the girl from thousands of meters away. The third Hokage's hand, which grasped his pipe, tightened and then slowly relaxed. Initially, he thought the Hokage intended to bring the pipe to his lips for a puff, but Hiruzen ultimately did nothing. Placing his hand back down, he opened his mouth but could not utter a single word. Next to him, Tsunade displayed an expression akin to seeing a ghost. As if she had just returned to her senses from the shock, her aged voice immediately crying out, "Damn it!" A young girl in her teens, who had never participated in any significant missions or wars, had been nurtured as a lady of the clan, occasionally visiting the police force for attendance. Where had she acquired such stirring oratory skills? Could it be that the teachings of the Uchiha clan imparted such talents to their children? The natives of the Naruto world had never witnessed a speech of this caliber. This was the very essence distilled from countless famous speeches of her previous life. When had the inhabitants of this world encountered such mastery of verbal persuasion? It was as if she could turn black into white with her words. Beside her, Mito Gate-in frowned and spoke, "Regardless, tonight's coup must ultimately rely on strength, Mere eloquence is of no use. Observing his apparent abandonment of the effort to outwit the Uchiha heiress with rhetoric, the captain of the Umbu team silently scoffed. Of course, how could he not give up? Did he not see that even the third Hokage, who perpetually preached the will of fire, remained silent? Why did he not speak? Was he afraid that uttering a word would expose the disparity in their verbal skills, thereby shattering the coherent logic he had painstakingly constructed? Or was it possible that the heiress had indeed struck upon some hidden truth? Meanwhile, in the distance, upon receiving the signal of fireworks, Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, was drawn by the girl's speech regarding the coup. Strangely, this group paused atop a rooftop, quietly listening instead of rushing to the battlefield. At that moment, Fugaku's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, akin to a spilled jar of mixed flavors. On one hand, he was astonished by the girl's prodigious eloquence. On the other, he had to concede that her impassioned speech could ignite the fervor within the clan far more effectively than his own pre-battle mobilization. One glance at the expressions of his clansmen behind him revealed that they were stirred, brimming with enthusiasm, eager to rush forth and assist the Uchiha heiress in overthrowing the decayed ninja village. Was the goal merely to eradicate Danzo? Why had it escalated to a complete upheaval of the ninja village? Something felt amiss. Yet, as the clan leader, he was ambivalent. The excellence of this junior made him uneasy, especially since the girl's father was his staunchest adversary. If such a talented individual were to surpass the disobedient Itachi, he felt as though he had begun to regard Yano as someone else's child. The pride he had accumulated due to the clan's prodigy, Uchiha Itachi, seemed to have dissipated into thin air. If such a person were to inherit his father's legacy and become his own adversary in the future, what a predicament that would be. Is there any way to resolve this conundrum? Perhaps it would be better to let her and Itachi. No, that won't do. Given that young lady's temperament and disposition, Itachi would likely become her puppet. As for myself, about to assume the role of the fifth Hokage, I have already resolved to pass the Hokage position to Itachi, appointing him as the sixth Hokage. How could a Hokage be manipulated by a woman? Maybe I should consider having Sasuke take on this burden. Age is not a significant issue. She is merely 2 years older than Sasuke. With this thought, the clan leader sighed softly under the bewildered gazes of his clansmen, who, in their excitement, had inadvertently activated their Sharingan while listening to the impassioned speech. Forgive me, my child, for my shortcomings. I had originally envisioned you succeeding Itachi as the seventh Hokage, but it seems this heavy responsibility must now fall on Itachi's child. By the way, what shall we name Itachi's first child? As the grandfather in this situation, both clan leader and Hokage, do I not hold some sway over this decision? Perhaps. Our esteemed Uchiha clan leader has managed to contemplate the future for the next several years within mere seconds, revealing a rather rich inner monologue. Chapter 9. The Aftermath. Meanwhile, many ninjas in the Hidden Leaf Village, who lacked the backing of prominent clans, found themselves utterly bewildered by the young lady's speech. So, we have been living in such a veritable hell of a ninja village. Had it not been for the words of the Uchiha heiress awakening us, we might have continued to live in ignorance of this hellish existence. If our lives can be deemed hellish, what must be said of those in other ninja villages? In a dimly lit alley, another individual listened intently to the young lady's address. Cloaked in shadows beneath a dark robe and wearing a mask, he appeared to absorb every word, his urgency suggesting he had replayed her sentiments in his mind countless times. His trembling form seemed profoundly moved, suddenly adopting a posture of anguished howling towards the heavens, though he deliberately suppressed his voice, producing only a strangled cry. Bathed in moonlight, this individual, lost in a fantastical reverie, found himself shedding tears of emotion, though. Wait, how could one shed just a solitary tear? Surely, the author must have erred. Before her transmigration, the young lady had cultivated a perception of the world of Naruto. How could one call themselves a ninja without engaging in verbal sparring before battle, especially in pivotal confrontations? Lengthy exchanges of words were the norm. As she prepared to confront Danzo, she naturally felt compelled to engage in a verbal duel, an act that clearly aligned with the spirit of a ninja. Why then did everyone remain so silent? What was amiss? Was it this world, or perhaps myself? No. I could never be at fault. Thus, it must be these onlookers who were in error. Could it be that my words inadvertently cast a vast illusion upon them? Are they now ensnared in some grand genjutsu? This reaction took the young girl by surprise. Could something be amiss? In her previous life, she had immersed herself in various online forums for over a decade as a formidable keyboard warrior. She had meticulously studied the speeches of prominent figures from the last century to this one, paying close attention to their facial expressions, body language, and cinematic techniques. Among these figures was a certain artist from the previous century, Known for his penchant for painting on military maps and his occasional outbursts, this was a focal point of her research. After enduring the brutalities of the information age, she had transformed into a girl possessing what could be described as near-legendary prowess in verbal sparring. Yet, had her previous display been a touch excessive? In the Uchiha clan, she was also renowned for her sharp tongue and eloquence. Did not Itachi, upon seeing her, instinctively wish to distance himself? Therefore, according to her plan, after unleashing a torrent of scathing remarks about Danzo and the current state of Konoha, she expected her opponents to adhere to the script and retaliate with counterarguments. She anticipated a barrage of vague yet grandiloquent phrases about the will of fire, belief in the village, camaraderie, love, bonds, and friendship, words that would merely serve to generate verbose rhetoric for the AI to refute her claims. However, the current scenario appeared somewhat off. Where were those who should oppose her? She had just ruthlessly lambasted Konoha in their presence. Where were the narrations and commentary? Why did that decrepit old man seem poised to take action? Our young lady, Yano, believed she had thoroughly decimated Konoha with her words, unaware that her mere verbal onslaught was already a form of mercy compared to what Konoha intended. Before her stood Shimura Danzo, whose expression had shifted from one of extreme displeasure to a semblance of normalcy, yet this normal visage bore the same grimace as before. Nevertheless, his demeanor had transformed, indicating a newfound seriousness. He had discarded his cane and outer garments and was methodically unraveling the bandages around his arms, leaving only his hands and forearms still swathed. It resembled the prelude to a brawl in a gangster film, devoid of Sharingan or first Hokage cells, though one could only speculate about the state of his hands. At this moment, as he unwound the bandages, it became evident that he sought greater ease of movement. Only then did our gentle Yano realize that her competitor in verbal dueling was merely 9 years old, likely having consumed expired instant noodles and spoiled milk in some forgotten corner, trembling in a dilapidated restroom while attempting to perform the jutsu of the 5 grains rebirth. Forgive our Yano, she unconsciously resumed her verbal sparring in her mind. The girl failed to recognize that a meaningful exchange of words could only occur when both parties were somewhat evenly matched in verbal prowess. Her previous display had been so overwhelmingly potent that it had effectively ended the contest, causing everyone to opt for action over words. Moreover, the individual before her was none other than the taciturn Danzo, who, despite having spoken at length in the original battles due to the constraints of narrative, clearly had no intention of engaging in dialogue now. As a ninja, one could talk excessively. But the man who had been relegated in her mind to the status of a blundering old fool, the former Hokage advisor and shadow of the ninja world, Shimura Danzo, coldly intoned, "It seems I should have dealt with dangerous individuals like you sooner. Now that you have finished your speech, may I request your departure from this world?" Upon hearing this, Yano instinctively took a step back, seeking refuge behind Captain Uchiha Zonan, hoping that he would draw the ire and fire away from her. The expression on Zonan's face was peculiar, a blend of relief and an unspoken sense of duty, as though he had been somehow empowered by her earlier monologue. He turned to her, assuring, "Do not worry. When the fighting begins, I will handle Danzo. You are the future of the Uchiha clan, a prodigy of our house, and I will go to great lengths to protect you." Hearing this, Yano felt no guilt. Instead, she cunningly retreated another 2 steps behind Captain Zonan, positioning herself in an even safer spot. Chapter 10. The battle commences in an instant. Danzo swiftly retrieved several shuriken from his waist, infusing them with wind chakra before deftly hurling them in rapid succession. These wind-infused shuriken whistled through the air, striking at high speed from cunning angles. However, for the Uchiha clan, endowed with the dynamic prowess of the Sharingan, evading such erratic trajectories was hardly a challenge. Yet, the brief respite gained through evasive maneuvers provided Danzo with ample opportunity. Summoning technique, Dream Taper. Danzo formed several intricate seals, conjuring one of his signature abilities, the Dream Taper, upon the rubble-strewn ground. In this original work, the spirit beast met its demise in a most distressing manner. It bore long, yellow-white whiskers, tiger-like claws, and a trunk akin to that of an elephant. Its orange-yellow back loomed large, resembling a small mountain, much smaller than the figures depicted in the comics Young Nai had seen in her previous life, yet it still dominated the space upon its appearance, wreaking havoc and obliterating countless houses in its vicinity. Shimura Danzo leapt down from the back of the dream beast, charging directly toward Yang Nai and Uchiha Munin. Despite his seemingly decrepit exterior, his movements were astonishingly swift. As he advanced, he unleashed a barrage of wind-based jutsu, wind release, vacuum wave, from his mouth, releasing gas that sliced through the air with deadly precision, carving deep gorges into the ground. The wind chakra, sharp as a scythe, surrounded the young girl and Uchiha Munin from all angles. Earth release, earth flow wall. Munin rapidly formed hand seals, slamming his earth chakra into the ground, causing a towering wall of earth to erupt from the rubble, successfully blocking the scythe-like attacks. However, amidst the swirling dust, both of their Sharingan caught sight of Danzo's rapidly approaching figure, whose speed had seemingly increased beyond previous measures. In an instant, realization dawned on the girl. The earlier vacuum wave and the feigned speed were merely illusions. This unforeseen rapid advance was the true lethal strike, testament to his extensive combat experience as a rogue ninja. Munin instinctively reached for the kunai strapped to his back, but the girl was quicker. Her Sharingan calculated that if she did not intervene, Munin would likely suffer severe injury or worse from the strike. Her beautiful eyes sharpened with determination as she drew her katana, propelling herself forward with a few swift steps. First style of the katana flow, Flying Dragon. The blade, enveloped in chakra, seemed to resonate with a dragon's roar, propelling her high into the air to intercept Danzo's charge. In an instant, Yang Nai's katana, wrapped in crimson chakra, collided with Danzo's specially designed wind shuriken, resulting in a series of violent clashes that reverberated through the ears of all present. Utilizing her Sharingan's enhanced perception, the girl consistently outpaced Danzo, her blade slicing through fabric, hair, flesh, and ultimately leaving several deep gashes across his arms and abdomen, while she remained unscathed. Realizing that his once proud melee skills were being utterly overwhelmed by this young Uchiha, Danzo recognized his miscalculation. He intended to retreat and unleash his more familiar ninjutsu. But this intention did not escape Yang Nai's notice. Second style of the katana flow, Crouching Dragon. In an instant, the girl's swordplay transformed. Her previously light and ethereal blade now bore a heavier, more grounded presence, its strikes becoming denser and more formidable, preventing Danzo from escaping. Just as she prepared to further test her opponent's capabilities, a tremendous roar echoed through the air, the kind only a massive beast could produce. Yang Nai quickly understood what was happening as a powerful suction force emanated from behind her. Countless stones and debris were being drawn away by the spirit beast. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo distanced himself and unleashed another wave of wind release, vacuum wave toward Yang Nai. Yang Nai was acutely aware of how this technique was countered in the original work by Sasuke. Yet this was precisely her greatest shortcoming. She only possessed basic ninjutsu and had not mastered the advanced techniques she had previously dismissed as grand but weak. Consequently, the girl, who had seemed to dominate the close combat against Danzo, found herself at a disadvantage due to this limitation. The immense suction from the spirit beast rendered her movement sluggish, while Danzo's wind-based assaults approached her with uncanny precision, threatening even her partial Susanoo. Frustratingly, her significant lack of specialization had indeed become a hindrance. It appeared she would need to find time to properly enhance her ninjutsu skills. She did not seek the aid of her clan members at this moment, as Uchiha Te and Uchiha Ino were preoccupied with their own adversaries. Given the circumstances, she resolved to use her trump card without revealing it. Lightning release, body flicker technique, like thunder. In a flash of lightning, the girl vanished from her original position, reappearing at a greater distance. A network of electric arcs enveloped her form, the result of her Sharingan's dynamic vision combined with the lightning release enhancing her cellular response, allowing for instantaneous movement. The flash of lightning was merely an afterimage of her rapid motion. Is that the body flicker technique of lightning release? This Uchiha brat proves to be quite troublesome. I cannot let her escape now, Danzo thought, as the spirit beast seemed to understand its master's intent and adjusted its massive form to continue altering the range of its suction. Meanwhile, Yang Nai had utilized her body flicker technique to reach Uchiha Munin's side. She drove her blade against a root member entangled with Munin, whispering urgently, "How many of those sealing scrolls for Amaterasu do you have left?" Munin cast a sidelong glance at her, surprised that she could accurately name the technique associated with that terrifying black flame, having only heard of it from the clan leader before their mission commenced. That scroll was already in short supply. I've used them all up, he replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. The girl furrowed her brow. We must find a way to deal with that beast. Otherwise, the situation will become exceedingly dire. Munin, however, remained nonchalant. Miss, our objective is to stall Danzo until the clan leader arrives. Until then, my priority is to ensure your safety. Yang Nai intended to say more, but suddenly, a colossal fireball surged toward them from a distance, casting their surroundings into stark black and white. Fire release, great fire annihilation. This was the first time she had witnessed such a powerful fire technique. Its scale was something she had only seen in the original work. Though it could not compare to the exaggerated displays of Uchiha Madara, it was formidable enough that she instinctively raised an arm to shield her face. Even through her mask, Yang felt the terrifying heat. As the smoke cleared, the heat lingered. The spirit beast was struck directly by this jutsu, its massive form rendering it an excellent target. The entire side of its body was charred, and many flames were drawn into its maw. But it could hold on for only a few moments before dissipating in a plume of white smoke. Munen's expression brightened. It's the clan leader. Lord Fugaku has come to our aid. Chapter 11. Duel of Techniques. Indeed, the newcomer was Uchiha Fugaku. He stood high above, devoid of any Leaf Village insignia. Clad only in a long robe adorned with the Uchiha clan's red and white fan emblem. The turbulent air caused by the intense heat of the flames billowed his garments wildly. With his 3-tomo Sharingan, he gazed coldly at Danzo, stating, Shimura Danzo. For years ago you conspired to murder our clan's young genius, Uchiha Shursui. Prior to this, there were attempts to leverage the root organization to conspire against the current Hokage, and now the time has come for you to face the consequences. In response, there was a profound silence. Danzo quietly gazed into the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku and remarked, Indeed, your clan has plotted rebellion. Alas, my meticulously devised plan has ultimately faltered. And I lament that I could not eliminate this great threat to Konoha, leaving his eyes forever beyond the village's use. Uchiha Fugaku let out a cold snort and commanded, Attack. Behind him, countless shadows flitted by. In the blink of an eye, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted rapidly. As Uchiha Fugaku and his reinforcements from the Uchiha clan joined the fray, one side consisted of Konoha's dark forces, clad in the uniforms of the root organization and adorned with various masks, while the other appeared as though time had rewound to the era before the founding of Konoha. The initial phase of the deceptive battle had concluded, and not a single member of the Uchiha reinforcements arriving from the south shrine donned the Konoha forehead protector. All their ninja tools and attire echoed the times of their ancestors. Everyone moved at high speed, striving to unleash lethal ninjutsu upon their foes while deftly evading the weapons and techniques hurled at them. At the edge of the battlefield, Uchiha Yano, who had stealthily arrived amidst the chaos, now observed everything unfolding with her Sharingan's 3-tomo. She needed to identify a target of significant threat and prioritize its elimination. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Hokage swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed this common ninjutsu at 2 root members standing back to back. Meanwhile, a female Uchiha with a single tomo Sharingan deftly threw a wind-enhanced shuriken, using the cover of the great fireball, a previously injured root member, facing the fireball. Since the incoming wind shuriken too late, despite his desperate attempts to evade, he sustained a grievous wound as the shuriken tore through his black cloak and protective vest. However, in the girl's eyes, a bizarre scene unfolded. The ninja standing back to back with the injured member seemingly developed a sixth sense, evading several wind shurikens with precision. That is the one. The girl's pupils narrowed slightly as she locked onto this high-value target. Lightning release, body flicker technique, flying swallow. Enveloped in lightning, the girl's figure darted forward like a swallow accelerated 1,000-fold, tracing an unusual arc towards her target. She opted not to employ genjutsu to control her opponent first, followed by a lethal strike with her katana. Instead, she chose to engage directly. The lightning release, body flicker technique seamlessly transitioned into the first form of her katana style, Flying Dragon, a combination she had practiced most frequently. The root member seemed to sense something amiss, but his physical reactions lagged just enough for the girl's katana to slice into his back, the bloody tip emerging from his left shoulder's clavicle. Yet, in the next moment, she acutely felt an unusual sensation transmitted through the hilt. Suddenly, the root member before her transformed into a block of wood amidst a puff of smoke. Then, a voice echoed from afar. Now, attack. Yanai's gaze darted towards the source of the sound, her pupils constricting slightly. The hand seals being formed belonged to a secret technique, mind-body switch technique. In an instant, she realized the identity of the masked red-haired root member. He was Yamanaka Kaze, and it was evident who he was calling upon. Sure enough, she witnessed a swarm of black insects approaching like a cloud from the distance. Secret technique, poison dust technique. As meticulously selected members of the root organization, they were a tightly coordinated trio, prepared to counter any ambush from outside the fray. In fact, within Danzo's root organization, there existed a trio, a Hyuga for reconnaissance, Yamanaka Kaze for control, and Yamanaka Torian, who possessed a deadly poison capable of sealing a foe's fate. Together, they theoretically constituted an exceptionally formidable team. Before the onset of this event, it had always been a trap meticulously laid for the high-value target, Uchiha Ayana. Once ensnared by the venomous insects, which, though moving slowly, were enhanced by the secret techniques of the mountain clan, any mortal soul stood no chance of escape. Indeed, As the Wind of the Mountain clan maintained the posture for the mind rotation technique, he observed the swarm of venomous insects encircling the figure of the young girl, executing their rehearsed maneuvers flawlessly, just as they had in countless simulations before. Next, he needed to retract his spiritual energy before the target of his technique was attacked. Otherwise, he too would suffer the repercussions. He would then witness the demise of the girl, who was heralded as the second most talented of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Wait, was this scenario identical to the previous simulations? As a seasoned root ninja, a sudden alarm rang in the depths of his mind. Trusting his instincts, he hastily withdrew his technique and leapt backward. As anticipated, the scene before him shifted in an uncanny manner. The girl, ensnared by the insects, and the surrounding chaos of the battlefield became eerily still, as if someone had pressed the pause button, devoid of any sound. Subsequently, the previously empty surroundings tore apart like a canvas ripped asunder. He beheld the swiftly approaching figure of Uchiha Ayana, as if she were a character stepping forth from the painting, her eyes swirling with a crimson Sharingan, a countdown to the end of his life. The blade in her hand was already drawn. Without affording him a moment to react, he attempted to execute a defensive jutsu, but his hands were abruptly cleaved apart. The next moment, he felt himself lifted high into the air, his red-brown hair swirling around him. The once smooth incision revealed the internal tissues as the muscles contracted instantaneously. His brain, still capable of thought for a few fleeting seconds, faithfully processed the visual feedback. In the dimming light of his vision, he saw his fallen comrades from the Hyuga clan lying on the ground. He also sensed the immense backlash from his previously unleashed spiritual energy. Was this the consequence of the mind rotation technique? Why? This remained his final question. However, as he plummeted to the ground, his red hair soiled by the earth and blood, he received no answers. Chapter 12. The trap. Let us rewind time to a few seconds prior. What had our Uchiha heiress been up to? Quite simply, she had foreseen the presence of two formidable ninjas, Yamashiro Kaze and Yano Takaru, within the ranks of the root organization. Their distinctive appearances made them relatively easy to identify. One was tall with striking hair, while the other, clad in specialized protective gear to conceal his nanoscale venomous insects, was unmistakable, although they wore masks and hoods. This was the real world, where a mere gust from a jutsu or explosion could unveil the details beneath their cloaks. Yet, curiously, neither had utilized their abilities in the preceding battle, leading Ayana to draw a bold conclusion. They had set a trap amidst the chaos of the battlefield. For whom was this trap intended? If one were to liken the entire battlefield to the periphery of a trap, the ninjas engaged in life and death combat were merely the surface camouflages, awaiting the arrival of someone from outside the fray. Thus, since earlier, her eyes had been darting about, searching for the potential presence of the two ninjas' allies and the opportune moment to strike. Upon witnessing the evident display of abilities by a member of the Hyuga clan, she swiftly formulated a hypothesis. The powers of the Hyuga clan, when complemented by the techniques of the Yamashiro and Yano clans, could easily form a triad of vision, control, and output. Realizing this, she decided to turn the tables. Employing her own developed lightning shield instantaneous technique, she, as the flying swallow, plunged into the battlefield, heading straight for the trap. Long before the skirmish commenced, Ayana had already predicted the actions of these individuals based on her ocular prowess. When she resolved to attack the Hyuga clan member who had deliberately exposed his Byakugan ability as bait, she was certain that the prepared adversaries would evade her strike instantaneously. This was where Yamashiro Kaze would employ the mind rotation technique, ensnaring the girl within his prearranged range for an attack, followed by Yano Takaru unleashing the swarm of venomous insects to claim her head. How then did she unravel this scheme? Quite simply, before Kaze was aware that the identity of his clan had been compromised, the girl had already ensnared him in her most cherished illusion technique. The member of the Yamashiro clan was completely unprepared for her sudden assault, failing to detect any anomaly. The illusion merely projected the imagery seen by Kaze's eyes as a simulation derived from Ayana's Sharingan, yet it unfolded a few seconds ahead of reality. Thus, the technique meant to control Uchiha Ayana inadvertently fell upon her ally from the Hyuga clan. At that moment, the bewildered ally was poised to use the body replacement technique. But Ayana did not afford him a moment's reprieve, swiftly dispatching him with a blade. Yano Takaru, noticing the disruption in their coordination, hastily called out a warning. Yet it failed to rouse Kaze from the grips of the illusion. Awakening from the illusion, Kaze felt the backlash of his own mind rotation technique. But alas, it was too late. Mere seconds later, both men met their demise. The trio was left with only Yano Takaru, who did not attempt to seek revenge but instead released the venomous insects as a cover while distancing himself from the girl. Despite the earlier chaos of flashing blades and explosive jutsu, few had perished. Every ninja possessed legs and knew how to flee or evade, and if all else failed, they could rely on other defensive techniques. As for the core of the conflict, Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku merely needed to be cautious of the residual waves from their attacks to ensure their own safety. However, within those fleeting seconds, the so-called elite trio of the Root organization had been swiftly reduced by Uchiha Yano, achieving a double kill. This shocking turn of events drastically undermined the morale of the Root organization. Even Danzo, witnessing this, felt a twitch in his eyelids and grimly clenched his teeth. Two of his most competent subordinates, now lost in a mere encounter, both possessing unique abilities. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been gaining the upper hand in combat, remained unfazed. He erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "Danzo, it appears that the so-called elite ninjas you trained to safeguard Konoha in the shadows pale in comparison to our little girl who spends her days mastering floral arrangements, calligraphy, tea ceremonies, and culinary arts. It seems your organization is truly at its end." Danzo paid no heed to his taunts. Instead, fixing his gaze upon Uchiha Yano and solemnly speaking, "I never expected you, at such a tender age, to be so ruthless and unyielding, dispatching even your fellow villagers with such efficiency." Uchiha Yano remarked with an expression of peculiar disbelief, "It seems that this statement should not originate from you. In your quest to usurp the position of Hokage from Sarutobi Hiruzen, you initially devised a plan to dispatch your subordinates from the Umbu to assassinate him. However, your scheme failed due to Kakashi's awakening, and you were ultimately spared by the third Hokage, retaining your life. Moreover, let us not forget the subsequent incident involving Shursui, where you continuously targeted fellow ninjas from our own village. At your age, shouldn't you engage in some self-reflection?" Chapter 13. Beast. Upon hearing the young woman's words, Shimura Danzo appeared outwardly calm, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. He was astonished that the girl before him was aware of a secret from many years past. It seemed he could no longer allow her to live. "Spare me your bravado, old man. Do you still possess the strength to utter such grandiose declarations?" And I was unafraid in their verbal sparring. Confronted with a weakened version of Danzo, who had yet to demonstrate the power of the Sharingan, utilize would release, or even touch the threshold of shadow-level strength, she felt no trepidation. Uchiha Fugaku intensified his assault on Danzo. The clash of wind and fire chakra resonated violently in the air. As time progressed, Danzo sustained increasing injuries. Even his garments were singed by the great fireball technique unleashed by Uchiha Fugaku. And the number of his fellow organization members dwindled under the relentless siege of the Uchiha clan. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp after launching another great fireball that sent Danzo flying, a sudden green whirlwind stirred beside him. The Konoha whirlwind. In the next instant, Uchiha Fugaku's body was sent hurtling away like a deflated ball, crashing into the remnants of a wall and raising a cloud of dust. The newcomer sported a distinctive watermelon-shaped hairstyle, with black hair and a radiant smile that could reflect light, characterized by thick brows and bright eyes. Clad in the standard attire of a Konoha ninja. Turning back, he offered a smile to the exhausted Danzo, saying, "Lord Danzo, I apologize for my delayed arrival in your aid." Although he claimed to have arrived late, his somewhat dusty attire suggested he had rushed from afar. Nonetheless, he was the first rescuer to appear in the vast village of Konoha. Indeed, only someone like Might Guy would dare to step forward recklessly in such a critical moment. It was known that many unseen eyes in the shadows were observing the unfolding events. Guy turned his back to Danzo and continued, "Lord Danzo, I will take over the next battle. You need not worry." With that, he resolutely advanced toward Uchiha Fugaku. With each step he took, his aura grew increasingly stable. Yet the fire of fury in his eyes intensified. Clenching his teeth, he forced the words from his heart. "Why, Lord Fugaku? Why must you act this way? Why betray the village and everyone? Your clan was the founding pillar and most vital member of this ninja village." Ha, cough, cough. Fugaku, having regained his footing after being struck, stood slowly, laughing heartily amidst his heavy breaths. He shook off the dust from his clothing. Fixing his blood-red Sharingan upon the azure beast of Konoha, enunciating each word with conviction, "You ask why? Our Uchiha clan's path has been obstructed by individuals like you, who remain invisible in our midst yet proclaim to act for the village while ruthlessly extinguishing us without offering aid in our dire moments." He pointed to his Sharingan and continued, "Can your eyes perceive the darkness within Konoha? Perhaps you lack such a gift. But we cannot afford to be blind to the darkness as you are." "Oh, I see." Might Guy slowly closed his eyes. "In that case, Lord Fugaku, I trust you have come to your own realizations." The next moment, his eyes opened, and the gathered intensity of his aura erupted explosively. The third gate of the 8 gates, the open gate, is now unleashed. With a flicker, the distance between them diminished rapidly. The gale generated by his movements caused many to feel as though their faces were pricked by needles. Guy achieved instantaneous movement on par with the body flicker technique. Appearing directly in front of Uchiha Fugaku. Canola Gale. He executed a spinning kick, the speed surpassing Fugaku's ability to track with his Sharingan, sending him soaring into the air. Blood spewing from his mouth. In the next instant, Guy was behind the airborne Uchiha Fugaku. Lee Lotus. He ensnared Fugaku with bandages and spiraled downward, releasing him just before impact. Uchiha Ane could feel the tremor as her clan's leader's head met the ground, watching the rising cloud of dust. The girl couldn't help but internally scoff. Her clan leader boasted grandly, yet how was it that after only a few exchanges, he appeared on the verge of a disastrous coup? Not the celebratory kind of conclusion, but rather one akin to playing with grenades on an airplane. The surrounding Uchiha clan members were left speechless and awestruck by Might Guy's momentarily terrifying physical prowess and explosive power. The morale that had recently surged due to the young woman's speech and their successful assault on the root organization visibly diminished as many exchanged glances, seemingly contemplating a premature retreat. This left Uchiha Yongnai, who had long wished to glimpse the hidden cards of his clan leader, utterly speechless. After all, you are the leader of the foremost clan. Must you truly be so inept as to be bested by an elite Jainin who relies solely on taijutsu? Rendered incapable of lifting his head in defeat? Even the proud Sharingan, a symbol of his lineage, struggled to keep pace with his opponent. It is worth noting that at this moment, Guy had only unlocked the third gate. With such meager strength, how could he harbor the audacity to instigate a coup? Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Two loyal clan members, witnessing their leader seemingly fell to the ground, rushed forth to his aid. One brandished a kunai while the other prepared to unleash ninjutsu, seeking to disrupt Might Guy's movements. However, they were effortlessly sent sprawling by a few of Guy's flying kicks, too trivial to necessitate the use of any techniques. Might Guy expressed his disappointment, saying, "Is this the foundation of your coup tonight?" Without waiting for Uchiha Fugaku's reply, he dashed forward with the swiftness of a meteor. Yet, the body of Uchiha Fugaku, which appeared to be struck down, suddenly transformed into a cloud of white smoke. It was a shadow clone. Where was the true Uchiha Fugaku? As the onlookers cast their bewildered gazes, the girl Esop-toned eyes provided the answer. Above. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. The figure suspended in the sky unleashed a torrent of flames, descending in a fierce conflagration. The members of the Uchiha clan and the remnants of Danzo's organization, reduced to mere strays, scrambled to evade the searing heat, desperately seeking refuge from the inferno. In the center of the attack zone stood Might Guy, who found no such reprieve. He was now targeted by an overwhelming display of destruction. Chapter 14, that is, Susanoo. What just transpired? Under the scrutiny of the girl S. Sharingan, it could be discerned that Uchiha Fugaku remained in his original form until the moment he was struck into the air by Might Guy. However, as he was launched into the air, seemingly devoid of leverage, Fugaku's Sharingan finally caught up with Guy's figure. Thus, he utilized the shadow clone technique and the body flicker technique, allowing the clone to collide with the ground, while the real Fugaku remained suspended in the air, descending slowly and adjusting his angle to draw Might Guy into the range of his jutsu. The ferocity of this inferno is somewhat diminished compared to the previous conflagration extinguished by Might Guy. It appears that either the blows delivered by Might Guy had inflicted some degree of damage upon Uchiha Fugaku, or he is deliberately conserving his chakra, not anticipating that this strike alone would vanquish Might Guy. Indeed, a figure emerged from the sea of flames, trailing wisps of fire that clung to the charred remnants of his attire. His velocity had increased even further than before. It was none other than the fourth gate of the 8 gates of pain. The injury gate had been unleashed, like an arrow released from its bow. He surged forth from the flames, hurtling directly towards Uchiha Fugaku, who was suspended in midair. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Fugaku swiftly performed hand seals, unleashing a series of continuous dragon-shaped fireballs from his mouth, their trajectories forming a linear path towards Might Guy, who was rapidly closing the distance. Yet, Might Guy's arms, veins prominently bulging, swung through the air with such velocity that the surrounding space appeared slightly distorted, although it had not yet reached the level of the peacock. Each strike was sufficiently powerful to shatter the enormous fireballs hurtling towards him. This exemplifies the extraordinary nature of physical-type ninjas, regardless of any ninjutsu. A single punch can shatter all. Once I close the distance, your demise is inevitable. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku finds himself inescapably ensnared in midair. He then shuts his eyes, confronting an enemy that approaches at high speed, perhaps resigned to his fate, waiting for death. In the next instant, their figures collide. Amidst the gasps of the Uchiha clan members, the swirling currents and the flames previously shattered by Might Guy's fist burst forth like fireworks, obscuring the spectator's view. A little further away, a dark ninja observing the scene squints, seemingly seeking confirmation, murmuring in disbelief. I never expected that fellow could reduce Uchiha Fugaku, who possesses the Sharingan bloodline limit, to such a state. Even further back, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just deployed his subordinates to prepare the sealing technique for the Nine Tails, diverts his attention from the bewildered Naruto Uzumaki, gazing at the explosive display resembling fireworks. Muttering, Uchiha clan, what other hidden cards do you possess? I had always thought your plans hinged on the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, interpreting your potential assault on Naruto as a precursor to a coup. Yet, it seems this was not part of your strategy. What other means do you have? As the fireworks finally fade, what appears before everyone is not the figure of Uchiha clan leader, blood spilling through the air, but rather a manifestation of an unfamiliar, sinister chakra, visibly coalescing into something grotesque. This ominous green chakra begins to slowly form flat, curving rib-like structures in midair, enveloping Uchiha Fugaku's body. The onlookers finally comprehend the unfolding events, though uncertain of the nature of this phenomenon. Above the rib structures extends a green arm, straddling the boundary between transparency and solidity, with sinewy muscles coiling around its skeletal framework, resembling the jointed fingers of a puppet manipulated by a mechanism. At that moment, the hand of green chakra firmly grasps a figure clad in green, black-haired, Might Guy. It seems intent on crushing its captive to death. As some ninjas with vivid imaginations begin to mentally conjure the sound of cracking bones, the crowd soon realizes that the swirling orbs within Uchiha Fugaku's eye sockets are not ordinary Sharingan, but rather a pattern reminiscent of the three-bladed shuriken of the Wind Demon. Some sensory-type ninjas have begun to detect a familiar chakra, prompting a realization. Could it be? In the distance, a dark ninja observing the scene has pupils that shrink to the size of pinpoints. This is the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. In this narrative, the original setting is employed, wherein Uchiha Fugaku has yet to awaken his own Manjiki Sharingan. The green skeletal figure, previously suspended in the air, has only evolved a single hand. However, it is sufficient to smash the individual it grasps, along with their body, into the ground, raising a cloud of dust seemingly laced with blood mist. The tides of fortune have now turned to Might Guy, who has been forcefully brought to the earth. He coughs up blood, yet it appears he still possesses the strength to resist. Gathering all his chakra, Might Guy resolutely opens the sixth gate of the 8 gates of healing, the gate of joy. As his body temperature rises sharply, blood seeps from his skin, instantaneously evaporating into green steam. His power is immensely amplified, enabling him to shatter the Susanoo's arm that restrained his movements. In the next heartbeat, his fists rub against the air at high velocity, generating countless fiery orbs of intense heat in rapid succession, mere inches away from the bewildered Uchiha Fugaku, who watches in astonishment through his own Manjiki Sharingan. Morning Peacock. Instantly, these flames rend Uchiha Fugaku's body to shreds, achieving a stunning counterattack against the Manjiki Sharingan and prematurely unlocking the climactic finale of the evening. However, suddenly, an odd sensation envelopes him. Guy, startled from his moment of relief at having survived and executed a counterattack, awakens to the realization that his body remains firmly gripped within the grasp of that colossal green chakra hand. Every bone in his body screams in agony under the weight of this pressure, as he perceives that he is still in the state of having only opened the 4th gate of the 8 gates of healing. What transpired? In the next moment, Kai realized he had fallen victim to an illusion, as the arms were raised once more, propelling his body towards the ground with a forceful impact. He invoked the technique of illusion release. Chapter 15. Kai under the gaze of dual kaleidoscopes. Upon using the illusion release, Kai sensed something extricating itself from his mind, and the chaotic chakra within him gradually returned to its natural state. As his consciousness resurfaced, clarity enveloped him, rendering everything before his eyes strikingly vivid. Even the twisted expression on Uchiha Fugaku's face, whether born of agony or a thirst for slaughter, was laid bare. With his brows furrowed and eyes wide open, Kai activated the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Bidai. This time, wary of falling prey to another illusion, he averted his gaze from Uchiha Fugaku's eyes and concentrated all his strength into an attack akin to a peacock's dance directed at Uchiha Fugaku. With a resounding crash, the unprepared Uchiha Fugaku was still in the initial stages of forming his incomplete ribcage Susanoo when Kai's relentless assault caused the green ribs to shatter into fragments. Devoid of Susanoo's protection, Uchiha Fugaku's neck was abruptly twisted at a 90-degree angle and sent flying. However, when Kai blinked again, a wave of pain surged through him, revealing that he was still ensnared within the grasp of that colossal green hand. which continued to slam him towards the ground repeatedly. His condition remained at the fourth gate of the 8 gates of Bidai. In countless subsequent attempts, he explored every possible method, including biting his tongue until it bled. Yet he could not extricate himself from the layers upon layers of illusion. What manner of illusion is this? As Might Guy, who once fought alongside Uchiha Fugaku in the Shinobi World War, pondered, he had never heard of such a capability from his counterpart, and in that moment, he remained oblivious to when he had fallen prey to such an illusion. Meanwhile, in a realm unseen by him, Uchiha Fugaku wore a perplexed expression in his eyes. The formidable beast of Konoha, who had previously wreaked havoc with unparalleled ferocity, appeared to have lost all interest in battle after he had unexpectedly employed the power of Susanoo. Surrendering himself to Fugaku's control, he was acutely aware that just moments prior, Guy had unleashed formidable strength even with the fourth gate, thus he had maintained a vigilant stance, only to discover that his opponent seemed entranced, as if ensnared in an illusion, despite Fugaku having never cast such a technique upon him. Wait, an illusion, you say? Could it be that someone aided him from the shadows? This must be the clandestine assistance. There must be information left behind at the named shrine, decipherable only through the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, revealing that a certain lord had intervened in tonight's coup. He remained unaware that at the very instant Might Guy was thrown to the ground, a fleeting change occurred within the Sharingan concealed behind Uchiha Ayano's mask. Indeed, she had once again deployed that extraordinary ability. She directly infiltrated Guy's mind with a limited yet striking memory of herself, breaching the illusionary defenses that even Itachi could not surmount. This memory could be traced back to her youth, recalling the graceful and courteous greetings exchanged during their chance encounters within the village, a rarity in Konoha. At this moment, Might Guy found himself fortunate enough to be attended by 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, although such fortune is not something that ordinary individuals could withstand. As Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan remained activated, the Susanoo surrounding him grew increasingly solid. Meanwhile, Might Guy, ensnared in an illusion, appeared to be on the brink of death. However, Yano was acutely aware that the adversary she faced tonight would not permit her to have her way so easily. Indeed, from the ruins surrounding them, a multitude of kunai inscribed with explosive tags were suddenly hurled toward the figure of Susanoo. Amidst the cacophony of explosions and rising dust, 2 rapidly spinning spheres of flesh hurtled toward Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo from 2 divergent angles. The Susanoo manipulated by Uchiha Fugaku did not opt to evade. Instead, it resolutely used one hand to intercept one of the high-velocity spheres while directing the other hand, which held Might Guy, toward a slightly larger sphere. With a resounding crash, the left hand of Susanoo collided with the spinning sphere, producing a violent friction, while the sphere that was supposed to strike the barely conscious Might Guy unexpectedly veered away at a slight angle, avoiding the injured man. Yano understood that this was the unwavering support of the Akimichi clan, and since they had arrived, it indicated that the opponent's backup was far from limited. Realizing this, she heightened her vigilance, indeed concerned for her own safety rather than the safety of her attacked clan leader. Just as the momentum of the sphere that was blocked by Susanoo's left hand was about to cease, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the dust, moving at high speed. A chakra-infused punch blade slashed toward the edge of Susanoo's grasp on Might Guy's right hand. After penetrating Susanoo's chakra cloak, it left a fissure on the puppet-like fingers and came to a halt. Following that, a bolt of blue lightning also emerged from the smoke, plunging deeply into the spot where the chakra blade had struck. In rapid succession, the hand of Susanoo that held onto the slowly evolving entity was struck, creating a breach. With lightning still crackling at the edge of his palm, Hatake Kakashi, dressed in dark attire, seized the falling Might Guy and used body flicker technique to escape the range of Susanoo's attack, transporting him to the temporary medical ninja location at the rear. The ninja wielding the blue chakra punch blade was none other than Sarutobi Asuma, clad in the attire of a Konoha elite genin, adorned with a belt bearing the symbol of fire. Observing this, the girl narrowed her eyes. Indeed, Might Guy's support was not a solitary endeavor. It was merely a test from the opposition to ascertain what other trump cards they possessed. Thus, whether stemming from confidence in Might Guy's immense explosive potential of the 8 gates or the belief that allowing the seemingly simple and unassuming Might Guy to come alone to offer support, or more accurately, to march to his doom, seemed more plausible, the opponent evidently had other contingencies prepared. Upon realizing that they had discerned their side as trump cards and witnessing Might Guy on the verge of peril, the opponent refrained from employing a strategy of attrition and instead unleashed the most formidable elite genin beneath the Hokage in a heartbeat. Furthermore, to achieve such precise coordination without being of the same clan, there must be a command center not far from the vicinity. Yano concluded in her mind that it was evident a singular individual was orchestrating the efforts, responsible for coordinating and relaying orders through the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan to specific individuals on the front lines. Chapter 16. Danzo. Do you wish to escape? Rescuing Might Guy was merely the commencement of this assault. The two rapidly spinning spheres of flesh gradually came to a halt, revealing the figures of Akimichi Choji and Akimichi Chijiro. They did not exchange glances but, in unison, commenced their spinning once again. However, this time their target was not the skeletal structure of Susanoo. Instead, they circled around it and then, taking advantage of the momentum, rolled away in opposite directions. As their figures receded, a specially crafted metallic chain was swiftly yanked from the ground. It turned out that Kakashi had previously used Earth Release to lay it beneath Susanoo's feet without anyone's notice. The two small, giant-like spheres tugged on the iron chain, ensnaring Fugaku Susanoo in place. Kakashi and Asuma returned, accompanied by a dozen elite Jonin or direct members of the Hokage's covert operations, with dozens more formidable special Jonin forming a fanshade formation, unleashing their most powerful jutsu toward the ensnared Susanoo. Water Release, Water Chaos Wave. Fire Release, Ash Accumulation Burn. Wind Release, Wind Cutter Technique. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Dozens of different attribute-based offensive jutsu erupted simultaneously, creating a scene that Yano had never witnessed before. In this unprecedented explosion, the figure of Susanoo, hovering between the realms of tangible and intangible, was completely engulfed. The surrounding Uchiha clansmen, whether paralyzed by fear of the overwhelming power of Konoha's elite ninjas or for other reasons, did not demonstrate the unwavering loyalty to assist their clan leader in fending off this wave of jutsu. Instead, they distanced themselves from the epicenter of the battle. As this escalating conflict began to exceed their capabilities, which relied on low-level ninjutsu and tools to combat ninjas with Sharingan, Yano too seemed utterly unconcerned about the safety of her clan leader, despite possessing the ability to join the fray. In truth, she had been closely observing Danzo's movements. The elderly ninja who had not utilized would release throughout the previous battle, bearing numerous cuts and burns, appearing to have little chakra remaining. Quietly slipping away from the tumult of combat, Shimura Danzo, in his efforts to evade the watchful eyes of the Uchiha, frequently employed shadow clone technique and body flicker technique, displaying a furtive demeanor that elicited silent amusement from Yano. At this juncture, only 3 members of the Root organization remained to guard Danzo, perhaps fearing that a larger group would attract attention as they made their way to a secret hideout of the Root organization in another part of the village. Danzo did not choose to meet with the 3rd Hokage in the Hokage building. The prolonged arrival of reinforcements had instilled in him a profound sense of crisis. No. Could it truly be called reinforcements? After more than an hour of attacks from the rebellious Uchiha, his painstakingly cultivated Root organization had suffered grievous losses, nearly decimated. Countless crucial intelligence, equipment, and auxiliary personnel had been reduced to ashes in the wake of the Uchiha clan's assault. The fruits of Danzo's labor over the years had been consumed in flames, while the 3rd Hokage, possessing such formidable power, had merely stood by and watched the ordeal unfold. Given all this, how could the ever-suspicious Danzo still believe that he, devoid of any faction, could ensure his safety in the hands of the Hokage? It is important to note that previously he had the capability to orchestrate the assassination of the 3rd Hokage in a bid to usurp his position. A plan that ultimately failed, yet he was spared by the Hokage at that time, bolstered by the presence of his own faction. Given the current circumstances, if indeed Sarutobi Hiruzen is acting with intent, his objective would be to first dismantle his power base before subduing him personally. Thus, the events unfolding tonight, along with the belated reinforcements, would make sense. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was leaping agilely across the rooftops of Konoha, calculating his distance to the secret passage while his mind raced with strategies for the future. What he was unaware of was that if he chose to return to the Hokage's office, he would likely find himself in the company of his old friend and rival, Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside the duo of his former advisors. In doing so, he would not only be safe but could also secure Hiruzen's full protection. As the 3rd Hokage, while Hiruzen had a tendency to use Danzo as a tool for unsavory tasks, he was simultaneously wary of the unchecked power Danzo wielded. Indeed, Hiruzen harbored thoughts of leveraging the Uchiha clan's strength to diminish Danzo's influence, but this was more of a test than a certainty. He was unsure of the magnitude of power the Uchiha possessed to dare initiate a coup. Danzo remained oblivious to the fact that Hiruzen, his longtime friend, along with the Root organization he had founded, and the solitary aid of Might Guy, along with a cadre of elite Konoha Jonin led by Kakashi and Asuma, were merely pieces in Hiruzen's game to gauge the Uchiha's strength. As one of the village's trump cards and a key player in this power struggle, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to remain at his headquarters until he obtained concrete intelligence, ensuring that the Ninetales would not run rampant again and that the Jinchuriki remained safe. After all, while tailed beasts represented formidable deterrents against enemy ninja villages, deploying them within one's own village was akin to capturing mice in a porcelain shop. Such an order would only be given in dire circumstances, as a Jinchuriki who could not perfectly control a tailed beast would become a liability requiring protection. As a practitioner of the darker arts, Shimura Danzo, who firmly believed in the innate malevolence of humanity, always anticipated the worst, even regarding long-time acquaintances. Even as he raced forward, he had already devised a plan to reclaim power in Konoha should he fail. He understood the complete rationale behind his scheming to seize Uchiha Shirsue's power, evidenced by the peculiar strength displayed by Uchiha Fugaku. That wretched old fox, who claimed to have caused Shirsue's demise, was secretly transplanting Shirsue's pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Presently, Danzo was fervently hoping to acquire more of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan power, and he needed to expedite the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells. The Battle of the Night had enlightened him to a crucial realization as a top-tier power broker. One must possess commensurate strength. Chapter 17. Danzo's resolve unbeknownst to him. As he sped through the night, a pair of crimson eyes had locked onto his retreating figure. Danzo was in a state of disarray. His body bore no intact part, save for the bandage on his arm. His garments were tattered, and his cane had long been discarded. He resembled an elderly street thug from a Hong Kong film, with his right hand bandaged and his upper body exposed, racing desperately through the village. Such a figure as Shimura Danzo surely did not anticipate that his disheveled state would be fully observed by others. Behind him and several members of the Root organization, a young girl was swiftly approaching. Uchiha Hinata, adorned in her splendid attire, appeared almost unchanged from the moment she left her home, save for a few splatters of blood and dust acquired from the night's carnage. Despite having endured fierce battles, she had not exerted herself to the fullest. Her primary techniques comprised body flicker and swordsmanship, with minimal chakra expenditure. The only two instances of her use of the Manjiki Sharingan's Genjutsu had their side effects negated by her extraordinary energy points, though she had expended a substantial 400 points in the process. Thus, from a godlike vantage, this moonlit pursuit evoked a poignant sense of despair, portraying Danzo as a cornered prey. As the distance between them diminished to a point where she could initiate a surprise attack using her body flicker technique, she decisively employed the lightning release body flicker technique, Flying Swallow, seamlessly connecting it with her self-invented swordsmanship, Flying Dragon, targeting none other than Shimura Danzo himself. Master Danzo, be careful. One of the Umbu members beside him sensed the impending danger posed by the approaching girl. His instinct, honed through rigorous training, compelled him to instinctively shield Danzo, absorbing the blow with his own body. Clutching the gaping wound at his neck, he seemed to yearn to utter a final word, yet his voice was silenced. Blood surged from the gash, invading his airway and causing foamy crimson to bubble at his lips, but he could not utter a single word. Behind the intricate patterns of his root mask, the light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. Quick! Protect Master Danzo. The remaining two members of Root, one on each side, advanced to intercept Uchiha Hinata, striving to buy time for Danzo. One hurled a kunai, while the other attempted to engage in close combat. As Uchiha Hinata deftly evaded several thrown kunai, she executed a swift side slash, severing the forearm of one of the Root members. Without pausing, she charged directly toward Danzo. The disarmed member, seemingly intent on a mutual demise, lunged at Hinata from behind in a frenzy. Without glancing back, she reversed her grip on the sword and thrust it into his chest. At that moment, Danzo, who had appeared to flee like a frightened rodent, suddenly halted. From an unknown source, he produced several shurikens, unleashing them like a tempest towards Hinata's position, engulfing both her and his loyal subordinate in the onslaught. The strike was indeed unexpected, marked by a sinister venom that left one defenseless. Yet the girl was no ordinary individual. She was well aware of the nature of Shimura Danzo, a relic of the past, and had mentally prepared herself. As she witnessed the rapidly spinning shuriken, akin to a white porcelain disc, she did not choose the seemingly rational option of using the body of the Umbu as a shield to absorb the incoming attack. Instead, she opted to retreat further, ultimately employing the lightning release body flicker technique to evade the danger, narrowly escaping the lethal range. In the next instant, she realized that the Umbu member's body could not withstand the force of the wind-infused shuriken, which sliced through him like a rag, leaving behind a series of smooth cuts, while the projectile continued its relentless trajectory. With a flash of lightning, Yuna appeared behind the ninja who had thrown the kunai. Her strike is swift as a thunderstorm, severing the flesh at his neck. In the blink of an eye, she had dispatched 3 foes, indeed. Wielding a blade proved far more efficient than employing ninjutsu, conserving chakra in the process, as Yuna reveled in her tactical choice. She continued to advance towards a position from which she could launch a surprise attack on Danzo. Faced with the encroaching Uchiha Yuna, Danzo refrained from further assault, opting instead to remain still, recuperating his strength while coldly addressing the girl. Do you not wish to know my motivations? Let us return to our earlier conversation. Everything I have done has been for this village, even if it means staining my hands with blood to witness the darkest aspects of this world. For decades, I have been labeled the darkness of the shinobi, yet some fail to comprehend my actions. They refuse to acknowledge the existence of darkness within our own village. Unwilling to confront the truth, some may criticize my extremism, yet I believe every action I have taken is justifiable. Even if I bear the weight of countless sins and the scorn of many, I remain steadfast in my conviction to protect Konoha with my very essence. Like the roots of a tree, he suddenly raised a finger, startling Yuna, who anticipated a ninjutsu incantation and nearly activated her body flicker technique. Yet you, who lack an understanding of Konoha, dare to make sweeping judgments and spout words that invert reality. You claim to seek the downfall of the current Konoha. But what kind of village do you wish to establish? After all my years of service, you are surely aware of my actions. What makes you think that you, using the strength of your clan, could govern a shinobi village in the manner you envision? The Konoha you aspire to create is merely an oppressive regime for those with noble bloodlines, using the position of Hokage as a tool for familial favoritism. Driven solely by your clan's interests and existence I, Danzo, cannot permit. Thus, I must eradicate you here and now. A hint of derision graced Yuna's lips beneath her mask. She was not one to fall into the traps of others' rhetoric. You, an old man running naked in the village at this hour, presume to instruct me on how to act? Has your penchant for verbal dueling emerged now that you sense your demise approaching, seeking to buy time? Chapter 18. Danzo's Fatal Strike. Danzo disregarded the girl's mockery, his voice cold as he insisted, "You have yet to answer my question." Yuna's expression transformed, revealing a peculiar complexity as she spoke, her words deliberately crafted to wound. This is the Hidden Leaf Village, founded in partnership by my Uchiha ancestors and the Senju clan. And you, a Shimura, presume to teach me, an Uchiha, about Konoha? Upon hearing her words, Danzo's previously calm demeanor erupted into fury. His teeth clenched as he nearly hissed, "Then let it be today that I eliminate you, a great threat to the Hidden Leaf Village. I am the root of this great tree. Even if I am rooted in the dark, damp soil, never to see the light, enduring the gnawing of serpents and insects. As long as I exist, I will not allow someone like you to defile our village. For Konoha, I would not hesitate to undertake acts devoid of honor. But I will not permit the honor of Konoha to be sullied by your kind." Yuna's eyes glimmered with mockery as she retorted, "You, who have hunted down countless Uchiha and eliminated those who, like Uchiha Shursui, fought for the village's will, what do you truly wish to achieve? You even target Uchiha Fugaku, a neutral party, driven into rebellion by internal pressures. What do you expect us to endure before you show us mercy? Or are your lofty ideals merely a fade to justify your covetous desires for our bloodline powers? In your eyes, are we born with original sin simply due to this power? Furthermore, you and your ilk, while committing the most despicable acts, proclaim your actions as being for the village. It is utterly revolting." In response, Danzo slowly unwound the remaining bandages from his right arm. The exposed flesh differed from what Yuna had seen in the manga. The pale, root-like tissue only extended from his palm to part of his upper arm, creating an incongruous appearance, devoid of any Sharingan implants. It was evident that at this juncture, the research on the first Hokage cells had only just begun, and even someone as cautious as Danzo would not hastily transplant an entire arm with the cells. With so few Sharingan, he had no need to share the mental strain that came with them. This explains why Danzo found himself at such a disadvantage during his confrontation with Uchiha Fugaku. With his hands forming seals, he unleashed a jutsu directed at the young girl. Wind release, vacuum sphere. As Danzo exaggeratedly leaned back, taking a deep breath, he expelled a transparent, spherical shockwave of gas from his mouth. A Yano, deftly evading the attack with the lightning release, body flicker technique, couldn't help but remark, "Oh, elder, such reckless use of chakra. For someone who has lived for so many years as a ninja, is this truly your standard? Is this the extent of the battle experience you amassed during the Great Ninja War? No wonder, even with the prior poisoning, you couldn't see Shursue's eyes. Leaving a golden opportunity for our esteemed clan leader. Aha." Shimura Danzo remained silent, instead releasing a barrage of smaller vacuum bullets, each the size of a fist. Akin to a hail of gunfire from a Gatling gun, relentlessly pursuing the girl's footsteps, detonating with thunderous explosions atop the rooftops she had just traversed. The assault was not without effect. The splintered wood inflicted minor wounds upon Wai Nai's exposed feet, staining her with her own blood. Wai Nai altered her offensive strategy, executing a nimble twist in midair, reminiscent of a swallow, as she veered sharply behind Shimura Danzo. Would release, exploding spear technique. Danzo's right hand swiftly unleashed a shadowy afterimage. And utilizing would release chakra, a colossal tree spear, towering several meters, materialized in Wai Nai's path. The blade in her hand, the Yamabukiri, etched a deep gash upon it, yet failed to budge the mighty tree. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo expelled several swirling blades of wind, akin to a scythe, that spiraled towards the enormous tree, sealing off every possible escape route for the young girl. Fortunately, Wai Nai anticipated his forethought, opting not to circumvent the arboreal barrier, but instead, she closed the distance in a straight line. This instance markedly differed from the previous chaotic onslaught of wind-based shurikens. The wind shurikens could effortlessly rend the body of the umbu, rendering it unsuitable as a human shield. In contrast, this wooden spear could only endure the full force of the young girl's strike, leaving merely a deep scar upon its surface. However, Danzo evidently had further contingencies. He swiftly closed the distance between himself and the girl, seemingly intent on engaging her in close combat. The kunai, enveloped in wind chakra, clashed once more with the blade held by the girl, Yang Nai. Despite several exchanges, Danzo found himself outmatched by Yang Nai's swordsmanship, yet each time he neared defeat, he resorted to employing his right hand's would release, exploding with technique to launch counterattacks. This maneuver also served a defensive purpose, compelling Yang Nai to evade left and right, maximizing her lightning release, body flicker technique to dodge these assaults. Conversely, Danzo found the girl's agile movements and the rapid responses afforded by her Sharingan quite troublesome. Given that the results of his human experiments could only be conducted clandestinely and at a slow pace, he was left with only one hand and part of his forearm, which had been grafted with a degraded version of the first Hokage's cells. As he frequently utilized his would-release techniques, he began to sense the deteriorated cells actively corroding his body, as if possessing a will of their own, while his chakra reserves dwindled perilously. The situation grew increasingly unfavorable for Danzo. This aging ninja, known as the Shadow of the Shinobi, finally resolved to take decisive action. It appeared he had no choice but to resort to that. Time was of the essence, and the opportunity was limited to a single moment. Chapter 19. The death of Danzo. Shimura Danzo wielded his right hand to conjure yet another massive tree, obscuring the line of sight for both combatants. This time, he deviated from his usual tactics and leaped forth from behind the wooden spear, approaching Yang Nai, who awaited with her blade poised behind the tree. With a swift motion, Danzo's left hand was severed at the base, blood gushing forth as it flew through the air, yet in that fleeting moment before the severance, it brushed against the delicate skin of the girl's arm. Danzo staggered back a few steps, clutching his bleeding left arm in silence, while the masked girl before him refrained from pursuing, seemingly incapacitated. Her body appeared to struggle against some unseen restraint. Yet the black sealing curse that manifested upon her form rendered her immobile. Was it the sealing technique activated by that moment of contact? It seemed she was indeed poised to employ that ability. No further time was granted to her. Would release, root burial. On this occasion, the chakra of would release gathered in Danzo's remaining right hand was more formidable than all previous instances combined. In a thunderous explosion of chakra, he summoned an enormous tree that was entirely driven by a consuming instinct, completely beyond Danzo's control, which simultaneously engulfed both figures. Yet, in an instant, Danzo reappeared beside the towering tree, his left arm, previously severed by its roots, astonishingly restored to its original state. This consumption of precious power was regrettable. However, after tonight, I shall have as many of those eyes as I desire. Moreover, the plan to implant additional specialized Hashirama cells to bear the immense mental strain should be expedited. Uchiha Yang, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, met a bitter end beneath the very secret arts of her own lineage. Before he could finish his thought, Danzo's pupils abruptly contracted to the size of pinpricks. A strange chakra erupted from the giant tree, which seemed to burst as if something within it had expanded uncontrollably. Yet, that ominous chakra vanished in the next moment. Yang's unharmed form leapt forth from the fissure. In the incredulous gaze of Danzo, Yang, having just extricated herself, immediately dashed in a direction opposite to Danzo's. To charge in the opposite direction, was that not tantamount to fleeing? Well, just moments ago, the illustrious Uchiha heiress, who had boldly shattered Danzo's lethal strike with her overwhelming force, was now outright retreating. The look of shock on Danzo's face lasted but a fleeting moment. In the next breath, he realized that she was aware of his secret. Damn it, how could her reaction be so swift? That technique still had 30 seconds remaining. It must not be squandered, since his trump card, Izanagi, had been discerned the moment it was employed. Yang had resorted to the simplest and most effective countermeasure. She had severed contact with the caster. Thus, even though Danzo appeared invincible, he found himself at a loss. Unable to pursue others. With a clenched jaw, he hesitated, ultimately deciding against the chase, and instead turned to flee in the opposite direction of the girl. He hoped that the remaining 30 seconds would afford him enough distance to escape. However, upon witnessing his retreat, Yanai, who had previously been glancing back while running, turned back around, resuming her leisurely pursuit behind Danzo at a measured pace. In this moment, Shimura Danzo was truly drenched in sweat. His foundation had been thoroughly exposed. Yet he was acutely aware that he had only scratched the surface of his opponent's abilities. The young girl had consistently employed a chakra-efficient strategy throughout their confrontation. Just moments ago, she had managed to simultaneously dispel his sealing technique, the self-destruction curse seal, while also thwarting what should have been a mutually destructive would-release attack. This was undoubtedly the legendary Susanoo, a defense so formidable that it could only be wielded by members of the Uchiha clan who had awakened their Manjiki Sharingan. He could hardly fathom that the strength she had exhibited all night was merely a facade. It seemed that Konoha was indeed facing grave peril. And the thought sent chills coursing through his body. While he pondered these implications, he realized that his right eye Sharingan had unknowingly closed. Much like a stopwatch marking the passage of time. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated his vision. In the next instant, a bloody katana pierced through his left eye, emerging from the back of his head, and slashed diagonally through half of his skull. Shimura Danzo, the man known as the Shadow of the Shinobi, thus fell without a trace of suspense on this night steeped in bloodshed, lacking even the time to activate his self-destruct sealing technique. His lifeless body crashed heavily into a puddle in an unnamed alley of Konoha, sending ripples of darkness across the surface. One could only hope that the death of this man, infamous as the Shadow of the Shinobi, might cast a glimmer of light upon the shinobi world. In the brief moment following Danzo's demise, four shadowy figures materialized around his corpse. Among them was a petite boy with short black hair, adorned with an organization mask and a ninja blade strapped to his back. He spoke, Elder Nara, Elder Inuzuka, and Elder Yamashiro. It appears that Lord Danzo has met his end. The adversary is a formidable opponent, one even Lord Danzo could not contend with. Should we continue with our original plan to pursue? His voice was soft and devoid of emotion, showing no sign of grief for his direct superior's death. A young ninja, clad in a green vest and a headscarf, with a kunai clenched in his mouth, retorted, "What, are you afraid? Let us not forget our orders. We must capture Uchiha Hanabi or at least ensure she can no longer wreak havoc upon the village." He was once a member of the elite Konoha shinobi, the fourth Hokage's bodyguard, Nara Shikamaru. Beside him, a ninja who wore sunglasses even in the night spoke up. "The enemy's strength is unknown. We have been instructed to prioritize our safety. If they possess hidden power, we must ensure a safe retreat and relay the gathered intelligence to headquarters." A prolonged, deliberate greeting echoed above the four ninjas. They swiftly turned towards the source of the voice, only to behold a girl seated elegantly atop a rooftop beneath the increasingly bloodstained moon. She wore an exquisite kimono and a mask, her skin pale as porcelain, resembling a doll. How outrageous. I merely wished to relish the sight of that old thief Danzo perishing in this filthy pit. Yet here you are, brazenly squabbling in my presence. In this quartet, not a single one among you seems capable of making a decision. Can you still call yourselves companions, as you often proclaim? The girl's condescending tone dripped with derision. Chapter 20. This is the trap. Beware. From behind. Stay alert. The moment her words fell, Nara Shikamaru intended to respond, but the root organization boy suddenly sensed something amiss. In a panic, he urgently warned, reaching for the ninja blade on his back. At the sound of his alarm, Shikamaru and the others turned to look behind them, only to find that Danzo's corpse, which had previously lain in the filthy water, had vanished without a trace. In its place, a girl wielding a katana rushed toward them. His body had merely been a meticulously crafted trap. Indeed, they should not have been so careless. Even the lifeless body of a ninja contained invaluable intelligence, especially one as steeped in Konoha's secret powers as Shimura Danzo. How could such a significant corpse be carelessly discarded by the roadside? Even amidst the haste of a coup, this seems rather implausible. It can only be said that, apart from the root youth, the trio of Ino Shikacho failed to regard the girl as a genuine threat. Perhaps the girl's usual guise was simply too deceptive. They had encountered this young lady, often seen strolling through the village, on numerous occasions. Their impressions of her were limited to her renowned genius and her exceedingly amiable smile. Additionally, they may have perceived her capability to eliminate Danzo, yet subconsciously deemed her inexperience due to her lack of mission execution. The only exception was the root youth, who had once assumed the name Sai and was trained under Danzo's meticulous guidance. He keenly sensed that something was amiss, but regrettably, it was too late. Moments ago, they had been drawn in by the voice of the girl who had appeared on the rooftop. While they remained on high alert for this sudden manifestation, they only now realized that Danzo's corpse behind them was the true lethal trap. In such a brief span, Danzo had been slain, and his body set as bait for them to unwittingly fall into the snare. Even elite ninjas, seasoned in perilous missions, could fall victim to cunning schemes. Is it truly plausible for a girl devoid of such experience to conceive of this? As they unsheathed their weapons in vigilance, an air of uncertainty enveloped their minds. However, just as they perceived that the Uchiha Yano behind them, who had transformed into a lifeless body, was the trap set by the girl, an unexpected assault loomed from behind. In an instant, a shadow of unparalleled speed descended upon them with thunderous might from above. Beware! Inuzuka Kankane swiftly shoved the sluggish Yamashiro Aoi aside, sparing her from the deadly strike, yet he himself felt a chilling sensation in the crook of his arm, only to witness half of his limb spiraling into the air. The assailant clearly harbored intentions of instant annihilation, as Kankane sensed a sharp object piercing his neck. Straining to catch a glimpse from the corner of his eye, he beheld a hand, as white as jade, gripping a kunai whose tail end still quivered, a concealed weapon hidden within Yano's kimono. The kunai he had been holding slipped silently from his mouth, vitality ebbing away with each peculiar sound caused by the gaping wounds in his trachea and blood vessels. "Don't mind me, flee." He exerted all his strength to shout, yet what emerged was a series of piercing wheezes. Yano refrained from withdrawing the kunai, unwilling to splatter her attire with the sanguine spray erupting from his wound. Kankane's vision blurred, but he faintly discerned the girl's mocking voice, her tone as melodious as ever. Quick in reaction, yet regrettably mistaken. "What led you to believe that I could be the one masquerading as a corpse, lying in filth like a dead dog? That is most unbecoming. This is the true essence. We were all mistaken. Could it be that the previous one was merely a shadow clone utilizing transformation techniques?" This was the last thought that lingered in the mind of Shiranui Jinkan, yet it was regrettably too late. The girl's ruthless nature and combat experience exceeded their expectations. Although they had heard tales of the young prodigy from the Uchiha clan, they had misjudged her based on her appearance and usual demeanor, ultimately paying a heavy price for their mistake. Had they faced her in a direct confrontation, knowing her capabilities, the four of them might have had a chance to exchange blows with her, provided, of course, that Yano refrained from utilizing the power of her Mangekyou Sharingan. Run. Her strength surpasses our expectations. With Yano's prowess overwhelming the two remaining survivors, and given that their side was caught off guard by the girl's stratagem, losing their strongest fighter and leader, the three remaining members chose to flee in different directions, determined only to fulfill their mission of relaying information. Observing the trio scatter, Yano was taken aback by their lack of fighting spirit and their absence of any desire for revenge against Shiranui Jinkan. She then opted to pursue Aoyama Yamashiro, who was headed towards the center of the battlefield. It was simply convenient. Yamashiro, aware that escape was futile, summoned an uncharacteristic courage. With a panicked expression, he forced a smile and addressed Yano, who was trailing behind him. "Come chase me. Come kill me. You scoundrel who can turn against even your own comrades." Jinkan was once your staunch admirer, always choosing specific patrol routes just to catch a glimpse of you from afar. He never allowed us to speak ill of you. And because of you, he was one of the few who didn't despise the Uchiha clan. Who would have thought you could kill him so mercilessly? Indeed, all Uchiha are born villains. "Hey, what are you rambling about?" A soft voice whispered gently in Yamashiro's ear. Startled from his self-talk, a cold sweat broke out over him. Alas, it was too late. As he sprinted, his left leg was swiftly sliced by Yano, sending his body crashing to the ground, uncontrollable due to inertia. Without bothering to stem the bleeding from the severed portion of his left leg, Yamashiro collapsed, his hands hurriedly forming seals as he attempted to muster his final strength to cast an illusion on the girl before him. Illusion technique, summon 1,000 crows. It seemed as if countless black crows erupted from Yamashiro's back, swirling and twisting in an attempt to obscure Yano's line of sight. Seeing the Uchiha heiress standing motionless, an expression of incredulous joy flickered across Yamashiro's face, despite the tension and pain causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. "I did it." Chapter 21. Primitive man versus Trisolarans. If only he had his companions, Shiranui Jinkan and the others, coordinating with him. They might have been able to land a decisive blow against her. Unfortunately, just as he prepared to say more, he suddenly noticed the three Tomo-shaped Sharingan manifesting within the Black Crow's eyes, which turned to devour his body, his innards, and even pluck his eyes from their sockets. Yamashiro emitted a series of inhuman screams. Fortunately, this torment was short-lived. He felt the agony within his body dissipate, as if his previous form had lost all sensation, leaving only his light, floating head. Soon, his consciousness sank into darkness. Rewind slightly to the same moment when the girl pursued Danzo alone. At the center of the battlefield, nearly all of Konoha's elite forces had converged to launch an assault on Uchiha Fugaku, the outcome of which was about to be revealed. As the smoke cleared from the repeated explosions of ninjutsu, a towering green silhouette, now several times larger than before, emerged before Kakashi and Asuma. The water vapor, generated from water-style techniques evaporated by fire-style, coiled around it, giving the green giant an appearance akin to a deity. Beneath the green chakra, a faint outline of armor could be discerned, though it bore several massive breaches that were slowly mending, revealing almost tangible skeletal structures beneath, with muscle fibers pulsating and healing. At that moment, the green giant's hand grasped a special jonin, captured during the recent assault by Uchiha Fugaku's counterattack. This special jonin clearly lacked the monstrous physical strength of Might Guy when he opened the 8 gates. Moreover, Fugaku's Susanoo was now significantly more formidable than its previous form, which had been merely ribs and a hand. With a sudden clench of its fist, blood oozed from between its fingers. When the palm opened again, what lay within could no longer be described as human. Even witnessing the gruesome demise of a comrade, Kakashi remained focused on analyzing the current battlefield situation. The situation was starkly evident. The majority of the Uchiha clan's members, fearing collateral damage from Fugaku's attack, kept their distance, spectating from afar. He also observed some rare medical ninjas from the Uchiha clan tending to their injured kin. Yet, Kakashi had no inclination to launch an offensive against them. The monstrous entity before him was already a significant enough threat. For the moment, the two groups coexisted without conflict, which suited him just fine. In a discreet command center adjacent to the Hokage's office, information was being relayed to Kakashi through the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan. He had already learned that Yano, the so-called second prodigy of the Uchiha clan, had left the battlefield in pursuit of Danzo, and that allies were on their way to assist her. Meanwhile, Itachi, the first prodigy, was suspected of being a spy for the Uchiha clan and was securely restrained by the Hokage. Currently, the greatest threat to the Uchiha clan was the monster controlled by Uchiha Fugaku. To be precise, it was the suspected Manjiki Sharingan of the former first prodigy, Uchiha Shursui. Indeed, monster was the only word that could aptly describe the green, humanoid figure before Kakashi. Its grotesque defensive capabilities rendered the recent concentrated assault of ninjutsu ineffective. However, observing the Uchiha Fugaku within that green behemoth, Kakashi noticed that the technique appeared to be released through ocular power, placing a considerable burden on Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan. Through his own Sharingan, Kakashi recognized that the chakra comprising this green monster was unmistakably that of Uchiha Shursui. In past battles, he had frequently sensed this energy. But now it had taken on a chilling transformation, sending shivers down his spine. Damn it, it seems our ninjutsu attacks are ineffective against that thing, Asuma muttered, spitting out the nearly extinguished butt of his cigarette, sounding quite exasperated. We shouldn't engage it head-on. Rather, we must treat this monster like we would a tailed beast, avoiding clustering too closely to evade its wide-area attacks. However, based on the experience of combating tailed beasts, without a concentrated defensive formation to collectively unleash protective ninjutsu, their attacks could inflict significant devastation upon the village. Before Asuma could fully articulate his thoughts, a resounding crash echoed as the green Susanoo, wielding a colossal sword with only a rough outline, charged towards them. Although they evaded the direct assault, the shockwave from the impact with the ground propelled both of them far away. Kakashi's assessment was astute. At that moment, within the verdant Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku was also enduring considerable distress. How did circumstances devolve into such chaos? They had evidently prepared for the deployment of that technique for an extended period. And it was clear that by attacking Danzo, they could summon the third Hokage, thereby harnessing that power. The combination of two safeguards should have guaranteed success. Yet why had what was meant to be a swift resolution at the Kurama Tower transformed into an all-out confrontation against the majority of the village's forces? Shouldn't the Hokage prioritize the defense of his village? Why had the pivotal figure still not made an appearance? How much longer would he remain hidden in the shadows? Meanwhile, in the distant Hokage office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was also engulfed in contemplation. He should have proceeded to the scene to lead his subordinates in quelling the insurrection after ensuring the safety of the Jinchuriki. However, he was apprehensive of the power that technique wielded, particularly regarding the son of Uchiha Kagami, who he had tacitly allowed Danzo to eradicate the Uchiha clan in the hope of reconciling with Konoha, and who was also the heir to the future's most formidable force, Uchiha Shisui. This power must be held in his own hands. Yet, the outcome did not unfold as he had anticipated. Danzo had once again plunged him into profound disappointment. Not only did he employ the despicable tactic of poisoning Shisui's comrades beforehand, but he also failed to seize even one of Shisui's eyes, resulting in Shisui's subsequent disappearance. With only the official announcement from the Uchiha clan declaring Shisui's demise, he could not bring himself to believe that the swift Shisui would meet such a simplistic end. Moreover, as one of the few who understood the Uchiha clan's secrets, he surmised from Itachi's failure to acquire the Meijiki Sharingan that Shisui might not actually be dead. Naturally, he had considered the possibility that Itachi was deliberately lying to him, yet with the discerning eye honed over years of political maneuvering, he believed that Itachi could not maintain that secret indefinitely. The young man likely had no intention of deceiving him on this matter. It was only until intelligence from the front lines arrived that he pondered. Was it you, Fugaku, who seized that power? Chapter 22. The Power of Dread. After Danzo mishandled the Shisui incident, whether Shisui was alive or his Meijiki Sharingan had been obtained by others within the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen Sarutobi refrained from engaging with any member of the Uchiha clan, save for the trusted Itachi, due to his apprehension regarding that technique. This resulted in an ever-deepening chasm of conflict and misunderstanding between the Uchiha clan and the village, as even the channels of communication with the upper echelons had been unilaterally severed. Of course, both Danzo and Hiruzen were aware of Shisui's Meijiki's unique ability, Kodo Amatsukami. Thanks to Shisui's own voluntary disclosure, he recalled the first time he had heard of such an ability, named Kodo Amatsukami. The so-called ninja doctor could scarcely believe that such a terrifying power existed in the world. Following his initial disbelief, he felt a sense of relief that Shisui had confided such formidable strength in the tasks Fugaku had imposed upon him. Yet, soon thereafter, he was engulfed by profound trepidation and fear. The capabilities of this kaleidoscope instill a profound dread in those who stand atop the pyramid of power. To this end, he did not hesitate to tacitly permit Danzo to take action. In retrospect, he continues to feel an incredulous fear about his own acquiescence at that time. If such power were to fall under Danzo's control, would it not pose an even greater threat to him than being under the influence of Uchiha Shisui? Of course, it is possible that their understanding was marred by certain misconceptions. While Shisui's Kodo Amatsukami ability is indeed formidable, even he could only employ it once every few years. The power that can permanently alter a person's will and thoughts to render them subservient to another is an entirely different matter. Furthermore, its activation requires various conditions, and the imprecision of this intelligence has resulted in Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, remaining indecisive about whether to intervene personally. If he were to fall under the control of that power, the extent of which he could not even fathom, it would mean utter defeat. Consequently, the battle on that battlefield has devolved into a prolonged war of attrition, without the Hokage's involvement. The strength of the Genin and elite Genin present on the battlefield is insufficient to breach the defenses of Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku, wishing to reserve enough chakra and ocular power to deploy Kodo Amatsukami against the third Hokage, is reluctant to expend excessive chakra on these individuals. Additionally, other prominent clans in Konoha have refrained from engaging promptly due to their cautious observation from the shadows. This has led to the predicament currently besetting Kakashi and Asuma. Within a chamber of the Hokage building, Nara Shikaku and Yamenka Inoichi are executing long-range commands based on the intelligence relayed from the battlefield. After recently receiving intelligence regarding Susanoo from the third Hokage, Nara Shikaku has instructed Yamenka Inoichi to share the information with Kakashi and Asuma, the frontline commanders, via the mind-reading technique. As they listen, Inoichi's voice resonates in their ears. The enormous chakra skeletal structure is known as Susanoo, a power that can only be wielded by those of the Uchiha clan who have awakened the Meijiki Sharingan. It is said that Uchiha Madara utilized this ability during his battle with the first Hokage in the Valley of the End. This ability possesses formidable defensive capabilities while also offering unique offensive methods. The most troubling aspect, according to reliable intelligence, is that both the earlier states with merely ribs and arms or the half-exposed skeletal form are not its final manifestation. The ultimate form of Susanoo may be even more powerful. It is advisable to eliminate this threat before Uchiha Fugaku fully masters the power of Susanoo. No, Kakashi's voice interjects. The utmost strength we can muster may only allow us to breach his armor, revealing the skeletal structure of the previous two stages. It is exceedingly difficult to inflict damage on the individual within. I have observed that this technique places a tremendous strain on the body. Uchiha Fugaku appears to be in immense pain. Should this hypothesis hold true, we will disperse our numbers to prolong the conflict and increase his burden in an attempt to wear him down. All right, I trust your judgment. Kakashi's urgent voice, laced with breathlessness, exclaims. That monster, Susanoo, has already manifested a spiraled sword and is launching an attack against us. Several of the ninjas under my command have already fallen. A bead of cold sweat trickles down Nara Shikaka's forehead. Such a level of power ought to be countered by a Kage-level shinobi or a tailed beast. Yet, the adversary is none other than the Uchiha clan, capable of manipulating both. He then poses a question to Kakashi. Is it possible to lure this Susanoo away from the heart of Konoha? If this continues, it will result in casualties among civilians and ordinary ninjas. Understood. Kakashi narrowly evades the spiraled sword of the green Susanoo. But as he attempts to approach Fugaku to divert his attention, Uchiha Fugaku's temporary Susanoo becomes ethereal, the original armor dissipating, revealing a puppet-like skeletal structure beneath. Within Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku kneels, his body seemingly burdened by an overwhelming pressure, suffering to an extreme degree. Indeed, those eyes do not belong to Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan. Rather, they have been seized from Shursui through some method. To wield a power that even Shursui has not utilized, the burden must be substantial. If an offensive is to be launched, now is the optimal moment. Kakashi and Asuma exchange glances, both agreeing to launch a surprise assault in hopes of turning the tide of battle. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage hesitates over whether to intervene personally when he receives a report from an Umbu ninja. Uchiha Itachi, long confined by elite Umbu forces, seeks an audience with him. At this moment, confined within a secret chamber, Uchiha Itachi has awakened his consciousness from the genjutsu cast upon him by Uchiha Obito. His expression is complex and conflicted, yet it emanates a resolute urgency to convey this information to the Hokage. Beside him, a member of the Hyuga clan, directly under the Hokage's Umbu, meticulously employs his Byakugan to scrutinize the flow of Itachi's chakra for any anomalies. Upon seeing the Hokage and his two usual advisors arrive, the Umbu cautiously replies, "Hokage-sama, everything seems normal within Uchiha Itachi." "Itachi," he says, his expression grave, "I sensed something was amiss. It appears I fell victim to Uchiha Obito's genjutsu, so I immediately employed my abilities to dispel it." The Hyuga Umbu member shrugs. "In that case, I have no evidence to support your claim of having been under a genjutsu. At least when I arrived, you appeared to be perfectly fine, Uchiha Itachi." Thus, he turns his gaze toward the Hokage in search of resolution. Chapter 23. The Power of Belief. Before the Hokage can respond, one of his advisors, Mito Kazuma, coldly interjects. "Since you possess no evidence of having been under genjutsu, how are we to believe your words?" Itachi's countenance darkens as he retorts. "I am willing to remain under your surveillance, but please grant me the opportunity to relay critical intelligence." "Do you not understand?" Tsunade responds with a scoff. "For us, there are only two choices, to either believe you entirely or to completely distrust you and your words. For if you were to weave even a minor falsehood into what appears to be mostly truthful intelligence, it could result in catastrophic consequences for our judgment." Sarutobi Hiruzen remains silent, acutely aware that Tsunade's assertion is indeed factual. Yet, he strives to tilt his inclination toward believing Uchiha Itachi. The elder's cloudy eyes fixate intently on the young man whose hands are bound behind the chair. Under his deliberate orders, the Umbu's supervision has remained superficial. If Itachi so wished, he could easily escape and carve a bloody path. Yet this young man has not chosen that route. Instead, he seeks to convey intelligence. The shadow of Danzo inexplicably surfaces in his mind. What would that former advisor say if he were present? Indeed, if these seemingly docile actions were part of tonight's conspiracy? The one who perpetually harbors the darkest thoughts about humanity would undoubtedly express such sentiments. At this contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself yearning to meet his adversary and old friend. For reasons unknown, the memories of his counterpart's unlikable demeanor and tone took on a nostalgic hue, reminiscent of a time softened by the passage of years. Yet, no matter how well acquainted he was with that man, he was ultimately not Shimura Danzo. nor did he wish to emulate Danzo's propensity to perceive humanity in its most sinister light. I have come to understand. The third Hokage opened his eyes and gazed directly into Itachi's. Therefore, please, Itachi, share with us all the information you possess. Hokage. The two advisors beside him interjected hastily, cautioning, be wary. He may be misleading your judgment by concealing falsehoods within the truth. However, those words were halted by the raised right hand of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He uttered merely a few terse phrases that silenced the two advisors. Itachi, I choose to trust you. Uchiha Itachi lowered his typically stern countenance, resembling a child who had wronged his parents, too timid to meet the gaze of an elder. Observing this expression, the seasoned third Hokage found a renewed sense of trust in Itachi. Had Itachi maintained an unwavering stare, he would have been inclined to harbor doubts. The young man, his face clouded with anxiety, spoke hesitantly. Yes, Uchiha Yanai, she has been deeply involved in tonight's coup. I initially intended to inform the Hokage about the impending uprising of the Uchiha clan, but I was pursued by Uchiha Yanai on my way here. I had hoped to deal with her first, but I failed. I fell victim to her genjutsu. You? Uchiha Itachi, ensnared by her genjutsu? How can that be? Are you not the foremost young genius of the Uchiha clan? The two advisors retorted in exasperation. She has awakened her Manjiki Sharingan. In this altered timeline, lacking the power of the Manjiki Sharingan himself, Uchiha Itachi did not, as history dictated, contact Uchiha Obito after receiving the orders to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Instead, he took independent action. In this temporal realm, Uchiha Itachi must convey critical information, for he alone cannot halt the relentless advance of the Uchiha clan. A soft gasp escaped the room, revealing the shock not from the frowning third Hokage or the grim-faced advisors, but from a member of the Hyuga clan Zanbu, who awaited orders from the Hokage. He found it hard to believe the information he had just received. It is well known that Uchiha Ayana's most notable trait is the rapid awakening of her three-tomo Sharingan. Unlike Itachi from the original narrative, who proved his exceptional talent on the battlefield from a tender age, Ayana's brilliance is primarily marked by her age at which she manifested her Sharingan, lacking any significant battle achievements to her name. At that moment, the third Hokage and his advisors were not as composed as they appeared. A tempest was brewing within them. Two pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, could this be the very foundation of the Uchiha clan's coup? Tru Kinomoto murmured, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. If this were the case, Shimura Danzo was in jeopardy. Recently, a message had been relayed that Nara Shikaku had requested the Ino Shikicho trio and a root member to intercept Uchiha Ayana, who was pursuing Danzo. Initially, they thought either Danzo had been severely wounded in a prior skirmish or that the young Uchiha girl, lacking practical combat experience, was overconfident, subtly placing blame on Shikaku. Indeed, it was not a mere oversight. These advisors thrived on undermining the village's ninjas. They criticized Shikaku for deploying 3 elite jonin and a root member to confront the girl, arguing it would have been wiser to allocate such resources to the evidently more threatening frontline. However, upon receiving this alarming news, whether true or false, their hearts raced with anxiety. Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted with swiftness, turning to his direct umbu and commanding, "Go." Immediately informed Nara Shikaku of this development. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, marked by age, as he desperately wished to doubt Uchiha Itachi's loyalty. According to the clan's lore, wasn't it said that one must witness the death of their dearest to awaken such cursed powers? Yet, Uchiha Ayana had not lost any kin since her birth and had never stepped onto the battlefield. How could she awaken such strength? An ominous feeling burgeoned within him, leading Hiruzen to question his instincts. The third Hokage even began to pray for Danzo's safety, hoping that his old friend would remain unharmed. Though Hiruzen had initially stood by as Danzo's root organization was tested, he commanded those in the shadows to intervene should Danzo's life be in peril. However, to his dismay, Danzo recklessly headed in the opposite direction, with forces around him being constrained by Uchiha Fugaku. Bound to a chair, Uchiha Itachi was taken aback by the gravity of the reactions surrounding him. He was unaware of the battlefield's developments but sensed that even the Hokage was visibly shaken. Had Shimura Danzo been cornered by a girl younger than himself? Despite his own disdain for Danzo, Itachi acknowledged that few in Konoha held any fondness for him, particularly those who had long been part of the root. As an Umbu member, Itachi recognized Danzo's relentless advocacy for a preemptive strike to eradicate the Uchiha clan. When he heard the alarming news regarding Danzo's potential peril, Itachi grappled with complex emotions, yet he firmly resolved that he would not allow harm to befall the village. The third Hokage, regaining his composure, queried Itachi, "Do you possess any further intelligence?" How did you fall victim to that genjutsu? Itachi hesitated, uncertain, and replied. It appeared to be a power that can manipulate memories. When I encountered her, I was fully on guard against her genjutsu, as our clan often practices such techniques during training. Yet, despite my vigilance, memories of her greeting me during the day suddenly surfaced, with her eyes transformed into Manjiki Sharingan. He continued, I cannot ascertain whether it was the real her or the memory that ensnared me in the genjutsu, but in that instant, I lost all control over my body. Impossible. Mito Kazuki exclaimed, almost reflexively. How can such a genjutsu exist? Uchiha Itachi, are you toying with us as if we were children? Upon hearing Itachi's words, Tru Kinomoto ceased her concern for Danzo and began to doubt the veracity of the information. It simply seemed too incredulous to accept. Meanwhile, the third Hokage pondered deeply, contemplating whether this was indeed a unique ability of the Manjiki Sharingan. First, there was a technique capable of directly altering consciousness, and now one that could manipulate memories. What a troubling clan this is. Such bizarre bloodline abilities pose a significant threat to the predominantly ordinary ninjas of the village. Tru pressed on relentlessly. What kind of genjutsu was it? After you were ensnared, what did you perceive? Itachi seemed to falter once more, uncertain as he responded. I felt as though that power merely dissolved my resistance to the genjutsu, allowing me to be caught off guard for an instant. After that, she likely employed another genjutsu, which seemed to be some form of psychological suggestion or hypnosis, convincing me that Danzo was plotting treachery. She even presented me with evidence, persistently urging me to inform the Hokage of Danzo's supposed rebellion. He suddenly fell silent, his thin lips pressed tightly together, revealing no further details. The third Hokage opposite him refrained from inquiring about the nature of that evidence. He wisely steered clear of the topic, lost in contemplation. Indeed, it was Yongnai who employed illusionary techniques, drawing inspiration from Uchiha Itachi, who had mastered the art of genjutsu to its utmost limits in the original work. Despite possessing the superiority of the Manjiki Sharingan over the ordinary Sharingan, she found it challenging to compel Uchiha Itachi to act against his innermost desires, such as killing Sasuke. The success of her hypnosis stemmed from her ability to suggest and induce Itachi into believing that Danzo Shimura had indeed plotted a coup during the third Hokage's reign. 3 conditions were necessary. First, Danzo had genuinely attempted a coup. Second, Itachi harbored a deep-seated aversion to the leader of the root, known as the Shadow of the Shinobi. Third, Itachi's genuine desire to protect the Hidden Leaf Village rendered him susceptible to Yongnai's manipulation. Meanwhile, Midogate-in seemed to have found a flaw in his argument. Previously, he had claimed to be ensnared in her genjutsu, yet now he suggested that the so-called ability triggered from memory merely nullified his defenses against illusions, asserting that it was Yongnai's other genjutsu that conveyed the false information regarding Danzo's treachery. Are you toying with us as if we were mere children? Uchiha Itachi, however, did not respond, merely pressing his lips together as he gazed at the third Hokage. After a brief moment of hesitation, the third Hokage chose to trust Itachi's words. Though it seemed improbable, how could a young girl from the Uchiha clan, who had never faced perilous missions or lost any significant person, possibly awaken the Manjiki Sharingan at such a tender age? He even contemplated whether this was a ploy to force him into an immediate confrontation with Uchiha Fugaku, thereby compelling Fugaku to unleash the mind-altering Kodo Amatsukami. In terms of cunning and strategy, he was no less capable than Danzo. Yet, he ultimately chose to believe in Uchiha Itachi. Approaching him, the third Hokage released the seal-binding Itachi, asking, "Are you willing to join me in thwarting this Uchiha rebellion?" The pain yet determination reflected in Itachi's dark pupils signified his resolute nod. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, he added, "I have a hypothesis that may counter Yongnai's unique ability to invoke genjutsu from memory. If my assumption is correct, then I alone can ensnare her and buy time for you, Lord Hokage." Returning to a moment earlier, on the battlefield, Kakashi and Asuma led the elite shinobi in yet another round of ninjutsu assaults, inflicting immense suffering upon Uchiha Fugaku. He knelt on the ground, blood streaming from the corners of his eyes and nostrils. His Susanoo manifested in its skeletal form, quaking under the relentless onslaught. Just when the gathered shinobi believed that the Uchiha clan leader was on the brink of exhaustion, an eerie flicker illuminated his Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 25. Have you ever seen a pure white Susanoo? In an instant, at the opportune moment when the ninjas had converged for the perfect attack, Uchiha Fugaku refocused his chakra to its zenith. The Susanoo instantly donned a layer of Azure Tengu armor, the previous gradual changes now unfolding at an accelerated pace. The next moment, a manic grin spread across his face as he tilted his head back, laughing in a manner characteristic of the Uchiha clan. Initially, He had considered sparing their lives due to their shared affiliation with the Hidden Leaf, hoping to recruit them later. However, now that they remained obstinate, and the Hokage refused to risk a thing for their salvation, they had lost their worth as bait and had become a nuisance as potential voters. Thus, they were to perish. Susanoo Technique 99. Before the Azure Susanoo, a gaping hole opened in its chest, revealing a spinning tomo. The orange tomo, spinning at high speed, unleashed a barrage of green chakra arrows that pierced through the onslaught of ninjutsu aimed at them. In an instant, agonized screams filled the air, evoking Kakashi's most dreaded memories. The last time he had heard such sounds was during the wars against other ninja villages, yet now he faced the deaths of his comrades in the heart of his own village. Using the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, he narrowly evaded several green arrows. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Asuma's left leg being grazed by one of the arrows, tearing away flesh. "Asuma," he shouted. "I'm fine." It didn't hit the bone, Asuma grimaced as he replied, the two escaping the immediate danger, surveying the battlefield strewn with chaos and casualties. That Susanoo's power is truly formidable. As the arrows initially scattered in all directions, they soon aligned into a straight line, relentlessly charging towards them without respite. Asuma shouted. Sarutobi clan, joined together to form an earthen wall to block the attack. Immediately, 6 or 7 elite shinobi from the Sarutobi clan formed hand seals, merging their chakra into several massive earthen walls to shield against this wave of assault. "Watch out from behind," Kakashi suddenly warned, having detected a swift shadow approaching. The sharp sound of a blade slicing through the air reverberated across the battlefield. In the distance, a spinning F-ma shuriken, akin to a tempest, assailed him from an unexpected angle, targeting his Sharingan's blind spot, his right rear. However, Kakashi, ever vigilant of his Sharingan's limitations, sensed this incoming attack. His body reacted with remarkable speed, issuing a warning while his left eye captured the hidden lethal maneuver concealed beneath the shadow of the F-ma shuriken. Is that the F-ma shuriken? Shadow windmill? In the next moment, he swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a flash of blue lightning in his hands. Simultaneously, another identical F-ma shuriken, hidden in the shadow beneath the first, revealed a human form amidst a cloud of smoke. It was the Uchiha girl who had just vacated the battlefield. Her assault was akin to delivering herself to Kakashi's Raikiri. Yet, Kakashi suddenly sensed something amiss. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, how could she be unaware of his Sharingan's ability to perceive chakra? Why would she dare employ such an illusion against an ordinary ninja? However, he could not fathom how Uchiha Yongnai might evade his guaranteed strike unless it was merely a shadow clone distributing chakra evenly. Kakashi was also among the victims of the persona the girl had crafted in Konoha. In the next heartbeat, Uchiha Yongnai, propelled by inertia, spun rapidly, flinging countless shuriken and kunai bound with explosive tags from the voluminous sleeves of her kimono towards the Sarutobi ninjas. Sleeve windmill. Yet, this very rotation rendered her form all the more indefensible before Kakashi's Raikiri. A suicide attack? Was it truly a shadow clone? A glimmer of realization flickered in Kakashi's gaze. His Sharingan instinctively began to search the battlefield for the likely location of the girl's true form. With a thunderous crash, Kakashi felt his Raikiri collide with an object of unimaginable hardness. Even he, seasoned by the ravages of war, experienced a momentary lapse in consciousness. Before him appeared something vaguely familiar, a row of white, skeletal ribs resembling a puppet's mechanism. Kakashi's awareness momentarily halted, and his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags, launched by the girl using her CHCH, detonated among the Sarutobi clan ninjas, engulfing several in flames and marking the first harvest. The shockwave from the explosion sent previously thrown ninja tools crashing into the white ribs, rebounding back and creating secondary casualties among the Sarutobi ninjas. Many who could have been saved were transformed into mere husks. The girl, appearing unfazed, pirouetted gracefully like a butterfly, shedding her momentum before lunging at Kakashi, who was momentarily stalled by his interrupted Raikiri. Instinct honed through countless battles snapped Kakashi back to reality just in time, as the bloody blade narrowly missed piercing his shoulder, avoiding a fatal blow. As he retreated, he felt a flicker of relief at having escaped the assault of those colossal Susanoo hands. However, the next moment unveiled a scene that made his eyes burn with rage. The girl's petite form was enveloped in a massive skeletal structure of chakra, pulsating like white flames. Kakashi recognized this entity as Susanoo. Within the porcelain-like white skull of Susanoo, 2 crimson orbs emerged. Its hands, now encased in muscle and skin, were clasped tightly above its head, as if attempting to crush a mosquito, with blood incessantly dripping down. At that moment, Kakashi felt as though he were screaming. Yet no sound escaped his lips. A familiar sensation surged within him. He finally understood why he had avoided the grasp of those hands. The pale, clasped hands of Susanoo slowly unfurled before him, as if unveiling something significant. To his horror, it revealed a mangled heap of flesh belonging to Asuma Sarutobi. Chapter 26. The Hokage makes his move. Asuma's bloodshot eyes, filled with a desperate yearning to communicate, bore into Kakashi, yet they were devoid of life. Against the backdrop of the pale giant's hand, the crimson mass appeared strikingly vivid. An untimely warning resounded in his mind. The latest intelligence indicated that the enemy, Uchiha Yano, was suspected of possessing a Manjiki Sharingan. Upon encountering this individual, one must remain on high alert. Kakashi, however, remained silent, lowering his head to conceal the shadowed left eye hidden beneath his tilted forehead protector. After a breathless pause, he suddenly lifted his gaze. Closing his right eye while the scarred left eye sprang open, 3 tomo began to spin, forming the shape of a black shuriken. This transpired shortly after the Battle of the Divine Bridge, a moment when he gained the ability following the death of Rin at his own hands. However, due to his body's initial inability to adapt, he found himself nearly powerless in wielding this newfound strength during the early years. Yet now, an inexplicable surge of impulse surged within him, compelling him to believe that he could harness this power to obliterate all that lay within the focus of his gaze. Kamui. The white arms of Susanoo, along with the surrounding space, became distorted, while a smile crept upon Yayo's lips. Consequently, the usage of that ability was diminished. Without maintaining the state of Susanoo, Asuma's body lost its support and fell to the ground, while Yayo instantly teleported beside Uchiha Fugaku. This is not a typical scenario of effortlessly dealing with the notorious trio of the Shiranui. The individuals present here are all formidable ninjas, each a rare gem among their peers. Although they are somewhat diminished due to prolonged combat and injuries, the recent accomplishments they have achieved surpass our expectations, even managing to deceive Kakashi's Kamui technique. Kakashi, grimacing in pain while covering his face, was swiftly shielded by the surrounding ninjas. The young girl gracefully approached him, her flowing garments resembling fluttering butterflies, amidst Fugaku's astonished gaze. In a series of swift, agile movements, she executed a flawlessly orchestrated strategy that took advantage of the timing discrepancy in enemy intelligence. Initially camouflaging herself as a wind-style shuriken, she advanced with the ferocity of a whirlwind. Then, amidst the densely positioned elite ninjas, who were prepared to counter Fugaku's Susanoo abilities, she unleashed a self-destructive attack. Finally, as she activated Susanoo to withstand Raikage's lightning cutter, her blade lunged towards Kakashi, while the suddenly manifested Susanoo targeted the injured legs of Asuma. Her actions inflicted maximum damage upon the adversaries, showcasing her abilities to their fullest extent. She had successfully eliminated a significant portion of the enemy's elite forces. If given another chance, she might doubt her ability to replicate such a feat. The girl surveyed Kakashi, now exhausted from employing Kamui, alongside a multitude of anxious ninjas who were restless due to the Hokage's prolonged absence. Lord Clan Head, it seems the scales of victory have tipped in our favor, she proclaimed, casting a bloody bandage to the ground. I have fulfilled my duty. The traitor Shimura Danzo has been vanquished. A profound silence enveloped the arena. At that moment, a trembling survivor from the Root organization spoke up. It was impossible that this was Danzo's bandages. However, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, and he quickly remarked, I never imagined you would awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. You truly are the pride of our clan. You have also avenged your brother Shursui by eliminating Danzo. Such a remarkable achievement. It seems that for someone like me, who has been clan leader for half a lifetime, my time has come to an end. After tonight, you shall share the reins of power in Konoha with me. Danzo merely orchestrated Shursui's poisoning, attempting to seize his eyes. Yet, in this altered timeline shaped by a girl, Shursui managed to escape using the body flicker technique after being poisoned, ultimately rescued by the Uchiha clan. And then, those eyes inexplicably found their way into Fugaku's gaze. However, our clan leader did not seem inclined to clarify this matter. He simply pinned the blame for Shursui's death squarely on Danzo. As for Danzo, what objection could a deceased man possibly raise? Regarding Yanai's prowess, Uchiha Fugaku was both astonished and delighted. After unleashing a vast Susanoo, he was not in optimal condition. Reduced to a mere skeletal form, devoid of even a phantom hand, and he had only just begun to regain his breath after leaning against his forehead. As they conversed, 2 enormous fireballs surged toward them from opposite directions, engulfing their figures. The 2 swiftly darted apart, escaping the range of the fiery onslaught. Their bodies shielded by white and green Susanoo, sustaining no injuries whatsoever. At last, have we caught the big fish? Uchiha Yanai remarked with a sardonic smile directed at Uchiha Fugaku. Though it seems we've also reeled in your son, esteemed clan leader. Emerging were Sarutobi Hiruzen, stripped of his Hokage cloak and clad in black ninja armor, alongside Uchiha Itachi, adorned in dark umbu attire. Itachi, what is the meaning of this? Have you lost your mind? Uchiha Fugaku bellowed, his fury palpable as he beheld the unexpected appearance of these two, especially his son, whom he had high hopes for. The anger was self-evident, as the future heir of the Uchiha clan, his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, had strayed far from the path. Yet, he was also taken aback. Believing Itachi to be indecisive between clan loyalty and village duty, ultimately opting for neutrality in this critical moment. This explains why, after such a long time, Itachi's presence has not been observed on either side. He, of course, remains oblivious to the fact that the girl has employed various means to delay him for so long before he finally joined the battlefield. Behind these two figures stands the entirety of the forces that the Hokage can muster, including Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, who have been commanding from the rear, along with the leading ninjas of the two clans, as well as several members of the Akimichi and Inuzuka clans. This represents the Hokage's final trump card. In a swift motion, Kakashi Itachi also appeared behind the Hokage, his complexion pale, head bowed in silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at Kakashi and inquired, Kakashi, during my hurried arrival, what has transpired on the battlefield? Where is Asuma? Why have I not seen him? In response, Kakashi mechanically turned, allowing the third Hokage a clearer view of the ground, where two medical ninjas were futilely attempting to revive the already crushed body of Sarutobi Asuma. Despite having foreseen this grim outcome, Hiruzen's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks as he gazed intently at the lifeless form of his son. After a considerable pause, he finally closed his eyes and sighed softly. So it is. I understand now. He has fallen. Tell them to cease. There is no need to waste chakra. After a moment of silence, he then asked quietly, who did this? Kakashi hesitantly replied, it was Uchiha Yanai, she utilized. He was about to clarify the situation when Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly interrupted him. I understand. You did your best, Kakashi. You have worked hard. A tinge of shame crossed Kakashi's face. Chapter 27, Tactical Genius? Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted his gaze back to the two wielders of the Meijiki Sharingan and spoke, Fugaku. I never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. However, since we have arrived at this point, there must be a conclusion. Uchiha Fugaku let out a sorrowful laugh. What a rarity. After all these years, you have finally taken the initiative to meet with me. I have been the hardest ninja to see in this village, Hokage. He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with resolve. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression remained impassive. I believe you understand why? Surely, it was you who obtained that pair of Meijiki? Uchiha Fugaku grinned and gestured towards his eyes. Indeed, before his demise, Shursui entrusted them to me, imploring me to use his eyes to witness a future of vengeance. A Konoha rule by Uchiha. No, Shursui would never do such a thing. He is not that kind of person. Fugaku offered no rebuttal. Instead, he retracted the Meijiki, reverting to his ordinary eyes, and even the green chakra enveloping his Susanoo arm dissipated. He sighed, seemingly resigned. Hokage, what do you perceive me to be? If I were to claim that as the leader of the Uchiha clan, I have never harbored any thoughts of a coup, would you believe me? Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged visage remained expressionless as he nodded before shaking his head. As Sarutobi Hiruzen, your former comrade in arms, I would prefer to believe you. However, as the third Hokage, who bears the future of the entire village, I cannot. The shuriken-shaped Meijiki Sharingan of Shursui re-emerged in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. This is the original sin of power. Once one possesses such strength, no matter how cautiously one treads, they cannot avoid arriving at this juncture. Let us conclude this matter. With that, he charged forward, propelled by his Susanoo's green energy towards the Hokage. Yanai attempted to intervene, but she was stopped by a familiar yet strange figure. Gazing at the dark-clad figure adorned with the three-tomo Sharingan, Yanai smirked. Is this not my defeated subordinate? You emerged from the Hokage's little black room so swiftly. I am grateful for your intelligence. It allowed us to eliminate Danzo's forces first. Itachi's face bore no expression as he replied. It seems the foe I must confront is you. I cannot allow you to interfere in the Hokage's battle tonight. His gaze felt unfamiliar to Yanai. Tentatively, she hurled several shuriken attached with threads. He retaliated in kind, and both of their eyes activated the three-tomo Sharingan. The clash of their weapons produced a spark as Yanai's sword met Itachi's kunai, and they both retreated simultaneously. Itachi expelled a swirling orange fireball from his mouth, But Yanai opted not to counter with ninjutsu. Instead, she utilized body flicker technique to create distance. Just as the fireball was about to extinguish, several shuriken of varying sizes erupted from within, alongside kunai and other ninja tools. Gripping her katana in one hand and a kunai in the other, Yanai defended against the incoming projectiles, evading where possible. Suddenly, a wind-infused shuriken, which she had narrowly dodged, whirled from behind her. This maneuver was a common tactic for any member of the Uchiha clan. A slight smile graced Yanai's lips as she bent her body to hang in midair. Evading the shuriken above and below, using the hilt of her blade to slip between them, leveraging their momentum to swiftly approach Uchiha Itachi. The blade, slightly dulled from previous strikes, glimmered ominously. Despite Yanai's advance, Itachi did not dare engage her in close quarters. According to the intelligence he possessed, Uchiha Yanai had recently confirmed her possession of the Manjiki's power. Although she had yet to wield it, seemingly seeking a fair contest, he would not underestimate her. Moreover, while he excelled in taijutsu, Yanai's swordsmanship posed a significant challenge, compelling him to adopt a strategy similar to Danzo's, employing long-range ninjutsu attacks to confine Yanai's movements. Boom. Once again, an oncoming orange fireball loomed before Yanai. She chose not to activate her Susanoo to withstand it. Instead, she allowed the hem of her clothing to catch fire as she once more opted for evasion. She continued to observe the peculiar fluctuations of chakra emanating from her opponent. Something was amiss with Itachi's chakra. Could it be that the Jinjutsu had not yet been dispelled? No, it is impossible. If that were the case, he wouldn't even stand a chance against the Uchiha, let alone survive the initial engagement. After all, there are Hyuga clan ninjas and sensory-type ninjas surrounding the Hokage. Coupled with the unfamiliar gaze directed at him earlier, and the tone as if they had never met, Uchiha Yanai quickly deduced the answer in his heart. Truly a tactical genius, Itachi, to devise a countermeasure so swiftly. Faced with Uchiha Yanai's uncanny ability to cast illusions by delving into others' memories, Uchiha Itachi boldly chose to employ a particular illusion on his own mind, effectively sealing away all memories of Uchiha Yanai from his consciousness. Such a troublesome Jinjutsu and terrifying combat intuition, he is indeed the prodigious ninja capable of achieving unexpected victories even when outmatched in strength, as depicted in the original narrative. As both parties continued their movements, engaged in the standard Uchiha tactic of mutual shuriken throwing, utilizing the Sharingan to identify weaknesses. They were both quite familiar with this combat process. She was in no hurry, having many backup plans at her disposal. She intended to observe what kind of power their clan leader could exert against the third Hokage. For now, she would rely on her ordinary Sharingan to keep Itachi entertained. From a distance, the sight of these two so-called prodigies of the Uchiha clan clashing seemed evenly matched. Nara Shikaka felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down, murmuring, "Blocked. It's been blocked." Despite the intelligence suggesting that Uchiha Yanai possessed the capability to utilize Susanoo and launch unresistible illusions from memories. Did my plan and Itachi's tactics still bear fruit? It appeared that Uchiha Itachi could buy her some time. At least until the opponent unwittingly employed that pair of Manjiki Sharingan. As the battlefield strategist, he had to consider every variable. This was his first encounter with an ability as troublesome as the Manjiki. At this moment, Shikaka's mind raced. The only one on our side capable of delaying Uchiha Yanai was Uchiha Itachi, who had enacted a memory-sealing illusion upon himself. Aside from Yanai, facing the remaining Uchiha Fugaku, he also had to remain vigilant against the risks posed by Kodo Amatsukami. Before the enigmatic abilities of Uchiha, his usual strategies and calculations seemed rendered ineffective. He shifted his focus to another battleground. Chapter 28. The Annihilation of the Uchiha Clan Shuriken Shadow Clone. The third Hokage rapidly performed hand seals, conjuring a multitude of shuriken that surged towards Uchiha Fugaku from all directions, yet none could penetrate the protective armor of his Susanoo. You truly are getting senile. Wasting chakra on futile ninjutsu tests, Uchiha Fugaku laughed heartily. Now that the Fade was stripped away, he had no intention of sparing the Hokage a shred of dignity. He bellowed, "Unfortunately, the protection of Susanoo has no blind spots." In the next moment, however, his forward momentum suddenly halted. Unbeknownst to him, amidst the ruins ravaged by the third Hokage's fire dragon jutsu, the earth split open, revealing Saratobi Hizashi's figure emerging from a hidden pit. Decapitation technique. Just as Uchiha Fugaku passed that location, Hizashi sprang up inside the Susanoo. A black Vajra rod descended upon Uchiha Fugaku. It turned out that a trap had already been laid at that moment. Uchiha Fugaku, seasoned in combat experience as the leader of the Uchiha clan, remained unflustered even when the enemy closed in unexpectedly. He not only evaded the third Hokage's attack in an instant, but also retaliated with taijutsu. Initially, he had intended to close in on the third Hokage and, at a perfectly secure distance, utilize Kodo Amatsukami to manipulate him. However, it now seemed that the figure casting Fire Dragon Jutsu and Shuriken shadow clones from afar was merely a shadow clone. The true body was the one wielding his signature weapon, the Vajra Rod. Clang! Once again, the clash of ninja tools and the Vajra Rod rang out, as the rod's end suddenly transformed into the massive visage of a monkey, lunging at Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku's Manjiki was fixed on the third Hokage. But just before Kodo Amatsukami could activate, a moment of hesitation flickered in his mind. What if this too was a shadow clone? In that split second of doubt, the gigantic monkey's head bit into his shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh with a pained grunt. His body was flung far away. But this also allowed him to escape the melee with the Hokage, causing Susanoo to gather anew around him. As a clan renowned for strategy and fond of shogi, Nara Shikaku understood the principles akin to the strategy of Tianji's horse racing. Observing that the enemy's two elite forces were being restrained by his own single elite and a middle-tier force, he made a crucial move to have his remaining middle-tier piece eliminate the opponent's lower-tier piece. Indeed, in the intelligence he had gathered, Shikaku classified the two factions involved in tonight's coup into several tiers. Initially, in his estimation, they had the third Hokage, an elite piece, while Might Guy, Kakashi, and Asuma led the elite corps of Konoha, also an elite piece. Additionally, there were other influential clans whose allegiances were uncertain, equating to a middle-tier force. While Danzo's root organization was also a middle-tier piece, thus representing a third party in tonight's coup. In his initial understanding, the Uchiha clan leader and his kin combined could be considered a middle-tier piece, and Uchiha Itachi, as the clan's foremost genius, was also a middle-tier piece. He had generously estimated the enemy's strength, placing Itachi in their ranks. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yanai, though hailed as the second genius of their clan, had yet to participate in real combat, leading him to regard her as merely a lower-tier piece. This was why he could not comprehend why the Uchiha clan dared to instigate a coup. No one would believe such a coup held any chance of success. The astute are always skeptical. He began to probe, first observing as Danzo's root organization, for various reasons, bore the brunt of the Uchiha clan's assault. After failing to uncover any hidden trump cards and seeing that Danzo seemed intent on concealing his own, he dismantled a group that could have formed an elite piece into several middle-tier forces, continuously employing probing tactics. He was simply uncertain whether the opposition possessed any tailed beast-level abilities capable of wiping out his forces in one fell swoop. After all, he had witnessed the terrifying Amaterasu black flames sealed within a scroll through the third S telescopic technique. The results of the probing emerged. The Uchiha clan leader, endowed with Shursui-S Manjiki, was classified as an elite piece, while the remaining Uchiha members were deemed a lower-tier force. As for the lower-tier Uchiha Yanai, she too pursued. Having lost the majority of Roots members, descending from a middle-tier to a lower-tier under Shimura Danzo, he dispatched a lower-tier piece to chase after Yanai, specifically the Inoshikacho Quartet. The outcome, of course, was failure. They had all underestimated the hidden prowess of that young girl, who was not merely a lower-tier piece. Concurrently, the middle-tier Uchiha Itachi leaped into several factions and declared that Uchiha Yanai had activated her Manjiki Sharingan. At this moment, realizing the gravity of the situation, the Hokage and Nara Shikaku decided to confront the issue head-on. They hastened to the front line, where the first piece of news they received was that the elite Jonin led by Kakashi and Asuma, who were supposed to be in the middle position, had been forced to retreat to a lower position due to the offensive from the enemy's two mounted forces. A small fraction of their combat strength had either perished or sustained injuries as a result of the time lag in intelligence. Thus, they had effectively revealed the enemy's entire hand. The scene appeared to favor the opposition, particularly with the defector from the Uchiha clan, a youth who, upon his suggestion, had devised a means to at least ensnare the Uchiha Yanai, one of the enemy's mounted forces. Consequently, the battlefield now reflected a scenario where the enemy's two mounted forces were engaged with one of their own mounted and one in the middle position, while Kakashi, bolstered by support from the Nara and Yamanaka clans, regained the status of a middle position. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Uchiha clan, having lost their two Manjiki Sharingan wielders, had been relegated to a lower position. With the situation having reached this critical juncture, Nara Shikaku found himself with little time to dwell on past misjudgments and mistakes. He understood that in the unfolding chaos of a real war, even the most meticulously crafted plans and arrangements were prone to unforeseen complications, especially in the context of a coup d'etat against their own forces. He promptly issued the simplest command: to lead the remaining elite ninja troops to eliminate the enemy's distant lower position. Naturally, he refrained from articulating the strategic thoughts swirling in his mind, opting instead to directly address Kakashi. "Are you fit to proceed?" The response was a silent nod. He had just received treatment and chakra replenishment from the rear medical team. Shikaka then surveyed the individuals behind him. Among them were Yuhi Kurenai, Yamanaka and Noichi, Akimichi Choza, Akimichi Torafu, Marino Abiki, Inazukatsume, and the Oil Girl clan members Shibi and Kuro. Even Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Dakuma from the Hyuga clan had joined their ranks, albeit with a hint of shame. A short distance away, Oil Girl Torian, along with Shino and a young root ninja, had just converged with them. In the shadows, he also spotted the masked figure of the wood-release user, Tenzo, as the Hokage was ultimately the emblem of Konoha. The mobilization of the Hokage as the supreme commander naturally drew the remaining ninjas to the fray, akin to ants converging upon a feast. With this, Shikaku mused that their numbers had now become comparable to a mounted force. This is the essence of Konoha's power, though regrettably lacking elite jonin as its core. Asuma has perished, Might Guy is gravely injured, and Kakashi's condition is far from commendable. Thus, Nara Shikaku resolutely declared, "Commence the complete extermination of the remaining members of the Uchiha clan." Chapter 29, Chaos, Turmoil, Desperate Combat. With Nara Shikaku's command, the elite ninjas sprang into action. They traversed half the battlefield, assaulting the Uchiha clan members who were merely spectating. Facing them were countless pairs of Sharingan, reflecting either hatred, confusion, or exhaustion. This night had delivered too many shocks. The once formidable clan leader and the so-called genius of the Uchiha, Sarada, showcased powers that they could scarcely have imagined in their memories. Yet, despite this overwhelming strength, magnified several times beyond their expectations, they still could not secure what should have been an effortless victory. A sense of bewilderment permeated the hearts of the Uchiha. Having experienced little combat, their stamina remained, and their numbers were largely intact, yet their morale had plummeted. As the Konoha ninjas advanced upon them, they could only grit their teeth and prepare for battle. With a swift motion, an Uchiha with a one-tomo Sharingan found his shadow ensnared by a serpent-like moving shadow, rendering him immobile. He wielded a large fan, knocking away the shurikens aimed at him, but ultimately his body was shattered by the high-speed impact of Inuzuka's Tsuga. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. With astonishing speed, Uchiha Hakadai formed seals, unleashing a torrent of orange flames that surged like a dragon. The ninjas of the Hokage's side retreated. Yet one unfortunate Chunin was engulfed in the inferno, emitting a chilling scream. As the flames subsided before Uchiha Hakadai, a multitude of colossal trees surged towards him. Wood style, Great Forest Technique. The unique wood release caught many eyes, executed by the masked Umbu, Tenzo. Serpent's Hand. Numerous serpents, propelled by the chakra-infused arms of Yamanaka Ringo, extended and slithered up the trees created by the Great Forest Technique, forming a formidable synergy with Tenzo that amplified the already impressive wood release. Uchiha Hakadai recoiled. But the opposing ninjutsu was swifter still. In a fleeting moment, he perceived the drool of the serpents hanging from the branches. Behind him, the shadow that had previously eluded the ground now loomed like a blossoming black lotus, sealing off his escape. Was this the end? Just as he entertained the thought of surrendering, a blade of wind, composed of concentrated wind chakra, sliced through the serpentine heads in the trees with immaculate precision. Wind style, Vacuum Wave. Such a potent wind release technique could only belong to one in the clan. Indeed, having narrowly escaped the shadow with a substitution technique. Uchiha Hakadai beheld the figure of the clan elder, Uchiha Moriyuki, who had come to his aid. "Do not despair." Moriyuki bellowed, "The clan leader shall soon achieve victory." He then led the Uchiha into the fray, combining fire style with wind style, intensifying the flames. Ninja cats emerged from clouds of white smoke, summoned as auxiliary forces, clashing with the enemy's summoned beasts. Boom. An elderly Uchiha ninja expelled a massive fireball, which merely struck a wooden clone of Konoha's Jonin. As he turned to confront the threat behind him, his war-torn body, injured from past battles for Konoha, failed to evade the charge of Akimichi Chza. A scream pierced the battlefield as Yuhi Kurenai, having succumbed to Uchiha Inazuma's Jinjutsu, doubled over in agony, clutching her face. "Got you." Uchiha Tetsuhira's kunai glimmered ominously as it plunged into Kurenai's back, blood spraying forth. Yet Tetsuhira's three-tomo Sharingan abruptly narrowed in shock. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Tetsuhira was sent flying, coughing blood mid-air, while Hyuga Hayashi caught the injured Kurenai, escorting her to safety. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Reizu, wielding a black blade, attempted to finish off Tetsuhira but was intercepted by another elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jin. Earth style, falling clay. With the power of his Sharingan, Uchiha Jin rapidly formed seals, causing a pool of dark clay to descend from above, ensnaring several ninjas. Fire style, dragon fire technique. He unleashed a straight line of flames that traversed the battlefield, transforming the trapped ninjas into mere clay figurines. Ninjutsu, super beast imitation. An eagle composed of black ink swooped down, rescuing Inuzuka Reizu from the clutches of the earth's mud and flames. Reizu, scorched by the fire, retreated in disarray with the assistance of his temporary ally, Sai. Just one day earlier, they had all been comrades from the same village, yet now they fought ruthlessly against one another, perhaps for survival, or perhaps for dominance over their village. The scene had turned exceedingly gruesome. However, as time passed, the Hokage's side, in terms of numbers, quality, and elite combat power, overwhelmingly outmatched the Uchiha clan. Thus, victory was all but assured. With a swift motion, Uchiha Munin, fighting desperately, severed the neck of a special jonin from the Sarutobi clan, a former comrade with whom he had once shared missions, yet neither side showed any mercy. He could scarcely recall how many of his fellow village ninjas he had slain that night. Just as he prepared to catch his breath and unleash another fire-style technique, a flash of azure lightning erupted before him. Reacting instinctively, Munin attempted to retreat, only to discover in the next moment that his body was unresponsive. Glancing down, he realized that the lightning was merely a result of his own body being pierced from behind. Kakashi retracted his hand, having utilized Raikiri. His condition not ideal, but the nuisance had been dealt with. With the fall of the pivotal Munin, the outcome of the battle seemed to hold no further suspense. His gaze swept across the arena, searching for Narashikaku, the commander in charge. Kakashi believed that his deceased friend Obito's family had already shed too much blood in this conflict. He wished to protect Konoha, which had also suffered immensely. There was truly no need for further bloodshed. If they could capture the remaining foes, perhaps their leader would relent. Unconsciously, his eyes met Narashikaku's calm, dark gaze. Though it resembled the eyes Kakashi remembered, an unexpected shiver coursed through him, for he understood the meaning behind that look, and thus gave a silent nod. The turmoil of this night had escalated to a point where only the annihilation of the Uchiha clan could serve as a fitting conclusion. Forgive me, Obito. For in the end, I have failed to protect Rin, your family, and Konoha. Chapter 30. The mysterious masked man. Kakashi sighed heavily in his heart, yet resolutely summoned his final reserves of chakra, the blue radiance of Raikiri once again illuminating his hand. He charged swiftly towards Uchiha Morikaze. Suddenly, Kakashi felt the space before him twist, and a figure clad in black abruptly appeared, his Raikiri colliding with the enormous fan in the individual's grasp. What had appeared to be a mere thick paper fan effortlessly withstood the might of Kakashi's formidable technique, which claimed to slice through lightning itself. Just as he was filled with uncertainty, a resounding boom echoed as he felt his Raikiri rebound, propelling his body backward, each cell within him stinging as if pierced by needles. Fortunately, he was rescued by members of the Akimichi clan who arrived in haste. What has transpired? Narashikaku realized that their sharpest spear had been thwarted by this sudden apparition, causing him great alarm. Too many events had unfolded tonight that exceeded his expectations as a strategist. Scanning the battlefield, he keenly observed that even the Uchiha were taken aback by the presence of this figure. Clad entirely in black, with disheveled hair, the figure donned a mask of red and black, revealing only his right eye, exuding an aura of mystery and power. That mask, the tiger-striped mask, stirred the deepest apprehensions within the hearts of those ninja present, like Akimichi Choji, who had participated in the Ninetales incident 9 years prior. Uchiha, was the Ninetales attack truly orchestrated by you from the shadows? Despite the figure's dark attire, the 3 Tomo insignia upon the fan clearly indicated allegiance to the Uchiha clan. What strange tool is that fan? It can deflect such a powerful jutsu. The masked man had no intention of greeting them. Turbulent storm. A spiraling flame serpent erupted from him, instantly sweeping across the battlefield. Many ninja failed to evade this fast fire attack, their anguished cries rising amidst the inferno. There is a flaw. Narashikaku, witnessing the might of the fire technique, became increasingly convinced of the masked man's identity as an Uchiha, yet he astutely seized the opportunity. The spiraling flames unleashed by the masked man intertwined with his own shadow, forming an ideal moment for Narashikaku to utilize his shadow bind technique. The overlapping shadows beneath them began to merge, stretching into a straight line. Upon seeing the jutsu succeed, Narashikaku exhaled in relief. Regardless of the opponent's origins, the priority was to contain him and gradually probe his abilities. He remained unaware of how the masked man had appeared so suddenly. It did not resemble any known teleportation technique. The enemy was likely connected to the Ninetales incident. Caution was paramount. His abilities were peculiar, and close-range attacks should be avoided. They should attempt to eliminate him with long-range jutsu. Understood. At that moment, two Umbu members directly under the Hokage stepped forward, preparing to weave hand signs. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Earth release, rock pillar spear. A blade of wind and a pillar of stone combined into a lance that pierced directly through the masked man's form. Have we succeeded? Narashikaka's eyes remained fixated on the dark figure. As the smoke cleared, the man stood unscathed, as if he had never been touched. What is happening? Kakashi's Sharingan intensely scrutinized the masked man's form. He had made no attempt to evade, yet their jutsu had been ineffective. Was it a power that nullified jutsu? In the next moment, he hurled 4 shuriken, aimed at the masked figure, yet they too were effortlessly avoided. Behind the tiger-striped mask, Uchiha Obito regarded his former comrade, Kakashi Hatake. Before this once cherished friend and companion, his heart harbored no remaining feelings. Even the intense hatred he had felt upon witnessing Kakashi use Raikiri to pierce Rin's chest had dissipated after learning the truth of the events. Kakashi had merely acted as any Konoha ninja would. But to do what must be done, knowing the immense pain it would entail, is that what justice is? He had come to understand the essence of this world. As long as it continued to turn, tragedy was unavoidable. Some might say, even so. Even if tragedy continues to unfold, humanity must not halt its progress. Indeed, they shone like his own mentors, always at the center of attention. As if the world revolved around them. They could always articulate profound philosophies. Perhaps some would believe them, just as he once had. Yet, Uchiha Obito no longer felt the need to contest with such individuals. He would assert, if tragedy is destined to recur, perhaps it is this world that should come to a halt. Suddenly, the masked man before Kakashi spoke. What futile struggles! Alas, they are in vain. Before I truly redeem you, let this illusory world descend further into the inferno of hellfire. Hours prior, as darkness fell, on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan. Near the village's boundary, Uchiha Obito had long known that someone within the clan had sensed his presence. After a series of covert tests, the two arranged to meet for the first time inside an abandoned shrine. Upon introduction, he expressed surprise at the young girl who identified herself as Uchiha Ino, who had awakened her Mangeki at such a tender age. He then divulged his own history, claiming to be the sole survivor of the Valley of the End battle. The Uchiha Madara of your... Oh, very well. Then as your junior, since you possess the same Mangeki as I shall call you Uchiha Madara for now. The girl replied. The black-striped mask nodded in acknowledgement. Whether it was Madara or anything else, those were merely relics of the past, names devoid of significant meaning to him. He revealed his identity and continued, since you are aware of who I am, you should also understand that I harbor the same animosity toward Konoha and those Uchiha clansmen who chose to betray me and remain in the village. Yes, this is the reason I sought to meet with you. Oh, it is quite simple. A slight smile graced the girl's lips, revealing 2 charming dimples. I will assist you in your revenge against Konoha, but there is one condition. You must not lay a hand on the Uchiha clan. Chapter 31. Who am I? Even though Obito had long considered himself indifferent to the myriad affairs of the world, he still vividly recalled the moment he gazed upon the girl through the lens of his mask, his expression involuntarily betraying a hint of astonishment at her mesmerizing Sharingan. The crimson moon in the sky had gradually been veiled by ominous clouds. The battle raged on around them. Just moments ago, Obito appeared as a mere bystander amidst the chaos of the battlefield, allowing himself to be lost in reminiscence. During this reverie, he endured several attacks. Yet his assailants achieved no significant results. He drifted through the corners of the shinobi world like a solitary specter, until this day, when he finally felt a flicker of intrigue, though still rather fleeting. His conversation with Uchiha Ayane prompted a shift in his plans. Their agreement extended beyond a mere transaction. Initially, he had been observing from the shadows, but the time had come for action. With this thought, his figure abruptly vanished in a swirl of distortion, evading the attacks launched by several Umbu members wielding ninja tools. It was as though he had never been under the influence of Narashikaka's shadow control. In the next breath, he reappeared behind Kakashi, delivering a knee strike that sent him flying. Kakashi tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before attempting to rise. Yet, the masked man mysteriously teleported before him once more, delivering a series of kicks that sent Kakashi sprawling. Faced with the masked man's uncanny abilities, Kakashi, whose chakra had been nearly depleted from the preceding battles, found himself pushed to his physical and mental limits, especially after using Kamui. In an instant, he was sent reeling across the battlefield. Wood release. Thorn killing technique. Tens and the others continued to execute Shikaku's plan while he directly intervened, using wood release to restrain the opponent. Confronted with such unreasonable abilities, Shikaku found himself at a loss, compelled to experiment with various tactics. Perhaps the masked man was immune to specific types of ninjutsu? Even if that were not the case, he could still gather intelligence on this enigmatic foe. This time, amidst the myriad of relentless assaults, can you still evade them as effortlessly as dodging a kunai? Secret technique. Insect jewel. Secret technique. Insect tornado. Oil Woman Shimi and Oil Woman Shurhei launched their attacks from two directions simultaneously, invoking the clan's secret arts to unleash swarms of minuscule insects that envelop the masked figure like layers of dark veils. In another direction, at the heart of the battlefield, the colossal green Susanoo, controlled by Uchiha Fugaku, wielded its spiral sword, relentlessly striking at the fleeing figures of Sarutobi Hiruzen. While attacking, he taunted, "Sarutobi, it seems you have truly aged." To counter the technique, you resort to using these shadow clones. Alas, it is futile. No matter how many shadow clones you employ, they cannot breach this defense. It is merely a waste of your limited chakra. It's time to relinquish the Hokage seat to someone more youthful and capable. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied coldly, "After everything that has transpired tonight, with your hands stained in the blood of our village's ninjas, do you still believe you can claim the title of Hokage?" Uchiha Fugaku sneered. "Why not? Our Uchiha clan boasts 2 members who have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Conversely, without our Uchiha, Konoha would truly falter." Before Hiruzen could respond, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly formed hand seals, and suddenly, a massive fireball erupted from the core of the green Susanoo, engulfing several of Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clones. Fire release. Great fireball technique. In the face of the fiery onslaught, a wall of water rose up, shielding the remaining shadow clones behind it. However, in an instant, the water barrier was pierced by the spiral sword in the green Susanoo's grasp, and one shadow clone of Sarutobi was caught off guard, impaled, and dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Yet as Fugaku closed in, he discovered that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already gathered a fireball in his mouth, while beside him stood another shadow clone, ready to unleash ninjutsu. 3 releases. Great multi-strike technique. Flames. Water dragons and landslides erupted from the mouths of the 3 Sarutobi Hiruzen figures. This represents the utmost limit of the chakra permissible within the body of the current 3rd generation, in a state less than optimal. He is incapable of casually executing formidable ninjutsu like the 5 elements, Great Rindan. Nevertheless, the convergence of these 3 distinct chakras manifests an effect exceeding 3, directly tearing apart the exterior of that green Susanoo, revealing its skeletal first phase once again, where the skeletal structure was breached. A rapidly spinning vidralike rod descends with crushing force. Simultaneously, on another battlefield, the figures of Yano and Uchiha Itachi once again intersect, leaving a series of ringing sounds in the air. Fire style, fuchsia flower claw red. Itachi hurls several shurikens enveloped in fuchsia flames towards Yano, sealing off all her escape routes. As Yano dodges left and right, flames lick at her surroundings, singeing her clothing and hair. So close, what a pity. With your method of combat, even if a victor emerges from that side, there will be no conclusive outcome. Are you not planning to exert your full strength, Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Itachi regards Yano as though she were a stranger. I am aware that you possess the ability of the Manjiki Sharingan. Are you not yet inclined to utilize it? Yano's lips spontaneously curl into a mocking smirk. I have no need for it against you. After their weapons clash once more, Yano chooses not to continue her assault. Instead, she halts her movements, adopting a stance of truce, and inquires of Uchiha Itachi, "Hey, Uchiha Itachi, may I ask you something?" "Who am I?" Itachi lowers his gaze, fixating on Yano's toes, avoiding her eyes, and softly replies, "You are the enemy I must confront tonight." "Oh, then do enlighten me. Why must you confront me?" The girl's tone is leisurely, completely unconcerned for the clan leader embroiled in a fierce struggle nearby, attempting to engage Uchiha Itachi in conversation. "Why?" A rare flicker of confusion graces Uchiha Itachi's face, quickly replaced by determination. "Because you are jeopardizing the peace and stability of Konoha." "No, you are mistaken," Uchiha Yano counters, her expression sincere enough to move even herself if she were to glance in a mirror. Chapter 32. Truth or Dare. She pointed to herself, then to Sarutobi Hiruzen beside her, and finally to Uchiha Fugaku, stating, "Our struggle, risking our lives, is not to undermine the village's stability nor to vie for its control, but to fight for the Konoha that resides in each of our hearts." "Has anyone ever posed such a question to you before?" She continued. "What question?" Uchiha Itachi inquired. Aware of his own strength and knowing that should the other party activate the Manjiki Sharingan, he would likely find it challenging to fend off her attacks. Thus, seeing her willingly engage in verbal sparring, he was more than willing to oblige. It is a question that asks you to weigh the two most cherished aspects of your life against each other. Then, reflect upon their significance within your heart. Which is lighter, that is what you should destroy. So, Uchiha Itachi, I must ask, in your heart, is the village more important or the Uchiha clan? Humph. Uchiha Itachi scoffed coldly. What sort of question is this? Am I not answering it with my actions? All right, the girl soothed. How about we engage in a simple question and answer game? You might not know, but we used to enjoy this game immensely. I will ask you a question, and you must answer. Once you answer truthfully, you can pose me a question of the same nature, and I must respond. Whoever fails to answer first loses. Fair enough? Having never played such a game with Itachi before, Yano felt a thrill of mischief. Very well, Uchiha Itachi consented. I choose Konoha Ninja Village. Excellent, Yano shrugged. Now it's your turn to ask a question. Seeing that the girl kept her word, Uchiha Itachi spoke. You have two choices. One is to lay down your weapons and leave the village, which would result in a better future for it. The other is to resist to the death, which, even if successful, would leave the village gravely wounded. Between these two choices, which would you select? I would choose to take up arms and demand that my enemies lay down their weapons for the sake of the village and leave voluntarily. Otherwise, it would be mutual destruction, Uchiha Yano answered, her words sincere. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, and the opportunity to pose a question shifted to the girl. If tonight our clan's coup succeeds, and your father becomes the fifth Hokage, choosing to forgive you while still wishing for you to be his successor, what would you choose? Would you still betray him as before? At that moment, a glimmer of genuine confusion appeared in Itachi's eyes, as he clearly pondered the question deeply. Uchiha Yano even doubted whether she could launch a surprise attack now with a reasonable chance of success. However, such an action was not part of her plan. She needed Itachi to live to fulfill a certain purpose, at least for the time being. I think, if that were the case, I would choose to leave the village. I never wished to become Hokage or the leader of the Uchiha clan, especially if it transformed into something unrecognizable to me. He continued, not waiting for Yano's response. Posing a new question. I know you once cast a genjutsu on me through my memories, but why did you have me convey essentially unbelievable false information? Was it merely to buy time for tonight's conflict, or do you have some other motive? To this question, I can only respond that yes, I indeed have other motives. However, if you wish to discover what that motive is, you will need to expend another opportunity to ask a question. Now it is my turn. If Shimura Danzo or the third Hokage were to demand that you commit suicide for the sake of the village, knowing that your death would bring substantial benefits to it, would you do so? Unless my eyes can perceive that benefit, and it is substantial enough, I would first observe the situation. Next question. He did not pursue further inquiries. As Uchiha Yano was adept at shifting the topic and avoiding direct answers. As long as she could prolong the conversation, he would fulfill his mission. Thus he asked a pointed question. When and how did you awaken your Manjiki Sharingan? The girl shrugged and replied, a year ago. A dear childhood friend of mine unexpectedly passed away due to illness. I mourned for quite some time and then inexplicably awakened my Manjiki Sharingan. She spoke casually. And Uchiha Itachi did not believe her seemingly fabricated excuse, yet he refrained from exposing her words. Suddenly, Yano hastily asked, Uchiha Itachi, which is more important to you? Uchiha Sasuke, or the Konoha Ninja Village? Dong dong, this is the sound a girl has chosen as her inner voice. Indeed, after such a long build-up, she ultimately revealed her true intentions. Silence ensued. The only response from the girl was a prolonged stillness. Itachi's thin lips were tightly pressed together, as if he were unwilling to voice the thoughts brewing within him. Yet, Yano let out a gentle sigh and sincerely, albeit insincerely, addressed him, in truth. I have known for quite some time, Uchiha Itachi. To you, your beloved younger brother is the one you would go to great lengths to protect. Even if it meant destroying this village or annihilating your entire clan. Itachi's fist clenched tightly, remaining silent. Yano continued, this is the deepest secret within your heart. One that even your family, your parents, your clan brothers, your superiors, the third Hokage, and Danzo, not to mention Uchiha Sasuke himself, are unaware of. Would you like to know how I came to learn this secret? At this moment, she sighed again, weaving a tale tinged with a hint of regret. In fact, you told me yourself. What did you say? Itachi raised his head sharply, yet he still dared not meet the girl's gaze, instead focusing on her chest. Still refusing to look me in the eye? This way, you can avoid seeing my eyes in your new memories, Yano mused, acknowledging Itachi's keen sense of battle awareness. But perhaps this is for the best, she thought as she continued. You heard me correctly. This is something you revealed to me. Yano continued her fabricated narrative. Alas, that memory has been sealed by your own Jinjutsu. Otherwise, if you were to break that illusion now, you would immediately uncover the entire truth. Itachi scoffed. I fear this is your true objective, isn't it? Do you think I would be so easily deceived? Yano, feigning sorrow, replied. Why would I need the Manjiki Sharingan's Jinjutsu to kill you? You must have seen the green power emanating from your father. That ability is called Susanoo. A power deeply hidden within Uchiha Shursui. She pointed to her own eyes. With my Manjiki, I too can wield such power. The only reason I haven't used it is that we had an agreement beforehand. An agreement? Itachi questioned. Yes, an agreement. Yano began to divert the conversation to seemingly unrelated topics. By the way, when was the last time you saw Sasuke? Itachi remained silent. When you were monitoring the Uchiha clan, you did not see him, did you? He is still too young to be involved in a coup like tonight's. Yano shook her head, smiling. Even if he wanted to participate, he would be unable to, for Sasuke is already under my control. What did you say? Itachi's eyes flared with rage. Yano sighed again, listlessly stating, I mentioned this a few hours ago. I told you once, but due to your use of a memory-sealing Jinjutsu, I must repeat myself. Assist us, do not betray your clan, or else I cannot guarantee Sasuke Uchiha's safety. With a swish, a sharp sound pierced the air as Itachi's trembling kunai was aimed at the girl's throat, yet this only widened the smirk on Yano's lips. What will you choose? Uchiha Itachi? I know what choice you will make, for when I first uttered these words, you had already provided me with your answer. That is a lie. Itachi retorted coldly, his tone firm, though the tremor in his hand betrayed his uncertainty. Whether it is a lie or not, once you break the Jinjutsu in your mind, the truth will be revealed, will it not? Yano's voice brimmed with delight. Yet, Itachi refrained from taking this seemingly simple step. Instead, he focused on uncovering the inconsistencies in Yano's statements, searching for flaws. You claimed to threaten me with Sasuke and establish some agreement. Yet you employed a Jinjutsu on me and sent me to the third Hokage to report Danzo's treachery. This is contradictory. Do you think I am so easily fooled? Yano sighed, disappointment evident in her voice. You do not remember how I cast the Jinjutsu on you, do you? If I surmise correctly, after you enacted that Jinjutsu on yourself, the only thing you saw was a brief note detailing past events and future actions. In reality, I never employed the Manjiki Sharingan's Jinjutsu on you. It was merely a tactic we agreed upon. What did you say? I said our agreement was that you would use my Jinjutsu as an excuse to deliberately deliver false information to the Hokage's office and then seize the opportunity to execute a coup against the Hokage's command center. To prevent the ninjas who can sense chakra from discovering the truth, you likely muddled your own chakra flow in your mind. This way, you would avoid being used as a pawn in the conflict against the Uchiha clan and allow us to maintain our strength in the shadows. Yano's words began to convince even herself, becoming increasingly reasonable with each thought. Thus, your power remains intact for use at this decisive moment. However, it seems that this tactic has been turned against you. That plan to seal memories with Jinjutsu was not solely your idea, was it? Let me guess. The keen strategist from the Hokage's side, Nara Shikaku, assisted you in this, did he not? Even that note containing all the information was likely a suggestion. So you could follow its instructions immediately after completing the Jinjutsu. Itachi's features twisted with anguish. Before you enacted that Jinjutsu, you must have been in a state of being controlled. Or perhaps I underestimated the Hokage's side's suspicion. They likely feigned trust in you only after confirming you had enacted that Jinjutsu, treating you as a pawn. Uchiha Itachi, think carefully if you left any traces behind. If it were the Itachi of that time, there must be a way for you, now unaware of being a pawn, to recall the entire situation. I am not certain, Itachi murmured, lost in contemplation. The girl continued, Are you curious about the contents of our agreement? It is quite simple. If you assist us in achieving victory in tonight's coup, we will allow you to leave the village, even the Uchiha clan. To do as you please. If you wish, you may return to see your brother, Uchiha Sasuke, at any time. As for Sasuke himself, Yano sighed again. To be honest, I envy him a little. He will be groomed as the 6th Hokage, taking your place as the heir of the Uchiha clan. Itachi Uchiha's typically composed and calm mind was now in disarray, having actively sealed away all memories of Yano. Unbeknownst to him, a mere flicker of his eyelids would unveil the kaleidoscope of swirling cherry blossoms hidden behind the girl's mask. That was the enigmatic and potent power known as Kokono, residing within her right eye. This kaleidoscopic ability allowed her to directly alter the memories of others, with the complexity of the memories dictating the cost of such modifications. At that moment, Yano had expended a trivial price, merely 10 energy points. Much of her influence stemmed from her eloquent words and verbal traps, compounded by Itachi's voluntary relinquishment of his memories regarding her, leaving behind scant information that misled him. In Itachi's recollection, a faint mark resembling Sasuke's essay appeared on the battle plan meticulously arranged by Shikaka Nara after he employed his genjutsu. It looked as though he had lightly scratched it with his fingernail. Indeed, with such a minimal alteration to Itachi's memory, paired with her near 6 paths level of verbal manipulation, she became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. The adage rings true: the more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she may be. As a contender for the title of the most cunning woman in the ninja world, Our Lady Yano believed that this awakened kaleidoscopic ability was perfectly suited to her. Chapter 34, The Turn of Events with a Resounding Boom. The unique jutsu of the Inuzuka clan, Fong Passing Fong, once again pierced through the body of the enigmatic masked man, yielding no effect. Yet, when the masked man attacked, his form became tangible, inflicting real harm upon anyone in his path. At that moment, the ninjas of the Leaf Village lay scattered across the ground. Kakashi, utterly exhausted, knelt on one knee, having lost the capacity to fight again. Behind him stood the members of the Hyuga and Aburame clans, until the very end. He endeavored to shield them. However, against such a formidable power, they were utterly defenseless. The masked man seized Kakashi by the throat and, amid his feeble struggles, plucked out his left eye. Accompanied by Kakashi's heart-wrenching scream, the masked figure discarded him like refuse. Then, in an instant, he vanished from sight. If possible, Obito wished to keep his true nature concealed from others, thus opting to retreat into Kamui's space to replace his eye. Initially, he did not intend to reclaim his left eye so soon. His original plan involved acquiring a multitude of Sharingan from the Uchiha clan to utilize Izanagi as a trump card, thereby complementing his phasing ability and serving as a puppet master. However, due to unforeseen changes in the plan, Uchiha clan members not perishing en masse and the impending insecurity of Konoha post this night, combined with his urgent need for offensive power, he ultimately decided to retrieve his eye. An instinct told him that the power contained within his left eye was essential for his assaults. Thus, Obito temporarily withdrew. Yet his commotion left the remaining ninjas unable to eradicate the other Uchiha clan members. The previously fierce combatants surprisingly began to treat the wounded on the battlefield, as the Leaf side, despite their numerical advantage, had lost their momentum and remained wary of another attack from the masked man. Meanwhile, Itachi and Yano, who should have been embroiled in a life-and-death struggle, had inexplicably paused, engaging in a candid conversation under the puzzled gazes of surrounding ninjas. "I understand now," Itachi said with difficulty. "Have you finally recalled everything? If you would only dispel the genjutsu, the truth would be revealed." To this, Yano audaciously began to recite the stratagem of the empty city. Hearing those words inevitably deepened Itachi's suspicions. Yano's repeated urging for him to confront the genjutsu only made him more apprehensive, fearing she had further schemes or intended to eliminate him as well. Thus, he refrained from heeding her advice to dispel the genjutsu and instead inquired, "In our previous plan, how would you deal with the third Hokage?" "Humph," Yano scoffed derisively. "At your request, since Konoha had not yet slain the former Hokage, the precedent for a coup d'etat necessitated that he serve as a diligent Hokage advisor, just as he had before. Alternatively, he could be permitted to leave the village to serve as an advisor to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire." Seemingly perceiving his concerns, she continued, "Regardless, whether the Hokage faction's ninjas defeat the Uchiha or our coup succeeds, tonight's bloodshed must reach a conclusion. In our prior strategy, Sasuke was an excellent candidate to inherit the will of fire. Do you not agree?" After a prolonged silence, Itachi asked, "What do you intend for me to do?" "Quite simply, feign defeat and flee to Hiruzen's side. Seize the opportunity to ambush him while he is unguarded," Yano instructed. "I refuse to employ such underhanded tactics," Itachi countered. Yano internally scoffed, recalling how he had not hesitated to employ deceit when annihilating his clan. "We should persuade the third Hokage to relinquish his position as Hokage in favor of allowing him to become the new Hokage or an advisor to the feudal lord," Itachi continued. "Suit yourself," Yano shrugged. Throughout her intricate schemes, mental manipulations, and deceptions, Yano had woven a web, ensnaring her prey with increasing precision. Especially with the target as astute as Itachi Uchiha, her heart brimmed with delight. Yano nearly forgot she was orchestrating a coup. All she desired was to suppress the smile threatening to escape her lips. A profound sense of joy and accomplishment enveloped her, as she perceived the energy points of the metaphorical golden finger in her mind steadily increasing, likely linked to her emotional elation. This hypothesis was somewhat validated, as her brain began secreting a peculiar substance, with the golden finger assisting in its collection and storage for potential future transformation. What is happening? What has transpired? How have those two joined forces? A member of the Hokage's direct umbu glanced at the shoulder-to-shoulder figures of Itachi and Yano, beads of sweat forming on his mask. What has occurred? Has Itachi Uchiha betrayed us again? To be precise, Itachi had once again turned traitor. A cold joke, worth a deduction of 1,000 points. In any case, when these two prodigious Uchiha figures stood side by side, it signified a momentous shift in the tide. Standing on the side of the third Hokage, the remaining members of the Uchiha clan found themselves engulfed by a flicker of despair. They did not perceive that Uchiha Itachi had successfully persuaded Uchiha Ayane to abandon the shadows and join forces to assist the third Hokage. In truth, many among them struggled to comprehend Itachi's betrayal of their clan, yet their confusion did not diminish their welcome of any additional support. Alone on the battlefield, Uchiha Fugaku faced Sarutobi Hiruzen, his condition deteriorating further as his second stage Susanoo was once again shattered by Hiruzen's might. He had forsaken direct confrontation, opting instead for the initial stage of his ribcage Susanoo combined with high-speed displacement in an attempt to evade Hiruzen's ninjutsu assaults. However, this strategy inadvertently provided Hiruzen with more opportunities to wield his formidable staff, placing Fugaku at a disadvantage. When he beheld Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Ayane side by side, a peculiar expression settled upon Fugaku's face. Chapter 35. The shifting balance opposite Itachi, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a countenance darkened by foreboding. After decades in the role of Hokage, he could not fathom why Itachi, who should have aligned himself with the village, would choose to betray them once more. Despite having weathered many storms in his lifetime, the current scene stretched beyond the confines of his understanding. Hiruzen found himself questioning existence itself, a sentiment shared by others present. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku's internal turmoil was even more intricate. He envisioned a special bond between Itachi and Ayane. Believing that her beauty had swayed his foolish son back to their side, Fugaku contemplated whether to exclude Itachi from the line of succession, favoring Sasuke as the sixth Hokage instead, aligning with Ayane's casual remarks. He had previously imagined a terrifying scenario where Itachi, as Hokage, would fall under the manipulation of Ayane, who should have been a supportive partner. As Hiruzen prepared to confront Itachi about his betrayal, the latter's words astonished everyone present. In a hoarse voice, Itachi implored, "Lord Sarutobi, for the greater good of Konohagakure, please relinquish your position as Hokage and serve as an advisor to the daimyo of the Fire Country." Itachi had deliberated deeply on his way there, ultimately deciding to exclude the option of remaining in Konoha as Hiruzen's advisor. He sensed a discord between his father and Hiruzen. Fugaku's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. "What are you saying, my foolish son? Are you truly considering allowing Hiruzen to leave, waiting for him to return with his 3 legendary disciples?" Just as Hiruzen had resolved to eliminate the Uchiha clan, they believed that a successful coup would leave no room for Hiruzen's survival. Unfortunately, Itachi was entirely ensnared by Ayane's manipulations, her deceitful information and memory alteration tactics, compounded by his own self-imposed sealing of memories regarding Ayane. He had convinced himself that he had devised a solution that would bring happiness to all. Itachi. Hiruzen's face bore an unprecedented weariness, as if the very wrinkles of his visage had deepened. He sighed softly, "You have disappointed me. Can you explain why? Why betray the village?" Itachi replied bitterly, "I have my unavoidable reasons, Hokage-sama. Yet, I assure you, I will dedicate my life to healing the wounds inflicted upon Konoha by the Uchiha clan, ensuring that the Hokage is held by one who truly embodies the spirit of the will of fire." What? Hiruzen's eyelids twitched. Was he not the sole bearer of that spirit within Konohagakure? It seemed Itachi spoke as if he, a mere scion of the Uchiha clan, could determine who truly embodied the will of fire, as if the most deserving individual should be the one to assume the mantle of Hokage. Is this acceptable? When did the will of fire become subject to the whims of the Uchiha clan? What fate befell the descendants of Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shisui? Do you not possess even a modicum of awareness? Although it seems that your clan has quite the penchant for playing with fire, regardless of your inner thoughts. Faced with Itachi's relentless pressure, the third Hokage was drenched in cold sweat. His own strength had waned considerably throughout the long night, while the opponent's hidden cards continued to emerge, many yet to be revealed. At this point, he was even hesitant to confront Uchiha Fugaku in his true form, fearing the potential trap of his Kodo Amatsukami. Moreover, Itachi's counterattack forced him to simultaneously face 3 formidable adversaries, despite having previously held the upper hand against Fugaku. His gaze swept across the battlefield, searching for a glimmer of hope. At last, one of his shadow clones pointed an accusatory finger at Uchiha Yano, exclaiming, "Uchiha Itachi, do you intend to conspire with someone who belittles Konoha and the will of fire, such as her? Have you considered what Konoha would become under the control of such a person? Surely, you must understand. Our poor third Hokage, in a moment of desperation, resorted to verbal tactics." As he spoke, Yanai remained vigilant, preparing for the potential of mutual destruction should he employ the Reaper Death Seal. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Itachi's expression turned pained. "I am sorry, but I have my reasons for acting this way." Yanai interjected immediately, "Lord Hokage, you often speak of the will of fire. I would like to inquire, what does it truly mean to you, as the Hokage?" Her words seemed to activate a dormant mechanism within the old man. With a sudden closing of his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened them again, a solemn expression gracing his features as he began to recite, "Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, there too shall be flames." "Stop, stop, stop." Yanai quickly gestured for a pause, interrupting the Hokage's incantation. Sarutobi glared discontentedly at Uchiha Yanai. In his past experiences with young women, he found Yanai to be an exceedingly peculiar heiress of the Uchiha clan. She shunned the battlefield, avoided missions, neglected school, yet graduated with top marks. It seemed she could effortlessly rely on a private tutor for her education, ultimately joining the law enforcement system as her final act. This individual's disdain for the village's regulations was anticipated long ago. However, he did not foresee the extent of hostility that the young girl harbored towards the village. He expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "A person like you naturally does not care for the will of fire." Yanai's expression turned mocking, and she immediately adopted the persona of a keyboard warrior. "Hokage-sama, may I inquire what you mean by a person like me? Are we the countless ordinary ninjas of Konoha, like myself, whose ancestors and teachers bear no connection to the Hokage?" In response, Sarutobi Hizashi, unable to suppress his incredulity, remarked, "Can a Uchiha like you be compared to an ordinary ninja of Konoha?" Yanai seemed to have been waiting for this very remark. In what sense does the Hokage speak? In terms of shedding blood for Konoha, indeed, we Uchiha are akin to the multitude of ordinary ninjas. Yet, after such sacrifices, we have been met with nearly a decade of discriminatory policies, treated as if we were contagious pariahs by the very village we founded, cherished, and for which we shed blood. No other ninja's plight can compare to ours. Even during the dark and bloody Warring States period, no one has endured such profound betrayal after giving so much. Sarutobi Hizashi, having witnessed the young girl's verbal prowess, chose to seal his lips, understanding that remaining silent would prevent him from erring. "You claim that I do not care for the will of fire, but I must ask, does this so-called will of fire have a place for the ordinary ninjas of Konoha? A position for our Uchiha clan? I fear there is none. Hokage-sama, you once stated that the essence of the will of fire is to be passed down through generations. However, only one with the authority to define the will of fire, such as yourself, can determine which embers are worthy of perpetuation. As for the rest," Yanai's expression grew increasingly mocking and playful. "In contrast to the embers deemed worthy of inheritance, both I and the other members of the Uchiha clan, along with those ordinary ninjas who may not even leave a name in history, are merely the kindling and fuel necessary to ignite this flame. Therefore, I ask, as mere fuel, why should we concern ourselves with the intentions of the fire? Should we willingly offer our all, fully aware that we shall be reduced to ashes? Or is the expectation that we should gratefully offer our all until we are but a pile of ash your interpretation of the will of fire for ninjas like us? If so, I must apologize, for even if our bones turn to ash, we Uchiha shall take your embers with us as we vanish from this world." Sarutobi Hizashi recognized the traps hidden within the girl's words. If he were to present examples and counter her claims, he could only think of Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shursui as those most aligned with the will of fire, but the fate of Shursui. Thus, he believed that any attempt to refute her would only ensnare him further in Yanai's verbal trap, placing him in an even more precarious position. Nevertheless, he endured the girl's scornful rhetoric, having achieved his goal of buying time. In the distance, dozens of remaining ninjas, survivors of countless battles, joined the fray. This alleviated some of Sarutobi Hiruzen's pressure. However, the cost was the rapidly depleting lives of the ninja engaged in battle. Fire style, great fireball technique. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted. Yet, this was merely a feint to divert attention. In a swift motion, Uchiha Ayana evaded Sarutobi Hiruzen's attempt to ambush her with the decapitation technique. In the next instant, a white Susanoo hand emerged from behind her, crushing the shadow clone into fragments. The young woman coldly remarked, "Lord Hokage, do you not often claim that we utilize our clan's power against the entire village? Is this not akin to striking a stone with an egg? Now, it appears that this stone is about to be shattered by eggs like us. The harsh reality is that the price of opposing our Uchiha clan is one you cannot afford. Do you feel a twinge of regret? It is your long-standing prejudice, exclusion, and oppression of the Uchiha clan that has led us to this point. I did nothing." "Indeed, you did nothing, Lord Hokage." It was undeniable that regret flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Once, he had resolved to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan, even if it meant severing a limb, to maintain the stability and order of the village. But who could have anticipated that this discarded arm would prove stronger than the entire body? It seemed that this Hokage had no choice but to gamble his life in battle. He glanced at the few loyal subordinates remaining by his side. "In a moment, you will coordinate with my shadow clones to unleash a collective fire-style jutsu." The captain of the Umbu, hidden behind his mask, briefly displayed doubt. "Do we continue fighting, Lord Hokage? The enemy's capabilities have exceeded our limits. Perhaps we should retreat for now, until Jiraiya-sama." "I have no retreat," Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. "I have sent word to Jiraiya. If anything goes awry, he will bring the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to me, while I remain here to fight until the last moment." "Understood, Lord Hokage." Ninjutsu. For seals, Great Bullet. Alongside a dozen ninja, they coordinated their efforts with Sarutobi Hiruzen's body and two shadow clones, unleashing various elemental techniques. The already devastated battlefield resembled the aftermath of a typhoon, flattening any remaining structures. At a critical moment, Uchiha Fugaku, as a father, activated the armored third stage of Susanoo to protect Itachi from this overwhelming joint assault. Yet, Ayana experienced true injury for the first time that night, causing a shift in her entire demeanor. With a calm demeanor, she tidied her disheveled hair, her garments tattered, and a crack forming on her mask. The girl decisively removed her mask and placed it on the ground, revealing her exquisite features and the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in her eyes. "Very well. What you are about to experience will be the deepest despair," she stated calmly. The kaleidoscope in her eyes began to spin, and suddenly, a distortion in space appeared before her. Uchiha Obito, masked, emerged from within, positioning himself between the two factions. He scratched his head, saying, "Oh dear. It seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment." Ayana, momentarily embarrassed, interrupted her charge. "Lord Hokage, be cautious. That individual, suspected to be of the Uchiha clan, possesses immunity to all ninjutsu and taijutsu attacks, along with the ability to teleport." Just arriving, the masked Umbu member, Tenzo, shouted, Chapter 37, Big and White. First, there's a genjutsu that manipulates consciousness, then one that activates from memory. Next, immunity to all ninjutsu and taijutsu attacks and teleportation. And that's Susanoo. What a terrifying clan. "Teacher, you're mistaken. The Uchiha clan is not merely evil, they are both wicked and powerful." At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a heightened sense of crisis, far greater than in the original narrative when facing Orochimaru and the two revived Hokages. After all, Orochimaru had not deployed any significant jutsu against the Uchiha Fugaku and Ayana, who wielded Susanoo. He found himself unable to replicate the original's direct approach of using the Reaper Death Seal, even employing Earth Style after an initial failure. He was reluctant to risk a time-restricted forbidden technique that would expose his body. If he were to be caught in Fugaku's Kodo Amatsukami while performing the technique, it would spell disaster. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen was revered as the professor of ninja and claimed mastery over most jutsu, he ultimately grasped the feeling of helplessness when faced with the innate abilities derived from the Uchiha bloodline. If chakra permitted, he could unleash the 5 elements, Great Bullet technique, which, if focused, could breach a Susanoo's defense, allowing him to employ forbidden techniques like the Reaper Death Seal to at least inflict casualties on the Uchiha side. However, he evidently could not achieve even that. After another round of offense and defense, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clones targeted the masked man, yet predictably, their attacks were evaded by his enigmatic spatial abilities. Conversely, his clones fell victim to the masked man's counterattacks. 9 years ago, was it you? Who were you really? The remaining 2 Sarutobi Hiruzen, having once more summoned shadow clones, inquired of the masked man. "Are you also a member of the Uchiha clan? Why do you not reveal your true form? Let me see who you are." Standing with hands clasped behind his back, the masked man faced 100 ninja, calmly declaring, "I am Uchiha Madara, the man who bestowed this village with the name Konoha." Ayana, standing aside, gave Obito a thumbs up. The pretense she displayed was nothing short of exemplary. Although she had become invincible in the art of verbal sparring, she suddenly felt that in the realm of deception, she still had much to learn compared to the characters from the original narrative. It seemed she would have to seek guidance from these figures more often in the future. Nevertheless, Yang Nai maintained an air of composure, fully aware of what Uchiha Obito would say. The others present, however, including Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi, bore expressions of shock and disbelief. Are you not the spirit of Uchiha Madara, resurfacing after all these years? This was inconsequential. They merely needed to understand that their doom was inevitable. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku was engulfed in tumultuous thoughts, realizing that within the Uchiha clan's underground chamber, a secret message had been inscribed on the stone walls, decipherable only by the power of the Kaleidoscope. This message informed him that a clan member who had awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan would assist him tonight. And that individual was none other than the elder who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. In truth, it was an elaborate ruse orchestrated by Uchiha Yang Nai, aimed at hastening Fugaku's decision-making. At last, Yang Nai seized the opportunity to execute her prior intentions. With her kaleidoscope eye spinning, the white Susanoo swiftly transitioned from ethereal to corporeal, bypassing the skeletal form and materializing into a towering white giant. This marked her first time showcasing her Susanoo to its fullest extent before the gathered audience. Tenzin and the other ninjas sprang into action. Wood release, Great Forest Technique, Secret Technique, Insect Hurricane, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Brown earth dragons, countless roots, and relentless poison insects collided with the Susanoo, yet there was no discernible impact. Yang Nai manipulated the Susanoo to penetrate the enemy's ninjutsu, delivering a lethal blow to an Umbu member who had just unleashed the Earth Dragon Bullet, slamming him into the cracked ground. In the face of incoming assaults from all directions, the white Susanoo did not evade. Instead, a swirling mass of gas enveloped it, forming a round shield that protected its immense form. Tianjin Wind. All attacks that struck this gaseous shield were deflected, soaring off into the unknown and resulting in eruptions. The exterior shield solidified further, transforming into a suit of pure white Tengu armor atop the Susanoo. The enormous helmet, resembling glossy white glaze, bore rows of sharp fangs, with two colossal canine teeth prominently displayed, revealing crimson orbs akin to grinding wheels. At the waist of the Susanoo, a blade emerged, entirely white and adorned with ancient golden cloud patterns, appearing as if formed from pure gas. The sword was named Tengu no Tachi. Regrettably, this famed weapon was merely a simulation produced by the Susanoo in its third form. The true Tengu no Tachi existed only in legend, and its relation to the seemingly underwhelming Kusanagi sword remained a mystery. The girl watched as the energy points of her golden finger rapidly diminished. Maintaining the third stage of Susanoo with an ordinary kaleidoscope was already a formidable challenge. Fortunately, she had her golden finger to assist her. Yang Nai discovered that she could observe her surroundings through the eyes of the Susanoo, perceiving her adversaries as mere ants. A peculiar ability belonging to her kaleidoscope surged forth. And with a thought, the massive hand of the armored Susanoo grasped the sword sheath at its waist. In the next moment, a tempest of sound erupted from within the sheath. Tianjin Wave. At the instant the colossal blade emerged, a stream of compressed silver air transformed into a massive arc of blade light, extending dozens of meters in length yet only a few millimeters in width, emitting a thunderous roar as it sliced through the air toward the opposition. Unprepared to evade, several ninjas opted to block with ninjutsu, only to be effortlessly cleaved as if they were mere paper. The residual force of the blade light erased a section of a street that had already partially collapsed from the map. A resounding explosion reverberated, causing everyone's heart to skip a beat. The blade had not been drawn fully from the Susanoo. Instead, it retreated back into the sheath. Such a lengthy blade could not be completely unsheathed from this position at the waist. The rumbling within the sheath grew from quiet to thunderous, signifying the accumulation of energy for the next strike. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yang Nai silently counted down, as all abilities of the third stage of Susanoo were still being developed. Upon reaching 1, the Susanoo unleashed another powerful slash. The giant blade cleaved through the air once more. There was no alternative. Sarutobi Hiruzen bit into his own thumb. Summoning technique, Rashomon. Suddenly, an iron gate, adorned with grotesque demonic faces, materialized in the center of the village, serving as the only structure in Konoha that remained relatively intact. The sound of metal being cut resonated painfully to the ears of all who heard it. A chasm was carved into the gate of Rashomon, deeply indented. Yet it managed to counteract the sword energy of Tianjin Wave. Had it finally been blocked? The third Hokage gasped. However, the corner of Uchiha Yang Nai's mouth curved into a delightful smile. Since you have summoned Rashomon, how could I refrain from breaking through it completely? With a mere thought, two immense yellow tomo appeared on the wrists of her white Susanoo. The tomo began to spin ever faster, followed by a vortex of high-speed airflow coiling around the Susanoo's arms and the great blade. The entire blade trembled violently, nearly beyond her control. As a certain force reached its critical point, the girl chose to unleash it. In a fleeting moment, each swift draw of the blade released a colossal flash of sword light from its sheath. Countless streams of silver blade light reflected in the eyes of the third Hokage and others, resembling a scene from the depths of hell. The mere passage of the blade through the air stirred a tempest of dust at low altitude. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. The continuous sound of metal being sliced resonated throughout the air, drowning out all other sounds. The triple Rashomon shattered into myriad fragments, vanishing from existence. Before the survivors appeared a smooth dirt road leading directly outside the village. Everything that had existed there was now utterly obliterated. It seemed. I may have gone a bit overboard. It was as if the Trisolarians had descended among primitive humans, completely at odds with the third Hokage's shadow clones. Yano inwardly scoffed. The third Hokage painfully closed his eyes. In comparison to such a creature, which operated entirely under human combat consciousness and lacked any special seals to counter it, even ordinary tailed beasts seemed manageable. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was one of shock. He had possessed Uchiha Shirisue's Manjiki Sharingan for a full 4 years. During that time, he had practiced in secret, yet the destructive power of his own Susanoo, those green arrows, was nowhere near as terrifying. And how long had it been since that 11-year-old girl obtained such power? He wasn't certain, but he doubted it had been longer than his own acquisition. Of course, there was a distinction between lethality and collateral damage. Surely, the original Manjiki was different? The bewildered clan leader mused. Uchiha Itachi wore an expression of disbelief at this moment. He finally grasped the disparity between wielding the Manjiki Sharingan and not. Initially, he had thought it merely an enigmatic illusionary ability, even his father's green Susanoo, imbued with Shirisue's chakra, was just a troublesome obstacle. Dodge its attacks and break through its defenses, and he would manage. However, the girl's Susanoo was a fusion of offense and defense, possessing destructive capabilities comparable to tailed beasts against groups and cities. It seemed that tonight's coup could indeed succeed. But would the destruction of Konoha hold any significance? Behind the red and black patterned mask, Uchiha Obito's expression grew grave. Was this the remote destructive power akin to a miniature tailed beast bomb? Such was the might of Susanoo. That young girl's Susanoo appeared capable of unleashing ranged attacks through continuous draws. It was uncertain how powerful it would be in close combat once the great blade was fully drawn, yet given its length, its melee range would likely rival that of standard ninjutsu. A Susanoo characterized by direct destructive power? This seemed at odds with its master's nature. Or perhaps it perfectly compensated for her shortcomings. An exhilarating wave of anticipation surged within him. He longed to witness this duality of eyes and the power birthed from them. What form would my Susanoo take? Come, witness this great power. All of this was a glimpse into Obito's richly colorful inner world. Meanwhile, the ninja beside him only heard the masked man, who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, emit a sudden, jarring cry. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the enigmatic and powerful masked figure erupted with an overwhelming surge of malevolent and sinister chakra. Some people's pupils instinctively focused on the sky, eager to ascertain the size of the impending monstrosity. However, as a series of cawing crows echoed through the night, several flat, blue ribs, resembling noodles, materialized around the mysterious figure, enveloping him in a spectral aura. The scene swiftly turned bizarre and awkward. The mysterious masked man appeared as though he were straining against an unseen force, desperately attempting to coalesce the chakra but to little avail. What was happening? Whispers arose, piercingly grating to Obito's ears. The peculiar masked man had referred to himself as Uchiha Madara, hadn't he? Indeed, that seemed to be the case. Consequently, the crowd's gazes shifted from Uchiha Fugaku's green second stage Susanoo to the larger white third stage Susanoo in the distance, before finally settling on the masked man, observing his blue, noodle-like ribs with increasingly peculiar expressions. For a fleeting moment, Obito contemplated activating Kimui to vanish from the spot entirely. This predicament is indeed unavoidable. It is his inaugural encounter with such power, a force he has never wielded before, having previously possessed only a single eye. However, upon witnessing the magnificent manifestation of the girl's white Susanoo today, his heart surged with excitement, and he found himself yearning to emulate Yano's mastery. Yet, he had not anticipated that this ability would prove to be far more intricate than he had envisioned. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. for he could not allow the illustrious reputation of Uchiha Madara to become a source of ridicule before the denizens of Konoha, especially in the presence of two juxtaposed Susanoos, which only accentuated his own insignificance. His eyes, adorned with the kaleidoscope of the Sharingan, spun into action at full throttle, channeling every ounce of ocular power he could muster. After several attempts, he seemingly grasped the elusive technique. The blue rib-like structure abruptly solidified, expanding exponentially, revealing a blue semi-ethereal skeletal form upon his body. Chapter 39. Facing three Susanoos and still wishing to turn the tide? In contrast to the speed at which the original characters unlocked their Susanoo abilities, despite Obito's body being partially supported by white Zetsu cells, he certainly exhibited a notable acceleration compared to his predecessors. After merely seconds of usage, the initial stage of Susanoo began to manifest. However, due to his previous comical display, even though his blue Susanoo appeared formidable, it failed to leave the crowd in awe. In truth, if one were to speak of astonishment, they had already been subjected to an overwhelming deluge of shocks that night, elevating their internal threshold to such an extent that witnessing the first stage of Susanoo elicited merely a nonchalant response, as if they were saying, "So what? After all, with so many lice, one need not worry about additional deaths." Undoubtedly, this was Obito's lament. Subsequently, as if seeking to redeem something, the towering skeletal form of the first stage Susanoo launched an assault towards the Hokage's direction. While attacking, Obito simultaneously sought a method to control the Susanoo. As he neared the Hokage, a significant portion of the Susanoo's half-formed body began to exhibit tendons and musculature, taking on a humanoid semblance, no longer resembling mere mechanical puppetry. At this juncture, the Susanoo, situated between the first and second stages, wielded no weapon. Instead, it simply lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at the Hokage. With great effort, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowly evaded the punch, causing a cloud of dust to rise from the ground. In an instant, Uchiha Obito employed the power of Kamui, transporting himself directly before the Hokage, his fist clenched tightly, ready to descend like a hammer from the heavens. With a single blow, the third Hokage was thrust into the dust, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's adamantine staff formed a cage-like structure, securely enveloping him within, thereby mitigating much of the damage from the assault. Nevertheless, blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, an eye of the ape demon materialized upon the square cage formed by the adamantine staff. Addressing the third Hokage, "Sarutobi, this is untenable. Do you intend to confront these three monsters head-on? You are no match for them at present." "Oh, are you still in the mood to chat? It seems my previous strike was insufficiently forceful," the masked man remarked as he tightened the assault on the third Hokage with his blue Susanoo. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku's green Susanoo joined the fray, systematically obliterating several of the Hokage's shadow clones with his spiraling blade, standing unharmed amidst the explosions caused by the detonating tags affixed to the clones behind him. Even Uchiha Itachi participated in the onslaught, though it was evident he was not exerting his full strength. The tallest of the Susanoo, clad in white, remained at a distance from the battlefield, occasionally unleashing a Tenzin wave, sending forth colossal sword energy that claimed the lives of one or two ninja. Indeed, such a strike could only fell one or two ninja, for the battlefield was now predominantly populated by elite shinobi, all having found ways to evade after the initial surprise. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Fugaku let out a signature maniacal laugh, gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen as though he were about to unleash years of pent-up emotions. "Sarutobi, what chance do you have left tonight? With the assistance of my predecessors and younger clan members, what capability do you possess to contend with this power?" With a resounding clang, Sarutobi Hiruzen was once more repelled by the arm of Fugaku's Susanoo, sending the adamantine staff soaring into the air. At that moment, the sand at Fugaku's feet began to coalesce in a spiral, ensnaring his ankles and yanking him out of the protective green Susanoo. This was the signature lethal technique of the legendary ninja professor, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, specifically designed to counter Susanoo. In the original narrative, Gaara had employed this very technique against Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, and as one who is reputed to master all ninjutsu, the third Hokage could indeed utilize this sand manipulation technique, albeit sparingly due to its considerable chakra consumption. Meanwhile, the shadow clone of Sarutobi Hiruzen, previously sent flying, ingeniously capitalized on the rotational force of the adamantine staff to maneuver behind Fugaku, swiftly executing a lethal strike in conjunction with the shadow clone positioned before Fugaku. This is a trap set by seemingly experienced combatants. Sarutobi Hizashi did not choose to target the mask-wearing man, who appeared to possess a damage-ignoring ability. Nor did he seek trouble with the girl wielding the mightier Susanoo. Instead, he focused on the mastermind behind tonight's coup, Uchiha Fugaku, who, despite appearing the most manageable among the three, possessed the very ability that Hisashi dreaded the most. As it turned out, Uchiha Obito's gaze flickered with realization. There was still a chance for a comeback even at this stage. He could have saved Uchiha Fugaku using his Kimui technique, but curiously refrained from acting. With a thunderous crash, Uchiha Fugaku's left side was struck by the adamantine staff, while the other half suffered the impact of a fire release technique. Having been pulled from the protection of Susanoo, he lacked the means to defend against both attacks, forcing him to evade crucial strikes with all his might. After a pained scream, his left shoulder was shattered, and burns marred his torso from the fireball's searing heat. Spitting blood, he collapsed to the ground, having fought for far too long that night, exerting himself to his limits with each confrontation. Though severely wounded by the duel onslaught, he dared not employ his Byakugan on Sarutobi Hisashi, uncertain if he faced a shadow clone. It appeared he had indeed miscalculated. Another attack could prove disastrous. Just then, a colossal humming sound approached with lightning speed, and a blade of light, measuring several meters in length, sliced through the air. Hisashi narrowly dodged it. Beneath the long-abandoned ninja helmet, beads of cold sweat formed on his white-haired brow. That was a close call. Had he been just a moment slower, his true form would have suffered irrevocable damage. Indeed, Hisashi was compelled to risk his true form, but if it meant severely wounding Uchiha Fugaku, it might be worthwhile. With a resounding boom, a white Susanoo enveloped in Tengu armor appeared before the third Hokage. Chapter 40. The emergence of a complete Susanoo. Within the Susanoo, a girl proclaimed from her lofty position, using sand to pull the caster out of Susanoo's protection. Alas, such a tactic is ineffective against true Susanoo. As she spoke, the armored white Susanoo raised its massive blade, stretching over 10 meters long, high above its head, under the gaze of the onlookers. It slowly drew the blade from its sheath, letting the enormous scabbard fall to the ground with a thunderous thud before vanishing in a burst of white vapor. The drawn blade was grasped firmly by Susanoo's colossal hands, reflecting the night's firelight as if a storm were gathering upon its surface. At this moment, not only the Hokage's ninjas but even Obito, who had just confirmed Fugaku's injuries, fixed their gaze upon the Susanoo of Hisashi. Eager to glean insights from this novice wielding such power, the night sky was shrouded in dark clouds, echoing with distant thunder akin to a dragon's roar. Suddenly, blue lightning flashed through the clouds, resembling scales of a great dragon. The fires had consumed much of Konoha throughout the night, causing the persistent heat to mingle with the rain clouds, heralding the onset of a torrential downpour. A smirk played on Hisashi's lips. In the next moment, the white Susanoo lifted its massive blade high. The winds within a radius of hundreds of meters ceased abruptly. The battling ninjas felt the air around them vanish as if drawn away. In their bewildered eyes, they beheld a spectacle. The blade, surrounded by white energy, extended skyward, as if the wind itself sought to expand its dominion. Soon, the tip of the blade glimmered a brilliant blue. The thunder within the rain clouds seemed to respond to its challenge. In an instant, the world was reduced to shades of black and white. Moments later, a rumbling thunder rolled away, echoing in all directions, causing everyone to feel a sharp pain in their eardrums. After the lightning strike, the white Susanoo trembled unsteadily. Blood trickled from the girl's nostrils. Yet, with the aid of Hisashi's prowess, the kaleidoscope of ocular power and chakra continued to flow, stabilizing the Susanoo's form once more. The rain clouds grew increasingly furious, unleashing relentless bolts of lightning upon the elevated blade. In the midst of the barrage, the once lengthy blade surged to several times its size. The white Susanoo, though shaking, stood defiantly, with the girl inside appearing battered yet resolute. Her usual demeanor as a refined lady was cast aside, her delicate features now marred by blood, revealing a raw and unrestrained madness. Observing this scene, Sarutobi Hisashi, who was receiving medical treatment, murmured, This is absorbing the power of lightning." The others trembled at the revelation. The white Susanoo's form expanded dramatically under the onslaught of lightning, cracking the Tengu armor. The white surface diminished, replaced by flickers of blue, which coalesced into a vivid hue. The relentless lightning from the darkened sky struck with increasing frequency, forming countless blue chains upon its surface. Ultimately, the Susanoo, infused with the powers of heaven and earth, transformed into a colossal, hazy flame. Only a vague humanoid silhouette discernible within. The girl's figure vanished, Yet her voice resonated clearly, piercing the ears of all present. Stand. With those words, the immense form of Susanoo shifted. The chaotic chakra stabilized. This. In the distance, Hinata Hayashi, who had been observing with his Byakugan, could scarcely believe his eyes. Such a hodgepodge of power had transcended even that of the tailed beasts. How could this be? Countless others, like Hayashi, gazed in despair as the chakra coalesced into a towering blue samurai, nearly 100 meters tall. Not only did it possess legs, but the patterns on its surface were now clearer than in any previous form. Adorned with a Tengu mask featuring a long nose, hair ablaze like flames, and exaggeratedly large shoulder armor, its form knelt as if a dangerous prisoner in a great prison, bound by massive blue chains linking it to the heavens. Sarutobi Hizashi's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. Impossible. Not only had Susanoo's chakra stabilized, but even the lightning above had solidified. A faint crack echoed through the air. Including Abido, all of Konoha's inhabitants turned in horror towards the source of the sound. A solid lightning chain had snapped. Could it be a deception? In the mountains, Hachi could scarcely believe his own eyes. Soon after, a cacophony of identical cracking sounds erupted all around. The colossal blue Susanoo seemed to emit a mournful roar of agony. Yet its half-kneeling form resolutely began to rise, ultimately freeing itself from its constraints, though it bore no wings upon its back. It was adorned with jagged bolts of thunder that jutted out like swords, each one menacingly pointing toward the heavens. It resembled a warrior on the battlefield, relentlessly enduring a relentless barrage of arrows from behind, refusing to yield. Amidst the inferno of the burning ruins, its immense form appeared as if a deity had descended upon the world. This power should not be within the grasp of her Kaleidoscope at this stage. This is the pinnacle she achieved through the might of thunder and the manipulation of her extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, she endured immense psychological torment, as the strain of wielding the Susanoo exceeded the limits permitted by her powers. It was akin to her own essence and her abilities jointly bearing the burden of the Susanoo. For the first time, she personally experienced the side effects brought on by the Kaleidoscope. The girl found herself at the head of the Susanoo, her cool voice suppressing a frenzied tumult that resonated through every corner. After this night, a harsh and stark reality would unveil itself before the survivors. Henceforth, the world would grasp a profound truth. At the end of effort lies talent, and at the end of talent lies bloodline. Years later, all members of the Uchiha clan would etch this scene indelibly into their hearts. No matter their location, an uncontrollable ambition would arise within them, even in slumber. They would envision the hue of their own Susanoo. Susanoo, thunder, I am your dual embodiment. Upon the utterance, the heavens and earth seemed to shift hues. The colossal blue blade held by the giant in the sky, infused with the might of wind and thunder, gently sliced through the air. In an instant, the entire Hokage building and all surrounding structures were neatly cleaved in twain, with shattered bricks scattering in the turbulent air. Chapter 41. In the village of you, ninja. Sharpen my hands. Sarutobi Hizashi's pupils contracted sharply. The speed. A streak of blue light surged towards him. His body was bisected by the massive blade of light, transforming into two segments of what amidst a plume of white smoke. Just moments before a fatal blow, Sarutobi Hizashi evaded the girl's Susanoo, while employing shadow clones. He attempted to return to the Hokage building to ensure the safety of the Jinchuriki. Hokage-sama. An Umbu member rushed toward him, carrying a portion of Tsunade's body. Tsunade just fell in battle. We are trying to recover her remains. After all, she was his classmate and longtime friend. Darkness clouded Sarutobi Hizashi's vision, soon tainted with blood. He wished to speak, but another bolt of lightning struck. He grasped the Umbu member, attempting to evade, but alas, it was too late. Beneath the shattered mask, he glimpsed the youthful visage of the Umbu member. The portion of Tsunade's body he held shattered completely. Enough. You have slain my son, my dear friend. Will you not cease? With those 3 lives, would it not be more than worth trading for the legacy of the Uchiha clan? The blue lightning-clad Susanoo gained legs, no longer tethered to its wielder, and could propel forward with great speed. The enormous blue foot rapidly approached Sarutobi Hizashi amid the ruins. The massive blade was aimed directly at him and the nearby Umbu. 2 Umbu were cleaved in half by the blow, their demise horrific, while Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the direct strike. This was not the end. From the dust rising where the colossal blade struck the ground, a torrent of blue light, resembling a cascading waterfall, sliced through the air, carving a path into the distance. The blade's light grazed Sarutobi Hizashi's body, yet he transformed into a wisp of white smoke. The waterfall of blue light seemed reluctant, thunderously cleaving through several buildings before dissipating. As the earth was severed, the water pipes buried beneath also ruptured, sending forth a wall of water several meters high. Yet, before touching the ground, the droplets were stained red. Another sound, like thunder rumbling at low altitude, erupted, shattering every pane of glass in Konoha. Several ninjas from the Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans found themselves unable to evade, their forms vanishing in the blue lightning. Alone Chunin, in despair, hurled a kunai bound with explosive tags at the colossal foot of Susanoo, only to be crushed beneath it, realizing the futility of his action. The giant Susanoo continued its relentless march across the battlefield, leaving devastation in its wake. It sought out the fleeing Sarutobi Azashi amidst the chaos. Exhausted after a prolonged battle with the masked man, Mitarashi Anko now despondently stared at the swiftly approaching blue behemoth, seemingly frozen in place, emitting a strange, hollow laughter. What a farce! Are we to confront such a monstrosity armed with mere kunai and shuriken? Watch out! Steel leapt forth, rescuing her from beneath the foot of the lightning-clad Susanoo at the last moment. Upon turning, he beheld a sight that made his heart race with anguish. His comrade, Kamizuki Izumi, had been cornered while trying to draw the creature's attention to create an opportunity for himself. In the next instant, a massive blue and white blade descended, piercing the ground, accompanied by the rising smoke, as the silhouette of Susanoo loomed like a divine punishment upon those who disrespected the heavens. Amidst the thunderous roars and explosive shockwaves, a voice pierced through. Sarutobi Azashi, as Hokage, how long will you continue to use ordinary ninjas as shields? Do you lack the courage to face me in battle? Yet his hands did not falter. After drawing his blade, he swiftly thrust it backward towards the ground, pinning the Yamanaka Shirhai, who foolishly thought he was safe by hiding outside Azashi's line of sight. With the blade's width of about 2 meters, it was less a pinning than a cleaving. Its length approached a staggering 100 meters, nearly matching the height of Susanoo. From a high vantage point in Konoha, one would witness the sheer absurdity of this length-to-width ratio, far exceeding that of an ordinary ninja blade. In the grip of Susanoo, it resembled a mere clothesline. With another deafening clap of thunder, Hinata Hayashi, who had just been relieved that he had not sent a large contingent of his clan to battle, felt a sudden disorientation, followed by the acrid scent of ionized air. Before him stood equally stunned members of the Hyuga clan, and before them lay a garden rockery, cleaved apart by a chasm of over 10 meters. Quickly, this place is no longer safe. We must retreat from the village center. Under the guise of attending to the wounded, Hinata Hayashi was unconcerned with whether the Hyuga would remain Konoha's strongest after this night. He could only command his kin to flee. After all, what was the alternative? To use their gentle fist techniques to massage the feet of the Susanoo giant? Did they appear to be blind? Merely fit for foot massages? Susanoo strode through the battlefield as if in an uninhabited realm, methodically striking, sheathing its blade, each motion creating a tempest of blood. The ninjutsu of ordinary shinobi could not harm it. Likewise, no technique could save them from the impending doom when it swung its blade. As the saying goes, such formidable power is universally acknowledged. To witness it is to invite certain death. Yet its master remained somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that the full destructive potential of the Susanoo had yet to be realized. In the state of maintaining the hand seals atop Susanoo's head, the accumulation of chakra became a clandestine path of sunlight. Vertical assaults squandered excessive energy in futile aerial and subterranean maneuvers. What I required was a sweeping horizontal slash of considerable range. As Susanoo's foot pivoted amidst the ruins, the legs propelled the waist into motion, subsequently empowering the arms. The lightning-infused Susanoo grasped the blue-white odachi with both hands and executed a seamless 180-degree rotation, unleashing a crescent-like horizontal slash. Given Susanoo's imposing stature, the mere act of channeling energy caused the earth to tremble and dust to billow. Had this strike landed, it would undoubtedly have obliterated countless structures. The intent behind this maneuver was to compel Sarutobi Hiruzen to expend chakra for defense. Yet I was taken aback by his decision to disregard the impending devastation, opting instead for inaction. The horizontal slash ultimately struck with force, sending a cloud of dust, spanning thousands of meters, soaring into the sky, cleaving everything in two. A shockwave radiated outward, enveloping a considerable portion of the Leaf Village's structures with its powerful gusts. Chapter 42. A Life and Death Struggle. The rising smoke obscured Hinata's vision, when suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged, leaping high into the air, casting a jutsu towards the descending Raijin Susanoo. The summoning technique unleashed a massive cloud of white smoke, revealing a gigantic, cloaked toad. This was the summon that had played a significant role during the Ninetales rampage. In this realm of time and space, Given the passing of the fourth Hokage and Jiraiya's frequent absences from the village, the third Hokage, lacking such formidable power, sought to counter the potential rampage of the Nine Tails. He procured a scroll from Jiraiya and established a contract. He swiftly discerned the formidable foe he was to confront below and, in a flash, drew forth a ninja blade measuring several meters in length, clashing it against the colossal sword wielded by the rage-imbued Susanoo. The metallic resonance emitted this time was powerful enough to shatter the eardrums of an ordinary person, even with the advantage of its own weight. Gamabunta could merely force the towering Raijin Susanoo, which was more than twice its height, to retreat a mere step. Conversely, the ninja blade in its grasp was being cleaved by the colossal sword formed from blue and white chakra, threatening to be severed by a meter in the span of a second. Gamabunta leapt backward, its mouth agape midair, iron cannonball, a multitude of massive water spheres, coalesced from chakra, collided with the unyielding Raijin Susanoo. The splattering droplets enveloped the upper body of the blue Susanoo, as a fine mist began to fall across the nearly 1,000-meter expanse behind its towering silhouette. Yet, within the head of the Susanoo, Yano felt not even the slightest tremor. Landing at a distance, Gamabunta surveyed its surroundings and gazed up at the third Hokage above. It was you who summoned me? What chaos has arisen in Konoha this time? There was little time for further discourse. As Hokage, I shall wager my life to put an end to all of this. Suddenly, the blue Susanoo sprang into action, moving with astonishing speed relative to its immense size. Cold sweat beaded on Gamabunta's dotted forehead as it seized the moment and swung its short blade. Clang. Under the auspices of Gamabunta's vast experience, this thrust should have been sufficient to withstand the overwhelming force of the Susanoo warrior. Yet, the short blade in its grasp could not endure, shattering under pressure. The whirling blade severed half of Gamabunta's arm, spilling blood and flesh. The Susanoo giant raised its massive katana, poised to deliver a crushing blow. In the very next moment, alongside the beast's pained groan, the call of Sarutobi Hizashi echoed. Now is the time. Suddenly, dozens of figures from the Nara clan emerged from the ruins, led by Nara Shikaku. Each of them emanated shadows that connected to the blue Susanoo warrior. Despite their collective determination, the chakra within them surged like a breached dam, draining away in mere seconds. Simultaneously, the masked Umbu, Tenzu, swiftly formed seals, the first-generation cells reached their pinnacle under the chakra's stimulation. Would release. Birth of the forest sea. Beneath the armored Susanoo, a forest materialized, its tendrils growing like serpents, entwining the giant's ankles before creeping up its arms, binding the hands that were raised to strike. Would release. Eternal binding of trees. The Monkey King also clutched one of Susanoo's arms tightly with would release, while the other arm was firmly embraced by Gamabunta, now transformed into a colossal form of the Monkey King. From the ruins, over 10 figures leaped forth, having ingested a clan secret potion and utilized multiplication techniques to expand their bodies to the maximum. Leading them were Akimichi Choza and Akimichi Torafu, members of the Akimichi clan. Their cellular mass had enlarged exponentially, and with chakra anchoring them to the colossal trees created by wood release, they continued to restrain the now struggling Raijin Susanoo. This is a trap, and it represents the last desperate counterattack of Konoha's living forces. The aim is to create sufficient conditions for the Hokage. Fugaku is grievously injured, and the Uchiha clansman who claims to be Madara has been idly watching, currently scavenging the bodies of fallen ninjas on the battlefield. Once the girl before him is dealt with, this turmoil can be quelled. A wooden bridge has been erected from the shaggy head of Gamabunta, transformed into the ape demon, to the head of the lightning-equipped Susanoo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure swiftly approaches Uchiha Yanai, who is atop the Susanoo's head. Thank you, Tenzo. Allow me to fulfill my final duty as Hokage. I am sorry, Minato. As an elder, this is the task I should have undertaken 9 years ago. I implore you. Jiraiya, the future of the village is entrusted to you. My hands begin to form seals. See, hi, Weimausu. Suddenly, I bring my palms together. Behind me, a spectral figure clad in white with a ghostly mask begins to materialize. As the last remnants of chakra within me are depleted, the world around me fades to black from the edges inward. Before me stands a girl, her hands shielding her eyes, seemingly having exhausted her ocular prowess to the limit. Facing a backlash. It is over. Yet, I notice the delicate curve of her chin, the smile at the corners of her lips widening ominously. Through the gaps of her fingers, I discern the blood vessels in her eyes, frenzied and wild. You wretched beings, perish before me. The tightly bound right arm of Susanoo suddenly relinquishes its grip. The colossal blue and white blade, nearly 100 meters in length, plummets through the air. Beneath the Tengu mask, the lightning-infused Susanoo opens its massive maw, the force tearing apart its chakra-formed visage, leaving only thin strands connecting it. Then, it seizes the great sword in its jaws, and amidst the astonished and despairing gazes of the surrounding ninjas, the colossal Susanoo violently swings its head. The luminescence of the blade intensifies. The arc of its light slices through the air, cleaving through my left arm, the overly massive Akimichi family member, the wooden bridge. The Sage of the Monkey, and the transformed version of the Sage, before it viciously cuts through my right arm, which clutches onto it tightly. The tip of the blade directly rends the forest summoned by Tenzo, unleashing a tempest that sends surrounding ninjas flying, leaving the Nara clan either dead or injured. Farther away, the blade's light streaks across the sky for thousands of meters, leaving a deep fissure on the faces of the Hokage rock. In the midst of the dust, I witness Sarutobi Hiruzen being catapulted into the air by the shockwave, while Gamabuna's arm is severed cleanly, vanishing in a puff of smoke. The remaining members of the Sarutobi clan, including the Sage and Akimichi members, as well as other ninjas caught in the direct line of the attack, are not so fortunate. Cleaved in half like a photograph cut apart, in the cascade of blood, the lightning-infused Susanoo, now devoid of arms, can no longer maintain its stable form. And chakra not belonging to it surges forth from its severed limbs, cascading like a blue waterfall. In midair, it transforms into fiery fragments resembling rain. I take a deep breath, maintaining the seal, gathering the last reserves of my ocular power. Suddenly, the body of Susanoo springs into action. As it draws forth the continuously gushing blue and white flames, its lost arms seem to morph into a pair of immense wings of light behind it, igniting the entire night sky. It is akin to an early dawn. Chapter 43, Deadlock. With a thunderous crash, the massive blue blade cleaves through the air, bisecting a leaf ninja and the house behind him. Uchiha Obito, while collecting the corpses of ninjas on the battlefield, neglects the struggle between me and the Hokage, opting instead to prioritize the elimination of the remaining ninjas loyal to the Hokage. Those members of the Hokage's personal umbu, now reduced to a mere handful, are either slain or gravely injured and rushed to safety for urgent medical attention. Meanwhile, Obito continues to diminish their ranks, sometimes enduring their ninjutsu and explosive tags with Susanoo to eliminate those ninjas running amok, disinterested in utilizing Kamui. Truly, the carnage is profound. Behind his mask, Obito's solitary eye fixates on the night sky illuminated by blue and white chakra flames, murmuring that near-complete Susanoo has chosen mutual destruction. But who has emerged victorious? The next moment, the disheveled figure of the third Hokage fleeing before the gigantic blue and white Susanoo provides him with the answer. Obito surveys the remnants of what was once known as Konoha. Most of the village lies in ruins, a devastation reminiscent of 9 years past. How amusing, this time. Is it a storm in the dawn? It evokes a sense of nostalgia. Should I exert myself a little more? At this moment, the blue Susanoo surrounding Obito has transformed from a skeletal form into a humanoid shape with a defined upper body. As he continues to release his ocular power, it grows ever stronger. Beside him stands Uchiha Fugaku, his expression laden with complexity, his green Susanoo only manifesting in its initial ribcage form, demonstrating his poor physical condition, with injuries sustained throughout his body. Tentatively, Fugaku speaks, "Forgive me, senior. Our clan's juniors have turned what should have been a coup into a spectacle of destruction that threatens the village, leaving us elders to clean up this mess." "No matter," replies Obito, his gaze deep behind the mask. "In fact, this aligns perfectly with my desires." A flicker of surprise passes through Fugaku's eyes. "Lord Madara, what do you mean? I care not whose Konoha it is, whether it belongs to the Uchiha or is inherited from the second Hokage by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I only wish to witness Konoha blaze. Bleeding. To me, it is the pinnacle of beauty in this world." Hearing this, Fugaku takes a hesitant step back, struggling to articulate, "Senior, this just is in poor taste. Our actions tonight are for the sake of Konoha, not its destruction." A hint of disdain flickers in Obito's revealed right eye. "As you wish," he states. "I have promised that girl not to act against the Uchiha for the time being, but please, do not disturb me as I relish this exquisite scene." While Fugaku breathes a sigh of relief within, countless doubts surge within him. He remains uncertain of the true identity of this individual before him. Yet given that he too possesses the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, he refrains from recklessly utilizing Kodo Amatsukami to control him. Just as they converse, Uchiha Itachi's figure swiftly approaches from a distance. Fugaku inquires, "Itachi, father instructed you to pursue those attempting to escape the village. What is your progress?" Itachi responds with a hint of shame, "Father, I was unable to apprehend them." Fugaku furrows his brows, continuing, "Did you discern their identities?" "The leader is an Umbu ninja named Tenzo, and it seems they also brought." Itachi hesitates, a frown creasing his brow. "They brought the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails with them as they fled the village." "Damn it." Uchiha Fugaku immediately concludes. Following the Nine-Tails incident, the Jinchuriki had been under unprecedented scrutiny, and while he had no intentions of targeting the Nine-Tails in the coup plan, he certainly did not wish for this village's invaluable combat asset to slip away, lost without a trace. Fugaku grits his teeth, feeling the pain of his injuries intensify. If all goes awry, these ninjas from the Hokage, accompanied by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, are likely heading to seek out Jiraiya, who roams the land. Should they join forces, the circumstances we are destined to confront in the future will undoubtedly become increasingly troublesome. The masked man beside him spoke. If the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were to return, I too shall lend my support to the clan leader. With a hint of embarrassment, Uchiha Fugaku scratched his head and said, in the presence of Lord Uchiha Madara, what right do I have to claim the title of clan leader? Perhaps it would be more fitting for you to assume the role of the supreme clan leader of the Uchiha. Henceforth, in matters, great and small within Konoha, I shall seek your guidance as the supreme clan leader. A flicker of derision passed through Uchiha Obito's eyes. However, he merely nodded in response, maintaining a facade of indifference. As long as we eliminate, as long as we resolve the issue of Sarutobi Hiruzen, we can proclaim the success of tonight's coup to the entire village. Uchiha Fugaku declared. I beseech you, esteemed elder, to aid me in surrounding the fleeing former Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside my son. At that moment, on the periphery of Konoha, a substantial number of night patrol units had been urgently recalled, rendering the entire ninja village completely vulnerable due to internal turmoil. However, the combat capability of these night patrol units was predominantly limited to that of Chunin level, lacking the qualifications to genuinely participate in this conflict. The temporary commanders, Marino Abiki and Moonlight Kakashi, faced a daunting decision. Should they deploy these hundreds of inadequately skilled ninjas into battle, sacrificing their lives to buy time, or allow them to remain on standby, watching the opportunity for victory dwindle until the Hokage was also slain? According to the Hokage's wishes, he had instructed that these individuals be withdrawn from the village one by one to search for Jiraiya and heed his commands. This represents a vital living force for Konoha, and cannot be neglected. However, should they be deployed within the village, and a specific elemental ninjutsu be employed simultaneously, there remains a possibility of causing a certain degree of disruption to the enemy Susanoo. This is an insurmountable dilemma. However, fortunate for them, they were not left in distress for long, nor were they afforded the luxury of choice. They beheld the azure giant, seemingly endowed with wings, hurtling towards them with terrifying speed, akin to the imminent approach of death itself. Chapter 44. The transformation from a distance. Uchiha Yanai raced forward, commanding the blue and white. Armless Susanoo, clutching a great sword between her teeth as she plunged into the throng of ninjas, wreaking havoc. At that moment, she could discern that half of her energy points had already been expended. The time to sustain this incomplete Susanoo was dwindling, and she had no intention of wasting a single moment, striving to harvest as much energy as possible. How infuriating. They afforded us not a moment's respite. The ninjas scattered in every direction, evading Yanai's relentless onslaught, utilizing the ruins as makeshift cover. In Yanai's eyes, this surprise attack had not yielded the anticipated results beyond the initial strike. After all, faced with a Susanoo as imposing as a mountain, these ninjas could do little more than flee. With a thunderous crash, the Susanoo, under her control, whipped its head, driving the weapon into the ground with its teeth. Energy erupted, and from its core, dozens of blue and white waves of light surged forth, slicing through the earth as effortlessly as a knife through butter, radiating in all directions. This technique can be described as devoid of any aiming, a pure act of indiscriminate assault. Nevertheless, it obliterated the hiding place of the third generation and successfully compelled Sarutobi Hiruzen to reveal himself. At this moment, a triangle formed around Sarutobi Hiruzen, with each vertex occupied by a Susanoo of varying sizes. This is an utterly intractable predicament, and Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have realized that his life is drawing to a close. He adjusted his blood-soaked black attire, standing tall as he gazed upon the vividly colored Susanoo giants. Is this the power that Lord Senju Hashirama contended against? As he turned his attention to the blue Susanoo of Uchiha Obito, his brow gradually furrowed. Is this the Susanoo referenced in the information left by Lord Senju Hashirama regarding his battle against Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End? The colors appear identical. Could he truly be Uchiha Madara? No, that is implausible. Or perhaps he has acquired Uchiha Madara's power through some means, akin to how Uchiha Fugaku obtained Uchiha Shirsue's abilities? Our Hokage has been completely misled by the intel left by the first Hokage. It seems that even a ninja's intelligence can lead to misjudgments. You have finally relinquished your cowardice, choosing to confront us openly and genuinely. Now, your subordinates have nearly all scattered. brace yourself for your final moment. Uchiha Inoha appeared before the Hokage, bearing a mountain of fragmented Susanoo, having breached the earth-style jutsu defenses he employed, and with a powerful kick, sent him flying like a ball. As he was hurled through the air, Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated countless ninjutsu strategies within his mind, but regrettably, the chakra remaining in his body was nearly depleted after a night of fierce combat. All that remained was spent on the Shiki F gene technique. Alas, just as he was flung away, he suddenly felt an immense force pulling at his body, drawing him involuntarily towards some unseen destination. Beside him, the mysterious figure claiming to be Uchiha Madara within the blue Susanoo had the holes in his mask feverishly drawing in the surrounding air, creating a vortex. The swirling debris, the remnants of buildings, and the bodies of fallen ninjas were all drawn toward him, accumulating together. Due to this powerful suction, Sarutobi Hiruzen desperately attempted to evade, yet found it nearly impossible to escape its grasp. Perhaps it was fated that all of this would transpire when Sarutobi Hiruzen's last shadow clone was extinguished. The towering Susanoo continued to swing its head, wielding the massive blade it held, and struck directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, sending a portion of his body, along with his right arm, soaring into the air before crashing heavily into the ground. This time, it is not merely a shadow clone. Has it finally come to an end? Uchiha Fugaku murmured as he gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was ensnared in a deep pit. He slowly stepped forward, approaching the fallen figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not only lost an arm and a portion of his body, but he bore countless wounds inflicted by the slicing winds, and even his legs had been shattered in the earlier collision. Before the elderly man, a spectral figure of the White Reaper loomed. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that it was awaiting him. The Reaper was indifferent to whether the souls of the living and the dead were in equal measure. Likewise, even in failure, it would demand the soul of the caster. Lying here, having sustained such grievous injuries, he was certainly not merely a shadow clone. Thus, allow me to utilize this ocular technique that I have prepared for you, to extract the utmost value from your legacy as the former third Hokage. My apologies, old friend. As he spoke, the dart-like shape of the Manjiki Sharingan in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes began to whirl with fervor. An abundance of chakra belonging to Uchiha Shursui coalesced in his gaze, ready to unleash the illusion known as Kodo Amatsukami, reputed to be the most formidable genjutsu, contrary to the assumptions of the third Hokage and his advisors. As well as the former advisor Danzo Shimura, Shursui's right eye possessed the power to cast an illusion that could temporarily control a person's actions. This illusion can be discerned and dispelled. In contrast, the illusion cast by the left eye can exert an almost permanent influence on an individual's mind and spirit. This is a truly intractable illusion. As for Uchiha Fugaku at present, he merely needs to unleash the power of his right eye to briefly manipulate the third Hokage, compelling him to take responsibility for this chaotic coup. Ultimately, transferring the position of Hokage to himself would signify the completion of his mission. As for the inevitable backlash from various prominent clans and the remaining ninjas loyal to the third Hokage, it is quite possible that the legendary Sannin and the host of the Nine Tails may also become variables, along with the other 4 great ninja villages. However, all of these considerations will only become pertinent once he ascends to the role of Hokage. In this manner, perhaps he could don a veneer of legitimacy upon the position of Hokage, which had arrived under dubious circumstances. To release this technique, he was compelled to summon Shursui's chakra to its utmost limit. The protective green Susanoo that had previously enveloped him had to be dispelled. He was unperturbed by the possibility that Sarutobi Hiruzen, now prostrate on the ground, might possess any hidden cards. He stood at a sufficient distance from the third Hokage. Should the man on the ground rise before being ensnared by his Kodo Amatsukami, he would have ample time to react. In the next moment, he stared in disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest, his eyes wide with incredulity. He felt as though all his strength was being siphoned away by that sharp blade, transforming into a profound confusion. With great effort, he turned his head. Why? Itachi. My child, why would you do this? As he turned back, he met a pair of familiar yet alien eyes. They belonged to the young prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Shursui Uchiha, whose Sharingan now glimmered before him. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku experienced an epiphany, yet it proved to be too late. So, the Kodo Amatsukami of that left eye was employed against you, my child. Chapter 45. The world is but a stage, and all are actors. Is this within the realm of your expectations, or rather, has my reckoning finally arrived? In this way, Itachi, you will become the esteemed figure responsible for vanquishing the mastermind behind the rebellion, will you not? Such a conclusion may not be so unfavorable. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan belonging to Shursui gradually faded from Uchiha Itachi's eyes, revealing his original three-tomo Sharingan, as he gazed in disbelief at Uchiha Fugaku, his own father. What have I just done? He felt as though he were ensnared in a dream, his will abruptly seized by something lurking deep within his mind, compelling him to undertake an act he could not possibly defy. Is this truly the case? Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Ayane displayed no astonishment. Rather, she appeared as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. Her previous conjecture had indeed proven accurate. The extraordinary ability, which could directly alter one's consciousness and values, was said to be capable of being unleashed only once every decade and a half without the cells of the Shinja clan's first Hokage, had been employed upon Uchiha Itachi. In truth, the young woman had sensed something amiss when she interacted with Itachi's memories through the use of the wood flower blooming technique, which is why she deliberately retained him as a pawn. Perhaps Shursui, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, was reluctant to employ this technique on the Hokage himself, thus choosing to expend it instead. Or perhaps he recognized Itachi's potential. After all, he was the future heir of the Uchiha clan. In summary, Itachi's will had been rewritten by the Kodo Amatsukami, and Uchiha Ayane could be certain that within the modified consciousness lay a compelling directive. If the Hokage's life were ever threatened, one must eliminate the individual posing that threat, regardless of who they may be. This is why, when attempting to momentarily control the Hokage using his right eye's Kodo Amatsukami on the unguarded Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha Itachi, influenced by the left eye's Kodo Amatsukami, would directly select his father as the target of his assault. Despite the fact that the history of this timeline has been rewritten countless times, and although a brutal victory from the coup d'etat is imminent, Uchiha Itachi still exhibits the same behavior as in the original narrative under the influence of various factors. At the very instant the light in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes extinguished, Hinata unleashed the full power of her Kaleidoscope, executing a spatial technique that was still under experimentation, and appeared before Uchiha Fugaku's body at a pre-designated coordinate. You may inquire what her intentions are. Was it not already evident? Or perhaps this was precisely Hinata's elaborate scheme, even willing to personally engage in combat tonight, deeply entwined in the coup's machinations. Whether it be Konoha or the Uchiha clan, they are but stages. The Hokage and Obito are mere pawns. And she, akin to the playwright, has intricately woven the entire play from behind the scenes. Yet, in front of the curtain, she masquerades as a puppet-like maiden, a role she has crafted for herself. Now, it has come time for this performance to reach its final curtain call. All of this, of course, is to obtain the magnificent kaleidoscope of the Sharingan from Uchiha Obito. All of this is driven by the power that eluded her 4 years ago due to her own inadequacies. It is for the most formidable illusion, coveted and coveted by all in the world, to prevent Uchiha Fugaku, her clan leader, from unleashing the potential of Izanagi, thereby jeopardizing the integrity of that precious Mangeki. From the moment she began to scheme upon meeting Itachi, to the encounter outside the Southie Shrine, she orchestrated events that compelled him to seal his memories, unwittingly falling into the trap she had meticulously laid, manipulated by her words to stand undamaged by her side, next to his father, Fugaku. This was all to afford him the opportunity to wield the Oedipus sword while Fugaku remained defenseless, allowing the clan leader to be struck, just as in the original narrative, providing her with a sense of peace on her final journey. Otherwise, why would she employ the Mangeki abilities twice on Itachi, who possessed merely 3 tomo, and even resort to verbal jutsu? Why did she feign weakness with her ordinary Sharingan, observing Fugaku sustain injuries in battle, yet unleash the Mangeki when he faced Guy, truly confronting the specter of death? Not to mention those fortunate strikes that narrowly missed Sarutobi Hiruzen's vital points, continuously driving him toward Fugaku. This was all in pursuit of crafting a scenario where the third was on the brink of collapse, Fugaku incapable of activating Susanoo, and Itachi was in their ranks, in a favorable condition. Before Uchiha Obito could react, he witnessed the girl as Susanoo materialize before Uchiha Fugaku, its azure form diminished, overshadowed by the overwhelming chakra that continued to overflow. Was that a space-time ninjutsu? It appears that the promise she had made was on the verge of fulfillment. Indeed, a promise. Poor Uchiha Fugaku, unaware that not only had his son betrayed him, but the pact between Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Izumi was initially predicated upon his demise. No one wished for his success, for they could not bear to witness a possessor of the Mangeki Sharingan and Kodo Amatsukami ascend to the position of Hokage, leading Konoha's strongest clan. Undoubtedly, this poses a severe threat to Uchiha Obito's plans, and for Uchiha Makoto, she would naturally not oppose the Uchiha clan reigning in Konoha. However, there exists a prerequisite. It must be her Uchiha clan. As the descendant of Uchiha Fugaku's staunchest opposition, It would be folly for Uchiha Makoto to allow one endowed with the power of Kodo Amatsukami to ascend to the position of Hokage. In the end, she might find herself ensnared in the conflicts against Tsunade, Jiraiya, and perhaps even the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku's demise was an event that had been predetermined from the outset of this night. The only uncertainty lay in the manner of his death. In the narrative crafted by the young girl, it was Uchiha Itachi who was destined to execute this task. Had another individual taken his place, Uchiha Fugaku's vigilance would likely not have been so easily diminished. Naturally, according to her and Uchiha Obito's scheme, if Uchiha Fugaku were to survive, they would act against him simultaneously before his coup could come to fruition, subsequently tidying up the aftermath. However, in such a scenario, Uchiha Obito would claim one of Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, leaving one for the girl. Should Fugaku employ Izanagi, she would be left with nothing. Fortunately, events proceeded largely in accordance with her design. A thought flashed like lightning, and the colossal Susanoo engulfed Uchiha Fugaku in its maw. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi stared in disbelief at his bloodied hands. In an instant devoid of psychological preparation, he had abruptly slain his own father. An overwhelming shock inducing a profound alteration within his mind. The mutation projected upon the eyes, and the three tomo of the Sharingan within the pupils gradually dissipated, transforming into a fleeting silhouette of a shuriken. Uchiha Itachi emitted a series of anguished cries, his aura becoming increasingly frenzied. In Chapter 46, titled The Fourth Susanoo, the young scion of the Fugaku clan had indeed awakened his eyes. Obito observed Itachi with an inscrutable expression. At that moment, it was no surprise that Yano seized Fugaku's body, executing the act of extracting his eyes with practiced precision. The sound of certain objects plunging into liquid reverberated, followed by the sound of a cork being sealed, as the meticulously sealed container was tucked beneath the sleeves of her kimono. It was only then that Yano exhaled a sigh of relief. The colossal Susanoo subsequently dissipated into a myriad of luminous particles. Unbeknownst to the Uchiha present, further afield, another young Uchiha bore witness to the unfolding events. This individual was still of an age to attend the Ninja Academy. Unlike his brother who had seized the opportunity to graduate early in a fortuitous era. However, in this tempestuous realm stirred by the whims of a certain heiress, perhaps such a fortunate era was on the cusp of arrival. Yet, this young man felt no joy at the prospect of witnessing a forthcoming golden age. Instead, he was fixated with wide, anguished eyes upon the two figures he knew all too well. The one who had been stabbed was his father, and the assailant was his brother. A shriek escaped his lips, piercing the air with a timbre no less sharp than that of Uchiha Itachi, albeit tinged with the unbroken voice of youth. His originally black pupils gradually revealed two tomo. It must be said, Sasuke was remarkably resilient. While Uchiha Obito was propelled to the Manjiki Sharingan upon witnessing Rin's demise at Kakashi's hands, Sasuke, despite witnessing the slaughter of his kin, only manifested a single tomo during his pursuit of vengeance. Even with 2 additional years of maturity compared to his original timeline, he remained limited to the dual tomo Sharingan. A fact that was rather disheartening. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, Itachi would mercilessly chastise Sasuke, employing Jinjutsu to force him to confront such harrowing scenes. It appeared that instilling genuine cognitive shock into Sasuke's mind was a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, amidst the chaos, none of the surviving Uchiha paid heed to Sasuke's turmoil, save for Itachi, who was beyond saving himself. As the space warped, Obito's figure materialized before the lifeless form of Uchiha Fugaku, casting a glance at Yano as if seeking her consent. Upon receiving her silent approval, he directly transported Fugaku's body into his Kamui dimension, perhaps for future utility. Obito, now resembling a scavenger in a literal sense, softly addressed the girl. Our plans have unfolded as intended. Have we achieved tonight's objective? Not quite, Yano replied. Earlier, while seizing Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan, the waning Hiruzen Sarutobi had been extracted from the ground by the Umbu using Earth Release, unnoticed by others. Yet, the third Hokage's fragile existence was of little concern to her. It would not be long before he would join the ranks of the deceased. Though they were still short of their goal, this was, in part, a means of avenging the Uchiha clan, long marginalized and oppressed. Observing the surroundings elicited a hint of embarrassment in Obito. Undoubtedly, Ayano's ulterior motive lay in weakening Konoha's living forces to pave the way for her subsequent plans. And what of them? Obito inquired, casting a glance at Uchiha Itachi, who writhed in agony and madness upon the ground. This torment was not solely due to the manipulation of his consciousness by Kodo Amatsukami, leading him to unwittingly slay his father. It appeared that with the awakening of Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan, the Jinjutsu he had previously cast upon himself was also undone, flooding his mind with all memories. Indeed, The moment he realized he had been a pawn in a grand design filled him with regret, agony, humiliation, and hatred. The expression of turmoil etched upon Itachi's face was precisely what Yano had been awaiting. The delight it brought her was immense. The girl's derisive taunts ignited within him a potent surge of hatred and fury, further amplifying the powers of his Manjiki. Moments later, a torrent of dark orange chakra erupted from him like a volcano. Itachi, having awakened his eyes in a state of peak condition, and given that this awakening had been delayed by 4 years compared to the original timeline, swiftly harnessed this newfound power. Within the now-numbed gaze of Konoha's residence, the fourth Susanoo manifested, forming a pair of intricate orange hands and ribcage in an instant. Yano slightly tempered her smile and cast a glance at Obito. Let us not forget our original plan. We must spare his life. Itachi is the key to our endeavors tonight, and we will require him as a pretext for the impending conflict among the ninja villages. Understood, Obito replied, then we shall proceed according to plan. This plan is predicated on the premise that if Itachi opens his eyes tonight, his life will be spared. The inspiration stems from a previous incident involving the Cloud Village's failed abduction. Consequently, Konoha was compelled to surrender the corpse of Hayashi Hyuga as an apology. Following the successful endeavor, certain powerful ninja villages may once again exert pressure on Konoha, attempting diplomatic coercion to see if they can force Konoha into a submissive position, demanding the unscathed delivery of Uchiha Itachi, who is responsible for the death of Fugaku. The Uchiha clan is not like the Hyuga. This implies that they could indeed acquire genuine Manjiki Sharingan. Who could resist such temptation? As for failure, there is little to lose, is there? Instead, it would serve as an excuse to launch an attack against Konoha. The abilities of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu are deemed beneath young Nai's interest, serving perfectly as bait. Are you willing to join in this game? I must gather some items from the village. Very well. Uchiha Obito silently grinned. Let me witness the extent of Itachi's Manjiki. With a thunderous crash, powerful blue and orange chakras collided. At that moment, Uchiha Yongnai, satisfied with the success of the plan, arrived at the bisected Hokage building. Illusory sword technique, cherry blossom snow. Yamabukiri sliced through several guarding ninjas' necks, and the once pristine blade, now smeared with a layer of viscous crimson akin to snowflakes from countless cuts through flesh, still managed to assist her in this assassination. Observing the myriad of forbidden technique scrolls densely packed on the shelves, Yang Nai smirked. Any restriction was easily unraveled under the insight of the Manjiki Sharingan. At this moment, the Hokage's hidden library lay completely defenseless against the girl. Chapter 47. Before departing summoning technique, Three-Flower Maru. A bushy-tailed, squirrel-like three-flower ninja cat appeared, promptly assisting its master in collecting the scrolls. Ninja technique, sweep the room technique. Yang Nai casually named her intended operation. Countless scrolls, drawn by her wind release, converged towards the ceiling array, with the heavier scrolls aided by the ninja cat. In just over a minute, she successfully packed away the fruits of Konoha's labor over the past 60 years. Instead of choosing the main entrance, she audaciously smashed a colossal hole in the skylight with the fist of her white Susanoo. At this time, the full moon gradually dipped in the west, and the sky began to brighten, signaling the approach of dawn after a long night of fierce battles. It was time to bid farewell to it all. Yang Nai leaped onto the rooftop beside the gaping hole. Yes, she intended to leave. The reason was simple. From the very beginning, Yang Nai had no intention of seizing power in the current Konoha coup. The timing was not yet ripe, although she possessed considerable strength supported by her unique abilities. She lacked the reputation necessary to command the respect of the majority. Additionally, she had already stained her hands with too much blood. On the other hand, if the Uchiha clan sought to rule Konoha for the long term, they would surely face resistance in the hearts of all ninjas. If they opted for a tyrannical rule, it would inevitably lead to intense internal strife, leaving Konoha, situated in the continent's war-torn regions, vulnerable to incursions from foreign nations. Ultimately, it would be the Uchiha clan, as rulers of Konoha, who would bear the brunt of such a scenario. Thus, she had no intention of orchestrating a grand spectacle akin to the High Plains, but rather boldly declared her intention to create chaos in the heavenly realm. In the heart of the now-ruined Konoha, two colossal entities, one a pale blue and the other an orange-red, were locked in a life-and-death struggle. The orange-red Susanoo, driven to its second stage under Uchiha Itachi's desperate activation of his ocular power, predominantly enveloped his form, revealing a pair of yellow eyes. Despite his current state, Itachi fought valiantly against the man who had taken his father's corpse, although he was the one who had turned his father into a corpse. It did not hinder his quest for vengeance, especially against an enemy of the village. Conversely, within the pale blue Susanoo, Uchiha Obito had also grasped this power not long ago, yet his prior experience allowed him to wield it adeptly. However, he remained cautious, unsure of the unique abilities that Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan might awaken. He maintained his Susanoo at the same level as Itachi's, biding his time rather than rushing into an attack, patiently waiting for Itachi to exhaust his ocular power first. Unlike Obito, Itachi lacked the white Zetsu cells that would grant him such ease in utilizing the Manjiki's abilities. Finally, after another clash between their Susanoo, Obito witnessed the spectacle he had anticipated. Itachi's pupils began to spin and focus rapidly. He recognized this as a prelude to his special technique, Amaterasu. In the next moment, an eerie black flame, akin to thick ink, materialized upon Obito's Susanoo. Seemingly capable of incinerating everything in its path, voraciously consuming the pale blue chakra enveloping his muscles and bones. So, it turns out that the young heir of the Fugaku family awakened that ability, having unknowingly immersed himself in the persona of a transcendent figure while playing Uchiha Madara. Obito murmured. Following a spatial fluctuation, his figure vanished, and the burning black flames lingered in the air for a moment before dissipating, when his presence reemerged. His Susanoo had increased in size several times over, rapidly achieving its third state. A blue straight-edged sword appeared in its hand, with a thunderous sound. The massive blade cleaved through Uchiha Itachi's orange-red Susanoo's right arm. The clash between these two titans sent a shiver through the spectators of the Hidden Leaf Village. Initially, they struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. In their recollection, the ominous and peculiar giants, each adorned with distinct hues of chakra, epitomized a unique ability of the Uchiha clan. Each display of power rivaled that of a Kage or even a tailed beast, and this evening they had witnessed three such Susanoo giants rampaging through the village, utterly powerless to intervene. Now, inexplicably, they noticed the green Susanoo had vanished, replaced by an orange-hued counterpart. It was engaged in battle with the earlier blue Susanoo. Had they turned against one another? Or had someone from their side acquired such formidable strength? The onlookers mused within themselves. Could it be that they finally had a chance to turn the tide? Was salvation finally within reach for the Hidden Leaf Village? Upon this realization, some ninjas couldn't help but shed tears of joy. The Uchiha clan, initially perceived as the instigators of a coup, had, in their minds, fallen to the same level as the tailed beasts that attacked the village, illustrating the profound unpopularity of the Uchiha within the community. However, their elation was short-lived as the blue Susanoo suddenly vanished, only to reappear larger than before, now adorned with a suit of armor. With a single, colossal stroke of its massive, straight-bladed sword, it severed the arm of the orange Susanoo. In an instant, their hopes were dashed. At that moment, Uchiha Sarada, having completed her earlier task, returned to the battlefield. She gazed at Uchiha Itachi, whose Susanoo had been scattered, as he attempted to gather the strength to reconstitute it, and remarked to Uchiha Obito, "It seems you still need a bit more time to deal with him, don't you? Just playing with him. I don't wish for his demise just yet. Surely, you don't think that was my full power?" She laughed. "How could it be? Lord Uchiha Madara stands at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, one of the mightiest beings in history, a fact known to all." The masked man, detecting the playful tone in her voice, merely grunted in response, dismissing her jest. "Speaking of which, that plan can finally be set into motion," Sarada nodded, extracting a sealing scroll from the sleeves of her kimono. Upon unfurling it, a signal flare shot into the night sky, illuminating the pre-dawn darkness with a large orange character that read, "This is a plan previously devised by Uchiha Yano for the Uchiha clan." The young girl, having established contact with key figures from the faction of Uchiha Moriyuki, informed them that she had arranged an escape route for the Uchiha clan in advance. They were tasked with disseminating this information to the clan members they could reach. Before long, the majority of the Uchiha clan became aware that, apart from the coup d'etat led by the clan leader, codenamed Absolute, there existed an alternative plan, codenamed Escape, which was essentially a plan for flight. Although they were unaware of the plan's origins, they could vaguely guess it was orchestrated by the conservative elder, Uchiha Moriyuki. They could only blame Uchiha Fugaku for not providing a sufficient retreat. With this contingency plan in place, most felt a sense of relief. Naturally, this also meant that many lacked the courage to fight fiercely. While this rendered their roles in the coup limited, it ultimately prevented greater losses. Thus, despite the battle directly or indirectly ravaging half of Konoha, and the heavy casualties among the Hokage's forces, with most buildings destroyed, a miraculous number of Uchiha clan members survived. They were now assembled under the leadership of Uchiha Moriyuki, the second in command of the Uchiha clan, ready to execute the escape plan upon receiving the signal. Initially, Uchiha Moriyuki found it hard to believe that his daughter, whom he regarded as a precious gem, could devise such a complex and meticulous plan and possess the strength to implement it. It was not until he witnessed Yano wielding her Manjiki Sharingan, summoning a Susanoo as formidable as a deity to demolish numerous buildings during the conflict, that he resolved to enact the battle plan she had laid out. As he gazed at Itachi, exhausted from continuous use of his Manjiki abilities, a hint of derision crossed Yano's lips, proclaiming peace. Let him experience the sensation of his eyes becoming the catalyst for war, she thought with a laugh. Time rewound to nearly 10 hours prior. At an abandoned shrine on the outskirts of Konoha, the girl's voice was as melodious as a lark. I will assist you in destroying Konoha. But there is one condition. You must not harm the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito, still recovering from his astonishment at her words, inquired. I thought you were planning a coup to seize control of Konoha and invited me to assist you. Why would you, a ninja from Konoha, wish to destroy it rather than claim it for yourself? If you aspire to become Hokage, I could lend you my support. Yano dismissed his suggestion lightly. Even if I do not destroy Konoha, it will eventually annihilate my clan. This is a choice between two options, is it not? If you become the new Hokage, who would dare to destroy your clan? Yano countered, you must have noticed my earlier words. I did not say the Hokage would destroy our Uchiha clan, but rather Konoha itself, the abstract, intangible yet existent will that seeks to obliterate us. We appear out of place here. Whether due to the tremendous power we gain upon awakening the Manjiki or the vast influence and wealth of our clan, making us a thorn in the side of Konoha's collective will, which consists of countless ninjas. Even if our Uchiha clan has held the position of Hokage for generations, the situation would remain unchanged, as it merely signifies our clan being bound to Konoha's war chariot, forced to shed our last drop of blood to protect this abstract concept. Konoha is a flower that blooms only when nourished with the blood of the strong or prominent clans, so alluring, seemingly blossoming at the heart of the continent, waiting to be plucked, yet so greedy that it remains unsatisfied until the last drop of sacrificial blood is drained. A glimmer of profundity passed through Obito's eyes. Is it akin to the fate of the Shinja clan? Yano nodded. It's quite ironic, isn't it? I have heard that the first Hokages would release chakra was equally greedy, yearning for everything around it. Thus, our enemies are not merely the third Hokage or Shimura Danzo. In truth, like my father, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only be considered a conservative within the village's decision-making body. Uchiha Fugaku grossly miscalculated this, believing that by controlling the Hokage, everything would be resolved. How naive. Their flaw lies in their tendency to oversimplify matters. Then, is the Uchiha clan more important to you than Konoha? Obito's expression revealed a trace of contemplation. Yano pondered the hidden implications in Obito's words and carefully chose her response. Our Uchiha clan has a glorious history spanning over 1,000 years, while Konoha Ninja Village, established due to our, she cast a glance at Obito, noting his impassive demeanor before continuing, a momentary mistake, has existed for barely 60 years. If I were to allow the Uchiha to be exterminated within Konoha, if I permitted such an event to occur, our clan's history would be forever shackled to this organization, which has only existed for a few decades. Consequently, 10 or 100 years from now, when people speak of the Uchiha clan, they would envision not the illustrious ninja family that has thrived for a millennium, but merely a ninja family from Konoha that was wiped out in a single night. Wouldn't that be utterly absurd? That makes sense. You present an intriguing argument. The three Tomo appeared in Obito's right eye beneath the mask. Chapter 49. Obito, you are somewhat extreme. In the dilapidated shrine, Uchiha Obito continued. However, this still does not persuade me to assist you. At most, it will delay my actions against the Uchiha clan. I have established an organization and am covertly controlling its activities, known as Akatsuki. The current plan is to expand our influence and recruit members. A midterm objective is to collect all tailed beasts in the world. Ultimately, we aim to create a world where no one suffers and everyone can attain happiness. Would you be interested in joining such an organization? If you are willing to join, I could consider your proposal. Yano anticipated his words, or rather, if he had not said them, it would have been challenging for her to find an opening. Obito listened as the girl continued. Are you suggesting that your organization intends to gather all the tailed beasts, which are regarded as ultimate weapons by the various ninja villages? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated only a simple affirmation or negation. Yet he was surprised to find that the other party displayed a keen interest in the intricacies of his plan. Indeed, Akatsuki is an elite organization composed of rogue ninjas, each possessing formidable abilities yet shunned by their respective villages. Typically, pairs of two operate together, each possessing the capability to infiltrate a ninja village, eliminate a village's leader, and seize the Jinchuriki with their remarkable prowess. With all due respect, does it not seem excessively perilous to devise a scheme aimed at appropriating the most crucial military asset of an entire village with merely a duo? What then is the advantage of maintaining such a small team? Confidentiality, Uchiha Obito asserted. Until our activities are exposed and the major ninja villages begin to target us, we must uphold discretion and secrecy, allowing us to cultivate our own influence without drawing attention. Thus, once we acquire the powers of the majority of the tailed beasts, we can confidently stand in the light of day. This is our ultimate consideration. However, Yang Nai continued, while this is indeed a good approach, what if, upon joining this organization, I am randomly assigned a teammate and tasked with infiltrating a great nation's hidden village? Confronted with the strength of a Kage and the Jinchuriki, to seize a Jinchuriki right under their noses, if this organization is that reckless, I have no interest in risking my life to join. Let those truly unafraid of death take that path. Uchiha Obito caught the implication in her words and inquired, are you suggesting that if the plan is executed through a different means but retains the same objective, you would consider my proposal? Given the presence of a fellow clan member with a Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Obito felt a slight inclination to accommodate her. Indeed, I mean that since the original intention of your organization is to operate in secrecy without drawing the attention of the major hidden villages. Consider this. How could the act of seizing Jinchuriki not attract their notice? Furthermore, a congregation of formidable rogue ninjas, no matter how covertly they operate, would undoubtedly appear suspicious in the eyes of the five great nations. Obito's eyes revealed a contemplative glint. Continue. I'm listening. What if, and I emphasize if, an event were to occur that would render them incapable of focusing their attention? What kind of event? For instance, a great ninja world war. The young black-haired girl before him flashed a captivating smile. Obito's right eye, adorned with a three-tomo Sharingan, narrowed slightly, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke in a low tone, you are being rather extreme. In truth, he was indifferent. It was merely his habit, while playing the role of Madara, to maintain an image of a recluse sage. After all, it would hardly be fitting for someone advocating for others to join Akatsuki and build a beautiful new world to be a war fanatic, right? Yang Nai, however, chuckled. Isn't being extreme a hallmark of the Uchiha? I shall take that as your compliment. Now, let me hear your plan. Uchiha Obito replied. How do you intend to incite a ninja world war? No. Yang Nai shook her finger, dismissing the notion entirely. It is not I who plans to instigate a ninja world war, for I lack the capability. The ones to incite such a war would be the Kage of the four great hidden villages. I merely intend to provide them with something. When they see this, they will naturally act. What is this something? The Uchiha, the girl replied nonchalantly. A flicker of realization passed through Obito's eyes. Is this your entire plan? He pondered, contemplating its feasibility. Indeed, Yang Nai affirmed. Given the unpleasant history between the Uchiha and Konoha, I have come to recognize several truths. First, she raised a slender finger before Obito's masked visage, seemingly to capture his wandering attention. Once his right eye focused on her finger, Yang Nai continued. A clan as populous as the Uchiha cannot be contained by any single hidden village. It is the strong dragon that cannot suppress the local snake. Our formidable influence can easily alter the internal power dynamics of any village we approach. Whether we are suppressed by the village leader due to internal equilibrium or leveraged by opposing factions to contest the leader's rule. Our external nature means that regardless of which side we join, we risk being scapegoated after any success, which could lead to our demise. Thus, she extended her second finger, waving it before Obito's increasingly unfocused eyes, stating, therefore, I have reached the conclusion that if we wish to seek refuge in a village, our numbers must be sufficiently small enough that our presence does not alter the village's internal power structure. However, should that be the case, if we seek refuge in a village that does not wish to offend Konoha or wishes to avoid the risk of war with Konoha, they may opt to surrender our relatively insignificant strength to quell Konoha's wrath, which would pose a dilemma. Hence, to ensure the Uchiha clan receives genuine shelter, we must not only diminish our own power, but also seek refuge in more than one hidden village. The simplest solution thus arises. She raised her third finger and waved it, stating, that is to partition our Uchiha clan into several smaller branches, each seeking allegiance with the other four great hidden villages. Obito's eyes glimmered with understanding. So that is akin to the initial. Precisely, Yang Nai affirmed. It resembles the method employed by the first Hokage in distributing the tailed beasts. Once our clan members activate their Kaleidoscope Sharingan, they will possess power comparable to that of the tailed beasts. What harm is there in distributing this immense potential among the great hidden villages as one would with tailed beasts? Chapter 50. Joining Akatsuki? In the dilapidated shrine, Uchiha Obito was no longer stationary. He seemed to be pondering something as he paced within the confined space. After several rounds, he abruptly turned to Yang Nai and spoke urgently. What if, after acquiring the strength of the Uchiha, the major hidden villages still refused to instigate a ninja world war? Wouldn't that complicate our efforts to gather the tailed beasts? Then we shall provide them with a pretext. What pretext? For example, the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, was murdered by treacherous villains from Konoha. The condition for the various branches of the Uchiha to serve is to rise in vengeance for the late clan leader Fugaku. How does that sound? Obito expressed some skepticism. With your ocular prowess, you should be able to discern that he has transplanted Shirsue's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yes? The current Fugaku is no easy opponent. In the shrine, the young girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile replied flatly. Her face as smooth as mutton fat without a trace of emotion. Precisely why he must die. After his demise, that Shirsue's Kaleidoscope will rightfully belong to me. Are you intending to implant Shirsue's Kaleidoscope to unlock the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan? A flicker of realization crossed Obito's gaze. Yet, he remained uncertain about the degree of kinship this girl, descended from the Uchiha Moriyuki lineage, had with the Uchiha Kagami branch. The probability of acquiring the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan by transplanting a blood relative's Kaleidoscope Sharingan increases with closer kinship. Perhaps it would be prudent to consult the clan's genealogy. As he continued to ponder, Yang Nai spoke again. This shall serve as the second condition of our agreement, shall it not? Agreed, Uchiha Obito replied. However, using the vengeance of the clan leader as a superficial pretext is sufficient. In reality, the major hidden villages would hardly mobilize their ninjas for the sake of avenging a single individual, especially to engage Konoha in a ninja world war. Then we shall add another stipulation, as a dwelling for our clan for the past 60 years. Beneath the South He Shrine lies a record of the mysteries surrounding the Kaleidoscope Sharingan's power and the ocular techniques that govern the tailed beasts. Regrettably, due to the hasty retreat of our clan, this ocular technique has been lost, falling permanently under the control of Konoha. Consequently, they have no choice but to compel Konoha to divulge relevant information, which inevitably leads to chaos. Such meticulous planning is truly impressive. Over the past decade, Obito had never conceived of such a strategy. He had always operated at his own pace. Now, Ayana's proposal appeared akin to a crucial side quest in a role-playing game, allowing him to better pursue the main objective of collecting the tailed beasts. Previously focused solely on the main storyline, Obito had overlooked the potential for expansion. I fundamentally agree with this plan, he stated. I find this strategy quite promising. In the tumultuous wars among shinobi, the Jinchuriki will undoubtedly be compelled to venture out of their villages. This not only benefits our efforts to capture tailed beasts but also allows us to frame the acquisition of a village's tailed beast as the doing of enemy shinobi. Amidst the chaos, even if Akatsuki's actions become more conspicuous, we need not fear detection. Indeed, it seems our student Uchiha Obito has even mastered the art of self-questioning. Ayana remarked, now that you have proposed this plan, let us discuss my conditions. Obito, pulling himself from his reverie, turned to Ayana and said, your first condition is not to act against the Uchiha clan. This is a prerequisite for the war strategy itself, so I naturally cannot target the Uchiha. Regarding your second condition, to acquire Shirsue's Kaleidoscope Sharingan, if your plan does not require my intervention in Fugaku's demise, I can agree. However, should Fugaku appear poised for a successful coup, we must act together to eliminate him. He cannot become Hokage of Konoha. Otherwise, our plan will falter, and I will require at least one of Shirsue's eyes. Ayana was somewhat surprised by Obito's unwavering fixation on Shirsue's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. She furrowed her brow but reluctantly acquiesced to this condition. Obito appeared quite pleased, continuing, furthermore, feel free to propose any additional conditions. As the de facto leader of Akatsuki, I am here to address all your inquiries. Firstly, I will work for Akatsuki, assisting in eliminating troublesome shinobi or capturing tailed beasts. However, one prerequisite remains. I will not formally join your duo. I choose to recruit my own team, creating a faction that operates independently while being affiliated with Akatsuki. Ayana's suggestion mirrored Sasuke's organization, the Hawk, from the original narrative. Of course, Her confidence in proposing such a condition stemmed from the knowledge that Akatsuki permitted such groups to exist. Oh, Obito seemed intrigued. Continue. As an external member of Akatsuki, I can conditionally adhere to certain arrangements, but my subordinates must retain a high degree of autonomy. You cannot issue direct commands to them. After a moment's contemplation, Obito promptly presented a countercondition, clearly demonstrating his earnestness in negotiation. I can agree to this, on the condition that I place an assistant from your newly established faction at your side to report on your organization's movements. To monitor me? Ayana shrugged, unconcerned. Very well. Additionally, I require a base of operations. Oh, I presume your Akatsuki is not merely a band of wandering shinobi, but has its own headquarters? Indeed, Obito replied candidly. The headquarters is located in the Land of Rain, nominally led by Nagato of the Uzumaki clan, a disciple of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, who possesses the fabled Rinnegan. However, the figure presented to the general members of the organization is a puppet fashioned from the corpse of Yahiko, another of Jiraiya's students, who was killed by your own Shimura Danzo. Ayana shrugged, already aware of this. Thus, she felt only mild surprise at Obito's candor, aside from the revelation regarding the Rinnegan's origin. After all, the plan she had shared had greatly inspired him, and as a member of the Uchiha clan with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, joining or aligning with Akatsuki afforded certain privileges. How about the village hidden in the mist? Ayana proposed. I also require a shinobi village as a base to cultivate my Akatsuki faction's strength and establish control there. Which village do you desire? As Ayana pondered over these minor nations, Obito suddenly interjected. How about the village hidden in the mist? What? You propose one of the 5 great shinobi villages outright. Though the mist village may be the weakest among them, it still represented a great nation's shinobi village, which Obito was offering for his own faction's stronghold. Was he not the Mizukage? Obito smiled, a rare occurrence. Do not be too astonished. This is both a condition and a task. The current 4th Mizukage, Yagura, has momentarily broken free from the Jinjutsu I previously cast upon him, or rather, I once manipulated him through illusion to conduct some intriguing social experiments. However, I soon shifted my focus elsewhere, and due to the distance, the Jinjutsu ultimately failed. I can assign you the task of dealing with this nuisance, for he may have uncovered some of our organization's secrets, along with those around him who might expose our hidden matters. Dispose of them all. Oh, and by the way, he is also the Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails, reputed to wield its power flawlessly. By any means necessary, I require the power of the 3 Tails. Once this task is accomplished, the Mist Village will be regarded as your territory. However, I advise you not to seek the spotlight or entertain dreams of becoming the 5th Mizukage, as that would be detrimental to our organization's operations in the shadows. Seeing Obito imparting wisdom on the life of a puppeteer behind the scenes, Ayana could only nod in agreement. I am not that foolish. There was no escaping the allure of the bait Obito had dangled before her. Yet she inquired, as a member of Akatsuki, what organizational support can I expect? Very well, I will provide you with information on our current ordinary members. And you may temporarily borrow 1 or 2 individuals, but for no longer than a month, to assist you in your task of controlling the Mizukage and obtaining the tailed beast. To speak candidly, I had previously relied on the illusionary prowess of the Sharingan to manipulate that little wretch from a distance, yet it proved somewhat strenuous, allowing me only intermittent influence over his consciousness. Should you acquire Fugaku's Kotoemitsu Tsukumi, I would advise against hastily merging it with the intent of awakening the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Utilizing its power to control him would undoubtedly simplify our task. Wino nodded, thus solidifying the completion of their transaction. Moments later, Wino departed from the Forsaken Shrine, returning to the Uchiha clan's domain, while Uchiha Obito continued to contemplate every conceivable detail of their plan. Should I inform the other 4 villages Kage of this development? This would enable them to dispatch reinforcements for the remnants of the Uchiha clan promptly. Moreover, the Sharingan embedded in the corpses of those from the Uchiha clan who are destined to perish in the impending coup must be reclaimed. Additionally, for those grievously wounded who cannot escape, although I promised her not to turn against the Uchiha clan, these injured souls will inevitably become assets for Konoha. Thus their Sharingan should also be retrieved. He murmured to himself, alternating between excitement and deep contemplation. At that moment, a creature resembling a humanoid wrapped in a carnivorous plant unexpectedly appeared beside him. How terrifying. I cannot believe it is a mere girl, no more than 10 years old. Are all Uchiha like this, capable of altering the entire course of the world with just a few words? remarked the peculiar voice of the plant. Obito furrowed his brow and replied, Setsu, you must understand that the difference between an awakened Mangeki Sharingan wielder and one who is not is akin to that between heaven and earth. She undoubtedly possesses the ability to become one of the players in this game. However, I fear her plans may be excessively radical, potentially jeopardizing our covert efforts to gather tailed beasts. I am not concerned about her betrayal. It seems that from the very beginning, neither Konoha, nor the Uchiha, nor the Akatsuki have truly occupied her thoughts. Nevertheless, since our objectives align, we are indeed comrades on this path, Obito stated. Moreover, compared to operating in the tranquil shadows, maneuvering amidst chaos proves to be considerably more manageable. Zetsu silently nodded and continued to murmur, I eagerly anticipate this. Is the storm finally approaching? I can already sense the cicada song heralding the tempest. Hee, let the darkness intensify. Thus, Uchiha Yano, appearing before the surviving members of the Uchiha clan, clearly bore the marks of a grueling night of battle. Her sleeves were tattered, scorched, and marred by the cuts of sharp implements. Even the elegantly embroidered white foot wraps, adorned with golden-orange floral patterns, had become drenched in the blood of others, now of vivid crimson. She witnessed a myriad of shocked and disbelieving expressions reflected in the eyes of her clan, mingled with traces of guilt. After all, most present had not fought valiantly through the night. Instead, this young girl had been at the forefront of the fray. However, Yano paid no heed to their sentiments and walked directly to her father, casting a glance at her somewhat oblivious mother beside him, and spoke. Father, Lady Reiko, this is not a place for lingering. We must gather our clan and leave the confines of Konoha before we deliberate further. Uchiha Morikatsu replied with a complex expression. Must we truly depart? Is there not a glimmer of hope for success? What of the family legacy built over these decades? Yano scoffed, indeed. Exchanging the lives of the third Hokage and several of his kin for our family's legacy in Konoha is a most grievous loss. However, with the clan leader deceased, our kin have no reason to continue fighting. Open your eyes. She raised her voice, addressing all the Uchiha members. Surrounded by enemies, there exists no refuge. We must flee Konoha at once. Uchiha Morikatsu responded, I have already notified the families as you instructed, ensuring they are prepared to depart at a moment's notice. However, a dozen or so stubborn individuals remain loyal to Konoha, refusing to partake in tonight's coup or to accompany us in our exodus, alongside those civilians incapable of joining the insurrection. Chapter 52. The return like lightning. Yano was not surprised by this, in a family of several hundred. It was unrealistic to expect all members to resolutely support the coup, and surely there would be moderates, or those loyal to the village. These individuals may, for various reasons, refrain from alerting the Hokage at the outset. Yet, they undoubtedly harbor a disapproving stance towards the coup. Regrettably, before the dilemma of the coup, which offers only the choices of triumph or demise, their sole fate in the original narrative is to become mere layers of bones in the shadows of Konoha. Consequently, the flames burn even brighter. Yongnai casually remarked, let us not concern ourselves with them. We shall leave this predicament for the Hokage to ponder, conveniently allowing those who cannot be taken along to remain with them. Since these individuals are willing to pledge their loyalty to the village, it is likely that the village will not directly seek their lives. There lies another complication. Uchiha Moriyuki stepped forward, lowering his voice. That is the clan leader's wife. Yongnai inquired softly, is it Lady Uchiha Makoto? Indeed. Upon learning of Uchiha Fugaku's demise, she has been frantically searching for Uchiha Sasuke, who appears to have escaped from the clan grounds to the village amidst the chaos. Yongnai raised an elegantly arched brow. In this critical moment of flight, she wished not to be delayed by such unforeseen circumstances. Just then, Uchiha Hakadai, responsible for perimeter surveillance, approached to convey a message. I just witnessed someone, presumably from the Hokage Esambu, carrying the unconscious Sasuke away. Obito also appeared beside Yongnai. To execute that plan, we ought to act promptly. Sasuke, let him remain in Konoha. Faced with this enigmatic masked figure, the Uchiha clan members displayed profound reverence. Even though they understood that the individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara was likely an imposter. Regardless, he was one of the only two formidable beings within the clan possessing the Mangeki Sharingan, excluding Uchiha Itachi, who had been automatically disqualified from the clan the moment they learned of his filial piety towards his father. Very well, time is of the essence, we must depart. Yongnai once more unleashed Susanoo, forging a path ahead, while the masked man utilized fire style, blazing tempest to guard their rear, ensuring the escape of over 300 Uchiha clan members from Konoha. The once towering wooden walls and gates had been reduced to ruins, and they encountered minimal obstruction and pursued along their path, as most of the surviving forces had been exhausted during the coup that night. The remaining individuals, for various reasons, were unable to pursue them. Thus, miraculously, they did not suffer any casualties until they crossed the village's borders. Turning back, the young woman extended her palm towards the Hokage rock, partially obscured by green leaves, and clenched her fist. Beneath the morning sun, she vowed, "One day, I shall return like a flash of lightning." There exists a saying in the original narrative: one does not become Hokage to gain recognition, but is recognized in order to become Hokage. Fortunately, she now possesses the strength that has garnered the recognition of others, the power known as Kodo Amatsukami. All that remains is to unlock its potential and manipulate everything from the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment. Now, as the sun reached its zenith, they rested in a densely vegetated forest, scattered in groups. Some sat upon the ground while others stood atop the colossal trees. Each face was etched with helplessness and confusion regarding the future. Among this gathering of clan members stood Yongnai, who had astounded the entirety of Konoha and her family with her prowess during the previous night's coup. Alongside the enigmatic figure who seldom spoke, the statuses of these two formidable individuals within the clan have risen to a level comparable to that of the late Uchiha Fugaku. Due to past bonds, the populace is more inclined to trust Uchiha Ayano, especially in this time of crisis, as everyone yearns for a steadfast leader. The familiar young woman then spoke up assertively, "Esteemed clan members, I presume you are all aware of our current predicament." Upon hearing her words, a somber silence enveloped the assembly. Indeed, due to the treachery of an insider, the clan leader met a tragic end just as a coup was poised to succeed. The Uchiha clan now finds itself in a dire state, one that seems irreparable. Witnessing the girl, once viewed as a potential cornerstone of strength, utter such disheartening words caused the Uchiha members, who had hoped she would unveil some extraordinary Manjiki Sharingan technique to reclaim Konoha and seize the Hokage's position, to feel utterly despondent. An elder, soon to be a former elder, questioned, "You fought throughout the night and have defeated most elite ninjas, including the Hokage. Yet how have we found ourselves in this predicament?" In response, Ayana coldly scoffed, "Even if we could vanquish all our adversaries, what then? How can we safeguard this ninja village, situated at the heart of the continent? Furthermore, when did I permit you to speak? I am not accustomed to having my words interrupted when I still wish to articulate my thoughts." At that moment, Ayana's eyes, gleaming like precious gems, shifted, and the elder crumpled to the ground, ensnared by her genjutsu, unconscious. The masked figure beside her remained indifferent, observing Ayana's readiness to resort to force. The other Uchiha clan members exchanged uneasy glances, their fear of her intensifying. Ayana's words now carried the most weight. They had not anticipated such a rapid upheaval in the clan's power dynamics overnight. As silence fell over the assembly, none daring to challenge her authority, Ayana continued to incite them. "Perhaps some of you are uncertain about the path ahead, disoriented by the disruption of the peace we have known for decades. However, I must assert that all we have endured thus far is merely a punishment for our forebears' failure to follow Uchiha Madara. We have retreated time and again, relinquishing our voice within the village's upper echelons, only to be confined within the so-called Konoha Guard. Even now, some among us Na'veli entertain the notion of seeking a compromise between the Uchiha and Konoha. But look at the facts. Blood has validated that those who cling to such fantasies have paid with their lives. Now, after our last desperate attempt to alter the village's circumstances has failed, we are left with but one path." Chapter 53, clarifying interest with that. She scanned the room and addressed the various gazes of her kin. That path is to sever all ties with Konoha and seek refuge in the other 4 great ninja villages. Observing the few who seemed ready to voice their dissent, she preemptively stated, "I am aware that some of you may think differently. Yes, I know that some among you have considered the possibility of seizing a smaller nation, establishing a true Uchiha ninja village there through our strength. However, I must emphasize, it is far too early for such aspirations. You would do well to abandon these foolish fantasies. No matter where we flee, unless we gain the protection of the great ninja villages that can contend with Konoha, we will face relentless pursuit from the very village we once vowed to protect. At that point, the other 4 great ninja villages will no longer view us as a force to be courted, but rather may directly deprive us of our Sharingan along with Konoha. When that time comes, I could easily disappear, but in the vastness of the ninja world, there would be no haven left for you." As Ayana's grim vision unfolded, many in the room paled, their concerns laid bare. Fortunately, she reassured them. "You still have my presence. I have utilized special means to inform the leaders of the other 4 great ninja villages. If they are not foolish, they will act swiftly. They will send individuals to assist us, allowing us to find a new refuge. At that moment, a timid girl with braided hair raised her right hand. Seemingly seeking permission to speak, her gaze directed at Ayana like a timid creature. Ayana recognized her as Uchiha Saki, a close companion of her own. Slightly younger by just a few months. Saki's father, like Uchiha Shiyuki, was also an elder of the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Jin. During the coup, Uchiha Jin, once neutral, had decisively aligned with his father, Uchiha Shiyuki, as if placing a bet on the familiar faction. Noticing her ally, Ayana encouraged, "Speak, Saki. What is on your mind?" The girl, Uchiha Saki, spoke timidly, her voice ringing clear, Ayana. This was her customary title. Wainai nodded slightly, and Saki Karaki continued. You mentioned that 4 ninja villages would provide us with protection. Indeed. So, which ninja village shall we go to? Where shall our new home be? Wainai glanced at the girl before her, the first from the clan to dare speak to her. Saki Karaki was of the same age, yet only possessed the Tutomo Sharingan, though that itself was a remarkable talent. She wondered if Saki would ever stand a chance against Sasuke to compete for the title of the 4th genius of the Uchiha clan. She spoke, fully aware of the profound impact her words would have. It is quite simple. Each of the great ninja villages will accept a portion of the Uchiha clan. Upon her declaration, a storm of reactions ensued. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder. And the authority the girl had amassed was momentarily forgotten as someone exclaimed, "Why not? Are you proposing to split our Uchiha clan?" The audacity of the suggestion was so staggering that even the clan leader would not have dared to voice such an opinion. Well, he is now deceased, came Wainai's icy retort, silencing the speaker's intended protest. At that moment, her father, Uchiha Moriyuki, expressed his concern. Why not? Does this mean we shall be divided from now on? If those great villages engage in conflict, will we not be forced to fight each other on the battlefield? In the foreseeable future, that should not occur. Our clan will be under observation until we can ensure sufficient loyalty, Wainai clarified. As for long-term plans, they would have to be addressed when the time came. At present, any singular ninja village that gains our strength, even those renowned for their might, would likely find themselves embroiled in a brutal confrontation with Konoha. Only by uniting the strength of all the other ninja villages can we compel Konoha to refrain from direct aggression against us. Her reasoning seemed sound. And as her words resonated, the clamor of the crowd diminished. Seizing the moment, Wainai continued. Another crucial point is that the power of our Sharingan is easily coveted and targeted. Therefore, the most effective strategy would be to ensure that those who desire our power also possess it. Moreover, if my predictions hold true, the tranquility of Konoha will soon be shattered by the aftermath of our coup from last night. The other major ninja villages that have welcomed our Uchiha clan will begin to take action against Konoha. It is akin to a gathering of mistrustful ninjas, each harboring reasons to suspect the others of betrayal. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to strike preemptively before any of them can act against us. Our clansmen heading to various ninja villages should strive to exert their influence and expedite the formation of a military alliance against Konoha. Our late clan leader has provided them with an excellent pretext, and the future of the Uchiha clan will likely lack a leader of Fugaku's caliber, replaced instead by the heads of the branch families. Are you suggesting a division of the clan? A flicker of concern crossed Uchiha Jin's features. Indeed, Wainai affirmed. After all, we are to disperse among the 4 great ninja villages. It would be better to clarify our positions now, while we are all present, rather than entangle ourselves later. Given the recent demise of our esteemed late leader, Fugaku, the rightful first heir to our Uchiha clan, Itachi, has chosen to betray us. Meanwhile, Sasuke, the nominal second heir, has escaped our clan's territory and has been captured by the Hokage's forces, his whereabouts currently unknown. Wainai surveyed her fellow Uchiha clansmen, contemplating before she spoke again. Only one among us remains to represent the late clan leader, Fugaku. Chapter 54. The divisible Uchiha. Wainai's gaze suddenly fell upon Uchiha Makoto, who had remained silent amidst the crowd. The previous night's events had struck a heavy blow to her, as the son she had painstakingly raised had become the murderer of her husband, jeopardizing the future of their clan. She was ensnared in profound anguish when the girl unexpectedly directed the attention of all towards her, an occurrence she had never anticipated. Wainai regarded her intently and stated, Lady Makoto, as the widow of our late clan leader Fugaku, in light of Itachi and Sasuke's inability to fulfill their responsibilities as heirs, you are the most qualified to lead a branch family. Those loyal clansmen who had stood by the clan leader during his lifetime would follow your leadership. This Uchiha Makoto's expression was one of sorrow, and she spoke mournfully, having already been separated from Fugaku in life and death. I desire nothing more than to see Sasuke once again. Wine I responded, as long as you, Lady Makoto, can serve as the matriarch of the branch family and safeguard yourself, that day will surely come. I hope for that day, she lamented. I wish to guide Sasuke carefully, so he does not follow in his brother's footsteps. This arrangement has allowed those family members originally loyal to Uchiha Fugaku to secretly breathe a sigh of relief, as it aligns perfectly with their desires. In their worst-case scenario, they envisioned Uchiha Ain coercing them into supporting her claim to the leadership of the Uchiha clan while they were still reeling from their losses. Faced with the formidable power of the Manjiki Sharingan capable of wreaking havoc in Konoha, they felt they had little choice but to acquiesce. Now, the fact that they could completely separate the former Fugaku faction was indeed the best possible outcome. Uchiha Ain continued, stating that those willing to follow Lady Makoto could seek the protection of the 4th Kazekage in the Land of Wind, believing that, as a major ninja village, the Wind Country would ensure the safety of those under Makoto's leadership. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering the implications. Wasn't Sunagakure merely a nominal ally of Konoha? Was this not a trap? However, Ain remained undeterred, proceeding to address Lord Masayuki, asking if he would lead a portion of his faction to seek refuge in the Iwagakure of the Land of Earth. Surely, the 3rd Hokage, Noki, would be eager to welcome the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Masayuki hesitated, aware that as the highest-ranking elder in his family, aligning with Iwagakure would elevate his status above that of Uchiha Makoto. Eventually, he nodded in agreement, remarking that this might increase the number willing to follow him. Ain acknowledged this, affirming the naturalness of the situation. She then turned to another elder of the clan. With the previous factions already accounted for, the focus shifted to the indecisive neutral faction. Lord Jin, she addressed him. The amiable middle-aged ninja, slightly older than Uchiha Fugaku and Masayuki, smiled and said, "Though I am your elder, my strength pales in comparison to yours. Just command me as you see fit." Appreciating his understanding, Ain smiled slightly and requested that he lead another group of clan members eastward to find refuge in Kumogakure, if it were to acquire the Hyuga clan's Kekkei Genkai. The 4th Raikage, unafraid to provoke war with Konoha, would surely welcome such a formidable force. Uchiha Jin nodded, stating that he would encourage his faction to seek the Raikage's protection, but as the strongest among their clan, he would fully comply with Ain's arrangements. His humility was evident, and even some in his faction found it hard to bear. Yet, his daughter, Uchiha Saki, remained blissfully unaware, thinking that the close relationship between her father and her elder sister might be partially due to her own contributions, her smile growing even sweeter. As for the remaining group heading to Kirigakure, Ain would take personal responsibility. The notorious Land of Water was known for its dangers, and they were not merely seeking refuge but aiming to carve out their own destinies. She encouraged any ambitious and self-confident young individuals among them to follow her, with the condition that they must obey her commands completely. She scrutinized the eager faces before her, memorizing their features, and declared, "I have concluded my speech. Let us hear who is in favor and who stands opposed." In the arrangements orchestrated by Ain, she undoubtedly maximized her personal interests. On one hand, she organized for individuals, Uchiha Fugaku's widow, a seemingly indecisive woman of the weakest strength, her father, who had always been obedient to her, and elder Uchiha Jin, who had aligned with various factions. Although the Uchiha clan still comprised the former leader's faction, the opposition, and the neutral faction, each faction was now firmly within her grasp, augmented by the youthful faction she led. With no objections voiced, Ain swiftly determined the numbers of those who would join each faction, even accommodating individuals from the same family who, due to chaos or differing allegiances, chose different paths. In the face of urgency and shifting sentiments, such outcomes were inevitable. Ultimately, approximately 70 individuals from the former leader's faction would accompany Makoto to Sunagakure, including Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Inaho. The largest faction, following Masayuki to Iwagakure, consisted of around 130 members, including Uchiha Masayuki, Uchiha Reiko, and Uchiha Hakudai. Meanwhile, the former neutral faction, led by Uchiha Jin, would see about 110 individuals, including Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Taika. Surprisingly, only a little over 40 from the youthful faction would follow Lady Ain to the Land of Water, notably including Uchiha Saki, who appeared thrilled, perhaps viewing this separation as merely a simple visit to the village. With the decisions made, Ain proclaimed, from this day forth, our entire Uchiha clan, now numbering less than 400 outside the village, shall split into 2 directions. I shall provide cover for those heading east to the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning, while this esteemed elder, noticing Uchiha Obito stepping forward, shall protect those journeying westward to the land of earth and the land of wind. Chapter 55. How did Konoha end up like this? Before concluding, I wish to announce one more matter. Some of you may have heard rumors, but today I will make it public, the darkness concealed within our clan. The secrets of the Meijiki Sharingan, she stated, gesturing toward her eyes, echoing words reminiscent of Itachi's revelations to Sasuke in the original narrative. As over 300 pairs of eyes widened in shock, disbelief, or restless anticipation, Ayin smiled gently. With this, our paths diverge. I wish all of you a prosperous future. She then approached her parents, saying father, mother. She referred to her mother as Lady Reiko, a small insistence of her status as the eldest daughter, to which the naturally oblivious Uchiha Reiko had grown accustomed. Ayin sincerely expressed, as we venture to various nations, the journey will be long and arduous. I do not know when we shall meet again, so please take care. Uchiha Masayuki cast her a complex glance, replying, you too. No. Ayin smiled softly. It is my enemies who must exercise caution. Just as Jiraiya's journey of exploration was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of an ANBU operative directly under the Hokage, he beheld a certain blonde boy, entranced by a form of hypnotic genjutsu, sleeping on the back of the ANBU. Is that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? He wondered. In Jiraiya's previous understanding, the Uchiha clan, although the most powerful family in Konoha, had not produced any formidable warriors from his generation. There was, however, a notably outstanding junior named Uchiha Shisui. Yet, with Shisui's untimely demise, that was merely a relic of the past. Even if the Uchiha clan were endowed with immense power, could they truly rise again? The reality suggested otherwise, as he soon discovered that the situation had nearly spiraled out of control. Consequently, witnessing the Jinchuriki fleeing the village was utterly unfathomable to him. Jiraiya could scarcely imagine the events of that fateful night or how dire the circumstances must have become for his usually composed mentor to make such a choice. After hastily gathering detailed accounts from several Umbu, Jiraiya was left in profound shock and astonishment that only deepened upon his arrival in Konoha. The devastation was overwhelming, with collapsed buildings littering the village and rows of the injured laid out in the open. The once majestic Hokage rock now bore an uncanny resemblance to a deity-scarred visage, unrecognizable and ravaged. Every step he took felt increasingly burdensome as he encountered Yumeka Inoichi, who appeared utterly fatigued, directing the recovery efforts in Konoha, having gone hours without rest. The Hokage was in his office, and Inoichi informed him that the situation was dire, his tone hushed. Despite anticipating this, Jiraiya's expression darkened further. With a resounding crash, he flung open the door to the Hokage's office, revealing a bizarre scene. A complex array of medical equipment and intravenous apparatus sustained the life of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his mentor. He lay there, one arm severed, wearing an expression of immense agony, as if on the brink of death. Surrounding him were only a medical ninja team and two advisors. One, Mito Gate Kurenai, bandaged and blind in one eye, confined to a wheelchair. The other, Narashikaku, recently appointed as a new advisor after taking over from Shikamaru, missing his left arm. Before them knelt a member of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya could scarcely believe his eyes. Yet upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed Itachi Uchiha. He strode over, seizing Itachi by the collar, nearly pressing his nose against Itachi's as he exclaimed, "Look at the havoc your clan has wrought upon Konoha. How dare you show your face here?" Before he could finish, the weak yet commanding voice of the Hokage intervened. Immediately, ninjas Ibiki Marino and Anko Mitarashi appeared beside him, restraining him firmly. "You've misunderstood him," Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi struggled to explain. "Itachi is a hero of our village. Had he not made the grave decision to eliminate his kin at a crucial moment, the Uchiha clan would have completely taken control of Konoha. And you would never see me again." Hiruzen's words seemed to hasten his labored breaths. Seeing his mentor in such a state, Jiraiya disregarded Itachi and rushed closer, concern etching his features. "Hey, old man, are you all right?" Hiruzen could only manage a bitter smile. "My lingering existence in this world is solely for the stability of Konoha. Were it not for the hope of seeing you again, I might have surrendered to this futile treatment long ago. Jiraiya, as my disciple, I entrust the future of Konoha to you. I deeply regret the chaos that has unfolded." Upon hearing his mentor's words, Jiraiya fell silent, allowing the air to thicken with tension before he finally spoke. "Teacher, you know me well. I am not suited for the role of Hokage. Perhaps someone else should take on this mantle. I am better suited for the front lines or gathering intelligence in the shadows." In response, Mito Gate Kurenai, despite his physical limitations, rebuked him fiercely. Jiraiya, as the third S disciple, How can you refuse your duty when your village needs you most? Is that not a touch selfish? If you had not been absent for so long, we would not have been so unprepared that fateful night. Narashikaka chimed in, Jiraiya. I understand that you may not feel fit to lead in times of peace, but the current situation is urgent. We have just received intelligence that remnants of the Uchiha clan have fled to the other 4 great ninja villages. A great conflict looms. And we need your command in war. Jiraiya stood in silence, absorbing the sudden reprimand. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Hiruzen and stated, I cannot promise to take up the role of Hokage, but I vow to find a suitable candidate for the position. Hiruzen let out a bitter laugh. Is there anyone besides you I can trust to shoulder this burden? There is, Jiraiya replied slowly. Let Tsunade take on the position of Hokage. She is more suited to manage internal affairs while I continue to lead on the front lines, allowing us to coordinate effectively. Mito Gate Kurenai swiftly countered, Jiraiya, have you forgotten why Tsunade left the village? It was due to her hemophobia as a medical ninja, which rendered her unable to perform even the most basic tasks. Jiraiya fell silent, fully aware of the truth in those words, yet unable to identify a better candidate. Just then, Itachi, still kneeling before the Hokage, suddenly interjected. His teeth clenched, as if desperate to prove something. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, I have a method to temporarily alleviate Tsunade-sama's fear of blood. Oh? Hiruzen's expression shifted. What method? Under the scrutiny of those present, Itachi finally articulated his plan. I can cast a special genjutsu on Tsunade-sama's mind, temporarily shielding her from all fear of blood for several days or hours. During this period, we need not worry about her hemophobia. He understood the gravity of his suggestion, knowing well that tampering with the mind of a future Hokage through genjutsu was a precarious endeavor. Who can truly ascertain if he might incorporate something else into the mix? And who dares to guarantee that he will refrain from manipulation each time? Indeed, upon hearing this, Jiraiya's gaze instantly transformed into one of skepticism. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled reassuringly, declaring, This is a commendable approach. You may give it a try. Jiraiya, there is no need to doubt Itachi's loyalty. He has proven himself through his actions. I shall have him share all the intelligence he possesses with you shortly. And you must promptly prepare the necessary defenses based on that information. Furthermore, I authorize you to seek out Tsunade's whereabouts, should you succeed. Let her assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage. After saying this, Hiruzen coughed heavily. Before him, the ethereal figure of the Grim Reaper, visible only to him, drew perilously close. At this moment, Itachi appeared vibrant and full of life, showing no signs of any terminal illness. Jiraiya had gleaned a wealth of information regarding Yang Nai through Itachi, and astonishingly, Itachi could mitigate Tsunade's hemophobia via genjutsu. With the healthy Itachi and the intelligence he provided, the ninja world's mightiest forces were aligning, complemented by Tsunade, who had preemptively transitioned into a bloodless mode. It seemed that someone's days were about to become rather challenging. Meanwhile, Yang Na was en route to the borders of the Land of Fire, blissfully unaware of the looming threat overhead. Back in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage continued addressing Itachi. Rise, Uchiha Itachi, I comprehend your intentions. You are resolutely unwilling to meet the remaining Uchiha clansmen, are you? Jiraiya, upon hearing this revelation, was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Days had passed since the coup. Much of Konoha lay in ruins, and yet, there were still living Uchiha clansmen remaining in the village, and not just one rogue Itachi? The implication of the old man's words suggested there were quite a few left. What in the world was happening? Indeed, Itachi replied solemnly. After such events, I harbor no allegiance to the Uchiha. I wish only to become a blade that silently protects the village of Konoha. Understanding this, Hiruzen turned his gaze to the Umbu squad leader beside him, stating, Then let us proceed with the original plan to dismantle the root organization. Yes. The Umbu squad leader responded, a slight tremor in his body. The remaining members of the root organization shall accompany Uchiha Itachi to form a new force. This force will carry on the name root and operate under the direct command of the Hokage, designated as the Umbu root team. Its numbers will be few, but they will act discreetly and according to your complete strategy. The sole objective is to eradicate the Uchiha clansmen in exile and eliminate the threat they pose to the village. Understood, Itachi expressed his gratitude. Having executed this intricate maneuver, Hiruzen softened his gaze and inquired of Marino Ibiki, how many Uchiha clansmen remain? The scarred middle-aged man replied coldly, over 600 remain, most of whom have never awakened the Sharingan in their lifetimes, mere civilians. There are also a few non-combat ninjas left here, while over 300 Uchiha who have awakened the Sharingan have successfully evaded our grasp. I see, Hiruzen sighed. Realizing this was indeed a significant predicament. In truth, the Uchiha clan, as Konoha's largest family, boasted nearly 1,000 members, yet fewer than 13 possessed the ability to awaken the Sharingan. As noted by Sasuke in the original narrative, the number of those who could awaken it was indeed a minority within the Uchiha clan. Among those who had awakened the Sharingan, only a scant few, less than 100, had achieved the 3-tomo level during their prime. Now, those who should have constituted the Uchiha clan's most formidable force were scattered. The remaining individuals were either proprietors of pancake shops or ordinary civilians engaged in the restaurant trade. While they bore the Uchiha name, their descendants might potentially awaken the Sharingan. Yet at this moment, their only value lay in serving as leverage against the exiled Uchiha, acting as hostages. Yes, they could only serve as hostages. If the entire Uchiha clan were to be captured, Hiruzen would not advise eliminating the non-combatant members, as he had done in the original narrative. However, due to the fear of provoking the exiled Uchiha with the potential for greater retaliation, he found himself hesitant to act against the powerless civilians. It appeared that Yang Nai's strategy had indeed succeeded. He truly feared the consequences of their death. Who knew if any of those fleeing Uchiha could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan? If that were the case, it would spell disaster. Chapter 57. You shall lead the clan, Sasuke. As a disciple of the second Hokage, Hiruzen understood the cardinal rule in dealing with the Uchiha clan: never provoke them unnecessarily. He let out a rueful laugh, gazing at Jiraiya as he remarked, "Isn't it ironic? The very clan that instigated the coup has suffered far fewer sacrifices in the process. Yet after the coup has been quelled, we are left to care for the remaining Uchiha members within the village." Cough, cough. Itachi, what shall I do with them? Itachi remained impassive, yet he replied, as per the Hokage's instructions. The office fell into a heavy silence. Narashikaka's voice broke through the stillness. As an advisor, he had come to understand the reasons for not targeting the Uchiha civilians. I have a suggestion. To prevent them from encountering unforeseen events that might provoke the fleeing Uchiha into awakening their powers, let the Hyuga clan oversee their surveillance. We could establish a dedicated unit, appointing members of the Hyuga clan to the task. Perhaps we could name it the Konoha Watchmen? They are the most suited for this role. First, with the Byakugan, there are no blind spots in surveillance. Second, the Hyuga clan suffered the least during that fateful night and bears no significant grudge against the Uchiha. The others regarded Narashikaku with admiration. Hiruzen understood that there was an unspoken implication in Shikaku's suggestion. It served as a punishment for the Hyuga clan for their lack of involvement that night. So, you Hyuga have been lounging about, claiming to be the strongest in Konoha? Then you shall bear this burdensome duty of prison wardens, if calamity befalls. It shall be on your heads. Nevertheless, while Shikaku was astute, Hiruzen was equally adept in political stratagems. From this day forth, I am establishing the Konoha Watchmen, led by the Hyuga clan, with the mission of monitoring the Uchiha clan. This order is issued by me personally, and it has no connection to my advisors. Understood? Narashikaku felt a surge of emotion. Here were 3 generations using their esteemed reputations to shield him, a mere subordinate. Should the Hyuga clan discover that this was his design, his position as an advisor would become exceedingly precarious. Furthermore, this command had been issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. After all, he was nearing the end of his days. What good would it do to blame a deceased man? Perhaps he could even persuade Lady Tsunade to play her cards right, allowing for a more comfortable tenure as Hokage once the time was ripe to disband the guard unit. Additionally, he would dispatch orders to Tenzo, instructing him to assemble a new Yanbyu squad, aptly named Leaf. The members would be selected predominantly from ninjas who bore no blood feud with the Uchiha clan. The singular purpose was clear. No Uchiha civilian could meet an untimely demise in Konoha until the threat posed by the fleeing Uchiha was neutralized. Having executed this intricate web of political maneuvering, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed a few more times, his voice barely a whisper as he continued, "Uchiha Itachi. Who do you believe would be most suitable to assume the role of the new Uchiha clan leader?" Uchiha Itachi raised his gaze. Disbelief fetched across his features as he looked at the Hokage. What had he just said? Was there truly someone capable of becoming the Uchiha clan leader? No. After the heinous acts that had transpired, could the Uchiha even persist within Konoha? He was acutely aware that over 600 Uchiha clansmen were currently confined within their homes. The streets that once constituted the heart of the Uchiha residential area now transformed into a ghostly domain. Apart from the Konoha ninjas enforcing the lockdown, the usual signs of life had vanished, with only a select few exceptions. Among this small group of individuals was Uchiha Sasuke, who had been inadvertently aided by his brother's betrayal. However, our pillar of strength was currently preoccupied, indifferent to the shadow of his brother's influence. After a brief period of detention by the Umbu for investigation, he unexpectedly regained his freedom. At present, Sasuke found it impossible to focus on his lessons. Enduring the peculiar and hateful gazes of his classmates while mentally cursing his brother 100,000 times. Indeed, you read that correctly, our esteemed Uchiha Sasuke was attending class. Following his father's failed coup and subsequent death, his mother led the family into exile in the Land of Wind. And with his brother's ambiguous betrayal, though Sasuke himself was uncertain if it could truly be termed as such, he was left grappling with the memory of personally slaying his father while his older sister, Uchiha Yano, plotted a war within the ninja world. Yet, here he was, attending classes at the Ninja Academy. It was fortunate that Sasuke possessed a resilient heart. After the Umbu's fruitless inquiry, he was returned to his solitary home. Miraculously, he managed to emerge from his emotional turmoil after a day and a night. Driven by hunger to prepare a meager breakfast for himself. With nothing better to do, he astonishingly donned his backpack and returned to the Ninja Academy. Coincidentally, the academy was closed for a day due to the coup, thus Sasuke missed not a single lesson amidst the upheaval of his family. One might consider this a stroke of luck. With such fortitude, it seems that the eventual awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan will not be without its share of tribulations. For members of the Uchiha clan, an extraordinary capacity to endure may not necessarily be a blessing. Itachi, how do you feel about your younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, becoming the leader of the Uchiha clan? A remark from the third Hokage left the assembly in stunned silence. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi slowly nodded. Though still quite young, he felt he had little choice. I have no objections. Upon hearing the term clan leader, an involuntary pang of anguish gripped his heart. Itachi felt as though he had just awakened from a nightmare. Even the slightest provocation could drag him back into those haunting memories. Very well, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Turning to Marino Ibiki. Please lift the confinement of the Uchiha clan members, though necessary surveillance must remain in place. Additionally, I require you to visit the Ninja Academy and inform Uchiha Sasuke that he is now the leader of the Uchiha clan. Understood, Ibiki replied, his expression peculiar. The third Hokage then shifted his gaze back to Jiraiya, stating, I fear my time is limited. After my passing, until Tsunade returns to assume the role of the fifth Hokage, do not disclose my death to the outside world. If necessary, my personal Umbu captain may use transformation techniques to impersonate me within the Hokage building. A fleeting glimmer of sorrow crossed Jiraiya's eyes as he assured, rest easy, old man. With Tsunade and me here, we will ensure that Konoha remains safe. With that, he turned away, unwilling to glance back at the frail old man seated before him. Chapter 58. The death of the third Hokage and the state of Konoha as Jiraiya exited. The sunlight filtering through the window cast a warm glow on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who trembled as he took his final breath, approaching the end of a life spent in the tumult of war and political machinations. He was now faced with the torment of the specter of death. After receiving the Hokage's orders, Uchiha Itachi left the office. Observing the gathering of several members from the former Akatsuki organization, now aligned with the Hokage's Umbu Root Division, including the boy known as Sai and the Oil Woman, Aburame Shino. Although he had previously been a member of the Umbu, he had little interaction with the Root members. With a complex expression, he spoke, let me introduce myself. I am Uchiha Itachi. Those not from the Root stepped forward as well. I have submitted a request to the Hokage's office to join your operations. The sunlight streamed through the hospital's white curtains, illuminating Kakashi Hitaki, who was wrapped in a black mask. Having regained consciousness, he began to assess his physical condition. A sharp pain pierced his left eye, yet his vision remained unchanged. What is happening? Am I not already? Extending my hand, my fingertips trembled slightly, yet I dared not reach towards my left eye, fearing that it was all merely an illusion. The last image etched in my mind was that of the crimson Sharingan behind the mask, belonging to that enigmatic figure who had extracted my eye. With a swift motion, the curtain partitioning the room was drawn back, allowing Kakashi to behold his bedridden companion. It was Might Guy, seemingly more grievously injured than himself, his body swathed in bandages, with some areas encased in plaster, indicating fractures. That green-clad monster, as these memories resurfaced, he pressed his palm against his forehead in anguish. The melodious voice of the nurse reached his ears. Mr. Kakashi, how is your left eye? We took the liberty of replacing it with the Sharingan of the Uchiha rebel captured on the battlefield. Please refrain from utilizing its powers until you have adapted. So it was. That was not a mere dream. Well, since I cannot fulfill the promise made with Obito, I shall relinquish this token of our pact. After all, I truly do not wish for your eyes to witness this wretched world again. I apologize for my tardiness. Just as Sasuke used the pencil in his hand as a kunai, marking the 1099th line on what he designated as Itachi Uchiha's symbol, the classroom door was suddenly thrust open, revealing a golden-haired figure before everyone. The individual scratched his head, somewhat bewildered by the circumstances, and began to clumsily explain. The experience of being hurriedly extracted from the village by the Umbu felt more like a dream to Naruto. He only remembered dozing off on the back of an Umbu member until he encountered an odd old man with a shock of white hair. The old man glanced at him and conferred with the Umbu for an extended period. Ultimately, Naruto found himself back on the Umbu's back, dozing all the way to the Hidden Leaf Village. Thus, despite the considerable time spent away, his energy remained vibrant, completely unlike someone who had traveled extensively. Additionally, due to the illusion, he had not witnessed the devastation of the leaf. Scratching his head, he surveyed his classmates. "Hey, Sasuke. How come there is no one sitting next to you?" Without waiting for a response, he carelessly plopped down beside Sasuke, leaving Iruka at the podium at a loss for words. He could only mumble a few vague responses while turning back to write on the blackboard and commence his lesson. Naturally, Naruto was not the type to focus attentively on his studies, even in Iruka's class, which he adored. Now, oblivious as he was, he sensed the peculiar atmosphere in the classroom. Puffing out his cheeks, he lowered his voice and whispered to Sasuke, "Hey, what is going on? Why does everyone seem so strange?" Sasuke's facial muscles twitched momentarily, but he paid Naruto no heed, continuing to scribble in his notebook. Naruto's curiosity peaked as he stretched his neck like a giraffe, desperately trying to glimpse what Sasuke was inscribing in his notebook. This sudden movement allowed him to catch sight of Itachi's name scrawled across the page, already marred by countless pencil marks before Sasuke could close the notebook. "Hey, what is that?" Naruto exclaimed without a shred of consideration for the classroom decorum, his eyes morphing into an emoticon of surprise. "Uchiha Itachi. I've heard that he is your older brother, right? Why would you?" In an instant, a piece of chalk struck him squarely on the head. Rubbing his scalp, he turned around with an innocent expression, only to meet the furious gaze of Iruka-sensei. Iruka's thoughts were in turmoil. He instinctively wished to shield his students from any painful memories that might arise from this debate, yet he understood that such a wish was futile. He could only strive to maintain an appearance of normalcy. However, Naruto, oblivious to the atmosphere, burst into loud exclamations, seemingly intent on dragging the entire class back to that harrowing night, a night that had claimed the lives of many from their clans. Sighing, Naruto covered his head where the chalk had struck and scanned the classroom once more, curiously inquiring, "By the way, where is Choji? Why has he come to class? Surely he can't be later than me." The expressions of the classmates grew increasingly grim. For among them was one who had lost his father during the coup and now grappled with various family matters. How could he possibly appear here? At that moment, several students who were usually on good terms with Ding Ci, fueled by indignation, resolved to teach the oblivious Naruto a lesson. Just then, the suffocating silence in the classroom was abruptly shattered by a knock at the door. Iruka, as if granted a reprieve, dashed forward to open the door, revealing the towering figure of Marino Ibiki, who exchanged a few words with him. Iruka then turned to Sasuke, who was seated by the window, and said, "Sasuke, could you step outside for a moment?" With a screech, the chair scraped against the floor, and under the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates, some filled with curiosity, others with ill intent, Sasuke gathered his belongings and walked to the door without a backward glance. The scarred man, exuding a menacing aura, nodded at him and stated, "Come with me." Chapter 59, Uchiha, the weakest in Konoha. Sasuke did not utter a single word, but simply closed the classroom door behind him. Just before it shut, he heard Naruto's voice rising in chaotic protest. "Hey, what is going on? Why is Sasuke being taken away by that grim-looking uncle? Can someone please tell me what is happening?" What a noisy fellow, Sasuke thought as he continued to follow Marino Ibiki down the stairs. In the young mind of Sasuke, countless scenarios unfolded, including the terrifying possibility of being taken to a secretive corner for an execution. After that night, having anticipated this outcome, Sasuke felt an overwhelming tension within him, his heartbeat betraying his calm facade. Finally, the man halted and turned back to face him. "Is this the place?" Sasuke's palms began to sweat. He didn't believe he could escape but still desired to fight for his life. "The Hokage has stated that since your brother refused to assume the mantle of the new leader of the Uchiha clan, the new leader will be you." "What?" Sasuke was taken aback, his mind swirling with confusion. He had steeled himself for a desperate struggle, only to be met with this unexpected proclamation. What is happening? He intended to inquire further, But then he heard Sena Ibiki say, "You only need to know that this is Lord Hokage's judgment. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. So, if you have no objections, please return to your clan's residence and check on your relatives who did not participate in the coup. They should have already been released. I have also informed them of your new status as their clan leader. Now, once you have managed your clan's affairs, it will not be too late to attend class." Thus, Uchiha Sasuke, feeling dazed, made his way towards his clan's residence, completely oblivious to the disdainful glances and whispers of passers-by. The seal surrounding the clan's territory had seemingly been lifted, yet it felt as though an invisible barrier still separated everyone outside the Uchiha clan. This barrier appeared to impede Sasuke's steps, causing him to hesitate at the threshold. However, he ultimately summoned his resolve and stepped inside. Unlike the other areas of Konoha, which were undergoing reconstruction, the Uchiha clan's territory remained unscathed by the chaos of that night. Most of the buildings were still intact. He noticed that the civilian-operated shops within his clan were already showing signs of life, yet they still appeared desolate. As he passed by the Uchiha pancake shop, he saw Uchiha Sho and Uchiha Jin, who seemed eager to greet him as they usually would, but their voices failed them, choked by some unseen force. And after their eyes met his, they quickly averted their gazes. Suddenly, Sasuke felt an overwhelming urge to flee. An inexplicable fear and aversion surged within him at the sight of the clan grounds, which appeared unchanged. It was only upon returning to the courtyard of his home that the tumult within him subsided, as he sat with his knees drawn to his chest, gazing up at the sky. While he was still sorting through his thoughts, the sound of wind chimes stirred him, and he looked up to see a familiar Uchiha clan member approaching, tears streaming down his face. It was an old servant of theirs, named Uchiha Yoshio, who had lost one of his eyes in his youth for reasons unknown, and due to his deteriorating health. He had ultimately been deemed unfit to participate in the coup that night. As the old man approached, he collected himself upon seeing Uchiha Sasuke. Fumbling to adjust his disheveled appearance, he spoke with deep regret. "I am truly sorry, young Master Sasuke. I never expected to see you alive again. During my time in prison, I feared I would never have the chance to meet you again. Please forgive my rudeness. My emotions have overwhelmed me." Sasuke furrowed his brow and replied, "Uncle Yoshio, I did not expect to see you again. What are the other clan members? Where are they?" A flicker of indignation crossed Yoshio's eyes as he responded, "They have all fled Konoha amidst the chaos of that night, leaving only his frail elders and a small handful of loyal clan members who remain devoted to the Hokage. In other words, I am left with but you as the only person I can trust." Sasuke spoke with difficulty. "Have you learned anything about my mother's whereabouts?" Yoshio shook his head, saying, "Lady Mikoto seems to have escaped amidst the turmoil along with the other clan members." Sasuke clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he slowly opened them and asked the elder, "Did the Umbu inquire about anything regarding me?" The old man nodded affirmatively. "They asked only basic questions related to the coup. Whether I had received any prior notice. Regardless of their inquiries, I firmly denied everything, and they soon lost interest in this insignificant old man. Before they released me, they mentioned you had received the Hokage's permission to inherit the position of clan leader, and that we, the Uchiha clan, would be allowed to continue existing in Konoha under your leadership." I could hardly believe my ears when I heard that, Yoshio said. At that moment, Sasuke's heart was a tumult of emotions. He too could hardly believe this was reality. Yet, upon accepting this truth, an odd exhilaration surged within him. He had become the leader of the most powerful clan in the village. Oh, but no. It seemed it could no longer be considered the most powerful clan. Sasuke inquired, "How many clan members do we still have?" The old servant replied, "I just counted. We have over 500 remaining, but the vast majority are non-combatants. Very few, like yourself, possess the Sharingan." Noticing the growing darkness on Sasuke's face, he hastily added, "However, there are exceptions. About a dozen clan members have awakened the 2 to 3 Tomo Sharingan, but he hesitated before continuing. They have pledged their unwavering loyalty to Konoha and have severed ties with our clan, even relocating from our territory with the Hokage's permission." Indeed, these words only served to yield the opposite effect, casting an ever-darkening shadow upon Sasuke's countenance. "Consequently, among our kin, aside from you, the prodigy who awakened the Sharingan at such a tender age, the elder remained oblivious to the truth. On that fateful night, Sasuke had unlocked his 2 Tomo Sharingan, having witnessed his father's demise under the mistaken belief that he possessed but a single Tomo. Alas, I am the only one among our clan, having squandered the better part of my life, who boasts of 3 Tomo Sharingan in a single eye. Remarkably, out of the 500 members of the Uchiha clan, ostensibly under Sasuke's command, Only 7 tomo could be accounted for, 2 tomo plus 2 tomo plus 3 tomo equaling 7, indeed. The remainder had either collectively fled or scattered to various hidden villages, becoming renegade shinobi. In a single night, the Uchiha clan, once the mightiest in Konoha, had tragically transformed into the weakest. Chapter 60, Itachi. You are to be removed from the family registry. As the youngest leader of this weakest clan, he would soon confront troubles beyond his current comprehension, but Sasuke had no time to ponder such matters. An exquisite notion suddenly dawned upon him, and he eagerly inquired of the elder, as the clan leader, "What powers do I possess? Could you enlighten me?" Upon receiving the elder's response, Sasuke solemnly declared, "As the new clan leader, I demand the convening of a small internal meeting to deliberate on the matter of expunging Uchiha Itachi from our family registry." The elder's face contorted in disbelief, a vivid expression of astonishment gracing his aged features. He had contemplated various reactions from young Sasuke upon assuming leadership, and the nature of his first decision, having watched the boy grow, yet he had never anticipated such a disheartening choice. Itachi, too, had been a boy raised under the elder's watchful eye, once regarded as the heir to Fugaku, but the bond between these brothers now seemed irreparably frayed. With a pained expression, the elder stammered, This is surely improper." "He is, Sasuke-sama, your own brother. How can you cast him out from the family registry? What does it matter?" Sasuke retorted with a glare, his dissatisfaction palpable. "He murdered our father and brought ruin upon the entire Uchiha clan. Do not forget this. If it were not for him, perhaps we Uchiha would not have descended to such depths. But without his trust from the Hokage, we would not have been permitted to remain in Konoha after that night." The elder pleaded, nearly in tears. Indeed, the official narrative from the Hokage's office touted Itachi's timely intervention as a selfless act of heroism, proclaiming him the savior of the village. On that night, many had witnessed Itachi wielding his crimson Susanoo in battle against those who sought to usurp power. And thus this portrayal swiftly gained acceptance among the villagers. Consequently, Itachi, amidst a sea of bad Uchihas with tarnished reputations, was still regarded by many in Konoha as one of the good Uchihas. Hearing these words only fueled Sasuke's anger. Had he not slain our father at the critical moment? Would our existence in Konoha ever require anyone's permission? Our position within Konoha is absolute. A complex light flickered in Sasuke's eyes. He epitomized the quintessential Uchiha, possessing love, obsession, and ambition, yet never placing the interests of the village above those he cherished. Thus, while he held a deep affection for village life, the memories of jealousy and the relegation of his clan to the village's outskirts plagued him, forcing him to traverse great distances to attend school each day. As a child, he could not comprehend why his classmates needed only a few minutes to reach the ninja academy while he had to walk for what felt like an eternity. Now, the reality of the overt and covert discrimination he endured weighed heavily upon him, each recollection more painful than the last. What troubled him most were the envy directed toward his talents, as if all his hard-earned achievements were solely a product of his lineage. Contemplating this, a bold and rebellious thought arose in the heart of the young man. If that night had culminated in our success, how different would things be now? Those who, on the surface, praised him as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, yet whispered scornfully behind his back, attributing his triumphs to his bloodline, would finally be silenced, wouldn't they? However, he remained oblivious to the profound impact his words had on Ri, the old servant, who almost immediately knelt down, cautiously surveying their surroundings. He whispered, "Lord Clan Leader, tread carefully with your words." Sasuke recognized his slip of tongue. There might still be Umbu watching them. Thus, he pressed his thin lips together resolutely, as if to signify his unwavering stance. After a moment, he obstinately declared, "In any case, my decision is made. That man shall be expelled from the family tree." The old servant, with a complex expression, attempted to dissuade him, saying, "Your elder brother," but after receiving a sharp glare from Sasuke, he amended his statement. "Currently, Itachi is quite favored by the Hokage. I have received intelligence that the Hokage has tasked him with overseeing the former root organization, establishing a direct Umbu team under the Hokage's command, specifically to deal with the Uchiha clan members who have gone into hiding." "What?" Sasuke's face paled in shock and anger as he interrupted. "Has he really accepted this?" Riwai nodded, saying, "It seems Itachi has been appointed as the captain of the Umbu root team." Sasuke's complexion grew even paler. "I recall you just mentioned that my mother is one of those exiled clan members?" "That is likely so." A dark shadow loomed over Sasuke's youthful face as he clenched his teeth and said, "I do not have such a heartless brother. They have already fled this place. Must we pursue them to annihilation?" The old servant's expression was equally complex, uncertain of how to respond. Surely that cannot be the case, after all. She is the mother of Master Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke glared at him in frustration, and the elder realized his words were foolish. After all, one who could fulfill filial piety to his own father could certainly extend that to his mother as well. Therefore, you now understand why I must expel that man from the family tree, do you not? If he continues to act under the name of our clan while committing such egregious acts, it would indeed be a disgrace to the Uchiha. It was surprising that this young master, still attending the ninja academy, spoke with such clarity and logic. The servant, feeling a mix of pride and sorrow, nodded. Very well. I shall notify. At this point, Riwai suddenly halted, appearing at a loss. Master Sasuke. No, Lord Clan Leader. Traditionally, such matters require decisions made together with the clan elders, but unfortunately, all of our elders are no longer present. Then what shall we do? Sasuke, realizing he had become a lone commander, was taken aback. According to our clan's customs, as the clan leader, you could appoint several prominent or powerful clan members as elders. However, now, all the esteemed Uchiha and the strong have already departed from Konoha. We are left with only those selling pancakes and those running taverns, correct? Sasuke remarked. It appears our classmate Sasuke is developing a rather sharp tongue akin to that of his elder sister. Then it seems convening this formal meeting is unnecessary. With the absence of elders, as clan leader, my authority is boundless. Take me directly to the location where the family tree is kept. Once I have struck his name from it, I shall inform the entire clan of the outcome. However, this may send an unfavorable signal to the Hokage. After all, those involved in the coup are still listed in the family tree, yet expelling their proclaimed hero from it seems rather. At last, the young master and the old servant arrived at the underground shrine of Nange, standing before a long wooden board inscribed with the family tree. Gazing at the familiar names within, Sasuke furrowed his brow. Should we not also remove those who participated in the coup and subsequently escaped from the family tree? He lingered over the names, pausing for a few seconds at the one inscribed beneath Uchiha Moritake, which read Uchiha Yano. In Sasuke's memory, Lady Yano had left a relatively deep impression on him. She occasionally took him and a few other young clan members to the village for outings. From this recollection, one could glimpse a fragment of the Uchiha clan's isolation. The simple act of visiting the village felt like traversing from one realm to another in his mind. This should have been a commonplace experience for all ninjas, yet for the members of the Uchiha clan, it was anything but. What truly left a lasting impression on him, however, was the formidable power demonstrated by Yanai that fateful night. The Azure fully realized Susanoo. That godlike strength seemed capable of shattering the chains and cages that had long constrained them with a single blow. Such power. Uchiha Sasuke murmured to himself. That power transcended everything he had understood over the past few years at the Ninja Academy. It was only after that night that he recognized he had been limited in his perspective, finally glimpsing the true world. It was said that such power could only be attained by fully unlocking one's Uchiha bloodline, elevating one's ocular prowess beyond the three-tomo Sharingan. After sneaking away from the watchful eyes of his clan and witnessing the celestial clash that night, Sasuke felt an unexpected disinterest in the mundane school curriculum and training he had once diligently pursued. Previously, he had resented being labeled a genius who merely relied on his bloodline for his exceptional talents. Yet now, a new thought emerged within him. What if he could unlock the potential of his Uchiha lineage to such an extent? What would that day look like? What hue would his Susanoo take? Surely, all the past whispers and slanders would be reduced to dust in the face of absolute power? With this thought, Sasuke's mind became clear. It seems our Sasuke has grown weary of being merely a student at the Ninja Academy. At that moment, a cough from a servant interrupted his reverie. Clan leader, what is it? He shifted his gaze from the wooden plaque inscribed with Yanai's name. The servant cautiously inquired, "What do you think?" Sasuke shook his head and replied, "Cross out that man's name, but do not alter anything else. Leave it as it is." Understood. The old servant replied with a deep sense of conflict. This represents the most profound protest Sasuke could express towards his village at his age. Beyond this, he was left with little choice but to gradually amass his own strength. Ultimately, the family tree inscribed with Itachi's name was still obliterated, and Sasuke, lost in boundless contemplation of the future, slowly drifted into slumber within the emptiness of his home. In the dead of night, Sasuke was abruptly roused from his dreams. His clothes drenched in cold sweat. In his dream, he beheld Itachi, with a glimmering kunai reflecting cold light, piercing his mother's chest. He cried out in despair, only to find his body firmly restrained by several ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village headbands, utterly immobilized. Then, before his very eyes. He witnessed his clansmen being slaughtered one by one, their lives extinguished. Sasuke's voice became hoarse, his consciousness fading. Suddenly, through tear-filled eyes, he caught sight of the profile of the third Hokage. This was the elder who had once visited their academy to impart the will of fire to their class. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed unblinkingly at the carnage unfolding before him, while the Umbu dispersed, obstructing every Uchiha clan member attempting to flee. It was akin to a blood-stained painting, a shambles of slaughter. Itachi was the artist, painting with the blood of the Uchiha, his kunai dancing wildly. While the masks worn by the Umbu seemed to acquire vivid expressions, the lines of those mask-shaped noses, eyes, and mouths that animated as though they were lost in the ecstasy of the spectacle. Sasuke's hand brushed against his forehead, slick with cold sweat. The scenes from his dream felt overwhelmingly real, as if they were events that had transpired in reality. Regarding the plans of his clan that fateful night, Sasuke had inadvertently gleaned fragments of information beforehand, yet he remained oblivious to the machinations of his father. It was only after that night that he began to piece everything together. Could there be a hidden truth within this narrative? Was it not as the Hokage's office proclaimed that the Uchiha sought to usurp power through a coup, ultimately failing and fleeing in the face of Itachi's righteous betrayal? Rather, was it a desperate measure taken by his father to protect their family? At this moment, Sasuke is several years older than in the original narrative, and thus possesses a greater depth of understanding. He lies on the bed, reflecting on his own experiences and the circumstances surrounding his clan's refuge in the heart of Konohagakure, lost in contemplation. Before him, the trees was passed as Uchiha Yanai moves swiftly through the forest at the border of the Land of Fire. Not far behind her, over 150 Uchiha clansmen follow closely. The vast majority among them have awakened their Sharingan. Based on the young woman's estimation, the average number of Tomo possessed per individual hovers around 1.6 to 1.9. Do not underestimate the seemingly feeble force. Awakening the 3 Tomo Sharingan indeed requires an inherent talent. Yet this does not imply that those who have not fully unlocked the 3 Tomo Sharingan lack alternative means of combat. Chapter 62. The Arrival of the Cloud Hidden. Among the group trailing Uchiha Yanai are several ninjas with commendable combat prowess. Even within the 5 great shinobi villages, they would serve as a formidable backbone. Aside from a few clansmen of similar age, she forges ahead alone, scouting the path. Over the past few days, she has successfully eliminated several patrol teams from Konoha, significantly delaying their discovery of her group. The concern she harbored that Konoha would dispatch overwhelming forces to pursue her has not materialized. On the contrary, the scale of the encountered patrol teams indicates a noticeable contraction of Konoha's strength. This is not difficult to comprehend. If the Uchiha clan were to collectively flee in a singular direction, Konoha might have taken some action. However, it is evident that they are now dividing their forces to deploy towards various other ninja villages. Thus, the Leaf Village, lacking in formidable power, found itself incapable of a reckless pursuit, as such an endeavor would easily lead to its fragmentation. Within the perceptive realm of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, Yanai suddenly detected unusual movements ahead. Observing several humanoid chakra signatures in the distance, she hesitated not, swiftly forming hand seals to execute a ninjutsu while launching a shuriken. Fire release, Poppy Blossom Red. Although Yanai was not particularly adept at this technique, typically relying on ordinary poppy fire in practical scenarios, she had successfully replicated Itachi's execution of this skill after their encounter one fateful night. At this moment, she merely sought to emulate that technique. Several fiery projectiles, enveloping the shuriken, scattered towards the figures concealed behind the trees, serving as a probing assault. Water release, water barrier. In an area devoid of water, a torrent with a diameter of several meters materialized, crashing forth to engulf and repel both the poppy fire and the shuriken within. Immediately following the completion of the water barrier, the ninja initiated a counterattack with another jutsu. Lightning release, thunder wave. A massive net composed of lightning and water surged towards Yanai. Was this a blend of lightning and water chakra, resulting in a ninjutsu of mixed attributes? Such an ability seemed beyond the reach of an ordinary ninja. He was. The 3 Tomo Sharingan in the girl's eyes flickered slightly. In the next instant, she propelled herself to the utmost limit permitted by the dynamic prowess of her Sharingan, her body brimming with lightning chakra. Lightning release, thunder instantaneous technique. The technique she had developed was still far from flawless. Unlike the 4th Raikage, who possessed not only extraordinary speed but also the ability to activate his cells, granting him formidable self-healing and defensive capabilities, allowing him to withstand Sasuke's Chidori, Yanai's technique. Despite the aid of her golden finger, could merely ensure her speed at the expense of both protection and cellular regeneration. Nevertheless, even at this rudimentary level, her instantaneous technique sufficed to evade the incoming amalgam of lightning and water. As she narrowly escaped the strike, a voice resonated from her adversary. Such speed. Did they possess a lightning release instantaneous technique as well? Yet, this level was still inferior to that of Lord Raikage. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he was promptly interrupted by a calm female voice. Fool, how many times must I remind you not to reveal our identities in enemy territory? Indeed, Yang Nai's eyes flickered as she recognized the identity of her opponents aligned with her suspicions. She relinquished any further hostile intentions, for it was she who had initiated the probing attack with her ninjutsu. She sheathed her blade and resumed a non-aggressive stance, exposing her distinctly recognizable Sharingan to her opponents. Upon witnessing her demeanor, they too halted their actions, and a male voice called out, "Hey, the one across is a member of the Uchiha clan. We received your request for refuge and have come to assist you on Lord Raikage's orders." Yang Nai replied, "Indeed, I am Uchiha Yang Nai of the Uchiha clan. May I inquire about your identities?" Suddenly, three figures materialized before her. Their characteristics were strikingly apparent. One was an extraordinarily voluptuous blonde kunoichi, Samui, a Nin from the hidden cloud village, who had attempted to attack Yang Nai from behind with a short sword the instant she was targeted by Yang Nai's ninjutsu, only to realize her identity moments later. Beside her stood her brother, Atsui, identifiable by the kanji for heat emblazoned on his arm, also sporting blonde hair. In between them lounged a young man with dark skin and light-colored short hair, Darui, the capable assistant of the fourth Raikage and a Nin from the hidden cloud village. Upon hearing Uchiha Yanai introduce herself, the three individuals exhibited varying degrees of momentary distraction, or perhaps a brief stupor. Among them, ACI's reaction was the most pronounced, while Darui was the quickest to recover from his fleeting daze. Who was Uchiha Yanai? Just a few days prior. This was a question that could only be answered within the confines of Konoha. Should one inquire of the villagers, they might respond, "Ah, she is the young lady of the Uchiha clan, often seen strolling through the village, rumored to be the second prodigy of the younger generation." Indeed, I recall an encounter while returning from the market. She greeted me with a smile and inquired, "What is the term?" "Ah yes, Your Excellency," such an elevated expression, truly befitting a lady of a prestigious family. However, if one were to ask a member of the Uchiha clan, they might say, "Oh, she is the clan's prodigy, possessing extraordinary ocular abilities, yet she has never participated in any actual combat, merely handling clerical duties within the Konoha police force, often absent for weeks at a time." An outsider from a neighboring village might simply ask, "Who is Uchiha Yanai? Sounds like a female name. Does the Uchiha clan have someone by that name?" "What? You say she is a prodigy of the younger generation? I have only heard of Uchiha Shisui, who apparently met an unfortunate demise, and Uchiha Itachi." Though Yanai had established her reputation as a lady of high standing in Konoha, this renown was of a mundane nature, not yet reaching the ears of the entire shinobi world. However, the situation has changed dramatically, as the details of that fateful night continue to unfold. Accompanied by a lengthy list of confirmed casualties from the coup, all the blame can be traced back to one individual. Chapter 63, The Outstanding Youth of the Uchiha Clan. From Danzo, the leader of the root organization, to Asuma Saratobi, the son of the third Hokage, and Kohara Udatane, an advisor, to the severely decimated Saratobi clan, leaving only the old and young behind, as well as the countless root ninjas and the backbone of Konoha's shinobi. Not to mention the ruins of Konoha and the damaged Hokage Rock. All of these horrifying deeds were carried out by the hands of a young girl. Legend has it that this girl awakened a Manjiki Sharingan akin to that of Uchiha Madara, capable of summoning a formidable humanoid apparition on par with the tailed beast, laying Konoha to waste. With the dissemination of such undeniable news, a seismic wave has rippled through the major shinobi villages centered around Konoha. Indeed, it was not only Konoha that was shaken. Other villages felt the tremors of Uchiha's might as well, particularly Kumogakure, which prioritized gathering intelligence from Konoha, fearing that his brother, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, would spiral out of control while training in the valley. The fourth Raikage dispatched his most competent subordinate, Darui, along with his elite team. Before their departure, they witnessed the Raikage, known for his brash and bold demeanor, repeatedly cautioning them to be vigilant of Uchiha Yanai's power. Thus, these three individuals, each with distinct personalities, were compelled to regard the young girl with utmost seriousness. Along their journey, they deliberated on how to respond should they encounter Uchiha Yanai. Following Uchiha Obito's revelation of the events within the Uchiha clan and the plans of defection to the other four major shinobi villages, Kumogakure's higher echelons formed various opinions. They were merely uncertain of which direction Uchiha Yanai and her clan would flee, speculating it would either be towards the mighty Kumogakure or the rivaling Iwagakure. Upon their arrival, they indeed came face to face with her. However, just as the Kumogakure trio shook off the shock of Yanai's name, a small question began to form in their minds. How could the fearsome Uchiha Yanai, famed for awakening the Manjiki, display such ordinary ninjutsu just moments ago? Indeed, it was ordinary, easily thwarted by a mere water barrier. In their minds, every fireball she unleashed should have possessed the earth-shattering power akin to that of Uchiha Fugaku's great fire destruction from that fateful night. They could not fathom that, due to Yanai's limited training time, she had essentially abandoned her pursuit of ninjutsu, channeling her energies into other endeavors. Hey, ACI could not restrain himself from asking, "Are you truly the Uchiha Yanai who is said to have slain Danzo and countless ninjas, obliterating half of Konoha?" "That is not true," Yanai immediately retorted, evidently concerned about her reputation. "I did kill Danzo, but that was for the vengeance of my clan brother, Uchiha Shursui. As for the claim of slaying hundreds of ninjas, let us not exaggerate. There weren't that many, and it was all during a fair battle. The destruction of the village was merely collateral damage in the conflict. The way you frame it makes it sound as if I intended to do so. In truth, it was a choice made out of necessity." She earnestly attempted to dispel the terrifying image that had surrounded her. You all know that maligning the enemy is a common tactic among shinobi villages. As one of the few capable of avenging our clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, it is only natural that I would incite wariness from Konoha. So, might I request that you three from Kumogakure refrain from looking at me in such a manner? Amid the increasingly perplexed gazes of the Kumogakure trio, Yanai let out a resigned sigh. Just then, a rustle in the treetops heralded the arrival of Uchiha Sakurako, who appeared beside her and, glancing at the four engaged in seemingly normal conversation, chirped brightly, "Sister Yanai, are they the Kumogakure ninjas sent to assist us?" "Hey, that sudden appearing Uchiha girl," Darui called out. "How many of your clan members are there? How far are they from here?" Uchiha Sakurako shot him a wary glance and retorted, "If you have inquiries, direct them to my sister Yanai. Don't try to pry information from me." Uchiha Yanai smiled nonchalantly, stating, "They should be right behind me, numbering around 150, currently making their way here." 150? A glint of surprise flickered in Darui's eyes. These are not merely 150 individuals, they are the essence that remains after enduring the night infamous as the Uchiha Rebellion. Such formidable power, if integrated into the hidden cloud village, would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous asset. "Miss Young Nai, we have seized a lookout post from a leaf ninja ahead, and our comrades are prepared there to assist you, ready for your arrival to rest," one of them said. "Indeed, we have arranged food, drink, and hot water for bathing. Please feel free to join us for a conversation," added ACI. At that moment, two figures gracefully descended onto the treetops behind Young Nai. Their appearances were strikingly similar, with the only distinction being that one had long hair cascading freely, obscuring his eyes with bangs, while the other sported a classic Uchiha spiky hairstyle, with a center-parted fringe. They were twin brothers, indeed, the most prolific of siblings from our Uchiha clan. "Do you have brothers like this?" Truly a remarkable pair. The one with the spiky hair was the elder, named Uchiha Yema, while the one with the flowing locks was the younger brother, named Uchiha Jiaha. These two individuals, barely in their early 20s, have already awakened the power of the three-tomo Sharingan. Previously, they served as special jonin in the Konoha police force. On that fateful night, known as the Uchiha Rebellion or the Uchiha Incident, they played a pivotal role in orchestrating chaos during the initial phase of the operation. Following this, amidst the turmoil created by the battle involving Yuna and her comrades, they skillfully navigated through the fray and joined the branch led by Uchiha Yuna, with plans to journey towards the hidden mist village. These two individuals can be regarded as the youthful and vigorous representatives of their clan, possessing a certain level of confidence in their abilities. The elder brother excels in physical techniques and ninjutsu, while the younger brother is adept in illusionary arts and ninja tools. They are among the most formidable members of the branch family led by Yanai. Yet their previous interactions have been limited to casual nods during Yanai's occasional visits to the police force, which could be more aptly described as clocking in. Over the course of a year, their conversations have likely amounted to fewer than 10 sentences, thus their relationship of trust remains in a phase of gradual development. Chapter 64. The Power of Support. The Determination of Hidden Cloud Village. Seeing that the pillar of support within their clan had yet to return, the two brothers hastened to investigate the situation. The sight of the trio's Sharingan, adorned with the three tomo, instilled an undeniable sense of pressure in Darui and his companions. This indeed exemplifies the might of the once formidable Uchiha clan. Both young individuals possessed strength rivaling that of Jonin. Suddenly, another figure appeared a short distance behind Uchiha Yanai. It was a young woman with ear-length hair, adorned with black-framed glasses, exuding an air of quiet elegance. She was named Uchiha Bonai, slightly older than Yanai by 2 or 3 years. In terms of lineage, she was closer to Uchiha Sengu, being her cousin, and she was a rare medical ninja within the Uchiha clan. Although she possessed only one tomo in her Sharingan, her medical expertise was indeed exceptional, making her a significant member of Yanai's inner circle as she planned to accompany her to the land of water. Lady Yanai, our people are just behind us, the young woman spoke. Uchiha Yanai turned to her and instructed, inform the clan members to rest temporarily at the outpost controlled by the hidden mist village ahead. Understood. With that, she vanished like a fleeting shadow, retreating to the rear. Yanai then smiled at the trio from the hidden cloud village and said, let us proceed. I wish to meet the leader of your operation. In the distance, the trees opened up to reveal a clearing beside a flowing river. On the verdant grass, traces of blood were still visible, though all the bodies had been retrieved. Only remnants of ninjutsu scorch marks and scattered ninja tools remained, suggesting that the conflict had been neither prolonged nor fierce, but rather a one-sided suppression. Above the tower in Konoha, a flag bearing the emblem of the hidden cloud village fluttered. Below the flag, several dozen ninjas from the hidden cloud were seen moving about, their distinctive dark skin making them even more conspicuous. Yanai's Sharingan absorbed all these details, and in a teasing tone, she remarked to Darui, this certainly poses a considerable provocation to Konoha, directly invading another nation's territory and seizing a stronghold. Under ordinary circumstances, this could spark a full-scale ninja war. Darui, stretching his neck as if to alleviate tension, casually replied, we act under the orders of the Hokage, deliberately testing the waters to ascertain Konoha's limits. A few years back, our ninja infiltrated your village attempting to abduct a member of the Hyuga clan. Once the news of our failure reached us, the Hokage summoned the 2 Jinchuriki in preparation for a large-scale conflict. However, Konoha unexpectedly yielded, even surrendering what was claimed to be the body of your Hyuga clan leader. If such a provocation could not elicit a response, we decided to escalate our actions today. I surmise, Yanai interjected, that your plans have backfired. Konoha has not only refrained from responding to your provocations at the border, but has instead consolidated its strength, much like a turtle retreating into its shell. Indeed, Darui acknowledged. Some may perceive this as a sign of weakness, yet I regard it as a prudent strategy. The current situation remains uncertain, although the major ninja villages are making moves. None have formally accepted your Uchiha clan into their ranks. At such a critical juncture, fear of overly aggressive actions inciting a larger backlash and fostering distrust is entirely understandable. Moreover, he stifled a yawn and glanced at the girl beside him. Moreover, according to our intelligence, your Uchiha clan has caused considerable turmoil in Konoha. The resulting damage is deemed more severe than the Nine Tails incident 9 years ago and has been officially categorized as the Uchiha Rebellion, a failed conspiracy. Yanai sighed in resignation. Our Uchiha clan seeks survival above all else. Upon hearing her words, both Samui and Atsui exchanged peculiar glances, but soon enough, they encountered the operation leader from the Hidden Cloud village. She greeted her fellow ninjas from the Cloud and Karui and noted that the Hidden Cloud had deployed elite forces from various factions. However, what astonished Yanai the most was the leader herself. To her surprise, it was the Jinchuriki of the 2 Tails, Waimuru. Yanai sensed an aura of danger emanating from the woman as their gazes locked in a silent exchange, seemingly testing each other's chakra through sheer intensity. Within Yanai's Sharingan, she perceived the blue chakra of the tailed beast coalescing into the form of a giant feline, baring its fangs at her. Remaining unfazed, Yanai closed her eyes. Yet an ominous chakra manifested around her. In Waimuru's perception, a colossal white figure emerged, amplifying her sense of insignificance. Was this the Susanoo? A power attributed to the Manjiki Sharingan? Merely sensing that chakra felt akin to confronting a tailed beast. Yet, unlike the chaotic chakra of the tailed beasts, this possessed a chilling darkness. Waimuru, regaining her composure, broke the tension with a smile, stating, Greetings, I am Waimuru of the Hidden Cloud. We received your clan's request for protection in writing, and the 4th Hokage dispatched me personally to escort you into the Land of Fire and facilitate your official integration into our village. As part of our community, we shall become one family henceforth. Yanai was taken aback by the magnitude of the 4th Hokage's actions. Dispatching a contingent of around 100 ninjas to another nation could be dismissed as a mere diplomatic maneuver. However, sending a Jinchuriki capable of tailed beast transformation into another nation's territory constituted an act of war. Should the Jinchuriki so desire, they could unleash chaos upon that land. The power of tailed beast Jinchuriki is not one to be wielded lightly, even in wartime. Except for Naruto, who bears the protagonist's aura, looking at Killer Bee. He would rather allow his brother and disciple to believe he was captured by Akatsuki than miss the chance to slip away from the village for some respite, indicating how pent up he truly was. Inside the impeccably clean tower, Yanai, along with her companions, including Yuma, Kaga, and Sengu, sat at a table facing Waimuru and the Hidden Cloud trio. Guarding the entrance were Cloud Ninjas Karui and Omoi. Chapter 65. Conditions. Having just articulated their conditions on behalf of their team, Darui turned to Yanai and inquired, "Well, what do you think? These terms are considerably more lenient than the surveillance you endured in Konoha, are they not?" Yanai nodded, acknowledging that, to be fair, the terms presented by the Hidden Cloud were quite reasonable and notably relaxed. As the fourth Raikage, it had not imposed any coercive demands upon the beleaguered Uchiha, granting them the liberty to choose their living arrangements, whether to congregate or reside separately. This freedom would be afforded to them once they pledged their allegiance to the Raikage. The other benefits are primarily categorized according to the individual prowess of the YN Hidden Ninjas. Those from the Uchiha clan possessing abilities of Nin rank or higher will be assigned to newly formed 4-member teams, receiving special protection. Following a brief adjustment period and the completion of several missions, this arrangement will significantly enhance the capabilities of dozens of YN teams, representing a mutually beneficial agreement. Moreover, they retain the right to request a reassignment of their teams from me, the Raikage. This plan ensures that the Uchiha clan maintains the integrity of its core strength while allowing its outer members the freedom to join YN ninja squads, effectively addressing all aspects of the situation. Inside the watchtower, Wainai smiled and remarked, "After all, we are the protected ones. Jiraiya cannot afford to be selective. These terms are already quite advantageous for us. However, there is one issue. In our clan's previous plan, we intended to seek refuge in different ninja villages, rather than have everyone join YN." Samu furrowed his golden brows and inquired, "Are you saying that only half of your members will join our YN village?" "No." Wainai shook her head. "A substantial majority will indeed join YN. This group will be led by our clan elder, Uchiha Jin, numbering over 110 individuals. Sufficient for your original plan." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the YN villagers noticeably brightened. However, Wainai continued, "I will not be joining the faction led by Uchiha Jin. Instead, I will lead around 40 Uchiha members to seek the protection of Lord Mizukage in the Hidden Mist Village." The reaction of the YN villagers didn't seem to darken, but rather took on an odd hue. They exchanged glances, as if wanting to say something but ultimately remained silent until Atsu broke the tension, saying, regarding Uchiha. Let us call you Wainai, Miss Wainai. You might not be aware that the 4th Mizukage rarely leaves the village and has yet to respond to your Uchiha clan's plight. Furthermore, there is a rumor concerning the bloodline ninja, your Uchiha." He was abruptly interrupted by his sister, who exclaimed, "Enough, Atsu. Don't speak out of turn." Wainai sighed and replied, "I am certainly aware of those rumors, but rumors remain mere whispers. The higher-ups in the Hidden Mist Village likely propagate the exclusion of bloodline ninjas merely as a guise for internal power struggles. I believe no one would refuse the Sharingan, a bloodline limit. Moreover, they daren't refuse, for failing to accept our strength would widen the gap between them and other great ninja villages." Yet, deep down, she did not believe her own words. She was acutely aware of why the Hidden Mist would target their own bloodline ninja, the man seated in the main position. Waimuki spoke earnestly, "Miss Wainai, as neighbors to the Hidden Mist, we have heard that the village is in turmoil. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen, tasked with protecting the Mizukage, have betrayed and become rogue ninjas. You are leaving the den of Konoha only to plunge into such a bloody realm. Precisely because it may be a perilous place, it is essential for me, a clan member with a Manjiki Sharingan, to lead a group there to assess the situation. Is it not? If it proves untenable, we can reconsider serving YN." Upon her subtle refusal, the YN ninjas fell into silence, yet Wainai pressed on. "Additionally, I have a significant objective in going to the Hidden Mist Village." Oh, their interest piqued once more. Wainai stated earnestly, "To forge an alliance." "What sort of alliance?" "An alliance between YN and the Hidden Mist." The group exchanged uncertain glances. "Of course, it is an alliance aimed at confronting Konoha to avenge our deceased clan leader." Though your village is powerful, possessing 2 Jinchuriki against a once formidable village like Konoha, I trust you would not mind an additional ally, would you? I am confident that alongside joining the Hidden Mist, I can persuade the Mizukage to agree to the formation of a military alliance led by YN. At her words, the expressions of the YN ninjas brightened. This was something they welcomed, perhaps even an unexpected boon for the Raikage. Waimuki hesitated, looking at the young woman. Are you certain you can accomplish this? Wainai smiled gently. Let us set a 2-month time frame. If, after 2 months, no military alliance under your leadership with the Hidden Mist is reached, I shall consider bringing my clan members to join YN. This was a most agreeable proposition. In fact, within the upper echelons of YN Village, there had been considerable debate about whether to allow Wainai to join. Supporters argued that a ninja of her caliber would be an asset to any village, while opponents expressed concern that her power, without guaranteed loyalty, might disrupt the internal balance. Thus, hearing Wainai's pledge, the YN ninjas were generally satisfied. As night enveloped the border of the Land of Fire, a campfire blazed beside the watchtower. A simple yet sumptuous banquet was underway. One group was characterized by the distinctly black-haired, black-eyed Uchiha clansmen, while the other comprised numerous dark-skinned ninjas from YN. Alcohol. The most effective key to unlock hearts was a luxury for those in enemy territory. After sharing a few drinks, both sides began to feel more at ease. Engaging in a broader array of topics, and the atmosphere gradually warmed. In the watchtower, 3 individuals sat facing each other, the 2 tails Jinchuriki representing YN, Waimuki. Uchiha Jin, the head of the branch family about to head to YN, and our Uchiha Wainai. They had just formally signed a memorandum detailing the allegiance between Uchiha Jin's faction and YN Village, as well as the 4th Raikage. Wainai also pledged in the memorandum to vigorously advocate for the Hidden Mist Village, led by the Mizukage, to join a military alliance dominated by YN, aimed at potential retaliation against Konoha. With the agreement signed, all 3 representatives breathed a sigh of relief. Wainai smiled at Uchiha Jin. From this day forth, Uchiha Jin shall officially become the head of the Uchiha branch family within YN Village. All thanks to Miss Wainai's support and the protection of the Raikage. Uchiha Jin chuckled. I never expected to gain years of life without lifting a finger. Were it not for Miss Wainai, I fear I would have long since become a mere skeleton in Konoha. The wooden figure smiled and remarked, from this day forth, we share a common interest and may be regarded as comrades. After saying this, the 3 stood up, shook hands, and engaged in cheerful conversation. Outside, the Uchiha clan members, having endured days of tension and anguish, could finally relax for a night. The following day, at the break of dawn, Hinata donned a plain white robe devoid of embellishments instead of an extravagant kimono. She stood at the perimeter of the watchtower, gazing at the morning mist rising from the forest. The young maiden exuded a composure that belied her age. Lady Hinata, Uchiha Emiru appeared behind her and spoke. What is the matter? As her subordinate, Hinata was genuinely concerned for him. After a moment of hesitation, Emiru continued. Some among us have been unable to comprehend the purpose of your journey to the Hidden Mist Village, known for its political darkness. They fear encountering another village like Konoha, which isolates our clan members. They are mere mortals, lacking your vision, and thus harbor uncertainties regarding the future you perceive. They wish to know what kind of new future you intend to lead us towards. Hinata chuckled softly and replied, Are you inquiring about the extent of my ambitions? Emiru nodded, saying, No one dares to question your strength. After all, it was your power that saved us. We all hope your ambitions will match your formidable capabilities. Yet we fear. Hinata waved her delicate hand to interrupt. Today, once we part ways with the Uchiha clan of the Rin lineage, I will inform all of you. Our sole objective is to seize complete control of the Hidden Mist Village. This weakest of the 5 great ninja villages is unworthy of our loyalty. Rather, it should serve our clan with all it possesses. Indeed. A flicker of elation crossed Emiru's eyes, for this implied a secured future for him as well. Soon, the time for parting arrived, and the 3 groups stood apart, each forming their own clusters. Among them, polite smiles were exchanged, accompanied by a series of well-wishing words. Ultimately, Hinata led a contingent of over 40 elite young Uchiha shinobi away first. The remaining 100 clan members and an equal number of Cloud Village shinobi surged forth as a torrent towards the northeast, vanishing into the forest and startling a flurry of birds, leaving behind a border outpost engulfed in flames. After a considerable distance, Uchiha Hinata turned to her following clansmen and reaffirmed, on this journey, regardless of what you encounter or hear, you must remember one thing. Obey my commands. Without my permission, you are not to disclose what you see or hear. Those who defy this will face punishment. while those who fully comply with my orders will be rewarded after our success. Once accomplished, you shall all hold significant positions within the hidden mist village." Her words laid bare her intentions, delivered with an air as if she herself were the water shadow. The Uchiha clansmen, driven by their own ambitions and following Yanai, felt a fervor ignite within them. Initially, they aspired to attain prominent positions within the Konoha police force, yet the scarcity of opportunities rendered such aspirations nearly unattainable, compelling them to endure a lengthy period of servitude. However, a new realm awaited their exploration. After parting ways with Uchiha Rin and the ninjas from the Cloud Village, they chose to journey southeast, towards the archipelago that leads to the Land of Water. Along the way, they encountered sporadic patrols of Konoha ninjas. Yet these posed no threat to their group. Upon departing from the Land of Fire and boarding a vessel into the borders of the Land of Hot Water, they encountered no representatives from the Mist Village. It was as if they were entirely disregarded by the Water Shadow, yet this did not surprise Yanai. She understood that given the chaotic political climate of the Mist Village, the decision-makers were likely still grappling with the question of whether to accept the Uchiha clan. Moreover, she was uncertain whether the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, remained under the influence of Uchiha Obito. Although she had received confirmation from Obito that he had freed Yagura from Genjutsu, without witnessing it firsthand, she could not ascertain the truth. Thus, they proceeded resolutely into the Land of Hot Water, arriving at a quaint town by the water's edge. This locale not only offered accommodations for travelers but also boasted a grand hot spring. They promptly reserved the entire inn, allowing the clansmen to unwind in the hot spring. After soaking for a considerable time, Yanai retreated to her room, contemplating the next phase of their strategy. She was acutely aware that Konoha might have spies in the vicinity, as this was a favored gathering place for one of the legendary Sannin. With Jiraiya's extensive intelligence network, it was inevitable that news of their stay would reach him. Yet, she felt no trepidation, as the Land of Hot Water was merely a temporary refuge, and she did not intend to linger. Clad in a yukata within her room, Uchiha Yanai sat cross-legged, practicing chakra refinement techniques. With a sigh, she concluded her training, opened her eyes, and summoned a container filled with liquid from her sealing pouch. This is the first opportunity she has had in days to behold, with her own eyes, the spoils she had painstakingly schemed to obtain for so long. Chapter 67, The Girl's Art of Expression. God knows the extent of her efforts to prevent Uchiha Fugaku from utilizing Izanagi by destroying this perfect pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Yet fortunately, everything has come to fruition as she wished. She gazes at the shuriken pattern of Uchiha Shursue's Manjiki, suspended in the green preservation liquid, as if she were staring at the most exquisite sight in the world. This refers to the Kaleidoscope of Shursue, renowned for embodying the most formidable genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, which can directly alter an individual's consciousness, rendering them wholly subservient to the caster's will. In contrast, within her own Kaleidoscope Sharingan lies the power known as Mukake, capable of modifying a person's memories. The potential amalgamation of these two powers could unleash a terrifying force, a thought that captivated Ayano's imagination. The term terrifying does not merely pertain to the upper limits of their effects. After all, the ability to directly alter someone's consciousness, fundamentally transforming their beliefs and personality through Kodo Amatsukami, already represents the pinnacle of genjutsu. Even the addition of memory modification would merely serve as an embellishment. However, Ayano's past experiences have taught her a valuable lesson encapsulated in the phrase, the greater the art, the greater the restraint. This implies that if a power is excessively formidable and defies the heavens, the restrictions placed upon it become increasingly stringent, thereby limiting its applicability. For instance, the cooldown period required after fully exerting the power of Kodo Amatsukami from her left eye. Ayano envisions an ideal scenario where her Kaleidoscope Sharingan's ability, Mukake, could be enhanced by the power of Kodo Amatsukami, yielding an effect akin to 115. If we consider that the full potential of the left eye's Kodo Amatsukami is quantified at 20, representing the zenith of genjutsu, the price to pay for such power also stands at 20, equating to a cooldown period spanning over a decade. However, upon acquiring the power of Kodo Amatsukami, she could achieve an effect akin to 5 with a mere cost of 2. Even with the presence of Hashirama cells, which could significantly reduce the cooldown period, the exact duration of this reduction remains uncertain. It is evident that possessing Hashirama cells would not grant her the ability to unleash the technique without cooldown after a decade-long wait. Thus, her strategy revolves around absorption. Indeed, Ayano possesses the capability to absorb the energy of the kaleidoscope. Otherwise, one might wonder why she has meticulously plotted to obtain Shursue's kaleidoscope. For years ago, while it still rested within Shirsue's eye socket. An insufficiently powerful Yano had to resort to utilizing Fugaku to temporarily place the poisoned Shirsue in the hands of the clan leader. She understood that Fugaku could not resist such temptation. In fact, any Uchiha, or indeed, any ambitious individual, would find it impossible to withstand that allure. This is a power bestowed upon her by the golden finger of Yongnai, yet the price to be paid is not insignificant. This ability is referred to as the 8 million gods, a collective term for all deities worshipped on a certain eastern island in a previous life. Among them are the names of gods such as Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Kagetsuchi, and Konohana Sakuya. Theoretically, it possesses the potential to harness the powers of all kaleidoscopes. However, it exists solely within the realm of fantasy. Even the boldest of the Uchiha clan deny its existence, considering that during the same era, the number of clan members capable of awakening the kaleidoscope was exceedingly sparse. Even if one were to acquire such an ability, it would merely amount to mastering the art of dragon slaying, regrettably, in a world devoid of dragons, until this conceptual ability was materialized by a fortuitous event. Following decades of expansion within Konoha, the population of the Uchiha clan saw a significant increase compared to the Warring States period. In Yono's eyes, the patterns of the three-tomo Sharingan twirled as she concentrated her ocular power, projecting a line of text onto her retina. Option 1. By activating the ability known as 8 million gods, absorb Uchiha Shirsue's kaleidoscope and randomly inherit one of its powers, at the cost of at least 8,000 energy points. Note, even if the absorption is successful, it does not guarantee that the ability will be identical to the original. The greater the energy points expended, the stronger the acquired ability. Option 2. Activate the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Using energy points to induce a mutation that allows the absorption of Shirsue's kaleidoscope, thus raising the probability of awakening the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan to 100. Currently, it stands at 31.9, requiring 12,010 energy points. Note, in this case, you will not gain the abilities of Shirsue's kaleidoscope, and once you awaken the Eternal Kaleidoscope, the efficiency of absorbing a standard kaleidoscope will diminish. This presents a dilemma of formidable proportions. Should she choose the Eternal Kaleidoscope, her power would surge significantly in a brief span, potentially enabling her to unlock the complete form of Susanoo without external aid. While the apparent cost of absorbing an ordinary kaleidoscope would escalate, the possession of the Eternal Kaleidoscope would concurrently enhance her success rate in acquiring ordinary kaleidoscopes, rendering the transaction neither a gain nor a loss. However, in a similar vein, she would no longer have access to capabilities as compatible with her own as those of the likes of Kage. Fortunately, at this moment, Yoshino need not rush into making a decision. Following the fierce battle of that fateful night known as the Uchiha Rebellion, her remaining energy points, albeit slightly replenished during combat, have dwindled to a mere 3,000 points, still far from the threshold required to absorb a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Indeed, upon her initial exploration of her unique ability, the young girl found that it could assist her in absorbing the extraordinary powers of the kaleidoscope, prompting her to suppress an overwhelming desire to exhibit the standard maniacal laughter characteristic of the Uchiha clan. This is precisely why young Nai is so determined to safeguard the Uchiha clan. It can be said that her motivation to preserve her own lineage surpasses that of anyone else in the world. This is the reason why she revealed her formidable Susanoo power before her kin that night, transforming it into what they referred to as the fire of desire within their hearts. This is precisely why she chose to reveal the secret of awakening the Kaleidoscope Sharingan to her kin, and why she intentionally fostered a separation within the clan, even at the cost of some family members and friends being torn apart. At this moment, a delicate maiden clad in a white yukata sat cross-legged on the tatami, immersed in a profound sense of twisted pleasure and delight. With her hands covering her face, she exhibited an archetypal expression of a lovesick maiden. Under the strain of her fingers, her lower eyelid contorted, revealing the white of her eye beneath the crimson Sharingan that emerged from her emotional turmoil. Uchiha, transform your beloved into your own sustenance. The unique patterns that arise in your eyes are merely a fragment of the endless puzzle contained within my kaleidoscope. She cackled. Chapter 68. An unexpected visitor. Lost in her own delusions, unaware that she had unconsciously adopted a signature expression reminiscent of a certain character, she suddenly seemed to awaken to a realization. In an instant, her frenzied demeanor retracted, reverting to that of a gentle and virtuous young lady. What is this young lady mode? Is this the appropriate occasion? It seems I have switched modes incorrectly. Yet, time was of the essence. She warily reached for her Yamabukage placed upon the tatami, her Sharingan maintaining its three-tomo state. under the watchful gaze of the purported all-seeing Sharingan. She sensed a terrifying chakra approaching her direction. Yamabukichi was silently drawn, gripped in her hand, as she donned an outer garment and, barefoot, gracefully made her way to the door. Through the paper-thin barrier, she raised her blade above her head, poised to strike at any moment. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, rhythmic yet polite. Why-Nai remained silent, patiently waiting behind the door, ready to spring into action. Knock, knock, knock. Another 3 knocks followed. Unhurried yet deliberate. A distinctly male voice inquired, "Excuse me, is this the room of Uchiha Why-Nai?" The visitor appeared quite courteous. "Oh, no, you have the wrong room." Why-Nai casually fibbed, fully aware that her words were merely a test. "Is that so?" The man's voice held a hint of surprise. "I inquired with the front desk attendant, and she informed me that Miss Uchiha Why-Nai resides in this room. Perhaps you should ask again?" Engaging in playful banter was one of Why-Nai's favorite pastimes. She seemed to possess boundless time and energy to expend on such trivialities. "I think that won't be necessary," the voice replied, and Why-Nai felt the door before her slowly being pushed open. Stepping back, she raised her Yamabukichi high, ready to strike as the door creaked open. With a clang, the blade met an object wrapped in white cloth, yet it did not produce the expected metallic clash. Instead, it felt akin to striking a chitinous surface. In this brief confrontation, neither party employed their full strength. Before Why-Nai stood a man over 2 meters tall, with a visage as pale as a specter. Cheekbones reminiscent of a shark, and small, fish-like eyes. Wearing a Mist Village forehead protector marked with a slash, signifying his status as a rogue ninja. His hairstyle was a distinctive spiky crew cut. After testing each other, both withdrew their weapons, and upon observing the man's dark red cloud-patterned cloak, Why-Nai smiled inwardly and remarked, "Ah, so it is you, Kisame Hashigaki. Ah, just as in the photographs, you are indeed a charming young lady." He responded with a raspy laugh. "You must be Why-Nai, just as our leader described. Haha, I almost mistook you for someone else." Why-Nai feigned a gasp, placing a hand on her chest as if catching her breath. "I thought I might have encountered a nefarious individual with ill intentions towards a girl staying at a hot spring inn. Thankfully, you are not such a person." You are not, right?" Haha. Sensing the playful tone in her words, Kisame chuckled dryly. "In the entire ninja world, only a complete fool would dare harbor ill intentions towards someone like Miss Why-Nai." Why-Nai smiled, fully opening the door to invite him inside. She casually arranged the fruit prepared by the inn on the table as a gesture of hospitality. "Please, have a seat, Mr. Kisame." Kisame, unceremoniously, took a seat and bit into an apple with a crunch. Why-Nai couldn't help but silently mourn the fate of the apple as she observed his shark-like teeth glistening with juice. "If I am not mistaken," she began, "you are the deputy assigned to me by the organization, correct?" "Indeed." Kisame swallowed the apple whole, then wiped the juice from his mouth with the sleeve of his Akatsuki cloak. "However, since you have not officially joined our Akatsuki organization yet, I cannot be considered your formal partner. Our leader, Pain, mentioned that you are to establish a new organization affiliated with Akatsuki and that he sent me to assist you as your deputy, especially since your destination is the Mist Village. As a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, I can serve as your guide through the Blood Mist." "Can I?" "Oh." A wave of curiosity washed over Why-Nai. "I heard that your Akatsuki organization previously operated in pairs. So, Mr. Kisame, who was your previous partner?" For a fleeting moment, Kisame's eyes reflected a glimmer of sorrow and hesitation. He gazed intently at the seemingly innocent and harmless young lady before him, then solemnly replied, "That was a companion who has already passed away." Silence enveloped the room for a moment, and he sighed, preparing to continue when suddenly the previously closed door swung open once more. In rushed the Uchiha brothers, Uchiha Amasa and Uchiha Kaha, weapons in hand, only to pause in astonishment at the sight of the two engaged in conversation. "My apologies, Lady Why-Nai," Amasa stammered, scratching his head. "We thought you were under attack." The entire front desk was smashed, and the receptionist seemed frightened. Please forgive our reckless actions." "Not at all," Why-Nai replied. "Please attend to the situation in the lobby. This ninja is my partner." The two brothers turned to leave, closing the door behind them. Kisame's eyes glinted with intrigue. "So, they are all Uchiha with their Sharingan activated to the 3-tomo state. Your Uchiha clan is indeed a remarkable elite." Why-Nai merely smiled faintly, offering no further response. Such elite individuals, in the original work, were obliterated by the partnership of Uchiha Itachi and Obito, alongside the formidable Kisame Hashigaki. They are only capable of contending with those of the ordinary J-Nin rank. When faced with shinobi of the Kage level, they struggle, and against elite Jonin, they find themselves utterly overwhelmed. In Chapter 69, during the Akatsuki assembly, amidst the constellation of humanoid figures, Kisame narrowed his fish-like eyes. Wait, do fish have eyelids? A myriad of questions surged within Yang Nai's mind. He continued, returning to the earlier topic. Although it is not a pleasant memory, it is pertinent to our objective. Allow me to share it with you. Previously, my partner was a senior from my time in the village hidden in the mist, one of the original 7 ninja swordsmen. The wielder of the decapitating carving knife, P.P. Shiz. Unlike myself, who was a second-generation member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was one of the original members. A glimmer of realization passed through Yang Nai's eyes, seemingly due to the butterfly effect caused by her delayed involvement in the Uchiha coup. Uchiha Itachi was unable to join the Akatsuki organization sooner, thus missing the opportunity to team up with P.P. Shiz for a mission in the Land of Water. In this timeline, it appears that Kisame was the one partnered with P.P. Shiz. As he continued, we were known as the Ninja Sword Duo. However, for us, former members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it was a rather ironic designation. In any case, while we were undertaking a mission, infiltrating the Land of Water, we encountered an attack from the Three Tails Jinchuriki. As I utilized my Samahata to shield him from a tailed beast bomb, he was unable to evade an assault from a woman, ultimately resulting in his body being melted away, leading to his tragic demise. A glimmer of melancholy flickered in the man's eyes, seemingly a reminiscence of the past, yet his tone remained relatively lighthearted. This encapsulates why I partially concur with your assertion regarding the flaws of the duo. Even the mightiest ninjas struggle to contend with unforeseen circumstances. It was fortuitous that I summoned sharks from the water, which ultimately facilitated my escape. Thus, as a consequence of your mission's failure, you have been assigned to serve as my aide? Waina's perceptiveness was unerring, and she spoke with candor. Kisame clenched his fists, his azure palms creaking under pressure. But after a brief moment, he nodded in acknowledgement, admitting, indeed, that is one of my objectives. Moreover, I aim to atone for my shortcomings by assisting you in capturing the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Waina remarked enigmatically, you are aware of who the Three Tails Jinchuriki is. Correct? Yes, it is the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Waina pointed to her own nose, stating, he is also a member of our Uchiha clan. A target for our potential allegiance. Kisame replied nonchalantly, what of it? It is only natural that your clan members are unaware of your covert affiliation with Akatsuki. I trust you will prioritize the organization's missions above all else. Without him, there are plenty who can take on the mantle of Mizukage. Kisame continued. With your formidable strength demonstrated during the tumult in Konoha, combined with my collaboration, capturing the Three Tails Jinchuriki should not prove overly challenging. However, Waina countered. Such an approach could impede our other objectives. Should we directly invade Kirigakure and eliminate the 4th Mizukage, it would undoubtedly disrupt our plans to establish an organization there. Therefore, rather than resorting to brute force, I have devised a more prudent strategy. We shall leverage the Uchiha clan's integration into Kirigakure as an opportunity to discreetly approach the Mizukage and subsequently consider the subtle capture of the Jinchuriki. Kisame pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I will heed your counsel, but you must first officially become a member of Akatsuki. I was dispatched to find you specifically for this purpose. Our leader, Pain, along with the other members of Akatsuki, requires a formal induction ceremony for you, and I have been appointed as your guide. He grinned widely, revealing his shark-like teeth. I presume the base is not far from here? Waina inquired. Kisame responded. It is located at a hot spring near the border of the Land of Water. However, many of our members have their own affairs to attend to. They may not greet you in person, but rather utilize a special ninjutsu. Do not be surprised when you arrive. Waina, with an air of confidence, rose and declared, very well. Without further ado, let us embark on our journey. Departing her room alongside Kisame, Waina reached the first floor of the inn, instructing her brother, Uchiha Yema, to inform the others of her brief absence, which could last anywhere from several days to over a week, and advise them to maintain a low profile in her absence. Together with Kisame, she set forth northward to a nearby Akatsuki base. Throughout their journey, the two engaged in casual conversation, gradually establishing a nascent camaraderie. Despite Waina not yet being formally accepted as a member of Akatsuki, 2 days later, they arrived at a mist-laden location, a base situated near the hot springs. Kisame utilized a specific ninjutsu to breach the barrier, and Waina, with her Sharingan, meticulously replicated the seals and chakra flow. Suddenly, the mist dissipated, revealing a stone door that served as an entrance. As the door swung open, it unveiled a dark and foreboding path leading underground. Kisame ventured ahead, with Waina closely following. Illuminated by torches, the stone steps suggested frequent passage, and soon, they emerged into a vast subterranean chamber. In Yano's view, all Akatsuki bases bore a striking resemblance, providing ample space for summoning the 6 paths of pain. However, this particular location was eerily vacant. Encircled by a ring of elevated platforms, each adorned with distinct stone seats. As Yano and Kisame approached the center of these seats, figures gradually materialized. And Yano felt several gazes fixate upon her, an intangible pressure permeating the underground space. Yet, she remained unfazed, offering a subtle smile as the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Prompting the onlookers to engage in hushed whispers. She overheard a somber voice remark, "So, this is the girl who stirred the tempest in Konoha? How formidable she is. What? Do you not intend to greet your junior? Orochimaru?" Yano turned toward the source of the voice, spotting a hunched figure resembling a corpulent elder. A male ninja whose visage was unmistakably that of Sasori, addressing another individual seated nearby. As yellow snake-like eyes illuminated in the shadows, Yano sensed her form being scrutinized. The figure revealed himself, an elongated tongue licking his lips with an air of intrigue. Indeed, it was Orochimaru, still affiliated with Akatsuki and currently partnered with Sasori. The Uchiha lineage is truly fearsome. It seems this relic of the past must now concede to your rising prowess. A chilling laughter followed. However, your actions have caused me some distress, considering you have eliminated my most critical ally. Yano understood that Orochimaru referred to her assassination of Danzo. Yet, she mused inwardly that while she had procured the first Hokage's cells from Danzo's corpse, those cells were far from perfect, diluted and degraded to suit Danzo's body, as evidenced by his inability to control even the wood release he summoned. If I could see some original first Hokage cells from Orochimaru before he fully severs ties with Akatsuki, it would be advantageous. Even if I am reluctant to undergo direct transplantation myself, they may prove useful in the future. However, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a voice emanating from the central figure of the underground chamber. "Uchiha Yano, we welcome you to Akatsuki. Following our internal deliberations, we have decided to admit you as a special member of our organization." The figure was merely a colorful illusion, clearly not present in the chamber. Yet Yano recognized the identity through the faintly glowing purple rinnegan. This was Pain, the nominal leader of Akatsuki. Afterward, Pain gestured to a figure beside him. A corporeal presence, Conan, who leaped into the air, transforming into a flurry of fluttering paper, swiftly coalescing back into her form before Yano. She addressed Yano. "I am Conan of Akatsuki. It is my honor to represent our leader, Pain, in bestowing upon you the official membership of our organization, along with the ring that signifies this status. Furthermore, your proposal to establish a branch of Akatsuki to foment chaos has been deliberated and officially adopted as one of our organization's future objectives. In addition to fulfilling the tasks assigned to her, you are primarily responsible for various matters in this domain." After speaking, Xiaonan revealed a ring from her palm. It was an entirely white ring, inscribed with the character. She extended it towards her. This might be the name of a certain celestial body, although Yang Nai was not particularly knowledgeable about such things. She reached out and took the ring from Xiaonan's hand, examined it briefly, and then slipped it onto her left thumb. At this moment, the girl's fingers were still too slender, allowing her only to wear it on her thumb. Ideally, she had wished to adorn her left pinky, much like someone on the verge of defecting from the Akatsuki organization. Once the ring was donned, the other members of the Akatsuki, including the ever-watchful Kisame beside Yang Nai, collectively offered her a rather peculiar salute. Of course, the notion of a salute was merely a figment of the girl's imagination. In reality, the underground space merely fell into a brief hush. This rendered the atmosphere here rather peculiar, yet Yang Nai overheard her companion Xiaonan whispering. "Both Pain and I are immensely grateful that you personally buried the dark ninja Danzo, eliminating this great menace." Yang Nai's eyes flickered slightly, realizing that indeed, Danzo was a mortal enemy to Nagato and Xiaonan, having been responsible for the death of Yahiko. It seemed that ridding the world of such a universally despised figure brought considerable benefits, as upon joining the Akatsuki, she could easily enhance her rapport with both the organization as leader and Xiaonan. The ease with which her plans were being embraced was likely intertwined with the favorable impressions gained from eliminating Danzo. She surveyed those who regarded her with admiration, and seemingly noticing her gaze, an elderly voice abruptly interjected, 230 million ryo. "What? The total bounty on the Konoha ninja and high-ranking officials you have slain. If you still possess their corpses, Nai recognized the voice without needing to see its owner. She turned towards its source, discovering that the speaker, like Scorpion and Orochimaru, had not resorted to the distant projection technique. Instead, it was the true form of Kakazu that stood before her. Upon seeing those lifeless green eyes behind the hood, the young woman remarked, "The battlefield that night was too chaotic. Most of the bodies were taken away." She refrained from revealing her possession of Danzo's corpse, which held significant value as a rare material. What a pity, Kakuza clicked his tongue. Such a waste of resources. Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, Sarutobi Isuma, Akimichi Choza. If you had their bodies and sold them in the black market, our organization could sustain its funding for several years. Next time you eliminate someone of notoriety, remember to preserve their corpses for the organization to exchange for operational funds. Nai had forgotten this aspect. The Akatsuki's funding sources greatly relied on the bounties obtained from slaying notorious rogues and trading their remains. She suddenly grew curious about the bounty on the third Hokage's head in the underworld. After all, he had served as Hokage for numerous years and fought in the Shinobi World Wars, undoubtedly earning many enemies, likely surpassing that of Asuma, the Fire Country's Lord's Guard. At that moment, a carnivorous plant suddenly emerged from the ground, arriving beside Pain's projection. "The matter you asked me to investigate has been resolved. The man reputed to possess immortality is moving near the land of water, seemingly returning to his homeland for some preaching. I have already lured him this way. You may invite him to join us at any time." "Good." Pain's projection nodded. He cast his Rinnegan gaze over the faces of the gathering, ultimately addressing Nai. "Nai, your first task as a member of the Akatsuki has arrived. You are to assist us in inviting a man, reputed to possess immortality, to join our ranks." It appeared to be the rogue ninja Hyden from the land of water. The young woman mused internally, recalling that the original plot involved Xiao Nan, Kaku, and Itachi Uchiha going to invite Hyden. Speaking of which, our undercover agent Itachi has nearly become a model employee of the Akatsuki. First, he fought alongside Hoshigaki Kisame against the Three Tails Jinchuriki, followed by using Jinjutsu to aid the organization in recruiting Hyden, and later severed a fleeing Orochimaru's arm. Subsequently, he employed powerful illusions to team up Scorpion with Deidara, and finally, he collaborated with Kisame to capture the Four Tails Jinchuriki, she pondered. Despite his role as an undercover agent, he had not relayed any information regarding the immortal duo or the intel on Pain's 6 paths, which ultimately led to the deaths of Asuma and Jiraiya. Yet, he had sacrificed his ailing body time and again using his Manjiki Sharingan to aid the Akatsuki. Indeed, the more I think about it, the more I find it filled with flaws, Nai concluded empathetically. It seemed clear that Itachi was not suited for intelligence work. However, she, having seemingly replaced Itachi in some capacity, was not inclined to exhaust herself for the Akatsuki. For her, Konoha, the 4 great shinobi villages, and the Akatsuki were merely independent power factions. Her aim was to dance upon these 3 eggs, maintaining a balance of power among them. Indeed, she had never intended to hasten the Akatsuki's progress in collecting tailed beasts. On the contrary, her purpose for joining the organization was to act as a disruptor, undermining their plans from within and delaying their progress in gathering tailed beasts. She was no reincarnation of a sage, possessing no ability to rapidly ascend through stages in mere days. Before the final moment arrived, she required ample time to gain strength. She even considered stirring chaos through the 4th Shinobi War, with the intention of sabotaging the Akatsuki's plans. Regarding the Akatsuki, she maintained a mindset of opportunism, intending to utilize them while refraining from exhausting herself. Unbeknownst to the members of the Akatsuki, the newly inducted member was already contemplating how to betray them. However, inviting Hyden was undoubtedly an easy task, and additionally, she harbored an intriguing notion to enhance her rapport. She nodded in agreement. "Very well." Pain's projection's eyes flickered. "You will have one day to familiarize yourself with the rules of the Akatsuki. After that, you will accompany Xiao Nan and Kakazu to carry out this recruitment mission." With that, he performed a hand seal and disbanded his physical form on the spot. In a subterranean bedroom, Nai admired her reflection in the mirror, clad in the black and red Akatsuki cloak. Truth be told, the attire appeared somewhat scant on her frame. If one were to compare her to any character from the original series, she resembled Scorpion controlling the Kazekage puppet during the second phase of battle. Having transformed her body into a puppet, Scorpion had perpetually retained a youthful appearance, akin to the sensation of wearing this outfit. With her left hand, adorned with the Akatsuki's female ring, She adjusted her bangs and struck various poses before the mirror. Yongnai was unsure why she had not donned Itachi's red ring. Perhaps there was some unexplainable significance to it. After preparing herself, she opened the door to meet her companions for the impending mission. Just as she caught sight of a figure lurking in the shadows of the corridor, she retracted the habitual smile of a spoiled heiress. Orochimaru, Yongnai stated. The figure emerged from the darkness, revealing the pale-faced Orochimaru, clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. He regarded Yongnai as one might appreciate a work of art, his hoarse voice saying, "What a lovely junior you are. If only you could pay a little more attention to how you address your elders, you would be even more charming." "Do you know?" Yongnai suddenly spoke. "It's not just Danzo. Even your teacher, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, may not have much time left. In fact, he is already dead, though Konoha has kept it a secret." Orochimaru's eyes blinked slightly, as if intrigued. So the old man can no longer exert the full prowess of his prime due to age and frailty? If he were in his prime, you might not have gained much advantage over him. The inevitability of aging and death is indeed tragic. Wouldn't you agree? As he spoke this last part, his long tongue flicked across his lips, his gaze still fixed intently on Yongnai. Yongnai chuckled. "Such matters are only of concern to those of your age." She instinctively returned to her sharp tongue, though this time it seemed to have little effect on Orochimaru. His serpent-like eyes remained locked on her. "I previously mentioned that your actions have cost me an important ally. Can I expect some form of compensation for that?" "Oh, you mean that ally is Danzo? The very cells he has implanted to utilize would release were assisted by you, weren't they?" "Surprised you know that," she replied. "Of course," Yongnai smirked sweetly, seamlessly slipping into her favorite mode of improvisation. "After all, he told me himself before he died." "What?" Orochimaru's serpent eyes widened slightly in surprise, but he quickly dismissed it. "You think you can deceive me with your words? I know how adept he is at keeping secrets." "Is that so? A man who cannot even safeguard his own life is hardly capable of preserving his secrets," Yongnai retorted. "Regrettably, I heard from him about your deep collaboration, including the abduction of numerous infants and adults from Konoha as subjects for the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells. Unfortunately, all but one of those subjects perished." "Tenzu. Is that the name?" "Indeed. He also mentioned much more, including your covetous desire for the power of the Sharingan, and how Danzo wished for your assistance in transplanting an entire arm of Sharingan along with the corresponding first Hokage cells." "Am I mistaken?" "Humph." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Orochimaru's eyes. "You seem to know quite a bit. What do you desire?" "Quite simple. I've heard that your collaboration with Danzo has reached a certain stage. I require access to those experimental data, specifically the cells of the first Hokage used as experimental material. Oh, and by the way, I am also intrigued by those forbidden techniques you are developing. I wonder if there is an opportunity for me to learn a thing or two. As a fellow villager and an earlier member of the Akatsuki, it would be only natural for me to seek your guidance." "Oh." Orochimaru's serpent eyes glimmered with interest. "What might you offer in exchange for this?" "A promise," she replied. "What kind of promise?" "That one day, should you decide to betray the Akatsuki, I will grant you leniency." A shadow flitted across Orochimaru's serpent gaze. Sensing this, Yongnai thought to herself, as expected, he is already considering leaving the Akatsuki. Despite Yongnai's audacious request, Orochimaru did not immediately react with hostility. Instead, he replied coolly, "That may not suffice. What else do you desire?" Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue. "I want the Sharingan. That is not particularly difficult." Yongnai responded lightly. "During the coup, I collected several Sharingan, harvested from deceased clan members. If you wish, we can arrange a fair exchange. Additionally, there are still hundreds of Uchiha in Konoha, though most have yet to awaken their Sharingan if you truly desire it. Your intelligence network within the village should suffice to procure a few. They are mere commoners." Genuine excitement flashed in Orochimaru's yellow-slit pupils. "What I seek is the Sharingan of Uchiha Yongnai." Yongnai felt as if she were prey caught in a predator's sights. She suddenly noticed a purple python emerging from the shadow cast by her body, wrapping around her figure. Orochimaru then struck, a grass-cutting sword emerging from his mouth, piercing her shoulder and pinning her against the stone wall of the underground base. Orochimaru's slit pupils turned, as if admiring a splendid catch. "I never expected this power I longed for would come to me so readily. I can hardly endure waiting another second, even if it means being expelled from the Akatsuki. Will you truly go through with it?" Just as Orochimaru's plan seemed on the verge of success, a cold voice, as if descending from the heavens, jolted him awake. As one of the legendary Sannin, His instincts compelled him to focus entirely, and he soon sensed an anomaly in his chakra flow. Upon dispelling the illusion before him, he found both of them standing intact. The girl's eyes gleamed with amusement as she regarded him. You are indeed someone capable of collaborating with Danzo. In terms of your covetousness for the power of our Uchiha clan, you are quite akin to him. So, Orochimaru, what do you think became of Danzo? Orochimaru lowered his gaze, attempting to avoid direct contact with Uchiha Yongnai, his voice hoarse as he replied, regrettably. His progress in the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells was too slow, and he failed to seize Uchiha Shirisue's Manjiki Sharingan as planned. Consequently, his strength has not only stagnated over the years, but has weakened with age. However, if you believe I am as easily dealt with as Danzo, you are gravely mistaken. Though his lowered pupils betrayed a hint of dread, there remained a stubborn glimmer of desire to seize Yongnai's power. Unfortunately, you have no opportunity to do so now, Yongnai stated flatly. Even if you could somehow overpower me, do not forget where we are. Even a slight disturbance would alert other Akatsuki members. Why would you choose to act rashly? Moreover, Yongnai's eyes twinkled oddly as she continued, I am merely a little girl. As she uttered this, she felt a bead of sweat for her own words. Though she sought power, she realized that for someone nearly 50 years old like him, seizing her body would likely be quite inconvenient. Not to mention, there are far more worthy powers for you to covet. Orochimaru was not surprised that she knew he could possess bodies instead of merely extracting eyes. After all, she was aware of the details of his collaboration with Danzo. Furthermore, Yongnai's words struck a chord, and the power she had previously demonstrated was enough to deter Orochimaru's burgeoning ambition, prompting him to inquire, what do you mean? On that fateful night of the Uchiha rebellion, Itachi Uchiha awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. He was a few years my senior, and was renowned as the most prodigious talent within our clan, possessing ninjutsu skills that far surpassed my own. To be frank, I have yet to master any formidable ninjutsu. The capabilities awakened by his Manjiki, I presume, are well known to you through your intelligence network. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. It is indeed the legendary, indomitable Amaterasu, the black flames that incinerated the headquarters of the Root organization, demonstrating unparalleled destructive power. Furthermore, Yongnai seized the moment to speak. As a member of the Akatsuki, you must have heard of the plan I proposed to the leader of the organization. The Shinobi World War, is it? How utterly unexpected. At that juncture, the disorderly Konoha will be preoccupied with its own turmoil, providing you the perfect opportunity to infiltrate. All that would be required is to enter Konoha and await the opportune moment to seize Itachi Uchiha's powers. Then, everything would be in your favor. I am well aware of what you speak, but what is your purpose in sharing this? Do you truly believe that you can broker a deal with me based on information I am already privy to, in hopes of extracting various forbidden techniques? Certainly not. Yongnai replied with a subtle smile. As I mentioned previously, should our discussions proceed smoothly, we could engage in periodic exchanges of intelligence. Alternatively, I could offer scrolls containing forbidden techniques from the Forbidden Jutsu Library in exchange for certain techniques you are currently developing. I have perused those scrolls, and the ones of interest to me have already been acquired. The remaining scrolls are those I find less intriguing and lack the time to study. Orochimaru shook his head. Since the probing has concluded and the direction of our negotiations has been established, we may temporarily set aside the specifics of the terms. Let us consider a method of communication, allowing us to engage in periodic exchanges. Whenever one party presents a condition, the other shall be compelled to accept it. And upon completion, a reciprocal condition may be proposed, which must likewise be accepted. This serves as the foundation of our trust. Yongnai inquired. What do you think of this proposal? Moreover, this suggestion possesses the advantage of not restricting the timing of condition proposals. Thus, the right to propose conditions can be retained until one is ready to formulate a new one. Proposing an unreasonable condition that cannot be fulfilled signifies the absolute termination of our transactional relationship. Very well, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. Then it is agreed. I shall inform you how to contact me. Chapter 73. The Return of Haiden. As Yongnai's three-tomo Sharingan rotated, it took Orochimaru a moment to awaken from his reverie. He believed he had dispelled the illusion, yet their exchange remained ensconced within a dreamlike scenario, unbeknownst to him. Upon reflection, he understood that Yongnai's intent was to evade any potential listening devices. Hence, crucial information was exchanged within the illusion, appearing to outsiders as if the two merely stood in silence, lost in thought. After a brief pause, Orochimaru's desire for the Sharingan intensified. He expelled a serpent from his mouth, which delivered a scroll to Yang Nai in silence, along with instructions for its use. Yang Nai, feeling somewhat repulsed by the slimy substance on the scroll, casually tore a piece of her sleeve to receive it, placing it within her summoning talisman, thereby formalizing their transaction. As she walked beneath the sunlit canopy of the forest, Yang Nai adjusted her conical hat with the hand adorned with a ring of femininity. She felt an inexplicable oddity, not solely due to the oversized Akatsuki robe she wore. In truth, she cherished the moments spent donning this attire. For as the future leader of a branch of the Akatsuki, she intended to dress more modestly. The true source of her disquiet lay elsewhere. Have you ever envisioned a scenario where you embark on a journey with two teammates? One, the taciturn Kakazu, and the other, the aloof and frigid Conan? Our esteemed Yang Nai found herself in such a predicament. If you were to inquire about her sentiments, she would express a profound sense of frustration. If possible, she would prefer to team up with the yet-to-join Akatsuki members Deidara, Haiden, and a certain Akatsuki member. However, upon reflection, it dawned on her that she too was among the loquacious newcomers. Shaking her head, Yang Nai had been attempting to engage the two in conversation since earlier. Yet she struggled to find an appropriate entry point. While she had tried to inquire about the bounties of some renowned ninjas, the responses were curt and formal, leaving her dissatisfied. Perhaps she could ask about his encounter with the first Hokage? Yet before she could voice her question, she spotted a young man, dressed in an eclectic manner, striding toward them. He bore a large scythe adorned with numerous blades on his back, and Yang Nai recognized him as Haiden. Noticing the trio of oddly attired individuals blocking his path, Haiden raked his fingers through his graying hair and shouted, "Hey, who are you? Dressed so strangely and obstructing my way." Yang Nai retorted, "Your outfit is quite peculiar as well." Target confirmed. "It is indeed him," Conan remarked. "Let us test his strength first," Kakuzu added with a dismissive snort. "He seems like someone who won't last long." He revealed his bronze-skinned wrist, marked by a conspicuous black seam, and approached Haiden, moving his wrist as if to intimidate. "Who are you? Do you dare?" Haiden began, but before he could finish, Kakuzu, unable to tolerate the incessant chatter, struck first. He launched his fist, accompanied by countless black threads, like a projectile aimed at Haiden. In Yang Nai's keen perception, Kakuzu's attack exhibited an astonishing speed and timing, a testament to the experience he had amassed over decades. Haiden, the oblivious youth, lacked the agility to evade the blow, and his expression morphed into one of shock as Kakuzu's fist pierced his chest. He stared incredulously at Kakuzu, as if to reproach him for his lack of martial decorum, for not allowing him to finish his words before striking. Kakuzu turned his face slightly, casting a glance at Conan, and spoke in a low tone. "Is this the powerful ninja the organization found to be my partner?" Yang Nai felt a wave of exasperation wash over her, although she was aware of Haiden's immortality. She never anticipated that he would be so easily penetrated by Kakuzu's fist. His combat awareness and experience were evidently lacking. Yet, it was understandable. How could a peaceful nation like the Land of Water, accustomed to tranquility, nurture ninjas with rich combat experience? At that moment, Fadewan suddenly spoke up, exclaiming, "Hey, you bastard! That hurts, you damn fool." Kakuzu, taken aback, noticed a crimson line etched across his arm, courtesy of Fadewan's scythe. He immediately withdrew his hand. But Fadewan swiftly utilized the blood that had fallen on the ground to inscribe a circular seal adorned with a triangle. Then, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he activated the curse of death by blood, piercing his own heart with a long, sharp weapon. Kakuzu, still in shock, suddenly felt a heavy blow to his chest. His legs weakened, and he fell to his knees. The curse had shattered the very heart within his chest. Beware of the curse's power. Yano, without a trace of psychological burden, assumed the role of a battlefield commentator, observing Fadewan's body transform into shades of black and white as he invoked some form of curse. She continued, "It appears that this curse is activated through blood. The injuries inflicted upon himself will be mirrored upon the cursed." "You bastard." Kakuzu gritted his teeth. "That was a heart I had cherished for so long." As he spoke, amidst Fadewan's astonished gaze, Kakuzu gradually rose to his feet. Countless strands of vengeful black threads emerging from the Akatsuki robe, writhing as though they possessed life. "You scoundrel." A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Fadewan's brow, despite his attempt to maintain a mocking smile. "Are you also immortal? Hurry up and act, Yano. This is your first mission, let me see your performance." Yano leisurely unsheathed her katana, blue lightning crackling around her body, tracing an arc in the air. Just as Kakuzu hesitated, reluctant to directly attack Fadewan, he opted instead to attempt to restrain his opponent's movements. In a decisive move, Yano struck. Chapter 74, Fade One's Grade Enhancement. In the next moment, Kakuzu saw Yano's figure appear before Fade One. Are you certain you want to attack me? Fade One grinned widely. If you inflict harm upon me, your companions will. With a swift motion, Fade One instinctively darted backward, feeling a sudden chill at the bridge of his nose, followed by the searing pain of fire spreading across his face. In that instant, Yano had severed his entire nose, leaving behind a visage that resembled a skull against the backdrop of his black and white complexion. Bastard! What are you doing? Kakuzu's furious roar echoed from a distance, clearly affected by the curse himself. Yano didn't need to turn around to know that he was frantically searching for his nose on the ground. Oh dear, that was a misstep. My apologies, Kakuzu-senpai, Yano taunted. To the side, Conan frowned, surprised that the girl would approach with a blade, fully aware of her opponent's cursed abilities. Soon after, Fade One swung his scythe with tremendous force, producing a series of slicing sounds. However, Yano deftly parried the attack. After only a few exchanges, she assessed Fade One's prowess in both scythe and close combat. Not impressive. Merely at Danzo's level, perhaps even slightly inferior. Damn it. Fade One cursed, realizing that Yano was holding her own in close combat and had distanced herself from his range. With the curse hindering his mobility, he hurled his scythe towards the girl in a fit of rage. The strike was deftly evaded by Yang Nai as she observed Fade One abruptly tighten the rope in his grasp, causing the scythe behind her to rotate menacingly towards him. It appears your techniques lack innovation, she mused. Yang Nai gracefully tumbled through the air, skillfully dodging the lethal slash. Ensuring that not a drop of her blood grazed Fade One's weapon, she distanced herself from him, approaching Kakuzu, who had just affixed her new nose, and casually remarked, I have devised a method to counter his ability. The lifeless green orbs of his eyes glared at her, his tone laced with impatience as he replied, Speak quickly. Yang Nai, well aware of Kakuzu's disposition, remained unfazed. You merely need to remove him from the cursed formation beneath his feet, and his curse will be rendered ineffective. At this moment, Kakuzu had already stripped off all his clothing, standing amidst the ominous shadowy figures adorned with masks made of black lines. His body was equipped with only 2 hearts for precaution. If Hyden were to strike a few more times, he might truly be unable to withstand it. Upon hearing Nai's words, Kakuzu directly manipulated a peculiar masked shadow to execute the wind release, wind pressure technique. A formidable gust of air surged toward Hyden, a technique of such power that it surpassed that of a jonin. Despite Hyden's efforts to adhere to the ground using chakra at the soles of his feet, he was still blown away from the confines of the cursed seal. Simultaneously, Kakuzu's body also suffered from the curse, enduring damage from his own wind pressure technique. With countless tiny wounds appearing across his skin, yet, he persevered. Just moments after Hyden was yanked from the cursed circle and freed from its ominous grip, Kakuzu seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch that struck Hyden's cheek, sending him crashing onto a nearby boulder, raising a cloud of dust. The 2 other figures approached, witnessing Hyden struggling to rise. However, Kakuzu extended the twisted tendrils of his curse technique toward Hyden's neck, stating, Your strength is mediocre, yet your abilities are intriguing. Join the Akatsuki, or meet your demise here. To Kakuzu's surprise, he found himself actively recruiting Hyden. After a brief, yet compelling discussion, Hyden finally acquiesced to the invitation of the Akatsuki, provided that the organization would ensure his continued right to preach. Of course, this was nearly meaningless, as Hyden's preaching endeavors over the years had met with little success and scant belief. Rising to his feet and shaking off the dust, Hyden's immediate concern was to locate his nose, appearing quite comical in his search. However, due to Kakuzu's earlier use of the wind pressure technique, Hyden was utterly unable to find his nose. Who knew where it had been blown off to? Kakuzu, growing impatient, remarked, Just find someone on the roadside and use their nose. Hyden immediately retorted, What kind of joke is this? I have made such great sacrifices. I refuse to go with you without my original nose. Seizing the opportunity, Nai chimed in, Hyden, as an apology for the earlier incident, let me give you a better nose. With that, she produced a scroll from her Akatsuki robe and performed a summoning technique. In a puff of smoke, the lifeless body of a Konoha ninja materialized before them. It was the same body that Obito, masquerading as a scavenger, had requested. Kakuzu's expression shifted, his extensive experience prompting him to declare that insignia. It belongs to the Inuzuka clan of Konoha. Indeed, Nai affirmed. The Inuzuka clan is renowned for their coordinated attacks with ninja dogs. They also train their nasal cells with chakra, granting them a sense of smell as acute as that of a ninja hound, capable of tracking even the faintest scents in the air. This is a ninja I defeated during the Uchiha uprising. Do you not find it perfectly suited to your abilities? Hyden? Hey, young lady, what are you joking about? I certainly do not want to wear a dog-ass nose. Hyden protested. This is no mere dog-ass nose. It is a nose as sensitive as that of a ninja hound. Do not dismiss it so readily. Kakuzu chimed in, his practical nature leading him to envision how this addition could aid in tracking bountied ninjas, albeit at the potential expense of Hyden's dignity. Why continued? Consider this. Your abilities rely on the blood of your enemies that adheres to your weapon, correct? This means you cannot discern whether the blood is truly that of an adversary. If, by chance, that blood belongs to a teammate and you recklessly activate your ability, you might find yourself ensnared by your own tactics. However, if you were to don this nose, you would never again fear manipulation regarding the blood issue. The concern you raised does indeed hold merit, Hyden conceded, stroking his pompadour. After all, he would no longer be a lone wolf. Thus, under Wainai's persuasion, he reluctantly allowed Kakuzu to use the threads of his curse technique to affix the Inuzuka clan's nose onto him. Chapter 75, An Ambush. An unexpected individual, Hyden found himself somewhat dissatisfied with his current appearance. The once handsome visage was now overshadowed by an eerie aura. Noticing his discontent, Wainai reassured him that while the stitching may be unappealing, it could perhaps lend an air of authority to his future sermons. But will anyone truly believe such things? He questioned. After further persuasion, Hyden ultimately accepted, while Conan's appreciation for Wainai's dedication to the organization grew, leading her to view Wainai in a new light. Having completed this task, Hyden, now a new member of the Akatsuki, was set to return to their base. Wainai, however, had her own mission and headed directly toward a hot spring inn, where she had previously sent Kisame ahead to meet her there. Wainai remained concerned that during her absence, her clan members might encounter unforeseen dangers, as she could not yet guarantee their complete safety. Unbeknownst to Wainai, her apprehensions would soon become a grim reality. A peculiar mist began to thicken around the hot spring inn, enveloping the vicinity in an unsettling atmosphere. Initially, the Uchiha brothers assigned to guard the inn paid little heed to the fog emerging from the forest. However, as the mist grew denser, they sensed something amiss. They quickly summoned their clan members and sealed all exits of the inn, gathering together to prevent anyone from vanishing within the shroud. Ascending to the second floor of the inn, the brothers observed their panicked clan members and hoped to account for everyone present. Aside from Uchiha Wainai, there were 41 remaining Uchiha members in the inn, led by the Uchiha brothers. The staff and attendants of the inn occupied the first floor, which was not their immediate concern. In the hall of the second floor, he instructed all members to report their numbers, starting with himself. I'll go first. 1. He declared. 2. Uchiha Kage responded, scanning the anxious faces of their kin, noticing the tension among them, particularly among the younger members who were bewildered by the unfolding events. One member inquired, what is happening? Where is Lady Wainai? Uchiha Yema promptly interjected, there is no time for idle chatter. An unnatural mist has arisen, and we may be under enemy attack. Counting numbers is essential to ascertain if anyone has been harmed. Following this, the remaining clan members sequentially reported their numbers. 3, 4, 10, Uchiha Sanjuro stated, her nerves fraying as she anxiously surveyed her surroundings, fearing that the next moment an enemy would burst through the window, wreaking havoc. The hearts of the onlookers gradually calmed as they counted off one by one, realizing that no clansman had strayed into the thick fog. Although Uchiha Bonai was a medical ninja, she was notably timid among her peers and chose to be the last to call out her number. Upon hearing the count reach 40, relief washed over her. Everyone was present. How wonderful. Just as she prepared to speak, a male voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, declaring, 41. Uchiha Bonai instinctively felt a twinge of unease. She almost uttered 42, but was abruptly seized by a wave of terror, her body stiffening. How could this be? After Lord Yanai's departure, there should only be 41 Uchiha clansmen here. She had been attentive throughout, and no one had skipped a number. So what was happening? Cold sweat drenched her as the anxious Bonai hesitated, glancing towards Uchiha Yema for assistance. In his eyes, she caught a fleeting reflection of the three-tomo Sharingan. His gaze was directed towards her, and although he was a special jonin of the former Konoha police force, Uchiha Yema was not entirely familiar with his clansmen, particularly this group of youthful Uchiha who had accompanied them to the Hidden Mist Village. However, he was well acquainted with Uchiha Bonai. They had known each other since childhood, and he had been observing the girl closely. Noticing that she had remained silent while the count had inexplicably reached 41, he, along with some other Uchiha who were familiar with Bonai, sensed something amiss. Some began to form hand seals. Channeling chakra to activate their Sharingan. Do not assume that everyone can activate their Sharingan without hand seals. Realizing that some clansmen had detected the anomaly, Uchiha Yama promptly warned, "Be cautious, there is an extra person among us." No sooner had he spoken than a cloud of white smoke enveloped an inconspicuous Uchiha clansman at their center. The figure moved with astonishing speed, brandishing a massive cleaver that seemed to materialize in his hand, swinging it in a deadly arc towards the surrounding Uchiha. Fortunately, the others had heeded Uchiha Yama's warning and prepared themselves. They scattered in all directions, and though a few screams pierced the air and blood splattered, the injuries sustained were not fatal. As the crowd dispersed, Uchiha Yama and Uchiha Kage hurled their ninja tools at the sudden assailant. The masked figure wore a headband adorned with the symbol of the hidden mist. Had Yanai been present, he would have immediately recognized this individual. This is the second master of the Danzo, the decapitating blade, the infamous Maki of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Maki raised the decapitating blade high, turning his body sideways to shield himself with the broad blade against the incoming projectiles. Just as the Uchiha brothers, Itama and Asuma, attempted to manipulate the threads in their hands to redirect the shurikens towards Maki's vulnerable back, the windows on the second floor of the inn were shattered from multiple directions, revealing several rogue ninjas disguised as mist ninjas. Armed with a variety of weapons, they stormed in, prompting the Uchiha clan members who had taken cover to activate their Sharingan and brandish their own tools of combat. Due to the confined space indoors, the ensuing clash primarily revolved around the use of ninja tools and martial arts, and before long, the Uchiha gained the upper hand, thanks to the superior control afforded by their Sharingan amidst the flurry of projectiles in the cramped battlefield. Soon, a number of rogue ninjas from the Cloud Village were injured and retreated hastily through the windows. Maki swung the decapitating blade, deflecting the wind-infused shuriken hurled at him, and with a single hand, formed a series of seals. Chapter 76. The sudden appearance of the Jinchuriki, water release, water dragon bullet technique. With a thunderous roar, the roofs of all 14 rooms in the inn were violently uprooted by the technique. The dragon formed of water emerged, clutching a piece of shattered debris in its maw. As the droplets of the water dragon bullet rained down, a thick mist enveloped the interior. Clearly accustomed to such combat tactics, the rogue mist ninjas swiftly vanished into the fog using their hidden mist technique, poised to launch surprise attacks at any moment. Although the Uchiha brothers were considered elite within their clan, their roles as part of the Konoha police force meant they had seldom engaged in battles against enemy ninjas, resulting in a lack of combat experience and effective countermeasures. If they clustered together, they risked being overwhelmed by the encroaching enemies. If they spread out, they would unwittingly fall into the opponent's trap and be picked off one by one. Thus, he could only resort to a temporary strategy. Gathering together, they positioned themselves back to back, unleashing fire release techniques and indiscriminate attacks against their surroundings. He understood that this was not a long-term solution. He merely hoped to buy some time. Yearning for a turning point, perhaps the Uchiha clan's adeptness with fire release could dissipate the dense mist conjured by the ninjutsu. Following her separation from Konan, Kaku, and the new member Haiden of the Akatsuki organization, Yano swiftly advanced towards the hot spring inn where the Uchiha clan members were located. Although her first mission after joining the Akatsuki had concluded more swiftly than anticipated, the young woman remained vigilant, acutely aware that her clan's current strength, in the eyes of someone of her caliber, was hardly more than auxiliary support. In a direct confrontation, they would likely serve as mere pawns, much like the CH Nin and Special J Nin during that fateful coup. Suddenly, Yano's striking black eyes narrowed, and 3 Tomo gradually emerged within them. Before her, a line of floating bubbles, varying in size and reflecting a spectrum of colors, appeared amidst the thicket. What is this? Through her Sharingan, she sensed a peculiar chakra emanating from the bubbles above. Swish, swish, swish. More bubbles spiraled and floated toward her from all directions. Had her retreat been completely cut off? Yanai quickly performed a series of hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Well, our classmate Yanai is indeed lacking in ninjutsu prowess. Who, with her level of combat ability, still requires hand seals to unleash a simple Phoenix fire? Several orange-red fireballs erupted from her mouth, hurtling toward the oncoming bubbles. Although each of her flames could shatter numerous bubbles, The sheer quantity of bubbles far exceeded the number of fireballs Yanai produced. Consequently, the bubbles continued to encircle her from all sides. Was it impossible to overwhelm them with sheer numbers? Yanai pondered silently. With a swift motion, she hurled a kunai attached to a thread, embedding it into a distant tree. The girl bit down on the thread while forming hand seals, fire release, dragon fire technique. Under the full amplification of her chakra, the ordinary dragon fire technique unleashed a power several times greater than usual. The technique of dragon fire, ignited by silk threads, conjured a thick serpent of flames that swiftly obliterated the foam in a straight line. With a decisive swoosh, Yanai concentrated her chakra at her feet, propelling herself forward into the gap created by her dragon fire technique. "I apologize," a calm voice of a young man echoed through the forest. "However, I have received a commission, which necessitates that I impede your advance here." The voice was elusive, seemingly emanating from a more distant location. Cloaked in secrecy, "Do you dare to reveal yourself and engage me in battle?" Yanai provocatively challenged. The figure did not respond, merely sending forth more foam from afar. This time, the bubble is larger and darker in hue, bursting explosively as it nears the maiden. This is a potent acid. As she witnessed the explosive foam splattering against the tree trunk, instantly corroding it, Yanai's pupils constricted slightly. If that substance adhered to her, she would not perish but would surely lose a layer of skin. Yet, she observed as the foam erupted, the highly acidic slime, under the influence of a certain chakra, seemed almost sentient. It enveloped the girl from all directions, swiftly forming an inescapable trap. "Regrettably, I do not wish to be a killer." As Yanai's figure was engulfed, the man's voice spoke monotonously. "However, I am bound to fulfill my obligations." Before he could finish, his previously squinted eyes widened slightly as he beheld Yanai's body dissolving into a plume of white smoke due to the acid's assault. "Is that a shadow clone? When did she perform it? Was it during the use of fire release ninjutsu? It makes sense, for a ninja of this caliber. Employing such techniques would normally require intricate hand seals, which puzzled me. So, she had concealed the shadow clone seals within?" Everything became clear in an instant. And then he saw above him a figure spiraling down, vaguely accompanied by a sound of slicing through the air. Clang, clang, clang. He clashed the metallic rod in his hand with the katana in Yanai's grasp several times before leaping backward to perch upon a branch. Gazing at the figure before him, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, he found her even more captivating than the intelligence reports suggested. Yanai was also assessing the individual before her. Indeed, it was Hyuga, an incomplete Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, a rogue ninja from the village hidden in mist. The man was none other than Hyuga, dressed identically to his portrayal in the original work, in a blue kimono, a yellow belt adorned with a scroll, and long hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding an air of languidness. At such a young age, to possess such skill, he truly lived up to being a member of the Uchiha clan, the most formidable clan of Konoha. Hyuga remarked, "It appears I must take this more seriously." "Oh." Yanai raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Have you not heard of me?" To her surprise, Hyuga candidly replied, "Are you quite famous? I only know you are a member of the Uchiha clan, possessing strength comparable to that of an elite jonin. My objective is not to kill you, but rather to impede your progress. As long as I can delay you long enough, I will secure the bounty." Yanai chuckled bemusedly. "What are you laughing at?" A flicker of irritation flashed in Yugao's eyes. Whoosh. The girl-esque figure surged once more towards Hyuga. He attempted to distance himself again, but suddenly, his back collided against a tree, leaving him with no retreat. Amidst Yanai's chilling laughter, the katana in her hand, Yamabukik, pierced through Hyuga, pinning him against the massive tree behind him. In an instant, the expression of pain on Yugao's face twisted grotesquely, akin to a melting wax figure. "This is bad. What is this? I told you I do not wish to kill you. I merely aim to stall for time." Chapter 77. The Laws of the Two-Dimensional Realm? Turn-based combat? Leaked intelligence? In the distance, Yugao's voice echoed. Just before the girl, Yugao's figure unexpectedly transformed into a pool of splattering acid, leaving Yanai no chance to evade, as she was struck directly by the acidic doppelganger. Unlike some characters in the two-dimensional realm who possess the poor habit of not delivering finishing blows, Hyuga, seeing this seemingly successful strike, immediately conjured more foam, sending it floating toward the girl. However, unbeknownst to him, while he successfully avoided the common trope of villains failing to deliver a finishing blow, he inadvertently triggered another rule, the phenomenon of smoke and no harm. The latter immediately overrode the former in terms of the rules. Thus, when the foam dissipated, what Hyuga beheld was a girl, entirely unharmed and enveloped in a series of white skeletal frames. Meanwhile, his own body was firmly grasped by a suddenly appearing white arm within its palm. What is this power? The force before him transcended all that he had previously comprehended. His body felt as if it were ensnared by steel and iron, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. It appeared that he had no choice but to summon that power. With a sense of resignation, Yutaka thought, and in an instant, the tides of battle shifted. A dark red cloak, composed of tailed beast chakra, enveloped his form. As the chakra cloak solidified around him, Yutaka broke free from the grasp of Yano's initial Susanoo arm. He bore only 4 red tails, suggesting he had yet to unleash his full strength. With lightning speed, he lunged forward, striking Yano, who was ensnared within the ribcage of the Susanoo, and sent her crashing into a nearby tree. The dynamics of the battle had once again been reversed. Their combat bore a striking resemblance to that of a two-dimensional work, transforming a dynamic fight into a turn-based affair. However, since it was turn-based, Yutaka's glory would be brief. In the next moment, the launched Yano, now further empowered by her ominous chakra, transcended the skeletal form and took on the appearance of a Tengu warrior, wielding a rough white blade that pinned the tailed beast-formed Yutaka to the ground. In a state of frenzy, Yutaka lost his rationality, becoming wild as he relentlessly attacked Yano's Susanoo. A 5th tail sprouted from behind him. As a mass of purple-black, high-density chakra gathered in his mouth, Yano felt a surge of anxiety within her. She was not foolish enough to absorb such a small-tailed beast ball at this stage of Susanoo. Instead, she swiftly employed a body flicker technique to evade the imminent threat. The tailed beast ball pierced through countless trees, startling a multitude of birds from their perches. Yet it failed to strike Yano's Susanoo, as her focus was solely on the body flicker technique, creating a fleeting afterimage before solidifying once more. The large blade in her hand became tangible, morphing into a beautifully patterned greatsword, which she wielded to deliver a series of swift strikes. Yutaka, now in his 5-tailed form, endured the onslaught of this relentless combination attack. Shortly thereafter, Yutaka felt a blur before his eyes as Yano seized the opportunity to unleash a 5-element seal directly upon his abdomen. With a succession of black characters appearing, he sensed the tailed beast chakra, which had been spiraling out of control, retreating back into the confines of the seal, while his body was pinned against a massive tree. Was Yano not proficient in sealing techniques and barriers? When had she acquired such advanced sealing arts capable of binding tailed beasts? It seemed rather peculiar. Gazing at Yutaka, who had reverted to his original form, yet still seemed capable of struggling, Yano dismissed her Susanoo and revealed a victorious smile as she spoke. I never imagined you were the Jinchuriki of the 6 tails. By the way, Kirigakure is truly unfortunate, as even their Jinchuriki has turned traitor. How fortunate for us that you have delivered yourself right into our grasp to become prey for our Akatsuki organization. While Yutaka secretly gathered strength for a counterattack, he could not resist probing for information, asking, "What is this Akatsuki organization? Are you planning to make a move against the tailed beasts? Are you some secret faction of Konohagakure?" It seemed absurd that Akatsuki had become an affiliate of Konoha. He wondered what the leaders of both sides thought of this arrangement. However, it was not surprising that Yutaka held such notions. Being uninformed and lacking influence, he remained oblivious to the Uchiha uprising. Upon seeing a member of the Uchiha clan, he instinctively assumed they were ninjas from Konoha, and as a result, he labeled the Akatsuki organization with the same tag. Nevertheless, it must be said that the Akatsuki's ties to Konoha were indeed quite significant. We, Akatsuki, are not affiliated with any village. Previously, we operated as mercenaries. Mercenaries? Are you not afraid of the retaliation from the other great villages for coveting the tailed beasts? Yano erupted into a fit of raucous laughter, declaring, "What do the 5 great shinobi villages matter to us? We, Akatsuki, do not regard them at all. In fact, our plan to collect the tailed beasts from the 5 great shinobi villages was only recently initiated. Our objective is to incapacitate Jinchuriki like you and then seal them away." A look of disbelief flashed in Yutaka's eyes. He could hardly fathom that such an audacious organization existed. He then coldly retorted, "I was merely chosen against my will to become the Jinchuriki of the 6 tails. I am far from perfect in any regard. If you seek to capture someone like the 4th Mizukage, who approaches the ideal of a perfect Jinchuriki, what merits do you possess to achieve that? Yano felt a bead of sweat form for Yutaka. His ability to draw her into conversation was rather concerning. How could she continue this charade without exposing herself? Yet, on the surface, she feigned ignorance, replying, "Our Akatsuki members operate in pairs, and usually, one member can handle a half-hearted Jinchuriki like you. Even those who claim to perfectly control tailed beasts would stand no chance against two of us." Yutaka scoffed. "What nonsense!" "I am not jesting," Yano asserted. "In fact, our organization has a base in this vicinity, and there are at least 4 members of my rank there. Should you encounter them, you will find yourself tormented beyond endurance. How pitiful it is for you, a traitorous Jinchuriki, to remain oblivious to your plight as you seek to complete some task. It is laughable." Shock etched across Yutaka's face. As a fugitive Jinchuriki, he had always been pursued by secret forces from Kirigakure, attempting to reclaim the tailed beast's power within him. He was unafraid of those hunting parties. But he had not anticipated that another organization was keeping watch over him. No, more accurately, they were fixated on all Jinchuriki of tailed beasts. And according to the girl before him, who spoke without restraint, each possessed remarkable strength capable of capturing Jinchuriki. Chapter 78. The Sea and the Chickens Pecking at Each Other. Moreover, it seemed that there was a base nearby in the land of water, along with their members. It appeared he must conceal himself and remain silent for a time. If only he could escape. He had utilized the conversation to accumulate chakra, planning to employ a reverse sealing technique to sever his connection with the Six Tails. When the time came, he would unleash his full power, exhibiting the azure form of the Six Tails. However, suddenly he sensed an uncanny dissonance in the surroundings. Upon blinking again, he found that the forest, which had been ravaged by the tailed beast ball and the white creature, was now in complete disarray. And the startled birds had vanished in an instant. Everything had returned to its original state, and within his perception, there was no longer any sign of Yano's seal. This is it not? Cold sweat flowed uncontrollably as Hyuga felt a wave of incredulity. Could it be that everything that transpired prior, that extraordinarily intense battle, was merely an illusion? When did it all begin? He glanced around his surroundings. A realization dawning upon him. Was it when he had vanquished his opponent's shadow clone and faced the true body for the first time? To think that at that moment, the power of the Sharingan was so terrifying, rendering the entirety of reality in a way he could scarcely believe. Although it is said that the perfect Jinchuriki can disregard such illusions, Hyuga was merely an incomplete Jinchuriki, unable to harness the immense power of the tailed beast within him. If it were possible, he would even wish to escape this power and the painful memories it brought him. From earlier on, while he was being cast away, he had been deliberately divulging crucial information to Hyuga through an illusion that could not be monitored by others. The core message was 2 simple words: run. Indeed. As the second-to-last member to join the Akatsuki, Aryeo had effortlessly begun to undermine the organization as foundations. If possible, she hoped that the Six Tails Jinchuriki before her would seek refuge in a great village like Konoha or Kumogakure, and then relay the information he had extracted during battle to their respective leaders. In this manner, the safety of the human pillar can be assured, significantly delaying the time at which the Akatsuki organization can capture them, viewed from an outsider's perspective after their initial exchanges. As Yanai employed the shadow clone technique to divert his attention, the true form of the girl materialized above him. At the moment their gazes locked, Yanai's eyes transformed into a kaleidoscopic pattern reminiscent of the intricate designs of the cherry blossom. What transpired thereafter was merely a projection within her illusion. The ability to utilize that sealing technique stemmed from her prior experience in a manga where she had witnessed a similar scenario, thus allowing her to simulate it within her genjutsu. Yutaka cautiously scrutinized Yanai, still grappling with his thoughts, having just awakened from the illusions. And he was yet to fully acclimate to the reality before him. The sensation resembles that of an individual who has lingered in water for an extended period, suddenly emerging onto land. However, he has come to realize several crucial truths: the value of the intelligence he has acquired, and that whenever he encounters Uchiha Yanai, a ninja clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, he must exercise utmost caution, or flee if necessary. He has no intention of remaining in this treacherous place. According to the revelations imparted by the girl before him during the illusion, the Akatsuki organization not only possesses a base in the land of hot water, but is also home to numerous formidable members. Thus, he symbolically steps back a few paces, conserving the strength required for an instantaneous transformation into a tailed beast. Although he is perplexed as to why the girl before him has not seized the opportunity to strike while he is ensnared in the illusion, he remains on high alert. Noticing that Yanai has no intention of pursuing him, he cautiously retreats further, yet the girl appears to be irked by his subtle movements and impatiently declares, Now you understand the gravity of the situation. I have no time to squander on you. Vanish from my sight." Upon hearing Yanai's words, Yutaka breathes a sigh of relief and swiftly turns to depart. As he casts a glance over his shoulder at Yutaka's receding figure and discreetly surveys his surroundings. Ensuring no one is present, the girl resumes her intended course, encountering Yutaka, evidently hired to obstruct her return to the hot spring inn. Clearly indicates that the inn has also fallen under attack, leaving her with no time to squander. Clang, clang, clang. Uchiha Kage's kunai clashes repeatedly with Zabuza's decapitating sword, sending sparks flying into the air. In reality, they have engaged in such exchanges several times already. Each instance begins with Zabuza emerging unexpectedly from the thick mist to strike at a vulnerable clan member, just as he is about to inflict fatal harm. He is swiftly thwarted by Uchiha Kage or Uchiha Yama, who rush to the rescue. After a brief skirmish, sensing defeat, Zabuza retreats once more into the shrouded fog. The dense fog was sufficient to obscure the vision of the Sharingan, rendering it ineffective. The recent fire technique briefly dispelled the fog, yet its effect was fleeting. While the mist continued to billow forth incessantly, soon leaving the Yamato brothers at a loss. From the perspective of the fog's suppression over the Sharingan, it was indeed a formidable choice for Yang not to select the land of blood mist as their stronghold. As expected, Zabuza leaped back, disappearing once more into the mist. Shortly thereafter, a faint voice echoed from within the fog. The vulnerabilities of the human body, the heart, the kidneys, the spleen, the carotid arteries, the spine, the throat. Which weakness do you wish to be struck at? Regardless of the target, the silent assassination techniques of the Mist's elite forces could instantaneously lead one to their demise. The next target shall be you, the Uzumaki girl with the braids. Zabuza's words were elusive, much like his presence. He intentionally diverted their attention in a manner akin to calling out names. Sometimes it was merely a feint, while at other times, the attack came from the very individual he had named, the member of the Uchiha clan. Yet, to be frank, from Yang-Nai's perspective, this battle bore a hint of absurdity, akin to two novice chickens pecking at one another. To date, Zabuza had struck 4 times within the mist, alongside his mist-named companions. Yet not a single Uchiha had fallen. Similarly, the Uchiha, possessing 2 pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan, allowed Zabuza to strike 4 times without being captured even once. Considering that Kakashi, with merely 1 3-tomo Sharingan, managed to incapacitate Zabuza twice, it would appear that the disparity in strength between the two was nearly 8-fold in Kakashi's favor. As the echoes of his words lingered, Zabuza's figure materialized like a specter behind Uchiha Banai, this time opting for a calculated attack. In Chapter 79, Kasame vs. Zabuza, it seemed Uchiha Banai had not anticipated this turn of events, appearing utterly startled. As a support-type ninja, she was not well versed in combat. Yet their formation had disintegrated amidst the chaos, exposing her. "I've got you," Zabuza thought to himself. The blade of his executioner's sword swung through the air. However, in the next instant, it was blocked by Uchiha Banai, who surprisingly wielded a short knife, engaging Zabuza in a flurry of exchanges. What was happening? The frail girl before him suddenly emitted a puff of white smoke, transforming into the smirking Uchiha Kage. When had she employed a transformation technique? This was a trap. After such a long time, the Uchiha clan had finally devised a semblance of a proper strategy. Transforming into a shuriken, Uchiha Yamato seized the opportunity to appear behind Zabuza, his speed suddenly increasing as he launched a punch infused with a gust of wind, positioning them for a pincer attack. The 8 gates, opening the first gate. This member of the Uchiha clan has surprisingly mastered the secret technique of 8 gates, a skill that has been passed down since the Warring States period. Prior to the final battle at Might Dai, this technique was long regarded as an ineffectual endeavor, yielding disproportionate returns. However, he had merely scratched the surface of knowledge gleaned from ancient scrolls, and the arduous practice of ninjutsu consumed a considerable amount of his energy, compounded by the absence of a distinguished mentor to guide him. As a result, he had barely even reached the threshold of mastery. Otherwise, it is likely that Zabuza would have met with a fatal end. In a moment of desperation, Zabuza sustained a grievous wound to his arm from a short knife, blood streaming profusely, and as he absorbed much of the force from Uchiha Itachi's attack, he coughed blood at the cost of his escape from this perilous trap. Simultaneously, the other Uchiha clansmen seemed to have coordinated their efforts, launching a counter-offensive against the rogue ninjas from the hidden mist village. Those who dared to attack were either met with death or severe injury. Given the circumstances, was retreat the only option? Zabuza wiped the blood from his mask. But such a fortuitous opportunity as this was too precious to squander. Contemplating the mission bestowed upon him by his employer and the promised reward, Zabuza clenched his teeth resolutely. He raised his left hand and made a gesture signifying the failure of the assassination plan, prompting an immediate shift to a full frontal assault. As the mist, propelled by ninjutsu, gradually dissipated, the landscape before the Uchiha began to crystallize. The inn had been reduced to ruins, littered with traces of released ninjutsu and incapacitated assailants. Emerging from the forest were rogue ninjas, typically ill-suited for executing assassination missions in such dense fog. Their origins were remarkably diverse, with defectors from various ninja villages and even some from the local land of water. This is a force of nearly 100 individuals, representing their full strength. The previous dozen defectors from the Mist Village were merely utilized as the first wave of attack due to their ability to employ the silent killing technique of the mist. Water release, Great Waterfall technique. As Zabuza formed the hand seals with his hands, a massive torrent surged and spiraled toward the Uchiha clan. Like a signal, the defectors simultaneously launched their assault. The Great Waterfall unleashed by Zabuza was countered by the Uchiha's fire release, yet under Zabuza's sustained chakra guidance, the advantageous terrain near the hot springs was fully exploited. Although the water lost its impact due to the fire release, the continuous extraction of water from the springs still flooded up to the ankles of those present. Now, the Uchiha were indeed lacking in combat experience against the Mist Ninjas and did not possess the analytical skills derived from the original text as someone like Yano did to complement their talents. He was astonished to discover, in the blind spot of his Sharingan, that a water clone of Zabuza emerged from the water flowing past his ankles. In the next moment, his body was ensnared by that water clone using the water prison technique, effectively rendering him powerless in battle. Damn it! Seeing his brother trapped, Uchiha Kaha manipulated several shurikens with threads toward Zabuza's water clone. However, suddenly the water pooling beside him transformed into countless sharp needles that lunged at Kaha. Secret technique, 1,000 killing water needles. A youth wearing a mask from the Mist Village's assassination squad intervened, none other than Haku. Recognizing that the two individuals posing the greatest threat to him were ensnared, while the remaining Uchiha were being attacked by multiple defectors, Zabuza felt it was time to reap the rewards of his efforts. After hastily bandaging his wounds, he raised his executioner's blade once more, preparing to deliver the final blow to the Uchiha clan. A swift shadow approached, appearing in his line of sight. He hurriedly raised his executioner's blade to block. With a thunderous clash, the two forces collided, sending him flying backwards several meters before he managed to halt his momentum on the water's surface. Ever since acquiring the decapitation blade, Zabuza had diligently practiced its techniques. His extraordinary physical strength, combined with the weight of the blade and his deliberate training, often granted him an advantage against ordinary ninjas wielding lighter weapons. Yet, he had not anticipated such a significant disadvantage in strength. Zabuza squinted as he beheld a towering figure before him, clad in a long robe adorned with red clouds on a black background, bearing a face reminiscent of a shark and shouldering a large blade wrapped in white cloth. A distinct scar marked the forehead protector of the Mist Village he wore. "What an impatient junior you are," the figure grinned, revealing razor-sharp teeth. "I never expected that the one who wields the decapitation blade would be you." "I did not foresee this either," Zabuza replied, fully aware of the formidable opponent he faced. "So it is you, Kasame Hashigaki. I heard that when you defected from the village, Lord Mizukage dispatched numerous pursuit teams after you, yet you managed to escape with that blade, Samahata. For a time, our training targets were based on you as the imaginary enemy. I have always wondered where you would flee to. It seems you chose to become a loyal dog of the Uchiha clan." Kisame chuckled nonchalantly. "The organization I joined is one with noble ideals and aspirations. Yet I never anticipated that the infamous junior ninja, who slaughtered all his comrades at the Ninja Academy, would also betray the Mist Village. What was your reason? For greater bloodshed? Or perhaps for wealth? Is it not true that you have become a dishonorable ninja earning a living through commissions? To be more precise, like a dog being kept." At this point, both understood that a battle was inevitable. In the next moment, they both utilized the advantageous terrain to execute their water release techniques. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The identical techniques displayed a clear disparity. Kasame's speed in forming hand seals and his terrifying chakra allowed him to summon a water dragon that overshadowed Zabuza's. The difference between his water dragon and Zabuza's was as stark as that between a colossal dragon and a mere serpent. Witnessing his water dragon utterly shattered by Kisame's, Zabuza was engulfed by the torrents surging back toward him. He braced himself with his executioner's blade, leaping backwards several paces atop the waves, narrowly evading the onslaught. However, his expression darkened further. The mission he received required him to inflict as much damage as possible on the Uchiha clan. The employer did not seem to believe that he and the hundreds of defectors could annihilate the Uchiha directly, even though the troublesome Yongnai had not appeared as expected. Yet encountering Kisame here was a significant surprise for Zabuza. Just from that brief exchange, he felt an overwhelming sense of challenge. Furthermore, as a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was acutely aware of how terrifying the fully unleashed Samahata could be. To fight or to retreat, he began weighing his options in his mind, but Kisame did not grant him the luxury of time. Leaping into the air, he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water explosion wave. He expelled a torrent of water from his mouth, followed closely by several sharks swimming through the waves. The sharks formed by the water release, 5 shark bombs did not assault Zabuza from the front, but rather launched their attack from beneath the water, biting down on his legs. Meanwhile, the formidable Kisame held his sword, the Samahata, in midair, its white cloth unfurling halfway, revealing a multitude of menacing black spikes extending outward like rows of sharp fangs. Zabuza swung his decapitating blade to sever the sharks, then engaged in combat with Kisame. After several exchanges, Zabuza, already wounded, found himself increasingly unable to defend himself. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his shoulder, followed by a searing sensation as the Samahata bit away a chunk of flesh while draining a portion of his chakra. Zabuza, in a desperate maneuver, rolled backward, narrowly escaping the onslaught of the Samahata and the sharks. In a moment of urgency, he glanced around and saw that the Uchiha clan members had decimated the group of rogue ninjas. Beside him, his loyal aide, Haku. Despite employing the bloodline limit, crystal ice mirrors could not incapacitate Uchiha Kagami, whose 3-tomo Sharingan proved overwhelming. The young Uchiha, lacking chakra, found it increasingly disadvantageous to continue the fight. Realizing this, Zabuza gathered his remaining chakra and used the water release, great waterfall technique, creating a surge that swept away the sharks while attempting to buy time against Kisame. He then created a water clone while concentrating the remaining chakra in his feet, hoping to flee the battlefield with Haku. However, the water clone he summoned lasted only a few breaths before being ruthlessly obliterated by Kisame's broader water techniques. At that moment, Zabuza comprehended the vast gulf between himself and Kisame. He felt his body suddenly ensnared by sharks formed of chakra, followed by a crushing blow from the Samahata that sent him spiraling into a tree several dozen meters away, spitting blood. The last image he beheld was that of Haku, pierced through the back by a girl clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, reminiscent of Kisame's attire. Was this the beginning of hell? Or perhaps its end? A thought flickered through Zabuza's mind as he gazed at the fallen masked youth, Haku's eyes growing dim. Uchiha Yanai flicked the blood from her blade, sheathing it with a flourish. She had deliberately avoided striking Haku's vital points. This blow merely incapacitated him and would cause him to bleed, yet with prompt medical attention, he could still retain his life. For the girl, the existence of Haku and Zabuza held far greater value alive than dead. To eliminate them would only result in the loss of 2 elite ninjas, whereas keeping them, especially those with deep connections that could be leveraged, was a far better choice for unearthing the true culprit behind the attack or using them as pawns in her own strategies. Kisame, the girl called out from a distance, where Kisame was infusing chakra into the white bandages, which began to coil around the Samahata as if animated. Upon hearing Yanai's voice, he turned, and she smiled at him. "Thank you for your assistance." Kisame grinned slightly. It was nothing but a warm-up. "Have you completed your task?" Given the presence of others, he spoke as discreetly as possible. Yanai nodded, gesturing toward the unconscious Zabuza. "That guy is the leader of this attack, right?" "Indeed," Kisame confirmed. "He is Zabuza Momochi, known as the Demon of the Mist. And that decapitating blade he wields belongs to the infamous Pibrijas. It seems, however, that the wielder of that blade hasn't had much luck." He chuckled silently. "I wager he hasn't mastered that sword yet. His first major job encounters such a formidable opponent. He's not dead, is he?" Kisame inquired, slinging the bandaged Samahata back onto his back and stretching his shoulders. "Who knows?" Meanwhile, Uchiha Alma, who had just been rescued from a water prison, approached Yanai with a face full of embarrassment, kneeling as he spoke. "I could still sense his chakra moments ago. Ever since our clan members became subordinates, our young lady has even neglected to activate her Sharingan." After uttering this, he looked apologetically at Yanai. "My incompetence nearly led our clan to ruin. Thankfully, with this senior's assistance, we managed to preserve the lives of all our clan members." Yanai nodded. "Have Bonai tend to the injured. Her task will be arduous. Ensure the masked youth and Zabuza receive medical care as well, though their priority can be slightly lower. Just keep them alive. When treating our clan members, it is imperative that no lasting effects remain." "Understood." Bonai, who had essentially not participated in any fighting and had been treating clan members, immediately complied upon hearing her words. Finally, Yanai instructed Ama to lead a pursuit against the fleeing rogue ninjas, ensuring that not a single one escaped. The hot spring inn has been utterly devastated, and it is likely that the original staff on the ground floor were slain by the rogue ninjas. Consequently, they sought a vacant plot beside the hot spring to regroup. After hearing the entire account of the mission from the Uchiha brothers, Yang Nai could not help but break into a cold sweat for them. To be fair, although Zabuza's strength is formidable, it is not sufficient to overpower 40 Uchiha clan members in concert with a group of rogue ninjas. The primary issue lies in their relative youth and lack of combat experience, as they are part of a younger generation, detached from the Konoha ninja framework. In the world of ninjas, combat experience and intelligence are the two pivotal factors that determine victory or defeat, at least in the early to mid stages of a conflict. As for the later stages, that is akin to a godly battle, which is not within the realm of concern for this group. Nevertheless, she did not reproach the two but instead offered them gentle reassurances. As night fell, the group returned to a state of discomfort, exposed to the elements. The few intact rooms were reserved for Yang Nai and Kisame, while the remaining members set up camp in the wilderness. Zabuza, awakening in a daze, was immediately beset by excruciating pain coursing through his body, the wounds and overwhelming fatigue tormenting his resilient nerves. He squinted against the firelight, which proved somewhat disorienting, taking several seconds to discern his surroundings. His gaze then fixated on a figure before him, clad in a blood-stained mask. It was Haku's mask. Zabuza felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, only to be jolted back to clarity. The person before him was not Haku. His pupils constricted. "You bastard." Zabuza's teeth ground together audibly. He scrutinized the mask, familiar yet absent from the face of someone he recognized. After a moment of silence, Zabuza finally spoke. "What have you done to him?" "Ah, what a disappointment," Yang Nai replied, removing Haku's mask from her own face and tossing it at Zabuza's feet. "After all, our physiques are quite similar. I thought you might mistake me for him." Indeed, Yang Nai's body was still in the early stages of development, and had a year or two passed, she would not have uttered such words. However, this declaration was mere pretense, to disguise herself as Haku to extract information from Zabuza. She had at least 5 methods at her disposal, yet she deemed it unnecessary to expend such effort on a defeated foe. Gazing at the bloodied mask on the ground, Zabuza gritted his teeth. "Do you take me for a fool? What have you done to him? I saw you stab him from behind." "How amusing," Yang Nai teased. "It's fortunate that I just learned your identity from Kisame. I never expected that as a rogue ninja, the infamous Zabuza Momochi, who annihilated all his peers at the academy, could be so devoid of emotion, merely a machine loyal to his employer." Zabuza shut his eyes momentarily, muttering to himself, "Haku? That child, he is different." Yang Nai laughed nonchalantly, lazily reclining in her chair. "Speak, you know what I wish to ask. So I shall spare you the trouble of my inquiries. Start from the beginning." Zabuza snorted coldly. "Since you know my name, you must also be aware of my principles as a hired ninja. I do not divulge information about my employer." "Haku is not dead," Yang Nai suddenly interjected. And this seemingly unrelated statement struck a nerve with Zabuza. "However, his condition is dire. My people are working tirelessly to save him, yet our medical ninja's chakra is running low. And I am beginning to doubt the necessity of expending such effort to save him. If you answer one question, his chances of survival may improve." Faced with Yang Nai's coercion, Zabuza felt a surge of anger, yet he found himself powerless as both his and Haku's fates rested in her hands. Noticing his silence, Yang Nai continued, "Are you certain you wish to delay further? I can certainly wait, but the life of your assistant hangs in the balance." After a moment of silence, Zabuza finally spoke beneath his bandages. "Our mission objective is to eliminate or severely incapacitate the Uchiha clan within the Hot Spring Inn. This operation involves over 10 rogue ninjas skilled in the mist assassination techniques, along with hundreds of various other rogue ninjas. To my knowledge, these rogue ninjas have approached the land of hot water in several batches from different directions, aiming to avoid drawing attention. As a key figure, Uchiha Yang now is deemed too powerful to be included in this battle. She would be restrained by other agents of the employer, and if she were to appear, the mission could be aborted at any moment." Yang Nai nodded. Zabuza's current account aligned with her thoughts. "As for the mission's employer, you know it is merely a front. He has connections and assigns various tasks to us rogue ninjas while updating the bounties in the black market. However, the true individuals behind our employment are those who wield influence beyond that front." This sentiment was reasonable, prompting Yang Nai to inquire about the details that piqued her interest. "What is the bounty for this mission?" "I received 8 million Rio," while the other ninjas will share another 8 million, Zabuza replied. Young Nai responded with a soft "oh." Calculating in her mind, factoring in the cost of hiring the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, the total would undoubtedly exceed 8 million ryo, perhaps even more. The instigator of this assassination has indeed invested a considerable sum. Under the unwavering gaze of the assassin, Young Nai sat in contemplation. Remarkably, she remained unfazed despite being scrutinized by a malevolent spirit. She was truly one of a kind. Who orchestrated this covert operation? The intent of the adversary was evidently clear, directing the target towards members of the Uchiha clan, excluding herself. This objective indicates that the opponent possesses a profound understanding of our intelligence. Recognizing that aside from the formidable individual in question, the remaining members of the Uchiha clan are within the purview of being dealt with by hiring some rogue ninjas. Furthermore, it appears that the adversary is likely unaware of the existence of the Akatsuki organization, which is why they did not factor Kisame into their calculations. In fact, had Kisame chosen not to intervene, this confrontation might have indeed led to a measure of success for them. Chapter 82. The Stepping Stone to Kirigakure. In this light, the likelihood of Konoha's involvement appears rather slim. Although they possess the capability to swiftly orchestrate an assault abroad, and considering the temperament of that advisor, Mito Kato Hamura, it is conceivable that he might instigate such a conspiracy provided he survives his own blade. However, if Konoha, which is in a state of clear hostility towards oneself, sought to target one, there would be little reason to rely solely on hired rogue ninja throughout the entire endeavor. They could readily deploy their own Umbu forces in a concerted attack, ultimately eliminating the rogue ninjas thereafter. Nonetheless, given that Konoha is likely embroiled in some form of chaos, and with Danzo's root organization having been nearly obliterated by oneself, it cannot be dismissed that Konoha might genuinely lack available forces. Another plausible contender is Kumogakure. Despite the seemingly amicable interactions in the past, the practice of feigning cordiality while covertly plotting treachery is a fundamental tactic among the major ninja villages. Furthermore, they possess sufficient motivation to act in this manner. After all, any attempt from our side to engage with Kirigakure would only serve to bolster its strength. And as a neighboring nation to the Land of Water, the strategic landscape of the Land of Lightning would inevitably be influenced. This also elucidates why the other party consistently opts to employ rogue ninja rather than personally intervening. It is to avoid the complete severance of relations in the event of failure. Of course, while considering these two factors, the most probable instigators of such actions in Yang Nai's mind are, ironically, the very hidden mist village to which they intend to defect. Indeed, sometimes circumstances unfold in remarkably peculiar ways. Although the previous persecutions of bloodline clans by the hidden mist village were orchestrated under the manipulation of Uchiha Obito. According to Obito's current assertions, he has lost control over the fourth Mizukage. Consequently, the persecution directed towards one of the bloodline clans, the Uchiha clan, should ostensibly cease. Furthermore, the so-called persecutions were conducted clandestinely, often manifesting as grassroots hostility from villagers and ordinary ninjas. Aside from overt treachery, no ninja village would publicly declare its intent to persecute bloodline clans, thus providing no justification to reject a force as formidable as the Uchiha clan. Though this holds theoretically, considering that even Obito, who once held sway over him, is now oblivious to the mental state of the fourth Mizukage, coupled with the village's insular nature. The intricate political landscape of the hidden mist village remains a mystery to outsiders, despite the significant presence of rogue ninja. Yang Nai had just inquired further from Zabuza, only to discover that even someone like Zabuza, who had left the village merely a few years ago, was bewildered by the current internal dynamics of the village. It appears the place I am heading to is indeed a den of peril, Yang Nai mused. Ultimately, Yang Nai leveraged Bai's life as a bargaining chip, proposing a condition to Zabuza to accept her employment as a rogue ninja, with the assurance that upon the successful defection of the Uchiha branch family to the hidden mist village, wealth and power would not be scant for him. Having already abandoned any semblance of integrity as a rogue ninja, Zabuza, who had just betrayed his employer, hesitated not and acquiesced to Yang Nai's terms. After leaving the chamber where Zabuza was held, Yang Nai remained true to her word, continuing to urge Uchiha Banai to treat Bai. Subsequently, she returned to her quarters. And as she passed by Kisame's room, a flicker of calculation ignited within her. After gently knocking on the now largely damaged door, Yang Nai entered with the host's consent. Discovering Kisame shedding his Akatsuki cloak, clad in a dark, form-fitting outfit, engaged in muscle training. The scene was rather peculiar, featuring a humanoid shark lifting dumbbells, seemingly conjured from some otherworldly source. No wonder his formidable strength could momentarily overpower even Kai. Upon seeing the girl enter, Kisame smiled and inquired, "Did you gather any news from Zabuza? Given that you chose to spare his life, are you intending to recruit him?" "Something along those lines," Yanai replied. "I have formed a few hypotheses regarding the mastermind behind the daytime attack. It is likely that a faction within the Mist Village, one that opposes the Uchiha clan's integration, is responsible. Regrettably, after all these years, my knowledge of the current affairs within the Mist Village is rather limited." Kisame remarked, "Aside from the fourth Mizukage, the only authority in the Mist Village is Elder General. I cannot ascertain who orchestrated this assault, but given the state of the mist, I wouldn't be surprised by anyone's involvement." Yanai continued, "I do have several theories, but they require subsequent actions for validation. Regardless of who our adversaries may be, they will not limit themselves to a single attack. Perhaps in their future maneuvers, we might discern some weaknesses." Kisame chuckled dismissively. "I am not adept at such convoluted matters. Simply inform me where to strike." Yanai nodded. "I have a plan." She cast a glance towards the doorway, where her brothers from the Uchiha clan stood as regards. Able to overhear their conversation, they were privy to the decision-making circle, so Yanai did not mind them listening. It was both a gesture of trust and encouragement. She addressed the two. "What has become of the rogue ninjas involved in the attack that I instructed you to pursue?" Uchiha Ima replied, "Since the mist dissipated, their whereabouts have become quite discernible. With our Sharingan, we tracked down a total of 119 rogue ninjas, all of whom we apprehended without exception. Aside from the ones you requested, Haku and Zabuza, all have been dealt with." "Excellent," Yanai nodded, her gaze returning to Kisame. "My plan will ensure that the higher-ups in the Mist Village can no longer ignore us. I found it peculiar that, as Uchiha who explicitly sought allegiance with the Mist, our clan received no official acknowledgement. However, they will now be compelled to treat us with respect." Kisame, perplexed, asked, "What is our strategy?" "Quite simple," Yanai articulated. "We will present Zabuza as a captured rogue ninja from the mist, along with his executioner's blade. This act shall be termed the Return of the Ninja Blade. With such a noble cause, the internal factions of the Mist Village will have no excuse to obstruct us, and any aggression towards us will be seen as an act of betrayal against the mist." "Excellent idea," Kisame replied earnestly. "In that case, in addition to returning their ninja blade, why not add my own, the Daikin?" "Oh?" Yanai's interest piqued. "And what about you?" Kisame grinned. "I can conceal myself within this blade." Yanai feigned surprise. "You possess such an ability?" Kisame nodded. "At that point, you need only send a clansman wielding the Daikin, claiming it was taken from me after defeating the infamous Kisame Hashigaki. With 2 lost ninja blades and the capture of Zabuza as our achievements, neither the Mizukage nor the daimyo could possibly overlook your presence." Though Kisame's statement was anticipated by Yanai, the swiftness of his agreement caught her off guard. After all, this was a ninja's trump card. Yanai, however, did not feign humility, promptly instructing Uchiha Ima, "I need you to hire merchants heading to the Land of Water, ensuring within half a month that Uchiha Yanai leads Uchiha clansmen to defeat Kisame and Zabuza. Spread the word of our acquisition of the Executioner's Blade and the Daikin, along with the capture of Zabuza, to the Mizukage. Thus, once this news reached the ears of the Mist Village, our objective will be achieved. With such a righteous cause, no force will be able to impede us." "Understood," came the reply. Subsequently, Yanai negotiated the conditions with Zabuza. After witnessing Haku's near demise and the care bestowed upon him by Uchiha Bonai, Zabuza consented to Yanai's proposal of masquerading as a prisoner, feigning submission to the Mizukage. As for his concerns about the girl's intentions, he was acutely aware of his precarious predicament, akin to a fish on a chopping block. Days later, as anticipated, the caravans heading to the Land of Water disseminated Yanai's deliberately leaked information throughout the Mist Village. Although the village maintained a policy of external isolationism, the news from the outside world flowed in transparently. This is undoubtedly splendid news for the hidden Mist Village, which has long been engulfed in chaos and vendetta. After all, the famed 7 ninja swordsmen, established to protect the Mizukage, have either perished in battle or betrayed their cause, leaving the village with scarcely a few blades remaining. Now, not only has the formidable Uchiha clan joined forces, filling the void left by the vanished clans of bloodlines, but they have also returned 2 legendary blades and a fugitive all at once. Many of the higher-ups in the mist have encountered the Uchiha on the battlefield. While they are aware that the thick mist can somewhat counteract the Sharingan, they also recognize the extraordinary power that the Sharingan wields under normal circumstances. These individuals have formed a faction advocating for the inclusion of the Uchiha branch family into the hidden Mist Village, tirelessly dispatching influential figures to persuade the Mizukage or the elders. The hidden Mist Village, which was once relatively insular, has unexpectedly been swept into a brief yet peculiar frenzy due to the revelations disseminated by a young girl. As the entire land of water and the hidden mist village are engulfed in the rumors she deliberately propagated, Yanai and his companions remain stationary in the land of hot water, merely relocating to a different end by the harbor to observe the unfolding events. They are waiting, biding their time until the internal pressure within the hidden mist village compels them to send representatives for an audience, before daring to enter the land of water. To intrude upon such a significant nation without caution could be perceived as an act of aggression by rogue ninjas, thereby providing them with a legitimate pretext to annihilate their adversaries. On this day, Yano finally encountered the individuals from the land of water in the main hall of the privately rented inn. However, upon meeting them, she felt a tinge of disappointment. After such a long wait, the young woman had anticipated the appearance of notable characters from the original work, such as Terumi Mei, Ao, and Chojuro. To her surprise, none of these renowned figures had arrived. Instead, she was greeted by a middle-aged man with a beard. The gentleman, self-identified as the deputy leader of the Mist Assassination Unit, goes by the name of Jin. Accompanying him is a slender-faced young man, also adorned with the Mist Village forehead protector, carrying a ninja blade named Yenlu on his back. Together with them are a dozen or so members of the Mist Assassination Unit, dressed in plain clothes. They first presented their visiting cards and were then led inside by Uchiha Yamato, who bore the formidable sword known as Samahata, its numerous spikes exposed. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kaka, who was on guard, carried the beheading sword. Throughout the journey, the gazes of these two men remained fixated on these weapons. A poignant reminder of the long-held regrets of the Mist Assassination Unit, now easily possessed by an outsider like Uchiha Yamato. Upon entering the main hall, they were greeted by Uchiha Yamato, seated at the table. The two men finally diverted their attention from the blades. They exchanged customary pleasantries, expressing their sorrow over the Uchiha turmoil in Konoha and the demise of clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. They also conveyed their gratitude for the retrieval of 2 ninja blades and the capture of the notorious fugitive Zabuza Momochi, whose identity had already been verified in the company of Uchiha clan members. Yamato, raised with impeccable manners, invited her guests to take a seat, personally brewing tea for them while responding with a gentle smile. Her poised demeanor and graceful gestures astonished the Mist Ninja, who felt as though they were in the presence of a noble lady rather than a girl from a ninja family. Perhaps due to past experiences as a bodyguard for the feudal lord of the water country, Jin unconsciously adopted a more courteous demeanor. As Yamato served the tea, passing it to Uchiha Saki, who acted as her attendant, using a beautifully crafted lacquer tray, the two men found themselves increasingly awkward, unsure of how to proceed. Glancing at the composed and charming young woman before them, they exchanged uncertain looks, momentarily at a loss for words, especially considering that she had buried the formidable figure Danzo. Leaving Konoha in disarray, in her presence, they felt like mere wild monkeys from the mountains. However, the perceptive Yamato did not allow the tension to linger. Recognizing that her objective had been achieved, she spoke at length, subtly hinting at their desire to join the Mist Village. Jin, having spent some time at the side of the feudal lord, unlike Yenlu, who was bewildered while holding the teacup, discerned the true meaning behind her ambiguous words. He promptly put forth a formal invitation on behalf of the elders of the Mist Village for the Uchiha clan to join their amicable community. Yes, you read that correctly. Not as representatives of the Mizukage, but as representatives of the elders. The two Mist Ninjas seemed to notice the peculiar expression on Yamato's face. You ask how it was peculiar? From the moment she heard those words, her countenance remained unchanged. They hastily clarified, Your Highness, Lady Yamato. You may not be aware that the structure of our Mist Village differs somewhat from other ninja villages. Within our village, the most powerful individual is appointed as the Mizukage. However, significant decisions are often made by experienced elders. We represent the elders, specially inviting you and the Uchiha clan to join our friendly family in the Mist Village. Yamato, inwardly suppressing a critique, maintained her impeccable demeanor. She spoke a lengthy, eloquent sentence, subtly expressing her agreement and gratitude. Indeed, she had no intention of declining. It was an opportunity too good to pass up. However, she insisted that the 2 ninja blades and Zabuza remain under their watch until the Uchiha formally joined the Mist Village. Only after their official audience with the upper echelons of the Mist Village would the items be returned. The specifics of who constituted these upper echelons were left ambiguous, with Yamato referring to the 4th Mizukage, including the elders. Whether Jin and Yenlu comprehended the nuances of her deliberately vague language remained uncertain. A few days later, both parties made their preparations and set sail on several large ships, entering the realm of the water country. The journey thus far has been remarkably tranquil, allowing them to behold the vast ocean, a sight that many had likely never encountered before in their lives. Although Yongnai is not included in this sentiment. The Uchiha clan members are filled with extraordinary excitement, as this represents a new realm for them. Upon arriving at the port of the Land of Water, the group observes a stark contrast to the vibrant Leaf Village. The surroundings appear somewhat desolate and dilapidated. Passers-by are few and far between. And even in this hub of commerce, the shops are notably empty. Peering through the windows reveals scant merchandise on the shelves. Some Uchiha clan members, lacking subtlety, begin to point and comment, causing evident discomfort to the two elite shinobi from the Mist Village. However, Yongnai has no intention of curbing her clan's discussions. Instead, she takes note of the demeanor of the patrolling ninjas at the port, particularly their reception of her group. Upon presenting the Elder's personal letter, the majority of these ninjas exhibit a respectful demeanor, clearly accustomed to receiving orders from the Elder rather than the Mizukage. This should have been a favorable action for our side. However, it instilled an acute sense of vigilance in Yongnai's heart. If the Mizukage did not possess substantial authority within the hidden Mist Village, how could Obito, by manipulating a single individual, incite a tempest of bloodshed and systematically eradicate those bloodline clans? Could it be that he merely seized the opportunity, exploiting the existing discord within the village? If that were the case, such discord would not be resolved simply by the dissolution of Obito's illusion. Rather, it may continue to pose a threat to us in the future. Well, our young lady's mind is indeed remarkably swift. Days later, they arrived at the outskirts of the hidden Mist Village. Along the journey, they had garnered a glimpse of the local customs and culture of the Land of Water. One could only say that although it is labeled as a great nation, it pales in comparison to the bountiful Land of Fire, which lies at the heart of the shinobi world. The scarcity of resources and the pervasive poverty among the populace are the prevailing norms here. Some of those who accompanied her had already begun to show signs of disappointment. However, Yongnai had little time to concern herself with their sentiments. On this day, Yongnai was resting in an inn when Uchiha Yima approached her, bringing news that Jin and Yin Lu wished to meet. After the two took their seats, Yongnai was informed of an unfortunate turn of events. Their original plan was to stay at the inn by the village tonight and formally enter the hidden Mist Village the following day, subsequently meeting with the village's higher-ups to officially join. However, unexpectedly, due to some internal reasons, possibly a struggle for power or some other unforeseen circumstance, the prior arrangement, which involved an elder from the hidden Mist Village vouching for the Uchiha clan's inclusion, had been altered. Now, they conveyed the elder's apologies and invited them to temporarily reside at a villa outside the hidden Mist Village. Upon hearing this, Yongnai furrowed her elegant brows and inquired further about the situation within the village. Jin's expression was similarly troubled. This abrupt change had cost him face. He reluctantly explained that certain factions within the hidden Mist Village opposed the elder's request, voicing their dissent. After discreet lobbying, the fourth Mizukage had requested that matters regarding the acceptance of the Uchiha clan be postponed. Yongnai was not particularly surprised. She had not underestimated the challenges of joining this insular village. After all, she was aware that the Mizukage was typically the strongest ninja in the village. If she were to join as a ninja of the Hidden Mist, it would likely necessitate a change in the Mizukage's position. Of course, she did not consider this a rigid rule. The current fourth Mizukage had assumed his role at a young age, despite being the host for the Three Tails. He had only recently sealed it, and was not yet fully in control of its power. Yongnai doubted he was the strongest fighter in the Hidden Mist at that time. Otherwise, the village would be in a dire state. Perhaps he was chosen as the fourth Mizukage due to the potential he would grow into the strongest combatant in the future. Regardless, it seemed that their immediate plan to join the Hidden Mist Village was untenable, placing them in a rather awkward position, as their current status was merely that of guest of the Hidden Mist Elder. Moreover, they carried with them two exceptionally valuable ninja swords and the notorious fugitive Zabuza Momochi. Yongnai was certain that had it not been for her accomplishments during the Uchiha turmoil, which had reverberated throughout the Hidden Mist and shocked many of its ninjas, they might have already faced an attack. Contemplating this, Yongnai once again assertively asked, Lord Jin, Lord Yin Lu, what exactly does the Elder wish for me to do? Jin's gaze flickered as he replied, the Elder is currently utilizing his connections to garner more support from the upper echelons of the Hidden Mist Village. However, I have also heard an uncertain rumor. After glancing around as if to ensure they were alone, he took a sip of tea before continuing, this is, after all, a significant scandal for our village, but in light of all you have done for us, we felt it appropriate to share this tidbit. There are whispers that the fourth Mizukage is experiencing some issues with his mental state. His behavior often appears quite peculiar, and his policies have been inconsistent. Additionally, it is said that his health is not particularly robust. Thus, although he remains the Mizukichi, the higher-ups in the Hidden Mist Village are contemplating whether to replace him. Please, go on, young Nai urged, her smile radiant as she poured tea for Jian. He accepted it with a hint of trepidation but did not drink, instead looking earnestly at her and stating, "Your timing here is not particularly fortuitous. As some individuals in our village are already planning to nominate a young and potentially powerful individual as the successor to the Mizukichi. If the current state of the fourth Mizukichi persists, this individual is likely to replace him as the fifth Mizukichi." "Who is this individual you speak of?" Young Nai inquired. "She is a female ninja named Terumi Mei, known for her formidable use of the lava-release Kekei Jinkai," Jian replied. "In other words, the one vehemently opposing your inclusion in the Hidden Mist Village is indeed Terumi Mei along with her supporting factions?" Jian nodded but then exchanged glances with Yin Lu before shaking his head. "It can be said that she is, yet not entirely. The internal dynamics of the Hidden Mist Village are exceedingly complex. The fourth Mizukichi and his faction are keen to conceal any anomalies associated with him, as it pertains to their authority. Consequently, the Mizukichi adopts an ambiguous stance on this issue. While Terumi Mei and the new generation of the Hidden Mist Village are indeed opposed to your inclusion, from this perspective, you are correct. However, it is merely speculation on my part that Terumi Mei may intend to formally accept you and your clan only after she has secured her position as the fifth Mizukichi, offering no official standing until then, at best allowing you to serve as hired ninjas for the Hidden Mist Village. This way, once she is established, your joining would not pose a threat to her status. Furthermore, given the series of unfortunate events that have plagued our Hidden Mist Village, your acquisition of 2 valuable ninja swords and the infamous Zabuza Momochi is a significant achievement that could bolster the morale and spirit of our village. Thus, both the faction representing the elders and Terumi Mei's faction desire for you to join with your weapons. In this regard, we find ourselves in agreement, though the Mizukichi has yet to express any stance, leaving his faction in a state of confusion. From what I have gathered from your words, it seems the Mizukichi is inclined to remain passive as the Elder faction and Terumi Mei's faction engage in a struggle regarding the acceptance of the Uchiha clan and their return of the ninja swords as leverage." Jian nodded, his expression peculiar. This girl before him was not only formidable in strength but also possessed remarkable intelligence. It was uncertain whether her joining, or that of her clan, would be a blessing or a curse for the Hidden Mist Village. Yet he reasoned that with the situation having deteriorated to this extent, the village, already steeped in tragedy, could hardly worsen. Yang Nai found herself pondering the peculiarities of the elder's role. As one who should be managing the political affairs, he ought to be the one operating behind the scenes, observing the struggles of others. Now, however, this position seemed usurped by the Mizukichi, likely due to the latter's past manipulation by Genjutsu. Was he apprehensive that accepting them would leave the village vulnerable to further Genjutsu control by the Uchiha clan? Yet, he must also fear that the fact he was once manipulated by the Uchiha's Genjutsu would severely undermine his authority, jeopardizing his position as Mizukichi and tarnishing the reputation of the Hidden Mist Village, thereby rendering him hesitant to publicly oppose their inclusion. Indeed, our dear classmate Yang Nai possesses an extraordinary intellect, effortlessly deducing the essence of the matter with remarkable accuracy. Following this, she meticulously inquired further about the details concerning the group led by Mei Mei, placing particular emphasis on the enigmatic figure possessing the Byakugan, as well as the intricacies surrounding the dual-wielding master, Nagato. After a thorough exchange of information, as dusk approached, she graciously bid farewell to her 2 guests. Several days later, they arrived at a grand residence situated on the outskirts of the Hidden Mist Village. This expansive estate, adorned with artificial hills and flowing waters, resembled a park. Spacious enough to accommodate hundreds, yet it currently housed only a handful of servants tirelessly engaged in cleaning. According to the sword's account, this residence once belonged to the 3rd generation of Mizukichi, who frequented it as a retreat during his leisure time. Following the demise of the 3rd Mizukichi, the estate was entrusted to the elders. However, due to their advanced age and pressing official duties, they rarely lingered here, thus allowing Yang Nai and her companions to temporarily reside within its walls. This may be considered sufficiently polite. However, the members of the Uchiha clan appear somewhat dispirited, perhaps due to the incessant rain that has persisted for several days, leaving them seemingly devoid of vigor. Yet, Yano remains unaffected by this atmosphere. She kneels at the table, savoring a bowl of tea rice adorned with local delicacies of plums and seaweed, gazing outside at the delicate, mist-like raindrops and the faint sound of wind chimes. The young girl feels a surge of tranquility as some of the questions that have plagued her mind over the past few days find partial resolution. The 4th Mizukichi, seemingly instilled with fear by the genjutsu of the Sharingan, stands as her adversary, alongside Kageyame. The only potential ally she can identify is the Elder, who appears to be oblivious to the situation. However, upon deeper reflection, the matter is not so straightforward. Based on the intelligence she acquired from her sword and the information gathered by her clan members during their recent inquiries, Yano is convinced of the fact that the Mizukage is being manipulated, as there are no whispers of such occurrences within the village of Kirigakure. For the Uchiha clan, this is undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Chapter 86, The House of the Ghostlights. Clearly, the news of the Mizukage being manipulated is exceedingly difficult to contain. Once exposed, maintaining secrecy becomes even more arduous. Consequently, the position of the Mizukage is rendered precarious. The sole truth remains, the fact that the Mizukage was under genjutsu has gone unnoticed by AO and remains undiscovered by anyone else. It is likely that, for reasons unknown, he managed to liberate himself from the genjutsu's grasp, perhaps due to the influence of a tailed beast. Certainly, after breaking free from the illusion, his foremost objective would be to conceal the fact that he had once been ensnared by it, thereby revealing a significant vulnerability that could be exploited. In the original narrative, only two pieces of information are mentioned. The first is that Ao discovered the Mizukage's manipulation through the Byakugan he had obtained from the battlefield. However, the subsequent handling of the situation remains unaddressed. After a time, the Mizukage, who appeared to possess a doll-like visage despite being in the prime of his life, mysteriously passed away. The second piece of news is that Terumi may assume the nominal role of the new Mizukage. Such is life in the land of water, where contemplation leads to unsettling conclusions. However, with her arrival, circumstances appear to have shifted. After instructing her servants to clear away her dishes, the young girl stepped beneath the eaves, extending her palm to catch the rain cascading from the heavens. Gazing at the misty rainfall, she found herself lost in profound contemplation. At this juncture, the delineation of foes and allies among the three factions had become less significant, or rather, apart from the elder faction, which she may still consider an ally. Both the Mizukage and Terumi may, while ostensibly adversaries, might also become temporary allies due to her machinations. Yang Nai's singular objective was to amplify the weight of her bargaining chips. Merely possessing two kunai was no longer sufficient for her ambitions. Just days prior, she had dispatched clan members to investigate the ancestral home of the Ghost Light clan located outside the Hidden Mist village. It was said that the graves of past ninja from the Ghost Light family lay buried there. Yang Nai remained unaware of how Kabuto had acquired the scroll capable of summoning ninja blades. Yet she understood that these summoned blades had not been wielded by anyone since the events leading up to the Fourth Shinobi World War. They were presumed lost. The most probable location for the discovery of that scroll was the resting place of Ghost Light Monica, aligning with Kabuto's travels across the ninja world in search of the remains of highly skilled shinobi. Indeed, Yang Nai's plan was to gather as many ninja blades as possible until her influence could no longer be disregarded. Accompanying her was Uchiha Kage, bearing the formidable decapitating blade on his back, alongside Uchiha Sanki and two other Uchiha clan members. As for Uchiha Amakusa, still within the Grand Estate, he possessed the formidable Samahada, which could unleash terrifying power at critical moments, alleviating Yang Nai's concerns for their safety in her absence. With swift, graceful movements, the figures clad in black cloaks traversed the shadowy night and the curtain of rain, droplets splattering against their cloaks in white bursts. Yang Nai resolved to commence her inquiries at the Grand Estate. Due to their rapid pace, it was not long before they arrived at a residence adjacent to a tranquil lake. This was the ancestral home of the Ghost Light clan. The Ghost Lantern estate spans a vast area, ample enough to accommodate the family cemetery of the Ghost Lantern clan. Yano and her companions infiltrated from two distinct directions, seeking a breach. She, accompanied by Uchiha Sanzakura, approached from the west, while Uchiha Kaha and two other members of the Uchiha clan attempted entry from the southeast. However, after waiting outside for a considerable time, Yano failed to witness any signal from the Uchiha clan as previously agreed upon. Instead, she observed a sudden rise of dense fog enveloping the structure by the lake, as if a defensive barrier had been triggered. Yano furrowed her brow, realizing that this place was indeed not easily breached. According to the intelligence she had gathered over the past few days, there should not be many members within the Ghost Lantern estate, especially following the demise of the second Mizukage and the death of the Ghost Lantern Manzuki in a foreign land. The once thriving Ghost Lantern clan had become even more diminished, and the information she received indicated that only a few dozen remained, possibly numbering around 100 when including servants. Diminished, of course, in comparison to the Uchiha clan, yet still considered a significant family in this context. Nevertheless, despite the turbulent internal politics of the Mist Village over the years, this expansive estate had remained untouched. This indicates that their family possesses an undeniable depth of heritage. Until now, no new information has emerged regarding Uchiha Kage, leading one to wonder if his Sharingan abilities have also been subdued by this thick fog. Despite sensing the vigilance of the other party, Yano remains resolute in her desire to investigate further. Soon, she and Uchiha Sanwo vanished into the depths of the mist. Upon entering this haze, it felt as though they had stepped into a barrier, as the surroundings suddenly became clear. The imagery reflected in Yano's Sharingan bore no distinction from what she had previously observed outside the manor. It was as if the mist was merely a thin veil. And within the manor, the lights remained bright and illuminating. Vaguely, Yano discerned the silhouettes of servants moving between the buildings. Everything appeared remarkably normal. Yet this very normalcy stirred a sense of unease within her. The Uchiha family and their companions seemed akin to pebbles cast into a pond, vanishing without a trace almost instantaneously. Regardless of the circumstances, Yano resolved to proceed with her planned probing. Fire release, great fireball technique. A vibrant orange flame erupted from her, engulfing a nearby building and reducing it to rubble in an instant. The servants, initially startled by the commotion she created, attempted to extinguish the flames. But upon realizing that a ninja was the source of the disturbance rather than a mere fire, they promptly scattered in all directions. Something felt amiss. Why were only the family servants present? The Hozuki clan had numerous individuals capable of utilizing ninjutsu. According to the intelligence, there should have been dozens of them. Not to mention that brat, Hozuki Suigetsu, had he been captured by Orochimaru and turned into a test subject? However, at this time, Orochimaru had not yet betrayed the Akatsuki. Who could say if he had acted so soon? Let us draw closer, she instructed Sanwo. They made their way to the heart of the manor, where a sizable pond lay. Yano could see the crescent moon reflected upon its surface. Yet something felt wrong. This residence was enveloped in fog. How could it possibly reflect the night sky? This is an illusion. To employ Jinjutsu against the Uchiha clan is indeed a grave underestimation. Or is it that the opponent possesses no other means of resistance apart from illusion? Chapter 87. Ongoing probing. Yet, the scenes within those Sharingan showed no signs of change. As a master of Jinjutsu, Yano felt no disarray in her chakra or that of Uchiha SJ, who stood beside her. What could be the cause of this? In the next moment, she felt her consciousness slip away. In a nearby grove, sheltered from the rain beneath a tree, Yano slowly opened her eyes. Had her shadow clone dissipated? She sensed a recollection and a wave of fatigue, along with the residual chakra from her shadow clone returning from afar. Around her stood Uchiha Kage, Uchiha SJ, and two other members of the Uchiha clan, all wearing expressions of bewilderment, clearly having experienced something akin to her ordeal. The first wave of probing was entirely executed by shadow clones. This was the most fundamental tactic, avoiding the reckless entry of their true selves into a potentially trap-laden domicile. Uchiha Kage, standing beside her, bore a grim expression. As the sole other person here aside from Yano with a three-tomo Sharingan, he too felt the helplessness of being ensnared by Jinjutsu. Yano inquired, "Please, recount what each of you experienced just now." Uchiha Kage, with a pained visage, replied, "I sensed my shadow clone entering their estate, where I beheld a new moon reflected in the pond. Initially, I felt nothing amiss. But soon a primal instinct warned me of danger, for the estate was enveloped in mist. Just as I suspected I had fallen into an illusion, I suddenly lost consciousness." Seeing that the conclusions of the others aligned closely with Uchiha Kage's, Yano fell into contemplation. She finally understood why, despite being adept at wielding 7 ninja blades, no one had managed to seize the scattered weapons from the hands of the formidable H-Zuki Mangitsu over the years. Furthermore, how had the seemingly weak and sparse H-Zuki clan managed to preserve themselves amidst the chaos of the blood mist? Could it be that even the so-called all-seeing Sharingan could be deceived by such illusions? Moreover, there was the bizarre ability that, in conjunction with the Genjutsu, allowed for an unperceived strike. Indeed, the profound heritage of these long-established clans should not be underestimated. Yano contemplated a certain possibility and explained to the group, typically, the Genjutsu we employ attacks the opponent's mind, disrupting their chakra and inducing hallucinations. However, I have heard of the second Mizukage, H-Zuki Mangitsu, who possessed a summoning technique known as the Great Clam. This technique specializes in generating mist that creates mirages, directly incapacitating the opponent's perception and fabricating illusory images. These are not mere figments within the realm of consciousness but tangible illusions observable by any optical means. Thus, it is said that even the Sharingan and Byakugan cannot unravel such Genjutsu. Uchiha Kage's expression darkened further. Whether it be the creation of dense fog that obscures vision or this hitherto unheard-of genjutsu, it appears that Kirigakure possesses numerous methods to counter our Uchiha clan. What shall we do? Uchiha Kage queried. Yano suggested, let us attempt to remain on the outskirts of that mist, employing fire-style ninjutsu from a distance to see if we can locate the source of this genjutsu. Following her directive, they approached the periphery of the Hyuga estate, maintaining a safe distance from the mist while unleashing various fire-style techniques, orange fireballs and flaming orbs soaring towards the Hyuga residents. However, as these attacks entered the mist, they vanished without a trace, akin to stones sinking into the ocean, leaving not a ripple behind. It seemed even the scenes within the mist were mere illusions. Their ninjutsu attacks failed to disperse the fog itself. Understanding that this was a visual genjutsu, Yano knew it could not alter the physical laws of reality. She drew forth a kunai, its end affixed with a thread, and hurled it into the Hyuga estate. Immediately, she grasped the thread with both hands and executed the dragonfire technique, sending a linear blaze forth. In an instant, Yano glimpsed a scene within the estate, where an immense mollusk resembling a giant clam inhaled and exhaled smoke. The great clam? That must be the source of the genjutsu, the target we need to attack. Yano called out, everyone, gather around. We shall enter together. Subsequently, she distributed strands of thread to each person, instructing them to connect with one another and follow her into the mist, advancing straight along the line of thread. In this manner, regardless of the visual illusions that may arise, one remains unaffected, serving as an excellent method to dispel the deceptive tricks. Swiftly, several figures approached along the straight silk thread. Yet, as they delved deeper into what appeared to be the ominous abode of the Kaido family, the surrounding scenery seemed unchanged. They should have reached the heart of the mansion, but to their dismay, they found themselves staring at an empty expanse devoid of any grand clams. Cursed be this trickery, Uchiha Kagawa remarked with a grim expression. It appears that the visual illusion has rendered the sights we perceived outside the mist as mere facades, and we are now ensnared within its mirage. Observing the evident panic among her kin, Yano smiled confidently, assuring them, fear not, for everything is under control. We are merely employing a tactical approach centered on a singular point, and we are not surrounded. Well, had she uttered such words in her previous life, she would have been met with laughter, yet now her clan members seemed imbued with an inexplicable confidence, visibly reassured by her declaration. In Yano's view, even if what lay before them was an illusion, her trajectory was indeed directed toward the courtyard center. This left only one possibility, the entire Kaido mansion. And even the fog that enveloped it might merely be fragments of a mirage. Should this be the case, Yano could not ascertain whether her position was at the core of this illusion, which was an unsettling thought. Resolute in her decision, she called out to her companions, shortly, I shall invoke the Susanoo, a technique that inflicts area damage. You must remain close to me to ensure your protection. Chapter 88. Who is the ultimate illusionist? The expressions of the gathered individuals shifted, for they were aware that their youthful leader, Yano, disliked being referred to as their clan leader. What did she mean by that? They had all felt the overwhelming power of it on the night of the Uchiha turmoil. As Uchiha Yano activated her Sharingan, a colossal skeletal figure enveloped in white flames of chakra manifested above them, and due to their proximity, they found themselves within its protective embrace. Soon after, the skeletal form morphed, clad in white Tengu armor, its mask adorned with interlocking teeth revealing crimson pupils the size of grinding wheels. Is this the power of the Kaleidoscope? Uchiha Kagawa muttered in disbelief. Though he had witnessed such strength before, this was his first time experiencing its presence at such close quarters, leaving him utterly astonished. The other clan members felt even more overwhelmed, instinctively drawing closer to Yano. She resolved to act swiftly. Knowing the illusion harbored a significant flaw, it was not a traditional illusion in the conventional sense. While it could deceive perceptions and even bloodline limits, it bore a critical weakness. It could not genuinely manipulate a person's thoughts. Thus, if she so wished, she could reduce everything around her to ruins. Unable to identify the illusion's caster, the Great Clam, she decided to obliterate everything surrounding them. Drawing forth a grand sword adorned with cloud patterns, she unsheathed it above her head and plunged it forcefully into the ground. In the next moment, an indiscriminate assault was unleashed. This was the power known as Tenjin Rampa, capable of unleashing countless high-density wind-style chakra blades in all directions, conducting a non-discriminatory attack. However, in the following instant, the white Susanoo momentarily dissipated in the eerie, sinister chakra became wildly unrestrained, transforming into swirling white flames that flickered and vanished into thin air. Yano stared in disbelief at the blade protruding from her chest, The attack had come from behind her, yet Susanoo should have been able to ward off external assaults. The only possibility was that the attack originated from a clan member concealed within her Susanoo's protection. More accurately, it was the true lethal strike hidden within this mirage, masquerading as one of her kin. What is happening? Yano turned to see her clan members frozen in shock. Among those behind her, Uchiha Sakura had inexplicably transformed into another person, a woman in her 20s, with long, watery hair and shark-like teeth. Who are you? When did you infiltrate? The woman grinned and replied, You are the strongest who has attempted to intrude here. Regrettably, even your eyes cannot penetrate the abilities left behind by my ancestor, Kaido Hangu. I apologize, but just moments ago, I utilized the power of the mirage to replace that young girl beside you. In terms of appearance, stature, and chakra, she has become indistinguishable under the mirage's influence. It is precisely due to this that I was able to infiltrate the defenses of your technique, seizing this opportunity with ease. Feeling somewhat awkward maintaining the posture of being pierced through the chest, Yano spoke uneasily. Why did you deliberately avoid my vital points? You could have aimed for my heart. A hint of resignation crossed the Kaido clan member's face as she replied, If it were possible, I would prefer not to kill an ordinary intruder. I merely wish for them to retreat in good faith. However, your strength is overwhelming, leaving me no choice but to incapacitate you first. Then, perhaps we can negotiate terms for your retreat, ensuring both parties can part ways with dignity. Indeed, a peculiar smirk suddenly appeared on Uchiha Yano's lips. Since we have both revealed our strengths, it is time we discuss terms. What? The Kaido woman exclaimed, Do you believe you can bargain with me in this state? Yet, at that moment, she felt an unusual sensation in her hands. To her shock, the form of Yano, which should have been pierced through, suddenly transformed into swirling cherry blossoms that dissipated into the air. The Kaido woman sensed danger and leaped back, attempting to escape into the thick mist, only to find her body uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. The scenery around her spun chaotically, undergoing some transformation. The dense fog conjured by the great clam still lingered. Yet the scene of her piercing Yano's chest was merely an illusion. To her astonishment, she discovered herself surrounded by Yano and her clan members. Her body paralyzed by lightning release, rendering her unable to liquefy. What is this? The Kaido woman gazed incredulously at the girl before her. Despite having overestimated her opponent's strength by several tears, she never anticipated that the girl could unravel the most potent illusion left to her by her grandfather. When did this happen? She glanced around at the Uchiha clan members surrounding her, but failed to spot the Uchiha girl of similar age to her. This implied that it was only after she had ensnared the young girl in her illusion that she herself fell victim to it. What could possibly be happening? Yongnai looked at her and said, Since you did not attempt to kill me while ensnared in my illusion, I too shall spare your life. I offer you a chance. First, dispel this illusion, and once you confirm that the girl is unharmed, we can calmly discuss matters. The restrained Kage woman, with no other recourse, reluctantly formed a hand seal. A puff of smoke from a summoning technique revealed that certain things were dissipating within the thick mist. Gradually, the mirage formed by the fog began to fade, and as a gentle breeze swept through, they realized they were several hundred meters away from the genuine Kagaya estate by the lake. The seemingly fog-enshrouded Kagaya estate was indeed a mere illusion. Yongnai addressed her. I am Uchiha Yongnai, here to join the hidden mist village, with aspirations to dispel the ominous clouds that shroud it and usher in a new era. Would you be interested in collaborating with us? Chapter 89. The reason for victory. The Kagaya woman, ensnared by Yongnai's lightning release, offered a wry smile and said, Of course, I know who you are. In our secluded hidden mist village, tales of you and your deeds circulate throughout the streets and alleys. Yongnai nodded. As I have introduced myself, as a foundation of mutual trust, may I ask your name? I am Kagaya Wakatsuki, the granddaughter of the late second Mizukage Kagaya Manketsu. I have inherited my grandfather's summoning beast and the ability to wield illusions with it. Kagaya Wakatsuki glanced at Yongnai and inquired, Can I now extract this? She referred to a kunai infused with lightning chakra. Fully aware of the strengths and weaknesses of the Kagaya clan's water transformation techniques, Yongnai had used a trivial trick to pierce her foot, rendering her immobile. Yongnai did not respond but countered, What of the missing Uchiha girl? She is unharmed. Kagaya Wakatsuki replied, I instructed my clan members to take her to the main estate. If you go there, you will find her. Lastly, I have a question, she ventured. I was clearly concealed within the fog. You should not have been able to see my eyes. How did you manage to cast an illusion that deceived me within this mirage? This has perplexed me. Observing Kagaya Wakatsuki's reluctant expression, Yongnai smiled and explained. My illusion does not rely solely on visual concealment, for it does not require me to see others' eyes to activate. Instead, the moment they gaze into my eyes, they fall victim to the illusion. Everything within the mirage seems transparent to you, yet this also strips away the fog's protection against the Sharingan's genjutsu. This revelation sent a shockwave through Kage Wakatsuki. The ability was astonishingly formidable. Was there no law? She had mistakenly believed herself clever, fully disguising her form as Uchiha Sanjiu within the illusion of the mirage. Yet, due to an unintentional glance, even Yang Nai might not have been certain if anyone had been swapped behind her. Upon activating the Manjiki, the illusion had been indiscriminately unleashed. Kage Wakatsuki silently rejoiced in her decision. Fortunately, her fear of truly harming the girl who had declared intentions of returning the ninja blades, viewed as a hero by some in the hidden mist, had spared her from drawing the ire of certain higher-ups in the village. Otherwise, her current predicament would have been dire. They arrived at the true Kagaya estate, where numerous servants were present, yet the Kagaya clan members were notably few. Seemingly fewer than reported, possibly absent for the time being. Upon entering and confirming Uchiha Sanjiu's safety, both parties finally sat down to discuss matters. Yang Nai noticed a young Kagaya boy, appearing about 10 years old, practicing with a large knife in the courtyard, his distinctive teeth clearly marking his identity. Upon seeing Kage Wakatsuki, he paused momentarily and asked, "Sister Wakatsuki, who are these?" Then, noticing Yang Nai and her companions, he pointed and shouted, "Hey, who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared in my home?" Yang Nai observed Kage Wakatsuki's anger rising, as if she could barely contain it, prompting her to speak first. "I am Uchiha Yang Nai, visiting you." "Oh, is that so? Greetings, I am Kagaya Mizuki, the brother of Kagaya Full Moon, destined to become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and ultimately the Mizukage." Yang Nai felt a moment of disbelief, thinking, is your ambition solely fixed on that meager title? Could you not aspire for broader horizons, as each one of you seems intent on becoming this Kage or that? At this moment, the somewhat brash Hozuki Suigetsu suddenly realized something. "What did you say your name was?" "Uchiha? Isn't that the one that's been talked about everywhere?" His voice abruptly halted. His gaze fixated on Uchiha Kagami and the imposing beheading sword behind him. His violet eyes glinted with insatiable greed. "Hey, is that for real? You really got your hands on that beheading sword? Hurry up and show it to me." Before he could finish his sentence, Hozuki Rokugetsu landed a heavy punch on his head, reducing him to a liquefied state. Hozuki Suigetsu rubbed the spot where he was struck, glaring at Hozuki Rokugetsu with discontent. Muttering, "Sister, you can't always favor outsiders. After all, that's something belonging to our mist village." He was abruptly interrupted by Hozuki Rokugetsu, who retorted, "Adults are speaking. Children should play aside." Suigetsu could only cast one last lingering glance at the beheading sword before reluctantly diverting his attention back to diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Yayoi found the situation somewhat amusing. Could this be the reason he later developed such a disdain for Shiranui? However, it was surprising that Hozuki Suigetsu had yet to be taken by Orochimaru as a test subject. She wondered what expression he would wear if he knew that his brother's grave likely concealed the clues he had longed to uncover regarding the ninja's swords. The group took their seats at the table, and Yayoi sensed an underlying awkwardness in the atmosphere, prompting her to speak first about her intentions. She mentioned that they had obtained information about the 7 ninja swords, which pointed directly to her family's estate, particularly the remains of an important ninja from her clan. As expected, Hozuki Rokugetsu's expression soured significantly upon hearing this. Yayoi understood that within the ninja world, the secrets contained within a ninja's corpse were of immense value, leading some to go to great lengths to conceal their remains. Thus, requesting access to her family's burial site was hardly a friendly gesture. Noticing Rokugetsu's grim countenance, Yayoi quickly added, "This is all to return the ninja swords to Mist Village. It is their rightful claim. Moreover, if the Hozuki clan can recover those swords and return them to Mist Village, it would undoubtedly be a significant contribution. However, if the higher-ups of Mist Village were to catch wind of this and send someone to demand it, the situation would become quite unpleasant." Rokugetsu's face darkened, knowing that Yayoi spoke the truth. Rumors had long circulated within the village, though they had not yet been substantiated. Additionally, the Hozuki clan had distanced itself from the core of Mist Village's power, and many were reluctant to escalate matters based on an unfounded rumor. Furthermore, her home was fortified with powerful illusions, which, until now, only Yayoi had managed to penetrate. This made her more inclined to believe the girl's words. With a hint of resignation, Rokujetsu said, "You want me to open my brother's grave to confirm whether it holds any clues about the ninja swords? If that is your condition, I might be able to accept it, provided you return the swords to Mist Village." Yayoi, however, smiled brightly and replied, "I haven't finished speaking. I have another condition. I need to collaborate with your Hozuki clan." "Collaborate? What are you proposing?" Rokujetsu inquired. "If I'm not mistaken, ever since Hozuki Mangetsu passed, your clan has been marginalized within Mist Village, correct?" Rokujetsu's expression darkened further as her innermost thoughts were laid bare. "And so what? It's precisely because of that we have been spared from many conflicts and purges." Yayoi continued, "By collaborating with us, I can not only end this dire situation but also restore your clan to a position befitting one that has produced a second Mizukage." Rokujetsu responded calmly, "I only wish to preserve the Hozuki clan. That is my greatest desire." Yayoi chuckled. "Unfortunately, it seems your greatest wish may be difficult to achieve." Rokujetsu clenched her fists and quietly asked, "What do you mean?" "A powerful rogue ninja has set his sights on your clan's unique abilities, the ability to liquefy parts of the body. This power is a secret technique of your clan, not a bloodline limit, making it usable by him. He is a genius, or perhaps a madman, devoted to studying various forbidden techniques. You may not fear him. But what about your clan members, such as your younger brother Suigetsu? I have intelligence that indicates he has targeted him. Who is this person you speak of? Agree to my terms, and I will reveal his identity and assist you in guarding against him." "Fine, but you must also agree to a few of my conditions," Rokujetsu stated decisively. "It seems you genuinely care for your clan. First, the ninja swords." Rokujetsu glanced at the beheading sword on Uchiha Kageme's back and said, "They are the property of Mist Village and must belong to the 7 ninja swordsmen." "Very well, I accept this condition. The great sword of Mist Village must belong to the 7 ninja swordsmen." She held back an additional thought, which was that the decision of who would become a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen would rest with her. "Second, I will collaborate with you. But this cooperation is limited to self-preservation and must not be at the expense of Mist Village's interests. At the very least." Rokujetsu sighed, seemingly reflecting on the current state of division within Mist Village, her tone softening. "At the very least, we cannot allow our clan to be implicated." "I can agree to this, but there is a prerequisite. Throughout our collaboration, you must ensure the confidentiality of our actions." Upon her agreement, Yayoi seized the opportunity to inquire, "What about your summoning technique? Such a formidable power. Surely no one covets it? If Mist Village's ninjas were to combine it with the mirage of that summoning beast and employ silent assassination techniques, it could yield remarkable results." Rokujetsu sighed. "That summoning beast belongs to my grandfather, the second Mizukage. It does not completely obey my commands and can only operate near the Hozuki estate. I can only coordinate with it for a limited time when danger arises. It resides in the pond of our estate, and it is thanks to it that our clan has been spared from many calamities." Yayoi nodded in understanding. "Since we are to collaborate, I believe your estate is an ideal location. If you agree, I hope that before our Uchiha clan officially gains acceptance from the higher-ups of Mist Village, we can temporarily rest here. This way, with your Mirage's protective capabilities, I can feel more at ease." Hozuki Rokujetsu smiled gently, saying, "Very well. It's a bit lonely for just Suigetsu and me to stay here. After all, the house is quite large. It now appears that, given the full moon of the Ghost Lantern, there is likely a connection to the lost ninja blades. Even if we wish to avoid trouble, it seems that trouble will find us regardless. Thus, it would be more prudent to collaborate with the formidable Uchiha clan." "Excellent. The intent has been established. In due time, we will formally and secretly form an alliance known as the Uchiha Ghost Lantern Alliance. The core demand of this alliance is to secure the rightful status of our 2 clans within the hidden Mist Village." Yaonai's ambition caused some unease in Ghost Lantern Ryua, yet she thought of her younger brother and ultimately acquiesced. "I can agree to this," she stated. "Now, who is the one coveting the abilities of our Ghost Lantern clan members?" Yaonai, with a peculiar expression, replied, "It is none other than Orochimaru, a former member of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, now one of the legendary Sannin and a traitorous ninja." Naturally, Ghost Lantern Ryua had heard of Orochimaru's reputation. Her delicate brows furrowed. A foe of such caliber is indeed terrifying. To be targeted by such an enemy feels akin to being stalked by a venomous serpent in the dark. One cannot help but feel at a loss for what to do. Yaonai reassured her, "I have encountered him before. While we are neither enemies nor friends, We have an agreement to refrain from interfering in each other's affairs. Therefore, as long as you Ghost Lantern clan are willing to cooperate with the Uchiha, it effectively draws a line between us and him. He should cease his covetous gaze upon your clan. Should he disregard this, our prior contract will be rendered void, and I shall confront him, ensuring he does not prevail. Finally, Ghost Lantern Ryues smiled and said, in truth, if it falls within the realm of this Mirage's powers, I am not overly concerned about Ghost Lantern Suigetsu. However, he is a young man with a restless spirit, always running about, claiming he wishes to collect the ninja blades and become the Mizukage. I fear that one day he may escape from here. In reality, had there not been a significant upheaval within the ostracized Ghost Lantern clan, with some attempting to reclaim power, it would not have been so easy for Orochimaru to capture Ghost Lantern Suigetsu. Chapter 91. The three ninja blades. Yano discerned her meaning and remarked, if indeed there are clues to the ninja blades beside Ghost Lantern Manyu's remains, then, in light of our alliance, I can facilitate his becoming one of the 7 ninja blades. Why does it sound as if she believes she has already assumed the role of Mizukage? For the time being, let Ryue's clan brother stay by my side. I shall ensure his safety. Ghost Lantern Ryue nodded and replied, in that case, I must trouble you. Lady Yano. Hey, what is going on here? Ghost Lantern Suigetsu exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Why are you digging up Brother Manyu's grave? Stop it. Did you not hear me? Do you wish to be cut down? Idiots. Ignorant of the truth. Ghost Lantern Suigetsu vented his frustration at the throng of Ghost Lantern servants gathered by the grave. The Uchiha clan members stood back, observing the desecration of the grave. Knowing such matters are better left to others, meddling in this affair could invite misfortune. Ghost Lantern Ryue sighed. We have heard that there are leads regarding the lost ninja blades hidden within Ghost Lantern Manyu's grave. If we do not find them first, when the Mizukage or the elders come to question us, our clan will be placed in a very precarious position. Are you saying there are clues to the ninja blades? Ghost Lantern Suigetsu's eyes suddenly sparkled, before he grinned widely, revealing his sharp teeth. So, brother man, you truly left secrets there? I have always wondered who would safeguard these secrets after the disbandment of the first 7 ninja blades. To think it would be so close at hand. He continued to babble until his sister, Ghost Lantern Ryue, smacked him on the head, splashing water and silencing him. He blinked his violet eyes, fixated on the ongoing excavation. As the dig progressed, several Ghost Lantern servants suddenly screamed, their bodies scorched by a searing gas. Indeed, Brother Manyu's grave was not so easily disturbed. It was warded by a sealing technique. Observing the black seals encircling the coffin, both women furrowed their brows, and Yano, from a distance, witnessed the entirety of this unfolding scene. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yano pondered, I am not adept in sealing techniques. Nor do I believe any of my clan members possess such expertise. If we recklessly employ brute force, we may inadvertently trigger a self-destruction mechanism, and everything could be for naught. While Yano hesitated, Ghost Lantern Ryue appeared to be deep in thought before suddenly performing a series of exceedingly intricate hand seals. Through her Sharingan, one could perceive her chakra oscillating at a peculiar frequency. After a time, the seals on the coffin began to unravel naturally. Is this a secret technique passed down through the Ghost Lantern clan? It seems the Ghost Lantern clan indeed deserves its reputation as a ninja family forged from the blood and bones of the warring states. Though it is regrettable that their numbers have dwindled. As she contemplated, Ghost Lantern Suigetsu suddenly let out an excited shout, brandishing a scroll aloft and dancing with glee. I found it. This is the legendary super-powerful scroll that can summon the 7 ninja blades. With this, I shall become one of the 7 ninja blades. No, I shall ascend as the 5th Mizukage. Ha. Well, it seems he truly cannot change his loud and conspiratorial ways. The 4th Mizukage is still very much alive. Yet he cannot resist plotting a coup. Truly a character with rebellious thoughts in the back of his mind. As the scroll unfolded before him, inscribed with 7 characters, 3 of which began to glow, Yano recognized them. They were not the same 4 characters that appeared during the 4th Great Ninja War. Instead, they read long, dull, and explosion. Under the expectant gazes of those present, a moment later, 4 plumes of smoke erupted before Ghost Lantern Suigetsu, revealing 3 ninja blades. The first was a slender blade resembling a fishing rod, with a line attached to its tail, sewing needle. The second was a blunt blade akin to an axe, dull cut. And the last resembled a scroll with a black straight blade, explosion blade, splash. Ghost Lantern Suigetsu appeared incredulous, pinching himself hard, yet immediately disregarding the pain as he lunged toward the 3 blades, intent on claiming them all for himself. In the next instant, he was sent flying by Ghost Lantern Ryua. Hey, can you not read the atmosphere at all? At this moment, Ghost Lantern Mizuki emerged from his watery form and addressed Uchiha Kagawa, who was walking by with his decapitating sword strapped to his back. Hey, old man. What did you say? The youthful Uchiha Kagawa, barely in his 20s, turned around with a grim expression upon hearing Mizuki's taunt. I propose a trade. Give me that decapitating sword, and I shall spare your life. You little brat. Kagawa began to retort, only to realize that it was beneath him to argue with a child, especially since his superior had yet to speak. He glanced at Uchiha Yanai and said, Lady Yanai, this weapon does not align with my usual preference for more agile arms. I merely hold it as a trophy for the time being. Upon your command, I can relinquish this sword at any moment, for it is one of the stakes you mentioned, not my personal possession. Furthermore, I sense that this sword has not acknowledged me as its master. It appears to share a connection with that scroll. Upon hearing his clarity, Yanai expressed her satisfaction, saying, Very well, I shall keep the sword for now to prevent others from coveting it. As for you, she turned her gaze towards Mizuki. That decapitating sword is clearly designated as a trophy along with Zabuza. I intend to hand it over to the Hidden Mist Village in the future. What? Ghost Lantern Mizuki replied, somewhat disgruntled. There are countless blades among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and yet you choose to go against the tide. I've never encountered someone as peculiar as you. Ghost Lantern Wakatsuki, standing nearby, smiled and said, My brother's maturity is indeed lacking. I ask for your understanding. However, Yanai interjected, we shall impose upon you for the night. As for your brother, let him select one of the remaining 3 ninja swords to use for now. If he proves capable, he may officially become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Chapter 92, The 7 Ninja Swordsmen, Uchiha Yanai, reporting in. Upon hearing such promising news, Ghost Lantern Mizuki immediately broke into a joyful smile.